Bonjour, Francis.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Judy.
Good morning.
Morning, ready to go.
Good morning, Paul. You guys ready to go? It's almost 6:45.
Exciting.
So wait. Oh. I think we have a little background in the office, in the studio right now. So give me 1 second.
So I see it's on racer.com. We're great.
You're live.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Perfect.
I think it's the beauty of being live. So can you hear me now?
Yes, indeed.
Very good. So good morning, everyone. Welcome. Okay, we have a little and welcome to the first annual online race industry week. I am Francisque Savignan. I am the founder and CEO of ePowerTrade. It is 6:45 here in the morning in California. And we have people from all over the world watching us this morning. So good morning to you if you are in the United States, in Canada, in Latin America, in South America. Good afternoon to you if you are watching us from Europe, from the African continent. Good evening if you're watching us from the Middle East, and a special get well for our friend Romain Grosjean, who had a terrible accident in Bahrain this weekend and is in the hospital right now in Bahrain. So get well soon, Romain. And good night for all the people watching us from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and all over Asia. We have about 110 countries represented in today's event, which is absolutely astonishing when you think about it. But there are really two reasons. The first one is that this is really an industry that is truly global. And the second thing is being online, it gives you the ability to connect from wherever you are in the world. So again, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Back to California. I am here in the ePowerTrade studio in Los Angeles with Judy Keane. Judy is the co-founder of ePowerTrade, and John Kilroy, who is the Chief of Content and Audience Development for ePowerTrade. Now, Judy, John, and I have a long history together. We worked for over 20 years serving this industry we love so much before launching ePowerTrade in 2018. Then this year, you know, in 2020, when COVID hit, the world went upside down, and we thought, what else could we do to help this industry? And we came up with ePowerTrade Live Tech Webinars, business webinars, where every Wednesday for 1 hour, we gather the industry, suppliers, engine builders, race team. We connect, exchange, engage over 1 hour webinar. Now that series of ePowerTrade Live did so well that we thought, what else could we do? And we got this crazy idea, what if we did a full week of business and tech webinars back to back? Now, in order to do that, we needed to find the right partner. We didn't have to think long, because within 1 second, we thought of Paul Fanner, who not only has been a dear friend of us for over 2 decades, but was also one of the first supporters of ePowerTrade when we launched back in 2018. So we called Paul, and I think it took him probably less than half a second to say, oh my God, this is brilliant, I'm in, I love it, let's do it, let's make it happen. Paul is a racer, and that's what we love the most. This is an industry about racers, and that's what we are. And so without further introduction, please welcome the one and only Paul Pfanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, good morning, Francisque. What an honor to be with you all this morning on this. You know, it's breathtaking what you've done in putting this together. And it's amazing to me how far all of you have come in developing ePartrade since you first presented it to me. I also want to express the gratitude of everyone in our company, from our editor-in-chief, Lawrence Foster, editor of Racer.com, Mark Glendenning, our publisher, Bill Sparks, and our associate publisher, Bruce Kucook. We all very much appreciate that when COVID hit, you were the inbound call as asking if you could place an ad campaign and support us, while many people were curtailing their advertising or pulling back. And your optimism about the industry, all of you, your infectious optimism about our industry is really heartening to us. We share that enthusiasm. We do what we do because of the people in this industry. We love them, and we love the people who make the products, create the services, and organizing the races is probably, to me, the most important thing. The sanctioning bodies and the people who operate racetracks. They're our extended family, I think you'll all agree. And I never forget that we do what we do for them and for our audience, but they're our inspiration, and you're my inspiration now, all of you. And it's so exciting also to see the evolution of the content we're creating and putting it out online like we are, so the world can see it. And I do have to remind everybody, let your friends know that this is happening. You can still register. Go to ePartrade.com and register. It's free. What have you got to lose? You're going to probably learn something. I think everyone's going to share what they've dealt with this year, what their challenges have been, and what opportunities they see going into 2021. And I'm, again, very excited. And I want to throw it back to Judy now.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, we welcome you and thank you for joining the first ever online race industry week. This has been a fun event to put together. We created this for you, the racing industry. What an amazing array of key industry speakers we have gathered, covering all forms of auto racing. We cannot thank these industry leaders enough for making time in their schedules just for you. We'd like to thank each and every sponsor that we have joined us, and as they believe in this race industry week as much as the racing platform. We have ETS Racing Fuels. We have Full Race, powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and 8EM Performance. So thank you all for taking part in this week. Lastly, we are so proud to have these three fabulous moderators join us this week to conduct our supplier technical webinars. You know them all quite well. We have Jeff Hammond, all-time winning crew chief, Fox Sports for 20 years. We have him along with Brad Gilley. Both Jeff and Brad are on Sirius XM radio on Channel 90, The Late Shift. Then you drag racers, you all know we have NHRA announcer Joe Costello, who is now with WFO Radio. So please spread the word, have people register as Paul said, and enjoy the week. On to you, John.
Thank you, Judy. Well, I'm going to talk about content, and boy, do we have content. So this is kind of a dream of mine to have Race Industry TV. Finally, we have our own network, 55 hours this week. So stay tuned, email colleagues, let people in the shop watch. Everybody in the racing industry is invited. And then it's two-pronged when it comes to content. And the real star attraction, many trade show experience, especially in racing, is actually the new technology. So go to ePartrade.com for that. We have hundreds of companies who are showcasing the latest new products for the 2021 racing season. And the genius that goes into the technology and the new parts, that's the star attraction. So head over there to ePartrade.com and get a chance and explore the platform, and then go shopping for 2021. It was great putting this together. Racing industry leaders, when we called them and talked to them about what we're doing, they said, count on me. This is a very challenging year. The racing trade shows were canceled. And so we had the resources and we could do this, and we felt we had the responsibility to put this together for you, the racing industry. So Roger Penske is coming up next, right at 7 a.m. in a few minutes. Chip Ganassi, Bobby Rahal, Brian Herta, Antron Brown, Ron Capps, sanctioning body leaders, IMSA's John Doonan, USAC's Kevin Miller, Formula D's Jim Lau, MIA's Chris Aylett. British Touring Car Championship, Alan Gow is going to be here. So we got a lot of industry leaders that said, yeah, count on us. And then for technical webinars, racing technical webinars, we know we have a very sophisticated audience, and we can go 10 tenths in terms of complicated and sophisticated here. And so tune in, engine builders, car builders. We have engine components, blocks, pistons, valves, turbos, starters, dampers, advanced materials, brakes, race car simulation, suspension springs, setup equipment, all these tech webinars, all different parts of the car. And today, stay tuned. Roger Penske in a few minutes, followed by 8 a.m. Stand 21, organize a safety, the history of safety of IndyCar racing. 2 stars in medical motorsports, Dr. Steve Ovey, Dr. Terry Trammell will be part of that. How to work with a wholesale distributor, turn 14 distribution, gearbox design and gear shift control with Fissner, 1030 fire suppression systems for your driver, and then choosing the right turbo. Then Brian Herta, we'll talk to him about how to develop a successful race team. That's going to be awesome. The engine efficiency and piston design, Hera driveline design and engineering, 3 o'clock. Brushless fan systems, Steel Racing Products, followed by aerodynamics through computational fluid dynamics. CFD is a magic computer tool. You can use it to cut down on your wind tunnel time if you're a big race team. If you're a smaller race team, it can solve some magical aero problems for you. Race car simulation. And then at the end of the day, we have happy hour with Linda Vaughn. So this is kind of my perfect day of TV here. We welcome you. This will be fun. Stay tuned all week. Francisque?
Well, thank you, John. I mean, really, what is magnificent this week is, on one side, you will be able to listen to over 150 race industry speakers talk about pretty much everything that's in racing. And then on the other hand, you're going to be able to see all the new and latest products on ePortrait.com. Now, we built this platform and we created this platform back in 2018 for 2.5 years. Really what we did is we took advantage of the technologies available in today's world to bring the industry into the 21st century and to offer a tool that is better, faster, more efficient, more global, more cost effective for all of us in this industry to be able to connect 24/7, 365 worldwide. So it is very simple. If you already have an account, go on ePortrait, log in. As John mentioned, we have a lineup of webinars starting right at 8. So the first one was Stand 21. If you're interested in Stand 21 products, you go on ePortrait.com, search by product, search by company. If you see a product you're interested in, there is a little orange button that says click for more information. As soon as you click, it's going to connect you with someone at Stand 21. If you have a question with Turn 14 distribution during their webinar, you can go on ePortrait on their company profile. There is a button that says ask a question. You can ask a question as simple as that. We put the entire racing industry worldwide, 25,000 racing businesses from around the world at your fingertips within one click. So enjoy the week. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. A big thank you to everyone at ePortrait and Racer for working days and nights to put this program together in such a short period of time. And thank you to all of you guys out there watching us from, as I said earlier, when we started, over 110 countries around the world. I am watching the clock here. I see that it is here in the studio, 6:58 a.m. in the morning. Within the next 2 minutes, we should have someone absolutely exceptional joining us. So Paul, can you tell us about?
Yes, well, it's going to be a privilege to bring Roger Penske into our program today. I've known Roger Penske for many, many years and was fortunate to have worked with him. Tanner Communications, the predecessor of Racer Studio, was the agency for Penske Motorsports and the racetrack businesses that Roger owned. And he's a dynamic and brilliant man and someone I really respect. He's passionate about motor racing. He was a very successful driver. Obviously, he's the chairman of Penske Corp, one of the largest automotive retailers in the world. He runs perhaps the most successful, if you call it, multi-channel racing teams in the world. He's successful in IndyCar, NASCAR, IMSA. His teams have won in Formula One, the Virgin Supercar Championship in Australia. They won the championship 3 years in a row. They just won the championship in the Infinity Series, and of course, Acura Team Penske won in IMSA. So this is a man that knows everything about racing, I think, inside and out. But the biggest thing here, I think we're gonna talk to Roger about is his acquisition of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the IndyCar Series. So I don't want to spend too much time talking. I want to listen to Roger Penske. So
it is 7 a.m. So Paul, on to you. Good morning, Mr.
Thank you
Penske.
very much, Francisque, and hello to everyone around the world. Please remember to tell your friends about this programming today, and have them log in and register so they can join and watch all this for free. And good morning, Roger Penske. Great to see you.
Well, Paul, thank you for having me as part of your show. Obviously, you and I have known each other for many years, and I think you were the one that helped me design the logo for the Speedway business many years ago, correct?
Yes, indeed. And I think we even argued a little bit about that. That was kind of fun.
It was Swish, right? That's right.
You won.
Great
to see you, Roger. Great to see you. Well, I think first off, I think it was on November 4th last year, you announced that you were acquiring the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and then on January 6th, that became official, and you took the keys to the place, and it became the Penske Entertainment era after many, many years of it being the Holman George family operating the Speedway. And we're grateful to them for all they've done for the sport, but we're excited about what your team is planning. And I think we'll just start by asking you, how was this first 329 days gone for you? I don't think it's exactly what you expected.
Well, Paul, I think having been there with my dad since '51 and almost every year except when we had the split, with USAC and IRL, et cetera, it's an amazing place. I spent the time inside, not focusing on the outside. So I had the opportunity. Obviously, this transaction came together quickly. We knew the Holman family. They knew us. Mark Miles really did a great job in brokering it for everyone. And certainly when you think the trustees that were involved in making the decision for the family, it was the right one at this point to make that change. Really not even knowing what was coming when we look at COVID mid-March. But, quite honestly, I'd do it again. I'd try to get a better deal maybe, but you always want a better deal. I think the great thing is that the history, the iconic nature, of that track is amazing. It's really a generational family that comes to that race. When you think about, we're sitting here today for this year's race and have over 170,000 tickets already sold. Now, obviously, a lot of those are credits from last year, but that's okay. People want to come back. So just shows you the interest. And the governor really is Holcomb, Eric Holcomb, outstanding support. Joe Hogsett, the mayor of Indianapolis. And they took us in as a family, meaning our people, as really real members of the Indiana community and also Indianapolis. And I think that was a great ground to sit on when we came in. But then I decided, what can we do for better fan experience? We knew about the racing. The racing had been good. We could talk about the series later. But so we really looked at this probably as from the standpoint of November until January 9th. So we were kind of practicing of what we wanted to do. And this related to, from my perspective, to a complete reset of the fan experience. And that was my main focus, because not even knowing what was coming 2.5 months later, really, when you think about, the mid-March with COVID, we had to go. And, we set a very, very tough schedule, to go through the entire facility to make it better. And just to mention a few, if you want to know a couple of things that we did get done there, we
For sure.
widened Georgetown Road in the back of the grandstands along turn 4 to turn 1. It's now a great avenue to come down. We had 130,000 people through Gate 9, and that experience now is amazing. I think there were 235 restrooms. Well, think about putting in 775 hand dryers. We got down to that specific. We painted all the restrooms, new LED lights, fixtures, etc., because we wanted you to walk into a first-class facility. With $100 million they did spend, they did a lot on the facility from a stand perspective, but some of the things, the amenities that you and I would talk about in today's modern world, we were behind. Then I talked about what can people see here. And when you looked at the front straightaway and you looked at basically people sitting under that whole grandstand, you really couldn't see other than the pits what came down the straightaway. So we put in LED boards on every pylon structure from turn 4 down to turn 1. We put an LED screen on which shows the running order, what's on the TV, and then of course put our big screen in the back of the pagoda, which is over 100 feet long, and that's turned out to be a great watering hole will be for everybody when we get a full fan base there. I could go on and on and on, but then of course, came to the race, no fans. So at that point, it's a whole other story.
It is, but what's interesting, and I want to back up and talk about the Speedway. We had the privilege of working with then President Joey Chitwood in planning the Centennial era, the initial planning back in 2006, 2007, 8. And I believe you were part of the presentation of that. And I realized, then that we're living history when we worked with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's a 111-year-old facility that defines American racing to the world and racing maybe to the world. It holds a greater responsibility than just holding races. It's the holiest of ground, if you will, in the racing world. And when you look at this facility as a place, as a destination, I do have to ask you, is there any other opportunity you see? You always see opportunity in things beyond it just being a place where races are held.
Well, I think when you look at the 1,000 acres that we have, plus what we have across the street, the entire area there, which is IRL, the IndyCar is using, for their office and IMSP. We first wanted to get the main racing facility up to a level that you and I would call first class.
Right.
We're focusing on the golf course right now. We think there's a tremendous amount of interest with that. And then you look at the development and we talk about what we want to run there. What I've tried to tell our people is, look, let's make this a special place. If you get your car on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's special. And we've got some great groups, manufacturers now that want to come in, use it for driver training, for customer entertainment, showing off new vehicles. And we think those are going to be the things which are off racing schedule, but we'll utilize the racetrack that will make a big difference from us from a business perspective. And we will build fan base that way also. Gives us revenue. But again, as you see this next year, the major racing is going to be on the road course. And we're going to save the Indianapolis 500 will be the only event which will be on the oval, because I think there's some history there that we want to continue to try to hold for the future.
Well, thank you, Roger, for answering that. And I personally believe that, just from a positioning and strategic view, that's the right thing to do. I've never could completely reconcile having 2 races on the oval or multiple races on that oval. The Indianapolis 500 is so special. It certainly is to our audience at Racer. It's the #1 driver of traffic. And IndyCar racing is the fastest growing segment of traffic growth on racer.com. It's been explosive this year. And which brings me to the IndyCar series. The series had terrific momentum. I think our team is, before you acquired the series, we were very impressed with what Mark Miles and Jay Fry had done with the series. And now collaborating with you, we see great potential. What is the vision for the IndyCar series going forward?
Well, number one, we've got to get data equity and go back to cities and locations, where we've been before, so people can plan their vacation, plan their event every year. And I think that we've looked hard at, where do we go, and the balance of street courses, permanent road courses, ovals. And I think that's one of the things that we were excited about as we brought Nashville in. This is a city that's on a growth pattern. It's a high activity there. And we really said initially, I said, do we really need to go to Nashville? And so, but I said, let's bring the people who are interested. They came to Indy, put on a presentation, which really blew me away, really, the people, the commitment, the private sector. So then we went down to Nashville, got with the Titans president. So this is going to be a collaboration with Music City, but also with the Titans. So we have a really solid promoter base there that know how to deal with people. People have fun. Now we bring our product in there, and I think we can be a home run. And then, of course, as you look at ovals, we need to grow on the ovals. And I think that's one of the reasons this year, if you look at the schedule, we're running, twice at Texas prior to the Indy 500. You go back early days, the two of us, you could not race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway unless you run at Trenton and run at Phoenix.
Right.
We can't have a guy coming in with a big check and want to jump in a car and just go run at Indy. We don't want that. And I said that to the guys at the Indy Light Series. I said, we can't have people that never run on an oval come there the night before, the day before the Indy 500 and test around that track at 200 miles an hour. So we need that oval experience. And I think when you look at Laguna Seca, we look at some of the tracks, we get into Canada, and some of the great promoters that we have, St. Louis, the Savard Green Group, what we do in Detroit. And then we have kind of what I call a safety net, because we can use the speedway and we can run there. The teams are there. So we have that as an opportunity. So the goal this year is 17 races. We will race the Indy 500 on the date that we have, whether it be 25% of fans, 50 or 100. We're hoping it's 100 by that time. This vaccine will make a big difference on what we can do. Big outdoor facility we have, social distancing what's required. We were ready. And I think at this particular time, we want to run the series. I've never seen the interest from the standpoint of teams and people wanting to be involved now with Honda and Chevrolet, committing for a number of period. It's amazing for a number of years that they've given us from the standpoint of where we're going, vis-a-vis the engine side, which is important for the series.
Yes, and I think the third engine manufacturer, the fourth engine manufacturer is, something we'd all like to see. Is there any development or any progress there?
Well, I can tell you, I'm talking to multiple manufacturers, and you don't announce these things until they're done. But there is definite interest. We're talking to Ferrari, we're talking to two other manufacturers at the same time. Hopefully, we can bring one or two of these home here over the next 12 months, because we're really talking. When you think about it, now you're talking 23. The early time, we were a little too tight, I think, on the timing with COVID and people not being able to do their regular business in order to push early to get that third manufacturer. But based on our negotiations with Chevrolet and Honda, they understand the timing. They're for it. They're trying to support, and will support any manufacturer coming in. But I think that's priority one. Long-term deal with Firestone. We've got NTT, we've got a great series sponsor. I mean, they're very active with us. And then you take your other sponsors across the series, and then guess what? Look at the number of teams. Look at the teams that have come in. And to me, that shows you that the sport is reasonable from a cost perspective. The markets we're getting into makes sense. You're the guy in the promotion business. When you look at the West Coast, you look at the Midwest, you look at Indy, you look at Florida, and you look at places that we're able to go to. And I think those are things that are going to be important. And we're going to keep a U.S. series at this point. Let's call it Canada and the U.S. Maybe we go to Mexico at some point, but I don't see us traveling overseas at this point. We've got enough ground that we can cover with racing here in the U.S.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that as well. I think we've both seen this movie before, and I think there's a real demand for the content. And as we move past the COVID period here into a re-energized economy, we see great opportunity for motorsport. It's interesting, and I wanted to get your take on this, that compared to other sports, racing has taken less of a hit in terms of audience loss. And what we've seen online with racer.com is the audience has soared. I mean, we had 1 month that was up 100% over the prior year.
Wow.
And we had the Indianapolis 500 in August. We were concerned that we wouldn't match what was a record in 2019 in the month of May. We beat it by a wide margin in August, which I find astonishing, which tells me this fan base is energized. And when I look at this, one of the big opportunities we see is being more inclusive and bringing fans in, more diverse ethnic and cultural backgrounds, and certainly the female audience, which is, as you know, drives purchase consideration in the automotive business. What is happening with your initiative in that area?
Well, we're Racing for Equality and Change is one of the things that we announced. You are well aware of that. I think I was just blown away when I got to the track and found out that this Next Gen Racer really go-kart program had been going for almost 10 years. And Coach Rod Reed, if you're familiar with it, actually brings diverse African-American young kids in from the city around Indianapolis, and they put over 1,000 young people through this. This has been for 11 years. And when people were looking for change and what we could do ourselves that would be tangible, we got to do tangible. A lot of people talk, there's a lot of money thrown around, but we said, what can we do? So we put our shoulder behind Rod Reed, this certainly NXG, this Next Gen Racer, then this Race for Equality. We're looking at every single piece that we do business with. Is there a minority partner? Is there a minority contractor? What can we do from the people on the race teams? And I think what I'd like to do this year is be able to take the top maybe 8 or 10 of these young kids that are in Next Gen and let them be on one of the race teams during the month of May. Let them actually, these are 12, 13-year-old kids. They might be wiping wheels, picking up paper, whatever, but we're going to try to engage, and I think that's key. We got other announcements coming out here shortly on things that we want to do in order to take that, because I'd like to see an African-American, sit in the field, the Indianapolis 500 over the next few years. Obviously, we'd like to see more women connected at the track. And we've had some, with Danica, you just talk about people over the years, Janet and all the folks that have run there in the past. And I think those are things that we have to continue to look at from the standpoint of where we're going to go on a long-term basis. We got to be inclusive. We got to be smart. We got to do it as one team, and it's not just a one-time hit. It's got to be something that's long-serving.
Well, that's fantastic to hear that. We at Racer believe that the sport is for everyone. We also believe very strongly that the greatest opportunity is in inclusion. And this is a sport where women compete directly with men there's no, but this is a women's class or a men's class. A woman can beat you in a race car. And I think that's such an energizing part of the storyline. So I'm very glad to hear you say that. That's been one of the big drivers and interest in the Indy 500. And I think we share your disappointment that there wasn't a woman in the Indy 500 in 2020.
Well, we've got to work on that. And, one of the things, I'll step back here a minute, that when I sat down with Coach Reed and we talked about Next Gen and Racing for Equality, he said, Roger, a lot of these kids would drive by the Speedway. I thought they weren't allowed in. That almost makes you cry to think about that. Think about that. Here's these kids in Indianapolis, because, had people standing out in yellow jackets, you follow me? And it was earth-shattering for me. And I said, well, that's not the case. So we've got a building for them. We've got the equipment they're going to need. We got their new go-karts. Honda's helping us, with engines. And we want to take that potentially from there to Detroit, where we can use our area we have at Belle Isle. That'll be a second step. So this just isn't just a one stop. So this is real. And certainly when you think about Jimmy McMillan, who is one of our legal staff, is our Chief Diversity Officer, we put him in to take that role on and grow it within the community. And I think there's absolutely a commitment for us on a going forward basis.
Well, that's terrific. And our team at Racer stands ready to support your team at Penske Entertainment in any way we can to get these messages out, because they're central to our reason for being. that are on our agenda as things we believe in as well. I wanted to ask you about something I think that's energizing for the entire sport of auto racing, which is your friend and competitor Chip Ganassi is bringing Jimmie Johnson, 7-time NASCAR Cup champion, to IndyCar racing in 2020. What do you think about that?
I think it's a home run. I mean, I think that I've talked with Jimmy, his interests and thoughts about racing, being a great friend of Rick Mears and following that out on the West Coast for many years with his dad. And, you know, the ultimate racing champion in any sport I've seen in racing, that quality guy, we couldn't have a better ambassador. And you think his fan base will be coming over to that team and certainly to IndyCar, and then teaming up with Kanaan, from the ovals. That's going to be a very solid situation. And, we're excited. And then, of course, we've got McLaughlin coming also,
Yeah.
Obviously not with the reputation that Jimmy has here in the U.S., but the same kind of a reputation in Australia, winning that championship down there the last 3 years in a row. So, again, new teams, new drivers, new combinations, and we need change, but we also need to keep the costs in line, and that's what Jay Fry, every single day, Mark Miles and Doug, we sit down and we talk about, let's keep these costs, date equity, safety. Let's have racing on the racetrack and not racing to see who can spend the most money. And I think with these kind of stars coming in and our ability to be able to put on these races with the teams we have and sponsors and promoters we have, I think we have the right sauce. Now what we got to do is make a product that people want. And certainly your involvement with Racer and helping us in many different ways. And I've been very interested in looking at the data that you send out, from your readership and the people online that you get. It's interesting. And I think IndyCar is in the right spot. We get jumped on, I think, on the train at the right time. Hopefully we brought some, sense of urgency and some sense of stability to the sport too.
I think you have, Roger. And I think the thing that, we look at this data, very closely. And what's interesting is that we had a relatively slow growth for Racer.com. And we have obviously you're aware of our partnership with USA Today, where we moved on to their platform, which helped our visibility. But what was really, the moment that things really started to accelerate was when the car began to evolve into something that's, I think, more appealing and attractive to the audience. People discount the car in the equation, but with the new body kits at the beginning, I think of, was it 2018, if I remember correctly, that was when our traffic started to really move. And the embrace even of the Aeroscreen, we were a little worried about that. You don't know how the audience is going to react. They've reacted very positively to the Aeroscreen. And we got to see this past weekend in that, frightening accident in Formula One, the value of having crash structure above the driver and in front of the driver. And IndyCar, I think, is leading the way with safety. And I look at what you're doing now with the series and focusing on trying to get back onto ovals. Is there any big challenge you see that IndyCar has in front of it going into 2021? Something that you want to, aside from cost, what are the big opportunities going forward into the next year? I like to refer to it as the restart of a lifetime. What do you see?
I think number one, we need to be sure the Indianapolis 500 is solid from the standpoint of financially, and also being able to deliver a product, for the guests and the fans and the generations that come there. Because, without Indy, we really don't have IndyCar. Without IndyCar, we don't have Indy. So,
Right.
This is a real partnership. So I would say the crown jewel has got to be shining, number one. At the same time, the deliverance of our media partner, NBC, at this point.
Yes.
And future, where does this take us with all the different opportunities we have? We've got to I've taken IMSP, which is our production operation, and I said, look, I want you to be the finest engine inside of IndyCar. Not worrying about Mika auctions, not worrying about a lot of these other things. So you need to be fast, you need to be reliable. So we want them to be state of the art. So we want to bring a better product to the fan base. Now, if we got Indy, And we got IndyCar with the proper teams with Jimmy Johnson and Scott McLaughlin and guys like, Dixon, who's been an outstanding, and I wouldn't even mention our guys, but again, having Elio come back and run, and you'll probably have some of these other people come back. You're starting to see this, so we need the proper show. I think when you think about qualifying these last races, 1 through 22 within 9/10 of a second. I mean, you just blink. I mean, Newgarden said, I blink and I'm 5th or 6th rather than being 1st. And this is the competition. Now, on top of that, we've got to have data equity. We've got to go to places that want to invest. And we need to lead that, being able to show them and help them, because any assets that we have sitting on the ground from the time we run Indy and not are available to our track promoters. We want them to know that. We've got a great marketing team, there that they put together at IndyCar. And I think that's going to be a big help for us, because what we're trying to do is take and have one organization, Paul, that we're working on marketing for the sport, because both sides, whether it's IndyCar or it's Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we're together. So we need to be sure it's a broad based and it's focused. So I think the marketing challenge is there. I think we've got good people on it.
Yeah, you do.
We've made some changes. And I think when you look at facilities, we've done that, but the teams are there. Then you talk about costs. We're not going to drive the costs out of sight here. We're not going to do it. And I think NASCAR's taken a big step as they go forward 23, 24 and beyond. We're already there. So we need to fine tune, but the one thing that's supposed to be paramount, and that's safety. So every time we have a conversation, we want to talk about what's this doing for safety. That's why we got to run people on ovals before they come to the Indy 500. You just can't have a big checkbook and come. And we're going to continue that as part of our passion as we go forward.
Well, that's very commendable. And, the actions of IndyCar speak louder than anything. And I again, commend everyone in the team who developed the Aero Screen and who have evolved the car to what it is now. I also have to say that I was privileged last December to see a preview of what the ad campaign was going to be this year for IndyCar that SJ Lutke and her team had produced. And it was very, very good. It's a shame in my mind that the world didn't get to see this because of in full bloom because of the pandemic. But you have a great story to tell that's as authentic as any story in racing. And, you've written a lot of that history with your teams. And I want to talk about that for a little bit, because you personally changed the face of IndyCar racing. And I was witness to it as a young person coming into the sport. There's a pre-Penske era, and then there's a post-Penske era, and how people went racing. You were competitive to the last race in every championship your teams were in this year. You won 3 of those championships and came really close to winning the other 2. You won the Virgin Supercar Championships with Scott. Austin Cindric won the Infinity Championship in NASCAR, and of course. You have a championship now in IMSA for the 2nd year in a row. What is the secret of having that level of performance in those diverse racing categories?
It's pretty simple. It's about the people. It's about the commitment. We have very low turnover in the organization. We bring people in, and they work themselves up through the organization. And I think the leadership from Tim Cindric, obviously. Kyle Moore and Ron Rosicki, and what we have over with Mike Nelson and certainly Travis Geisler on the NASCAR side. Jonathan Duguid and that whole group, John Buslong, just the whole group of them in IMSA. Then down in Australia, what a team we had down there. That we had great leadership, but it's about the consistency. And we're one organization, and nobody is too big that can't do the lowest thing necessary on the track. And the other thing that's been positive for us, we've delivered for our sponsors. You think about this year, I think we won 39 races and around 40 or 50 poles for the year. And that means something to our sponsors, because it's not all the sticker on the race car. It's the quality of the drivers and what do they do off the track. How do they represent a brand? And we need to think about that every single day. That's why we've invested in tracks. In sponsorships in these different series. And I think you see that, Chip's doing it. A lot of other people have. Hendricks has done that well. Gibbs does that. all of us are kind of, there's a lot of space out there, and we're all kind of finding our own niche. And I've been able to take the racing world as you've taken your interest in it, and you build a business. So the leverage that we can have with our customers, knowing that we're competitors, we're transparent, you know, we got high integrity, and we want to win. That's been I think the secret. But it's all down to that group of people that puts their hat on. Think about working separate shifts in NASCAR and having a season. We've had two cars in the final four and right down to the wire in the other series. But look, great season. You know what? We all started all square again, you know, coming up in the new year. So I'm going to count on the same people. And the good news is a lot of interest with our sponsors too, even with COVID, a lot of interest. That's why we've got to have this schedule of 14 to 17 races, 17 this year, and we're going to have them. And we went a long way at IndyCar to support that financially because we needed the teams to be viable. And they felt that 12 to 14 races, that's why we ran these double headers. We've also learned how to take cost out. Jay Fry and the team there, Bill Pappas and Tino and that whole group, Derek on the engine side, they've really done a good job. And Kyle certainly Novak is the leader there from the, you know, as the chief steward, I guess you call him, with the red hat on, sitting up there with the guy. Done a great job. Very little issues. The races went well, and the safety. And I say to you, and I say to Jay Fry and that whole team, you know, that aero screen made a huge difference. I mean, it's night and day. The cars look terrific. They almost look like fighter planes, you know, on the racetrack is what we want.
They sure do, and I think it's interesting to see this past year, the year before, we've seen an influx of military-related sponsors around the Indy 500, which is so appropriate. You know, I grew up in a military family, and I'm deeply moved every year when taps are played because it's real and it means something to me, and it also reinforces what an American event this is. And we're inclusive as a country, but there's a spirit about IndyCar racing that touches to the military and touches to our history as a nation. I often like to refer to it as a core sample of the 20th century or the machine age of humanity. And when you look at the Indianapolis 500 and you look at IndyCar, the series, and you look at IMS Productions, do you see an opportunity to take the energy of that and further infuse that into Penske Corp and to your other businesses, and vice versa? Take all the learnings and energy of your already well spooled up businesses and bring learnings into the sphere of the racing businesses that you've just acquired.
Well, let's just step back. You know, racing has been a common thread, you know, through our businesses for 50 years.
Yeah.
Think about it. My first, I went to Indy with Mark Donohue, and I was a Chevy dealer in Philadelphia. Happened to sell a Corvette to a head of marketing at Sun Oil Company. First sponsorship, $250. So you can see.
That's come a long way.
That was, you know, back in the late 60s. But it's been a common thread, and it continues to be because attracts a lot of interest. People want to work for the company. You know, not just because we're in racing or want to be a driver, but we've used that to grow our brand. And you think about today with 321,000 trucks in the U.S. we're running, you know, think about that brand has been built, you know, through the racing and the consistency. And I think we continue. And everything we do, we look at how can we lever, you know, our results and our performance on the racetrack, but also you tell our people we don't wait. In racing, you can't wait till the next day to fix something. When we think about our customer and that customer experience, it's got to be now, not later.
Yeah, that's great to hear that, and I agree. We have a saying at Racer: the customer owns us. You know, what we do for them. We never forget it, and I know that's how your business is run. And you know, I think that we have a lot of people watching us today that are in the racing business. I know your passion runs deep for racing, people in racing. Many of them are your friends, and you're a shining example of what can be done out of a racing mindset and a racing background. I wanted to talk for a little bit, if you don't mind, about any advice you have for the whole community of racing as we get ready. We're on I think the first pace lap before we go green in the restart of a lifetime here into 2021. What can you share? What are your thoughts for the businesses and people watching today?
Well, I think that I can't predict 2021, either can you, but we can plan. I think you're going to have different plans. We've got to plan 25, 50, 75, 100% fans at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How can we continue to support our teams? Something that we have to do is in the position we're in. But as an entrepreneur or as a individual, racing is deep. There's a lot of emotion. And I think what you've got to be sure is you take care of your people, the ones that are working for you on your race team, and also take care of this fan. I think, with your reach with Racer.com and other organizations has been key, because we look at the Indy 500 and look at how much we were down on the race date, having it in August versus the Kentucky Derby, the Masters, and even these other big series. We were in good shape. It's because we stayed connected, whether it was e-racing. We've got to be able to pivot, and we're not sure how we've got to pivot for next year, but we're going to plan for that. And I think those are the things. I would plan a number of different scenarios. We just can't overnight react, because if you run your business by anticipation, what are we going to do 5 laps from now? What are we going to do with our fuel economy? We want 2 tires, we want 4 tires. It's pretty simple in racing business, but that's the same way I think about in our business today as we run them. So I think it's about planning. I think it's about being sure you got your arms around your people as we go forward. I'm not sure what to predict, but I can certainly plan.
Well, that's a great insight, Roger. I think we had dinner a few years back, sat with each other at the SCCA National Convention, and we're both longtime SCCA members and love the club. And you were being honored, being brought into the Hall of Fame at that time. And I asked you, what keeps you motivated about this still? And I think your answer was, it's so dynamic. It's something you can carry into the rest of your life. When you were sitting on top of the pit box calling a race, you're not doing that anymore. You're calling the ultimate race, which is the entire operation. I have to ask you, what is the greatest opportunity you see out of this chaotic year? You always see opportunity. What is the greatest opportunity? What is the most important thing you and your team have learned out of the pandemic and out of the disruption to business?
Well, I think we've learned how to run leaner from the standpoint, I think as we look at the series, and just for the moment, do we need all these practice days? Do we need all these test days? I think from a cost perspective, you're seeing that in other sports. There's no question that the e-racing has been interesting. I'm not sure it's going to take over what we're doing. Hope not. But overall, what's coming in my mind, and we think about the future, is how we can attract this younger fan base. And I think demographics are important, this race for equality. And those are the things that we have to take very seriously as we go forward. And we just can't talk about them. We have to do things. And I think one of the things that, from my perspective, when I look at what are we going to do and what are my goals this year, is to try to deliver a consistent product. But that's going to have to be dynamic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It can't be, you're not going to write it down, it's going to happen. So we're going to have to be able to pivot and be dynamic in these different areas. But I think the cleaner and the better that we can connect with a customer, meaning this fan base, and this customer we don't have, is going to be important. And what are the different modes of media that we're now going to be interested in? And where's our fan going? How does he want to connect? Does he want to do it all through Racer.com? Does he want it through NBC Gold, or what does he want to do? And we're going to have to figure that out. And SJ has done a great job, for us in the marketing side. And, as we look at the marketing, even at the IndyCar side, trying to bring these together. So for me, as I look at, my challenge, and, interesting, you said not sitting on the pit box, pretty difficult for me to go to an IndyCar race now and kind of walk around and have to realize I'm in a neutral zone here. And it's tough. And I guess that's one of the things I got to figure out, in 21, is I want to be active. And I kind of feel when I pull in the track, I'm kind of disarmed. And what I can do is just support our people if we have any issues. So I've got to learn myself how I can bring more to the party, hopefully, to make it better. Maybe that's working, with the promoters, working with the strategy people like yourselves as we go forward.
Well, that's an interesting segue here, because I think, you've talked about a couple of things that I want to use in our closing moments here today. You talked about esports a little bit, and I'll share back some. We saw a huge spike in. I was stunned that people were watching these events as if they were live IndyCar events, and live IMSA events, and live SRO America events, and live Trans Am events on our website, and the traffic was terrific. At that moment, we saw a change in the composition of the age group for Racer.com. That's when we started to grow over 100% in 18 to 24. That can be on in the off season for every racing championship in the world. And that can be on 365 days, 24/7 if you want it to be. We also see the audience doesn't go away between races and between seasons. They're engaged anyhow. The mentality in the past has been, let's have the race weekend, get them all to show up. I see that IndyCar is moving this direction now. They're realizing you're on 24/7, 365. You're a content company. You own a production company. Is there a plan to produce content, perhaps like the Netflix series that was done for Formula One? Is there a plan to formally introduce a more structured off-season IndyCar championship and esports?
Well, let me say this: in Netflix, we've looked at that Formula One, the terrific, amazing. I mean, just quality, and can we do something like that? We're talking about, can we have a show, on a weekly basis, that keeps us connected week to week, that's relevant, to our fans. You've seen it in other sports, whether it's football or baseball or even NASCAR. Those are things we can do with a production company. And I think you can oversaturate too. And look, some of the drivers are not interested in esports. Follow me? Some of them, are not interested. And I think we got to be careful. We're not mandating. In order to be able to be here, you got to be do esports or vice versa. But that fan, which is great with your numbers, if we can bring that fan when racing is real, meaning it's real time, and we can convert that fan to a race fan that comes to the track or watches it on TV, we've made a big step. But this will get this new generation of young people or interested people that want to do other things. COVID, quite honestly, because people have been at home, has opened up some of these doors where what can I look at that's different? Now, what's going to happen? And I didn't mention the other question you asked me. The biggest thing we can do is get a vaccine, you follow me, that's going to open up everything, not just auto racing, but bring society back to normal. That's going to be key. But I think that as you look at what we can do with esports, we've been involved in it, our team has, we're going to look at it. There's no question. The Netflix situation, I think potentially having a weekly show that we could have that would give us that connection, week to week, day to day, with our series could be powerful. And we're not sure at this point whether we're going to do that, because quite honestly, until we get through the first January, February, what's the lockdown going to be?
Yeah.
If you give me that answer, again, that's why you can't predict. And so we're going to have to be, very dynamic, and that's going to be things that we can be dynamic with. And if we can fill in with some of these other products, I think it'll be terrific and only make the sport stronger.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that we're all I think seeing light at the end of the tunnel with the very promising announcements about the vaccines that are being developed by multiple companies, and it's reassuring that that we have these people that are that dedicated. They're in a race like racing people are. They're trying to get something done as fast and effectively as they can. And then the implementation of this and bringing people back to live sporting events is something I know you've already done dry runs and rehearsals on. You were ready to do it. And when you operate the largest stadium in the world, is there any advice you could give to the promoters anywhere in racing that have similar challenges to you? What's the number one thing you'd like them to think about as we welcome our fans and our participants back to the sport as we exit pandemic?
I think it's all about fan experience. You know, people expect more communication while they're at the track, making them feel more they're part of the racing. We got to get them closer, you know, to the action. And I think that's one of the things that we're trying to. And IndyCar, quite honestly, has been open as a kid, even in sports cars. As we started with SCCA, you know, you were there, you could see the guy. I remember Briggs Cunningham. I stood by his pits for I don't know how long, and I finally got a job polishing wheels. I mean, that's how close we got to bring this sport to people, because once you have that club in your hand, you want to continue to play. And I think that's what we have to do, and not make it too expensive. And it's just not all about the suite holders. It's about that grassroots racer, that person that might want to become engaged on a short time or a long period. So I think it's the fan amenities, it's the communication. We're at the track. Remember, think about the radios, the extra screens we put up so they can see what's going on. I want to know what's going on in turn 4. I don't want to wait till they come by in turn 1. Those are things that we're going to have to invest our money in better production. And that's why I talk about IMSB, more cameras, you know, tighter closest to the fans themselves with the cars, talking with the drivers, more interplay with the drivers when they're on the racetrack under the yellow. We can do a lot of that we're not doing today. Some of the slow motion things that we see in supercars, you've seen some of that stuff, but there's some dynamic stuff that we've got to learn how to do in IndyCar to make our sport better.
But I know you're a competitive person like none other, and you'll do those things. We're getting to the close here, and I want to ask one last question. You know, the first day and the first moment, you know, and I can relate to this because my father introduced me to racing and to the Indy 500. He loved it. And what was, you know, when you think about the younger you walking into that speedway, that first day, that first time you laid eyes on it, and the moment in your life you're living now, what would you tell the younger you about the dreams you held that day? You know, what would you tell that person that dreams of going to Indy and dreams of racing there, or dreams of running a team there, or dreams of working in the sport?
Well, I think that, you know, it's amazing. We all follow our parents, don't we? I mean, I wouldn't have maybe been interested in racing if my dad didn't take me to the 500 back in 1951. So, you know, you want to be a gymnast, you want to be a swimmer, you want to be a ball player and I see my daughter taking her kids to play hockey. You know, I think it's this family. This all is a family affair. I need a sponsor. I go down to the guy at the gas station, get $50 in order to go racing. This is a grassroots, you know, starting now in go-karts, these kids. Look at Lewis Hamilton, 7 or 8 championships, and McLaren looked at him when he was, you know, obviously, you know, back as a, you know, as a kid on go-karts. I think it's connecting at a young age and deciding is it what you want. Look at Cindric's kid. He hung around racing with his dad, and his mom picked him up really well. Tim was building our race team. His mom really took him and his brother helped, and they went to the tracks, and it was a family affair. And I think a lot of racers, you go back, I don't think there's any racer today that somewhere along the line it wasn't a family affair. And I think you need to be close, and you got to want to do it, but you got to be committed. And you can't buy the top. You earn the top, like Jimmy Johnson has and many of these great stars. So I think it's a passion inside here. I think it's a family affair. And then can you get people around you that have confidence in you, but you got to deliver and you got to be a hard worker. There's no easy way in racing.
No, there isn't. And I remember being very inspired. I was a young guy walking in a garage area with a fake pit pass, watching you sweep the floor while your team worked. And I watched Mark Donohue with you. I think you were polishing wheels. You were helping your team. There was not an idle moment. And it was a great lesson to me at a young life that teamwork and teammates matter. You've got some great teammates at Penske Entertainment. And I've got to say, it was some of the best news I've been privileged to share on our platforms, that you acquired this business to take it forward into into its future. And I want to thank you sincerely for all you've done for the sport in the time you've been involved, in every level you've been involved. You've set a sterling example for everybody here watching today. And I wish you and your team the best in the year ahead. Roger, thank you for joining us.
Paul, let me say this, that I've been fortunate. As I said, my dad took me to Indy to kind of inject me with racing back in '51. I think I'm still working as hard as I can to be a winner, and that's in all sports. But it's again, when I think back about the January announcement at the Speedway, it's a big game changer for me, a big pivot. And to have Mark Miles and have that team with Doug and John Lewis and Allison and just Cindy, there's just, I could go on and on and on. I mean, everybody, Tony that drives the truck out there in the garage area, and just, this is a team. These people love the place, and that's what you have to do. You got to have the passion, and fortunately, I've had that opportunity, but it's been a common thread through our business, and people like you have been bitten by the same bug, and I think we got to maintain the integrity. We got to stay in our channel too, and I think it's one of the things you'll see our team this year. We're really getting out of a lot of these extra things with the IMSA series going in one direction, moving McLaughlin up. We got to focus, on our race team, and we've got to have a big focus to make IndyCar and also certainly IMS the leader, continue to be the greatest spectacle in racing. So that's my goal that's my plan for 2021.
Well, we support that plan from our end, Roger, and we'll do everything we can to support your team. And I really am grateful for you spending the time with our audience today. I know you share your affection for all the people that work in the sport that I have. And I wish you the best. And I know you probably have a busy day ahead of you too. I don't think you ever sleep, do you?
No, it's going to be exciting, but I look forward to this. I was invited, I appreciate that. But let's stay together. Let's get this vaccine, to everyone. And this whole project, listening to the airlines, are now going to help us execute this. There's a lot of planning that's taken place, and let's not be afraid to use it. I'm sure that there's been a lot of changes in these. The great thing, you said it earlier, that we have a number of pharmaceutical companies around the world that are going to work together as one team to make it happen. So hopefully that's going to give us all a great break next year.
Yes, indeed. And thank you. And I think racing is the perfect example. I'm so proud of everyone in racing for bringing the sport forward ahead of almost every other sport, because we're used to dealing with mortal risk. We're used to dealing with danger. And all of the team members, all of the sanctioning body people, every professional person that went into the world during this pandemic to participate in these races, I salute all of you, and your team in particular, Roger, at Penske Entertainment. Thank you. And I can't emphasize enough what it meant to everyone on our team that you opened this week. I think it sets a great tone and example for what follows.
Well, have a great week and successful, and we'll see you at the track.
Okay, thank you very much, Roger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penske. What a great honor to have you join us today.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much. So we're getting ready now to start our first session, and what a great transition we're going to have as we are going to move into a session on IndyCar and safety in IndyCar racing. So we're going to have a crash course in the history of IndyCar safety by Dr. Steve Olvey and Dr. Terry Trammell, as well as Yves Morisot, founder and CEO of Stand 21. So stay with us. We're going to show you a short video about our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance Electronics. So stay with us. Within 2 seconds, you're going to have a little short video, and then we'll get our next panelist onto the webinars. So I'm going to have the production team. There we go. I think we have a little technical issue right now with the sound. I'm getting a signal from our producer here. And so that's, we're going to get this fixed right away. This is the beauty of being live. And this is a first time event as well. And so again, thank you each and every one of you for watching us from, as I said earlier this morning, when we started, 110 countries from around the world. So we're going to have in the next few minutes, Stand21 joining us, and many of you, may not be aware, but this year is a very, very special year for Stand21. It is their 50th anniversary. So Yves Morisot has spent his whole life saving lives, and 50 years of history for Stand21 is a tremendous, tremendous achievement. So thank you again for being with us as we are getting our panelists into the session with us. I'd like to share with you maybe a little story of Stand21. So back in the days where I grew up in France, in a little town, there is another little town close by called Dijon. And Dijon is famous for two things: the mustard that you might have heard about, but also its very famous racetrack. If you're a Formula One fan, you know about the Dijon and the Grand Prix of '79 because it was one of the greatest history of passing and fight in racing, and really that fight between René Arnoux and Gilles Villeneuve was definitively one of the greatest fight. So I'm getting a signal again from our production team here. And so give me 1 second. I think they are getting ready to launch our video. Again, our apologies for this. This is the beauty of being live. And so we're going to have a short little video about our sponsors to thank each and every one of them for helping us and supporting us right now. So stay with us, and we'll get this started. So I don't think we are getting ready for it. So, well, I will basically keep telling you about Stand21. We have, I think, the panelists getting ready to get on board. So, as I was mentioning, Yves Morisot grew his company out of Dijon, next to that racetrack. This is their DNA. Racing is really Yves' passion, and his son Romain is now been working with Yves for over 20 years and just is as smart as you can get. And Romain has worked very closely with his dad to be, and to make some of the greatest safety products in the world. So I am absolutely delighted to have, Stand21 present this session with us, and to bring Dr. Terry Trammell and Dr. Steve Olvey to this session, two of the greatest doctors in safety, especially after the horrific accident that happened this weekend in Bahrain at the F1 race. Talk a lot about this. So it is 7:58. I see that we have now Don Taylor with us. We have Terry Trammell, we have Steve Olvey, and we have Yves Morisot. So good morning, Don. Good morning, Don. Very good. Here you are. And
here I am.
Terry, we're missing Yves. We're missing Yves. Again, sorry.
I'm here.
Yves is here. Very good. Good morning, Yves. We can't see you yet.
Ouais. Pourquoi ça marche pas?
I should say bonjour. Bonjour, Yves.
Bonjour. Bonjour tout le monde.
We're going to keep English. So it is, we have 2 more minutes to get Yves' camera ready. And again, what a great transition coming from and Romain is there as well. Good evening to you. As I mentioned in the opening, We have people watching us from all over the world, and we have 110 countries in registration this week. So it is absolutely astonishing, and I see the big 50th anniversary behind you. So, Yves, what an achievement. I don't know if I will still be around for the 100 years anniversary, but knowing that Romain is going to leading the company, I feel this is really really great. So it is 7:59. I am going to introduce Don Taylor, your host. Don is going to be hosting the webinar, and he will introduce the speaker. So, one more minute as we have people coming in, all day long. While I'm talking, I'd like to remind each and every one of you that registration is open all week. So if you see what you like, please invite your industry friends, your colleague. All they need to do is log in and they'll be joining the webinar. It is 8 o'clock here in California. Don Taylor, you're on.
Good morning, Francis. Good being here. Thank you for that introduction. And welcome to all of our viewers around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. My name is Don Taylor. I am the director of the Stand 21 Safety Foundation. And normally, this week, we would be at PRI putting on a safety seminar with guests like we have today, but we're not. And normally, this year, which was not normal, we would have been at the Long Beach Grand Prix. We would have put on seminars for SCCA, for SCORE, Off-Road, for SCTA, and for the Vintage IndyCar groups, but we haven't. So it's a great pleasure for us to have this opportunity. And thank you, ePartrade, John, and helping us put together a program here where we can bring our speakers to racers. The foundation itself is now 10 years old, started by Mr. Morzeau, wanting to give something back to the sport. And so let's have Yves say good morning to us. Yves?
Good morning.
Take over.
Good morning. Good morning, yeah. Good morning from France to all of you. First excuse for my bad English. You know me very well, my English. I cannot improve more. I am with Romain, who is the Stand 21 Vice President, and he shows that Stand 21 is a family company. We all of us go through this crazy 22 years due to this incredible COVID-19 time. Speaking after Roger Pesky is an honor. Good job, Francisque, for ePartrade. John, Julie, Paul, you make a great job. Good job. Merci, Don, for what you are in charge of the foundation, and you organize very well what you're doing. Thank you to you. I will tell Safety Heroes and friends, Steve and Terry, who came to my home in Burgundy, try my cellar, and to be a part of an Elbe Foundation Racing Goes Safer. And give your great experience in the community and can be for professional or gentleman driver. Don't forget, the gentleman driver represents more than 90% of the 3 million competitors around the world. I'm sure you have seen yesterday the Romain Grosjean crash at the start of the Bahrain. You know, Steve and Terry, you came through things like that a lot of time in your life. But it shows that racing is still dangerous. And what happened in 2020. But except at the top level of racing, like Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, Le Mans, NHRA, or IMSA, you never have the safety team like yesterday. I remember when I started my company in 1970, this sort of crash was very frequent. We lost so many friends and drivers due to fire, head injury, or other issues. That was my focus to create and put in a Stand 21 DNA, the philosophy to develop, manufacture, explain to our customer, equipment developed with the feedback of the best worldwide driver. Don't forget, till 1986, it was no safety standard. the standard, it was my face. It was the contact I get with the racers. And they were believing we bring the safety, like Simpson in America. And because that we were, for this racer, we were like their hero because they were believing what we're doing. Our role is to take care of the driver from the feet to the FHR. FHR for you is Hans, and we are one of the biggest Hans manufacturer. And we manufacture everything in-house with the best safety standard. Terry, you came to my company and you have seen that. And come to visit, and to all of you, all American, please come to visit us in Burgundy, France. I will not open my cellar to everybody, but to some, yes. I love America, you know that. I love your country. When I'm in California at the Stand 21 North America, I feel at home. I have so many friends from the racing community. We play golf. We already played together golf. Can be in your club or can be in my club, you know. And I can ride my motorbike, my cars, and bring my kids, grandkids to my home and share good time together. Merci and be safe. Our next seminar, I hope, will be Long Beach Grand Prix with in April. We cross the finger and thank you to you, my American friends.
Okay, Yves, thank you very much. We're really honored to follow Roger Penske and have this tie-in with the safety around the Indy 500. And our guests today, Dr. Terry Trammell and Dr. Steve Olvey, have spent many, many decades, we won't say how long, at the Speedway, which gives them a real perspective of the changes in safety. And I'd like them to talk about some of the contributions they've made, not only saving drivers life and limb at the track, but the facilities that they've helped improve, medical facilities at the track, the response teams, follow up with drivers, recovery, and getting many of our heroes back in the cars and driving in the sports they love. So I asked them here today to tell some stories about that and kind of cover the arc of that safety development. Note over here, that's the Rapid Response book written by Dr. Olvey, and I think some of the stories you'll hear today are in that book. And there he's showing that. There's the book, and it's also been made into a great documentary by Michael Miles. The documentary is also called Rapid Response, and has some great old-time footage and great stories in it as well. And there's a second documentary I'd recommend that is Yellow, 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 talks about the safety team at Indianapolis and the work they do there. So highly recommended from this end. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to Steve and Terry, and Yves and I will remain quiet here and let you guys carry on. Go ahead, please.
This is how it all started. The first racetrack physicians, the first racetrack physician was Galen. He was the physician in charge of arenas and gladiators. And this is how they responded. They didn't have green back then, so this is the green flag. Drop the green flag. As you can see, these are front engine roadsters with 4 horsepower engines. I like drivers of today, fast and wanted to win.
Terry, sorry to interrupt, but you have to share your screen.
And is today, the corners were troublesome for some, but the response was immediate. And you'll see the first racetrack safety team and medical squad respond to this. That's how it all started. Steve? Can you hear me?
Terry?
Yes, I'm still here,
Oh,
but how do I
yeah.
get
Yeah,
back?
we cannot see the screen. Can you look for share screen?
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Try this. How's that? Says I lost connection. I can see you. Can you see me?
I can see you, yes.
Yes.
I've got something that says I'm not supposed to do this. Let's try this.
Yeah,
Now we're back.
yeah. Carry on. We can see the video another time. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
we'll skip that. If it didn't run, then go ahead. Yeah, so Steve, you started it. Can you hear me? Oh, that's wonderful. Steve, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Steve, we can't hear you. Are you on mute? Can you check that, please? We
Turn the
see your
volume
lips
up.
moving. Yeah. Terry, why don't you
Go
proceed?
ahead.
And I will try to contact Steve
Okay.
there.
I'm going to go jump forwards a little bit. Steve was going to start with this, but I will. My first experience as a not fan in the stands at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway happened in 1973. I saw a sign. I was a medical student. I was a junior medical student, and there was a sign in the student union building that you could sign up to work at the Speedway on the safety crew. And so I did, and you sign up for 2 half-day sessions. So I showed up for my half-day session, and the first thing I did is when I got there, I went to the infield care center and said, where am I supposed to be? And the person in there told me to go down to pit out on the track. So I did, and there was a vehicle that looked like a hearse with a ambulance thing on top, think Ghostbusters. And I asked where the doctor was. I had a little short white coat on that medical students wore. And the guy looked at me and he said, that would be you, get in. And I thought, I can tell you what the Krebs cycle is. I know what DNA is, a double helix, but I can't open a Band-Aid. What am I supposed to do here? And he promptly told me that if the driver was seriously injured, we'd go out to 16th Street, turn left and go to Methodist where they'd take care of him. And if he was fatally injured, we'd turn right and go to the funeral home and Speedway. I did that 2 sessions, ended up at an infield care center on race day, which was not really the infield care center. It was a tent with an Army nurse at the exit to the tunnel between turns 3 and 4, where everybody came into the Speedway when they shot off a cannon at 6 a.m. And our first motorcycle out hit a policeman and injured the driver of the motorcycle. And that's how my day started. If you know about the 73 race, you know that it went on for days. There were fatalities. And the first day was the crash that put fuel everywhere, burned spectators, so on and so forth. And when I got through with that, I finally had to leave on the second day because I had to go back to school. I said, I'll be the last time I'll be doing this. And that was how I got started. Steve, are you on? Can you talk? I don't know how to help. I'll keep going and then he can. So thinking that I was done with that, from 74 to 79, I lived next door to a professional photographer that was at the Speedway often. And I followed him around and actually was supposed to be on the racetrack outside turn 3 taking pictures in 1981. Senior partner informed me that did I know when I was on call, for emergencies. And I said, well, yes, of course, it's in my contract every holiday for the first year. And he said, well, what it doesn't say is that race day is the holiday as well as Memorial Day. So you have a 48-hour stint in the ER. So needless to say, I didn't show up at the track. However, they brought the track to me. That was the year that Dan Ongais crashed, had devastating injuries to his leg, and conventional wisdom at the time was that that should have been amputated. There was bone loss and vascular injury. And right in the middle of my dilemma, not wanting to have this is my first year in practice, not having my first experience with the Speedway would be to amputate a well-known driver's leg. I was wringing my hands when a young vascular surgeon walked in who had just got back from his third tour of duty in Vietnam. And he took one look at it and said, you make that thing hold still and I'll fix the artery and his leg will be fine. I said, I can do that. And we did, and he still has his leg and looks like it's not very pretty, won't win any beauty contests, but it works and he can feel it and still walking on it. That was my introduction to medicine at the Speedway, and would find out when I went back the next season to get my credentials that my credentials were no longer in the credential office, but they were in the hospital. And that was the beginning of the long story. And still don't know. I keep going until I hear Steve say something, because he'll have to fill in the blanks here. I think you can hear me, but we can't hear you. That's the. Is the volume on your phone down? Can you turn the volume up on your phone? Oh, I don't know what to do then. Can you hear him any better than I do? Because I can't hear him. Okay. All right, let me keep going then. A lot of this is covered in his book, so you can read the book. But in 1984, I get this phone call one morning. On a Friday morning, I was at call. Try unplugging your headphones. That'll turn me off. I mean, if I unplug them, I'm out totally, because that's my side and voice and sound. It's a new problem. Okay, so in 1984, I get this phone call from Steve on a Friday morning. I'm at work, the hospital. Actually, I was on the floor, and I'm on call. I mean, I'm on call for the emergencies for 24 hours. And Steve says there's been a horrible accident. Rick Mears was in a horrible accident in Montreal, or outside Montreal at St. Pie. And Roger Penske's plane is on its way to Indianapolis to pick you up, to bring you up here, because they want to amputate his feet. And I said, well, first of all, I can't go because I'm on call. And I said, I don't have any privileges. I can't do anything when I get to Montreal except twiddle my thumbs. And Steve said, that's all taken care of, but you got to come. And I said, well, I can't. And he goes, well, you want to tell Mr. Penske that? And I was like, no, I'll get out of it. So I call my senior most partner and I tell him the story, who happened to be a race fan and a golfer. And he said very simply, you can go. I'll cover for you until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's when my tee time is. If you're not back by the time I tee off, you're fired. Well, flew to Indianapolis, from Indianapolis in Penske's plane, went to Montreal, went to the hospital, convinced them that we really didn't need to amputate his feet, and that if we could do a few simple things right there, which we did, we'd package him up and fly him back to Indianapolis. And that was really the beginning of my tenure in motorsports medicine, in spite of what had happened before then, because shortly thereafter, Roger Penske arranged for me to attend the race Caesar's Palace when we ran in Las Vegas as his orthopedist. So he flew me out there in his plane. He put me up at a fabulous suite at Caesar's Palace, and it paid off because we sent one of the ladder series drivers, who was a well-known attorney, back to Los Angeles to a specialist, because that's where he lived, to get his heel fixed. And then I flew home with Clive Howell to fix his fractured tibia that got fractured when he got run over by the DDA Faze, the driver that was sitting in for Rick Mears. How are we gonna get Steve on? He's gonna get tired of hearing me because there's no repartee. And I'll keep going on the show. The real science of motorsports started in 1992. Steve and I had written a couple of articles that were published in the medical literature from 84 to 92 about injury in motorsports. And in 92, as you know, the 92 500 was a lengthy exposure. It was very cold. We had lots of crashes, and there were multiple foot and ankle injuries. Piquet was injured in practice. Mario Andretti broke a bunch of toes. Jeff Andretti had devastating injuries to both legs and ankles, and we had several fractured femurs. It was just, at one point we had 11 drivers in the hospital, and it was one of these things. It's like, how on earth can we prevent these? Well, John Melvin and the General Motors Motorsports Technology Group stepped forward and said, hey, you know, we'll offer our resources to help you understand what's causing injuries and how we can change that. And out of that came changes in the cars, lengthening the front end, not initially, but eventually adding a crushable structure to the nose. And the incidence of foot and ankle injuries plummeted from 92 forward, whereas from 84 to really 81 to 92, they'd been the most frequent non-life-threatening injury that occurred. In 99, we had a interesting experience. Gonzalo Rodriguez pole vaulted off the track at Laguna Seca in the corkscrew and was fatally injured. It was an injury that was later shown to be preventable with a Hans, which nobody knew really what that was at that point. It stood for head and neck support, something that Bob Hubbard and his brother-in-law had developed. That was, we had tried it once in an Indy car. We actually put Michael Andretti, or tried to put Michael Andretti into a March chassis, but it just wouldn't fit. So we kind of abandoned that. Well, after Rodriguez was killed, Steve started working with Christian Fittipaldi to figure that if we could convince him that he could wear it in a car and could still see and move his head appropriately, but reap its benefits, that he would do that. At the same time, my wife was running in the Barber Dodge Pro Series that CART had absorbed or became a sanction for a few years. And because of that, I became the de facto medical director of Barber Dodge. As a part of that, I just said, hey, you know, these kids have all got to get Hans and wear them, and we'll supply them. And Eves helped us get enough of them at a reasonable price. That and I will say I paid full price for my wife's. Anyway, she shows up. I said she had to wear it. She had to wear it, and she started wearing it. We worked with some of the drivers. Ryan Hunter-Reay was one of the first to embrace it and figure out how to use it. And as the Hans evolved, it evolved in IndyCar within the next year, and Steve made it mandatory on ovals, and then the following year on road courses. So by 2001, we were using it full time. About that time, because of the things that we were doing, we got involved with the FIA. We had some experiences that led us to learn more things about how to travel and fly and so on and so forth in terms of drivers. We had the horrible accident with Alex Zanardi in Germany in 2001 when he was had above knee amputations, and Steve went out on a limb and said, we're not going to the local hospital and the local helicopter. We're going to take the local helicopter and go to Berlin. And as a consequence, it essentially saved his life. So things were moving right along. And as a part of that backstory that I go back and try and fill in, at every step along the way, with the help of the General Motors Motorsports Technology Group, we were looking at things scientifically to see what we could do to change things in the car or for the driver to make it safer. And probably one of the early car changes that we were able to make, of course, was the Hans, and to incorporate the Hans into the car. During that period of time, the safer barrier was coming online and became a very important part of the safety, and injuries dramatically dropped when that was instituted across the board at all the ovals that we raced at. As a part of, I was asked to be on this FIA expert advisory board by Sid Watkins in 2000. And a lot of things grew out of that. Unmute your, do you see that? Do you see the message? Because I know you can hear me. There you go, you're on. Thank you. I'm kind of jumping around. We were talking about the early days and some of the things, and one of the questions that came through on a chat was, how did the drivers receive us when we started doing this? You still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Speak.
I've never had it on my computer before, and I'm amazed that I was able to get it on and everything's working. The phone's been beautiful with Zoom. I don't know what happened. But anyway, we never had any, I don't remember any backwash from the drivers at all. They were more than happy to have us involved. They had so many bad experiences back in before I started doing USAC and going to all the tracks, that they were just happy to think that somebody really cared about their welfare, and it never occurred to me. I can't remember one time that a driver said, "We got to get rid of these guys; they're just in the way." It was really they're quite easy to work with.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Terry told us about his first days at the Speedway. Can you tell us your experience of going there and how you got involved with the Indy 500?
Sure. My first day was very similar to Terry's. I was put in an infield tent that no part of the tent could you see the racetrack from, and took care of people that had overindulged on one thing or another. But I hung with it and did that more and more, and got to know Dr. Tom Hanna, who was the medical director of the track. And he and I really kind of hit it off, and I began to work in the medical care unit. And then one day he asked me if I wanted to work on the racetrack. And that was pretty remarkable, because up until that time, no doctor had worked on the racetrack when the cars were running. And so one day I was put out there with the ambulance, which was really a hearse painted red and white. So it looked more like an ambulance. And we waited all day, nothing really happened. And so I decided to get out of the ambulance and stretch myself. And as soon as I did, the yellow light came on and the big air horn above us blew. And I realized I had a major decision to make, and that was whether to get in the front or the back of the ambulance. And while I was deciding which door to open, the ambulance was going rather rapidly out of the pit area. So I was fortunate to get both of my hands on the rear door, and it swung open as we pulled out into the second turn, and I went with it. And then when we got in the short chute, it slammed shut and threw me in the back of the ambulance. And I went tops over turvy and hit the back door of the ambulance, cutting both of my elbows on the gurney on my way by, and started bleeding rather profusely. But fortunately for me, the incident was in the third turn, and we got there pretty quick, really. And I got out of the ambulance and I ran up to the car. The driver looked pretty good. I didn't know any of the drivers, and I ran up to the car and I said, "Are you okay?" And the driver kind of folded his hands beneath his chin and he looked up at me and he says, well, I'm fine, but you look bloody awful. And so I then realized, looking at his uniform, which was covered with my blood, that it was Graham Hill, the current world driving champion, that I was bleeding all over. Then one thing, led to another. I had more incidences and so forth. And 3 years later, I was asked by the United States Auto Club if I would travel to the different tracks and watch over things, because they were having so many instances that were bad. For one time, Gordon Johncock had a bad leg injury, was inside the ambulance, and the ambulance guy forgot to lock the door or shut the door properly, and his cot that he was on, the gurney he was on, was not fastened properly. And so when the ambulance took off, Gordon went out the back door and onto the pavement with a broken leg. And that was visualized by a lot of people, including a lot of the drivers. And that was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's when Dick King, who was head of USAC at that time, made me medical director, and I started going to all the races. And it was kind of an ethical issue, really, because the other tracks, none of them did what Indianapolis did. And they really didn't seem to care about either the spectators or the participants. One of the medical directors I met was a retired OBGYN doctor. Another one was a retired ophthalmologist. One guy was an alcoholic and by noon was drunk all 3 days of the weekend. So these were really terrible things. And the safety places, the medical centers or aid stations or whatever, were more for picnicking and socializing. And they really had no intention of taking care of anybody in those. If anybody had any injury whatsoever, they would send them into town to the major hospital. And helicopters, forget it. Nobody wanted to pay for a medevac helicopter for a weekend. So they would have me, or us, try to push or cram somebody into a news media helicopter, which was really pretty sad. And so these things, it took a while to get the sanctioning body to demand that these things would be fixed. But both USAC and CART got on it, and before too long, we had everything at all the tracks similar to Indianapolis. At least they were satisfactory.
Steve, go back to 84. Go back to 84 and fill in the blanks and the mirrors. And I told him how you coerced me into coming to Montreal, but I didn't tell him what's the rest of the story.
Okay, well, leaving the racetrack was quite interesting because I thought it'd be like every place else. Steve Edwards and I put Rick in the ambulance and headed out. And the ambulance got to the main entrance of the speedway and just stopped and didn't move. There wasn't any traffic coming. He just stopped. And I couldn't get him to understand me because he only spoke French. And we were there long enough that Roger Pinsky was able to get up to the ambulance and ask me what I thought was wrong with Rick. And I said, well, get in. We're going to the hospital. Why don't you go in with me? And about that time, another car came up with two guys that got out and came over to the ambulance. And it turned out that the driver inside the track could not drive on the highways outside the track. So the two new guys got in and we took off and drove about 12 miles and then came to a stop sign in the middle of nowhere and they stopped. And they started kind of joking around and talking and so forth. And they wouldn't talk to Roger and I at all. And we were getting pretty hot, as you can imagine. And it was at least 10 or 12 minutes. Another car came up, two more guys got out. And it turns out that they were at some boundary, like a county. I don't know what they call them in Canada, but it was like getting the new guys could drive in the new county and the ones in the back couldn't. And so we finally got to this so-called hospital, which really wasn't a hospital at all. It was kind of a first aid station with a little emergency area for lacerations, that kind of thing. And the only doctor in there had Levi's, a flannel shirt, a long knife hanging from his belt, a big bushy beard. And I said, can you get me your orthopedic surgeon that's on call and your neurosurgeon? And he said, you got to be kidding. And those are his exact words. He said, we don't have any of that kind of thing. And I looked at Roger and I said, Roger, we need to get out of here, go to Montreal. We need a helicopter. And Roger, being the resourceful person he was, it wasn't 5 minutes. And a logging helicopter landed across the street on the schoolyard. So Roger and I had the guy that was there wouldn't help us do anything. So we got Rick across the street in the helicopter. The helicopter had one seat. Next to it was a wooden box with two open oil cans. And the back floor was an all wooden floor. So we laid Rick on the floor. I got to put his IV up on a nail that was in the wood that was in the ceiling of the helicopter. And I sat down next to him, and I was thinking, probably the only time I've ever thought this, I said he was fortunate to be unconscious because he wouldn't remember any of this and I had to live through it. But we flew to the big trauma center in Montreal. And I don't know if you got into this story or not, but the head orthopedic surgeon was quite a bit older than I was. He's probably in his mid 50s or late 50s. And he looked very doctory, and he examined Rick in front of Roger and I, and he said, well, we're going to have to amputate both of his legs below the knee. And I looked at Rick and I thought, I think we need a second opinion. And I told Roger, I said, Roger, we need a second opinion. I said, I know a guy in Indianapolis that I think is a terrific orthopedic surgeon, and I'll get hold of him. And if we can figure out a way to get him up here. And Roger says, well, I'll send the plane. I'll send him now. And he got on his radio, called the pilot, and the plane was on its way to Indianapolis before I found you.
And they heard
the rest is history.
Yeah, they heard the rest. They didn't hear the part about the next race after the Las Vegas race, where I went in luxury and lived in luxury, was at somewhere I don't remember, because now I was a card employee in the back of the bus at the No-Tell Motel. And from the rest of it was history from that point on. Some of the safety developments that have come along because of a real attention to detail and the collection of data. We've been very compulsive about collecting data from day one. So we've got data that goes back to the early 80s. The crash box came along that kind of functions like what's in an airplane, so that we get chassis data. And then more recently being about 96 or before, the ear accelerometers, so that we could get head Gs. And from that, we've been able to look at a lot of things with a scientific method. And that has led, one of the things I'm proudest of is that in the late 80s, or mid 80s to late 90s, there was a epidemic of spine fractures in open wheel race cars, and all around the world. It wasn't just here. But we recognized through a number of things and some serendipitous things that happened that we could change the way the driver sat in the car without changing where the driver sat in the car. And it had to do with making the seat back contoured anatomically and containing, so it became a full containment seat with a head surround. And that was implemented completely in the 2012 Dallara chassis for IndyCar. It has padding in the floor of the car, padding in the rear of the seat that's built into the car. And then we custom make each seat out of material that's been carefully tested to take the energy. And the number of spine fractures has dropped dramatically. They're quite different than what we were seeing prior to that. And from my standpoint, that's one of the most stepwise, scientifically driven improvements in IndyCar driver safety. can't stop without saying a little something about the Aeroscreen Halo Hybrid, which certainly is all the things that have been said about it. And it has proven to be extremely beneficial. And we've had at least one case this year in IndyCar where it protected a driver from being struck in the head. And then, of course, if you saw yesterday's
Yeah.
incident at Dubai, it undoubtedly saved the driver's head in that incident as well. So we've come a long way since chasing people around in chariot-driven horses.
I think additional to that, and I don't know if you've talked about that or not, was what we've done, you and I have been able to do with concussion. And we got into what really causes a concussion, which is angular acceleration of the head. And we started getting very aggressive with the head surround. And it got it closer and closer and closer to the driver. And just to make a long story short, the drivers now have to kind of push themselves back into the car. And they're really nestled into the head surround. So their head does not turn, it goes the same long axis as the car. It doesn't bounce around and turn like it did in the old days. And since doing that, the number of concussions has dropped tremendously. I think in the last 3 years, we've had 1 concussion. And we used to have several a year, really not a huge amount, but a lot more than that. And it's been terrific. And the worst concussion we had was Dario Franchitti. And what happened with him is he went up in the air, the car turned around 3.5 rotations in a second and a half. And it was the worst concussion he had. He was unconscious for 4 or 5 minutes. He had post-concussion symptoms for 4 months and decided to, because of previous concussions and so forth, to retire as a professional driver. And I think that pretty much proves what it is we've been trying to show people.
Don't know where to go from here. I mean, there are anecdote after anecdote, but the real story is that it's been a stepwise progression. And there have been a lot of people along the way that have made things happen. My associate at IndyCar for years was Jeff Horton. And I would go to him and say, okay, you can see what the circumstance is here because we were hand in glove. And I need this information to be able to go forward. And from the engineering side, he would produce it. And because I have an engineering background, I could understand it. And really, when you think about it, orthopedics is just mechanical engineering. We use drills and hammers and screws and so on and so forth. So it's sort of like bridge building 900. But there was a lot of interplay between different parties. The teams have all been incredibly willing to let us learn from them. I mean, one in particular, I can call Ganassi's outfit and say, I have a problem. Can I come to the shop? And they'd say, yeah, sure, get in the car and come right over. We're there. Barry Wanzer is like the door is always open, and before him, Mike Hall. It's been just a steady stream of if you need us, help us. And that interplay has been very important, both for the driver's safety, but actually some of my patients have benefited directly from race shops building things for me to use on my patients. So the FDA will probably be at my door in the morning, but other than that, there have been a lot. See, if somebody wants to hear about Alex, we've got about 2 minutes left. You want to go from the scene to the helicopter? I didn't really talk about that much.
Oh, yes. When Terry brought Alex into where the heliport was, I didn't want him to go into the care center because that was an unnecessary transfer of him. And it would take time that we needed to do anything we needed to do right there at the heliport. And so we did. And we had to, we started 3 IVs. He lost over 3/4 of his blood supply in that period of time. So he needed a lot of fluid. His heart rate was very rapid. And we were about ready to put him in the helicopter. He went into VFib BT and then VFib, and he had to be shocked, and we had to do CPR, and that was probably that was the most scary thing. With the fluid, he straightened out and became sinus tachycardic, and we got him in the helicopter, and we had I don't know if you talked about this, but we had there's the golden hour they talk about in trauma, and the safety guys got to Alex in 19 seconds, and it's a 35-minute flight to Berlin. And when the helicopter left, I of course was sweating bullets over the fact that I didn't swim to Dresden. So all I could do was go into the office and wait for a phone call. And it was about 45 minutes. I got a call from the chief trauma guy at the hospital in Berlin. And he said, well, he made it. And we just, he's in surgery. He went straight. The amazing thing to me, compared to what would happen in the United States, is he went from the helicopter into the OR, because I had talked to them before I sent him, and I told them what he needed, and he needed to not pass and go, and not go in the emergency room, but go directly from the helicopter into the operating room. And that's what he did. So the total time from the time of the crash to the time he got under surgery was 59 minutes. So we had a minute to spare with the golden hour. But it's remarkable that all the things that had to be done got done, and he got the operating suite open when he arrived there and got taken care of.
Some of the things that we're working on right now, what's the next step? As Steve said, we're really into the concussion business, trying to learn more about it. The more we learn, the less we know. And then also some of the things that I'm doing besides the concussion thing is I have a crusade, I guess, that it's really important that the drivers buy into all this, and that they understand their responsibility for what I call personal protective equipment and environment. They need to know what to buy, why to buy it, how to wear it when it comes to underwear and overalls and gloves and socks and so on and so forth. There actually is a correct way to do that. And then their environment. When they get in a car, they have to understand what it is in that environment that can hurt them in a simple crash, not a destroy the car crash. And it's incredibly important that that message get out to the driver. And that's my crusade for the present.
I would second that.
It wants to know how much it can cost. Let me put it this way. You can buy the very best and most expensive racing helmet, fire suit, all the overalls, the shoes, the socks, and it's going to be less than one visit to the ER. And that's your copay. So that's if you have insurance, which you don't if you're involved in a contest of speed most of the time. And I'm talking about the grassroots. So you can't afford not to do this. Buy at least the best you can afford, but don't skimp.
And that's to make matters worse. One day in the ICU in Miami on a ventilator is $7,500. So that adds up pretty quick if you're in the hospital for 3 weeks.
So back to you, Don. We're done.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. I know you got short
So
little
many
bit of connection there.
So many stories also with the racing from the 70s in Formula One, and so many friends die. We all have a lot of story. It's it give us sometimes bad time like you, but big improvement in the last 50 years. Big improvement.
And even 50 years, you've seen a lot of improvements yourself, and help with that
How many
technology.
friends? How
Create
many
better
Formula
helmets.
drivers get the legs broken with a calf, you know. How many get in a fire? Remember Wilkinson, Loda, all these people, you know. And it's incredible how it's different. You know, with Jacques Lafitte and Alain Prost, I remember when we lost Gilles Villeneuve in Zolder, you know, it was, and without medical like you, without the big like IndyCar and Formula One, nobody will improve all that. Thank you for what you did. Thank you to also like Steve and Terry. I know very well that you were searching to go more, not just to save the guy. You were searching for what next. Thank you for the hands, for all that. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Steve, Terry, Yves. Thanks for joining us.
Our pleasure.
I will once more. Terry, go ahead.
No, I said, thanks for having us. It was our pleasure.
That was great.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, once more before Francis cuts me off, I'd like to mention the book, the two documentaries. I saw they are on Amazon Prime, if you want to look for them. And at this point, I will turn it back to Francis. Thank you very much for the time, Francis, and making us the kickoff webinar of your Race Industry Week.
Of course, my pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Tranel. Thank you, Dr. Olvie. Merci, Yves and Romain, for being with us today. What a great way, you know, to start the week. So the next sessions will start within a few minutes. We are going to be talking about wholesale distribution with Turn 14 distribution. And while we're getting ready, you know, a special thank you for our sponsors, and we're going to show you a little video. So back to the production team, video is on, and let's get started.
Okay.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge, and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and you know, I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, thank you, and welcome back. So we've got John with us right now. So John, we are going to be talking with the great people from Turn 14 Distribution. So we have Kyle on right now, and we're waiting for Darren to join us. So again, if you're watching us right now, registration is open. Please share with your industry friends, with your colleagues, and invite people within the industry to join. A simple login, and you have access to all those great webinars during the entire week. So John, do you want to tell us a little bit what's going to happen the next hour?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Steve Olvey, thank you to Dr. Terry Trammell, and thank you to Yves Morisot. These guys were innovators in race safety, and one of the themes of ePartrade is that race safety makes the racing industry go round. It's step number one, because we're not a sport about cheating death. We're a sport. We're welcome to all. We want bakers to go racing. We want bankers to go racing. We want doctors to go racing. We want big open arms for everybody to participate in the sport. So step number one is safety. That's what really invites everyone to the sport. We grow the base, we grow part sales, and it just works. And these three were innovators, and they saved lives. They protected drivers from injury. And the drivers are our heroes and our friends. And they just invented this. And it was really chilling to hear the first instruction to Terry Trammell at the Indy 500 was, if he's injured, turn left and go to the hospital. If he's not injured, turn right and go to the morgue. So we're hearing things already on Online Race Industry Week that we just see the past, and then we can project into the future. And marvel at such things as when Dale Earnhardt crashed and a fatality. It was just awful for the sport worldwide to lose a star athlete, in addition to friends of people's and other things and relatives. There hasn't been anybody who's died in a cup crash since Dale Earnhardt. So with race safety, we've come a long ways, and there's more to go. And that's one of the themes of ePartrade is we just have to keep the drivers safe. And I also want to thank Roger Penske for being here on Online Race Industry Week. I'm 66, so I walked into this thing thinking I was an old man, and then Roger's 83, so he just added 17 years to my life. You know, if I can listen to Roger Penske at 83, the focus, the articulation, the vision, it's just spectacular to witness for someone of any age. And it was just inspiring, as Roger does. I mean, Roger just inspires people. And then what we're getting on this Online Race Industry Week is that, there's something charming, I think, about doing it all on Zoom. And we're not ABC, we're not CBS News, but there's something charming and homemade about this. And to have Roger appear in that environment, and then when you listen to somebody of Roger's stature, you just expect spin. There's no spin with Roger. I mean, it's just the honest to God truth. And Roger says, work hard. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the key to racers. Racers all know that, and we're a tribe. And Roger's kind of the king of the tribe. But Roger will tell you what a successful USAC team owner will say to you. Work hard, use every minute, plan, have a plan B. So I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm just digging it.
Thank you,
and
Joe.
now
Thank you.
we're kind of clicking things off to 9 a.m. So Kyle and Darren, just wait a minute. I want to make sure everybody gets into the room and we don't start early. So our structure is that we have kind of webinars ending sort of at the 50-minute mark. We have 10 minutes that we have some space where we can allow other things to happen. So if you're watching the last 10 minutes of the hour or so, roughly, you can get your cup of coffee, grab your sandwich, and come on back. So I have 9 a.m. So I'd really like to start this event. Thank you, Kyle, for joining us, Director of Sales for Turn 14 Distribution. Thank you, Darren, for joining us, Director of Sales for AWE Tuning. And the topic is how to best work with a wholesale distributor. And the company is Turn 14 Distribution. They're an award-winning national warehouse distributor which sells vehicle parts and accessories into the automotive aftermarket exclusively through business-to-business channel. With distribution centers in Pennsylvania, Texas, and Nevada, the company boasts ground shipping coverage to 43% of the U.S. population in 1 day and 100% within 2 days. Turn 14 leverages proprietary technology and innovative logistics solutions to drive growth while simultaneously developing robust symbiotic relationships up and down the supply chain to accelerate that growth. 723,000 square feet of modern distribution center space. And I want to kind of start off. I first heard about warehouse distributors actually in another industry decades ago. And the plan was back in those days, a 3-step process. So you kind of, the manufacturers had no interest in having inventory. They just wanted stuff to roll off the assembly line and go out the door, and they didn't want inventory. But retailers had inventory, but then they had to rely on a warehouse distributor for parts that maybe weren't number one parts. Over the years, all that's changed. And it just always struck me as a very difficult business back then because the warehouse distributor had the inventory, but then they couldn't put too much price addition on the product because there had to be more space for the retailer to sell the part. So I always thought it was just a very tough business. But when it comes to racing and the business of racing, I believe a warehouse distributor, whether you're an engine builder, whether you're a little retail shop, whether you're an online specialty retailer, whether you're a race team, a WD is one of the most important allies you can have because they have the stuff available and to get it the next day. Retailers now, they've kind of thinned their inventory as well, almost like manufacturers. So the inventory is not sitting around gathering dust. We definitely need WDs. And Turn 14, sometimes media people like myself, we get a point of view of just how they deal with the media. And you know, it may not be that important, but Turn 14 is spot on the way they inform the media, the way they keep everybody informed. And then I start looking at other aspects and facets of Turn 14 and spot on, spot on, spot on. The people are tremendous. The processes and practices are really impressive. And it's really great to have you both here to talk about Turn 14 and what you do. So Kyle's Director of Sales, and he worked with John Pulley and Chris Candido at JSC Speed and basically became the first employee of Turn 14 and then rose up the ladder, Director of Sales. AWE has one vision to unlock performance from award-winning handcrafted performance exhausts to track-tested carbon fiber intakes and performance intercoolers. So exhaust, intakes, intercoolers. AWE innovates, designs, manufactures, retails, and distributes AWE brand performance products globally through its preferred network of dealers online and from a state-of-the-art headquarters in outside Philadelphia. So welcome. Thank you for being part of the first ever annual Online Race Industry Week. Kyle, did I frame it up? WD's role? Did I do okay kind of framing it up? What the role is within the industry?
Yeah, I would definitely say that you did a good job doing that. You had said that WD is an important part of the industry, and it's better off having a relationship with the WD, in my opinion, because you get access to all sorts of different brands. And it's more than just brands. There's services that we provide too that can help your business grow. You can set up an account with Turn 14 in a day or two and just see what's available. And I guess it's not just Turn 14, it's all different distributors. There's nothing that's going to hurt your business to set up with a WD. Yeah, it's having access to opportunity. And I think in this world that we live in now, especially during COVID, people are shopping online. There's really aggressive pricing online. And one of the things we do is we set customers up for success. We know that customers need to compete with people online, selling online. And we put our customers in a position to be able to compete with anybody, whether it's a .com or Amazon or whoever. Our customers need to win. So I feel like that's the mentality of a WD. Our customers need to win, and that's a partnership. So why not give it a try? That's always my quick elevator pitch when someone at SEMA sees my Turn 14 name badge. Just give it a try, and most people are pretty pleased with it, I would say.
Very good. And then Darren, just so everybody knows, AWE Tuning, why don't you just kind of tell us your story?
So AWE is 1991 established, family owned and operated out of Horsham, Pennsylvania. So we manufacture performance exhausts, carbon fiber intakes, and intercoolers right there in Horsham. So everything's made in the States as a premium brand. It got its roots. AWE actually stands for Air and Water Enterprises. So if you can imagine back to the air-cooled automobiles, we basically manufactured product for those vehicles. And since they've expanded on the European segment of the business, so about 5 years ago, we entered into the modern Mustang, modern muscle market, as well as truck, and we're working on Jeep as we speak.
And then your relationship with Turn 14 is more as a supplier, right, rather than a dealer?
Yeah, so Turn 14 actually would be considered one of our distribution partners. So there's having a customer, having a distribution customer, and then there's having a distribution partner. And Turn 14 being one of those actually plays an integral role of our success, but we also want Kyle and his team to have success with his customers as well. So we want them to win, and we need them to win as well.
Okay, very good. So I get announcements of new companies added to the Turn 14 line card, and I have to say I'm always impressed. And I don't want to sound like I'm blowing smoke here. It's the truth. I
don't mind smoke. Go ahead, blow smoke. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the companies are just rock solid, but one company after another. I mean, it's not a company that's hanging in there. I mean, every company is like, oh my God, rock solid, bulletproof parts. And I just think there has to be a philosophy behind it before you add a supplier to the line card. Is that true, Kyle?
Absolutely, there is. Some of our competitors will add brands very quickly, and I'll see the sales staff, Turn 14 staff, get anxious. They want to add quickly too, and so do our customers. But we're really particular about who we add to our line card. It's all about the product, really. I mean, customers want a premium product, and we want to sell a premium product. So we focus on premium products, and we focus on relationships with manufacturers. There's a lot of conversation that happens before we add a brand to our line card. Is the product available to us at a price where we can turn around and give it to our customers, and they have the success they need to be able to compete in the market? We need good quality. We need a warranty. there has to be good data behind a product. I feel like I could keep on going, but yeah, it's not a quick process. Being in the sales department, I wish it was a little faster, but it's not fast. We have a very strong team of DPMs that really work closely with their vendor partners. I'm sure Darren could attest to that with his work with Mohammed as a partner of ours.
Yeah, go ahead, Darren. Why don't you talk about some of the things that you do with Turn 14 as a partner?
Yeah, sure. It's definitely not. We don't consider Turn 14 just a warehouse full of opportunity to move products or goods around the country. But ultimately, it does. We're engaged at every single level, from the sales department, from the operations team to the support team, and of course the category team, ensuring that we're always engaged with each other, working with each other on new product developments, margins to ensure that the customers can compete. New product developments are really critical. If we can engage with one another on a new product and we can launch it together, we know that there's staying power and ownership that comes along with the Turn 14 staff as well. So that's centralizing communications, keeping new employees up to speed on training on the brand, one-on-oneing on, let's call it AWE, making sure that their staff is fully engaged to succeed when they get asked a question. That's really an extension of what we are as an organization. So we rely on them heavily, or any distribution partner for that matter, and they help guide us. They help us with our market trends, and there's definitely a long-term partnership here.
I would definitely say that Darren is definitely one of the best when it comes to collaborating with more than just the buyer at Turn 14. He works with all the different sales managers that we have, frontline staff, outside sales staff, to get a feel for what the market wants, what customers are saying they want, what the product needs to develop into, if it needs more. Our sales staff has that information. So the sales staff that we have is just dedicated to sales 100%. When I say sales, I mean helping customers grow their business. So knowing their business and growing their business. The way we know customers' business is we kind of have our sales specialists sectioned off into the different markets that we cover. So we cover modern muscle, sport compact, European performance, truck and off-road, truck accessories, hybrid, and EV performance. So if one of the sales specialists is in on the European performance team, he knows all about BMW or Porsche or whatever, and he can have a real conversation with his customer who also knows about Porsche, and then he can turn around and talk to Darren and say, my Porsche customer needs this, they're talking about this application, and he can apply those same conversations to the muscle team or the sport compact team. So, and he digs in and he really has conversations, and we're able to together push the brand forward quickly and in a great way. So.
And I'm going to say something, and then you just tell me if I'm on the right track or if I'm absolutely wrong. But a lot of times I've traveled internationally and talked to people in the racing industry in other countries. And sometimes suppliers outside of the US market think that they can really take over the US market once they find a distributor take over their products. And we always tell them, you have to really drive sales. And the supplier really has to drive sales, and Turn 14 is there to make sure your parts are available everywhere. And is that kind of true, Kyle? I mean, would that be your advice to all the suppliers you work with, is you get out there and promote this, the brand, drive the sales, and then Turn 14 is available to back you up all sorts of different ways, not just inventory?
Well, I would definitely say that the relationship between a U.S. distributor and an international company, if they don't have U.S. representation, can be challenging at times, especially if they don't have even just their own eyes and ears in the U.S. market. It takes, so we have an exclusive relationship with a a couple of different brands internationally. And it really takes a close partnership to be able to take a vendor without those eyes and ears in the, in another part of the world and to make it grow well. But yeah, it is more than just a inventory. It is, I mean, it's a full partnership, knowing the products, how to develop it. Again, understanding the challenges and both companies believing in the challenges and how to overcome those challenges. It can be exhausting at times, but it's quite a lot of work.
And as you say, communication must be just key. Darren, do you assign somebody within your organization that, okay, you're our Turn 14 liaison, or are you the liaison, or how does that work?
Well, we definitely work as a team. We have an account manager that is sole responsible for the Turn 14 relationship, kind of encompassing keeping everything under control, tip of the spear, if you will. But we do definitely work as an organization. So from vice president of marketing to sales to customer support to even our order entry team. We're engaged at every single level. So, and it is required for us to be successful. And that, I don't want to say that's the secret sauce, but that definitely drives the difference between who we are and the success with a company like Turn 14.
And Kyle, why don't you tell us about your coverage of the United States? I mean, it's basically you cover the whole United States. Is that correct?
Yep, just like you said at the beginning, we cover the whole United States in 2 days. We cover 43% of the United States in one shipping day, and then 2 days we cover 100% of the continental U.S. We have warehouses in Reno, Texas, and Pennsylvania. We have our main office where I'm right now in Pennsylvania as well. And then we have a satellite office for sales in Michigan. We just made a purchase of another distributor, Motivicity, and all of their sales staff now work with us at Turn 14, and they're in Royal Oak, Michigan. So.
And then if nobody's ever been in a warehouse of a warehouse distributor, wholesale distributor, describe, like, take your biggest facility. What would they see if they walked in the door? Because I've been in a couple of WD facilities and they're really impressive.
Yeah, it's always fun to take somewhere in there for the first time, especially car guys. Their eyes just they glow. Our facility it's fully automated. We've been fully automated for a while now, so it's a little bit more than just parts on shelves. We have a full conveyor system that goes throughout our warehouse. So essentially, I'll give you an example. A product can come in, an AWE exhaust can come in to stock. We could put it on our conveyor belt, and say we have an order waiting for that. Our system can take the product all the way through the warehouse, identify it as this AWE product, take it up and have a UPS label stamped on it, and then put into the truck, and it only touches one person's hands, which is the one person that receives the product. That's the best example I could give you of the automation of our warehouse. It's just fascinating. So, and like I said, a car guy goes in there and sees all the brands that they know and love for so long. They kind of just wander around in amazement. So it's a lot of fun. Plus our owners, the one owner is really into warehousing, and he likes to take the shelves to the tippy top of the ceilings. So we've always had really high shelves, and we keep them nice and tight too. We have an electronic guidance system so you're on an order picker and you lock into the channel, and you can't turn right or left on the order picker. So we can keep our aisles really narrow. So you just shoot down back and forth, picking parts, and it allows us to keep things nice and tight.
It's amazing. And again, you're such an important part of what makes the racing industry go round as well as it does. So if we were in an industry where the racers really struggle to get the parts they want and they need, and somebody says, well, I can get it to you in 4 weeks, they just leave the sport. So it's really important to have that kind of immediate access to parts. And the second thing is the efficiency helps keep the price as affordable as possible. So thank you for that. I mean, that's really critical as well. And then with this online race industry week, we have an audience of racing business people. And so when it comes to becoming a dealer, because I know you can go, first of all, the showcase for Turn 14 on epartrade.com is really spectacular. So congratulations on that. I recommend everybody to go over to epartrade.com and just plunk around as you source products and suppliers, and start with Turn 14. Look at their showcase, tons of new products, tons of the most popular products. And then there's some papers there. So there's a paper there. Do you want to become a dealer? So you can open that up on epartrade.com. You can study it if you want to become a dealer for Turn 14. What's involved with that, Kyle? What are you looking for in terms of dealers?
So there's a section on our website where you can read about how to become a dealer, and you can download the application. There's one for US customers and one for our international customers. To become a dealer, you have to, of course, fill out that paperwork. You have to be licensed in your state. You also have to have a professional retail storefront or a shop, or own a proprietary website. That is your full-time job, owning a website. The way I describe it to my new account staff is you have to find dealers that add value to the industry. I would say about 6 or 7 years ago, we ran through some issues where some not so quality shops were getting opened up by Turn 14. It was kind of all in the early days. I was still figuring out how to work with new accounts. I was just excited to see them all coming in, quite honestly. But a lot of my customers gave me feedback that the quality of customer was not necessarily where it should be. So one of the things we put a lot of focus on is making sure that the shops that we open up add value to the industry, and they're really in it. It's not just a part-time thing. We need people that are serious to be involved in our industry, because if they're not, it just kind of brings everyone down. So that's something I really put a lot of focus and attention to. And it's something that people like to talk to me about, and I like to talk to them about it, quite honestly, because I like to, understand what they want. And I also like to learn from, if they see something that I don't necessarily see, I want to learn that as well. So there's the long answer of log onto the website, fill out the paperwork, send it on in.
It's a good answer, though, because I like the whole idea of watching it all the way through to the end user's experience. And again, if we can protect the end user's experience, we keep them racing. I mean, basically, I think every industry competes against other industries. And so racing and performance, well, the guy could buy a bass boat, or he could take his wife to Europe, or he could do other things other than spend his money in racing. And if he has a better experience in racing, he stays in racing. When it comes to go ahead, Kyle.
Sorry, that's an excellent point that you make as far as controlling the end user's experience. An end user is going to have a much better experience if they deal with a guy who has a lot of knowledge about the parts that he's buying, not if he's clicking on a website that sells everything and you can get it in, 1 day with free shipping. We need to make sure that that's there. That's so important how you say that. So I really like that.
And then Darren, as you go about marketing AWE, I imagine, do you meet dealers that haven't connected with Turn 14 and you start talking to them and say, you got to connect with these guys beyond just AWE parts. You just should become a Turn 14 dealer. Does that happen?
Yeah, it definitely happens for sure. We have, customers that come through the pipeline in our lead section that potentially already are buying, parts either direct from the manufacturers at retail pricing when they're, operating a full business. So we can kind of point them in that right direction. And same thing when we're providing them leads on dealers that are coming directly, that are trying to buy direct from us. Look, we're a manufacturer. We're not we can't be in a position to service every dealer that wants to engage with us. That's why we engage with like a Turn 14 as an example. But every lead that gets sent to them on our behalf, we need to trust that it's being, fostered and managed to our specifications. And they've welcomed that strategy with open arms, and, protecting the brand integrity is one of the biggest things that they take ownership in. So, I can trust that if somebody comes in looking for AWE products or potentially other racing and performance products, that I can always trust that they're going in the right direction. So that's the confidence that I have in that organization.
So one of the things that we do when Darren does send us a lead, we absolutely take it seriously. It's a priority when a manufacturer sends us a lead. They still go through the requirements that any Turn 14 customer would, which is what I talked about before. It's just making sure we're getting those value add customers. But as far as the communication between myself and Darren, or Turn 14 and AWE, we have a system, it's called our analytics tab, where our partners can go in and we just kind of give them the full back view of all the different graphs and charts and statistics we use to understand how our business looks. And one of them is a section that focuses on dealer leads. So Darren gives us the lead and we assign that lead to AWE Tuning, and he can kind of follow along the steps of us landing that lead. It'll be a cold lead. It'll be, first conversation, the first time they log into the website, buy-in complete. And then eventually, if we're successful, first sale, and then eventually a customer. So we'll show Darren every step of the way of that lead. And then we'll also show him how many leads are in the pipeline. And then Darren's favorite chart, which is the leads and the sales going up in the right direction. See, he's smiling. That's why we do it. That's why I do all this, because of that big smile right there.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so he can log in and see all this stuff, and it kind of keeps us on the same page. If it's dipping down, he's on me. If it's going up, we're both smiling. So that's a big key to working with Turn 14 is the new analytics page that we offer. It's a full transparency.
Right, and just to add to that, it's great because once you get a lead going, we don't just love them and leave them either. Somebody engaged with us, or myself, or one of my teammates, and we put them on to Turn 14 as an example because we know that they're going to get service much better, much quicker, much faster, much more efficient than us trying to service them direct. But we don't leave them either. So they always have an open door back to our sales staff, our support staff, our marketing staff, if they need assets specific to what they're trying to accomplish with their business. So, we're continuing to grow our partnerships at every level, not just at the WD level, but at the consumer level and at the dealer level as well.
That's very cool. And I love to see and to hear how Turn 14 is using really contemporary, IT technology to keep everybody informed up to the minute. I think data a couple decades ago entered racing, and data now we just have to have it in a bunch of different directions in order to be competitive within our industry. And then again, for our industry to be competitive with other industries, we just have to have a contemporary technology. We have to have access to data like never before. And I say this because that's part of the impetus of epartrade.com, where we're working on developing an online strategy for the whole racing industry so that we basically digitize the whole racing industry. There's over 25,000 racing organizations at your fingertips. We've been holding webinars now for about 2 months, and they're working out. And now with Online Race Industry Week, we're put this thing together because we felt a responsibility to the racing industry. But it's just an example of this whole new digital world. It's just magnificent and so much that you can do. And then it's great to see that ultimately you're still working at preserving and enriching the end user experience. We have people watching who may own an engine building shop. They may be car builders. They may be professional race teams. So when it comes to these kind of small businesses, small organizations, Kyle, what's your best piece of advice to work with Turn 14? And that could be regular contact. It could be using you in ways that they can't even imagine. What do you suggest?
Well, the first thing I would say is to give us a shot, quite honestly, give us a shot and Like I said, the salespeople that we have are there to help grow their business. And the only way a salesperson will grow themselves is to ensure the growth of our customers. So one of the things I do on the sales team is I have each salesperson have an optimal number of customers. So let's say, you know, salesperson X on my team has 100 customers, and in order for them to grow as a employee of Turn 14, they need to have their customers grow. They're not going to add another 10, 20, 30 customers. They have to make their little sales family grow. So that's what they're there to do. So give us a shot and let us try to grow it. Utilize the tools that we have. So you're talking about data and how important it is. We have a system that we offer to our customers that is a connection between our systems and their systems. It's called the API. So we have a full integration team here that helps customers kind of understand what that is, what their options are out there in the marketplace of third-party providers. And we can connect with anybody, shipping quotes, pricing, promotional pricing, inventory, kind of whatever they need. So that's definitely, as we keep on going here, it's becoming more and more important to kind of put more focus on like the data, like you were saying. The better you handle that data, probably the more successful you'll be. But that's definitely a key, it's getting to know the data and trying to work with it.
Yeah, I think, you know, being on the media side of the business, you know, I'm always looking for people who have a kind of an overall big perspective on things. You know, sometimes we do regional kind of reports, but I think for a small racing business, sometimes they can get into their micro niche and just stay there and not be aware of things on a bigger, broader level. And I like the idea they have access to you, Kyle, and can ask you, you know, here's what I've been doing. Here are the parts I've been using. Here are the brands I've been working with. And Kyle, you must have a point of view nationally. Just let me tell you, there's this other guy over here. We don't know why, but he's selling a ton of parts and we think it works and you might want to look into it. Do you have that kind of exchange with people?
Absolutely. I mean, people want to know, most people want to know what it is, quite honestly. And they want to just the beginning layer of the technical aspects of it. So we have a guy here just for that. His name is Dan Z. He can get as technical as putting me to sleep or kind of keeping me interested a little bit with just the crust there of it. But having our customers have access to that information is definitely helpful just to keep the company moving in the right direction. And I know when you're talking about a race shop, it's difficult to have a conversation about data with those guys, but they should know what's available. They have, so you asked me before, what's my advice to customers to help them grow? I would definitely say that it is harnessing their assets. They have great knowledge, I'm sure, because they've been in business for a while and they know all about engines. Well, people need to have access to that and people need to know how awesome, quite frankly, you are. So how do you do that? Is it through a website? Is it through Facebook? Is it through getting people to come into your shop? You got to keep on reinventing how you talk to customers in different ways that you do that. I think talking to us, we can help inspire some ideas and we can definitely give you the tools to be able to spice it up a little bit for sure.
Yeah, I think that's really important and I can't overstate that enough. And as we do Online Race Industry Week, you know, we're working to try to supply a trade show experience this year in the pandemic. And so we're looking for insights, strategies, philosophies, ideas that people can use and incorporate into their business plans in 2021. And I think this webinar is one of the key ones to tune up your relationship with your distributor. And then again, have access to insights about what's selling on a national basis outside your little hometown and your little home racetrack. Darren, have you been inside a Turn 14 facility? I kind of assume you have.
Yeah, I've been into them multiple times, yes.
What was it like your first time going through one of those places? What was it like?
Well, I've actually, I've been visiting a Turn 14 location for many years now, from, just a basic building with some racks to where it is today. And it is definitely leaps and bounds. There's technology, and then there's the use of how to use it properly. And their facility is definitely fully automated, very efficient, in fact, when they moved into the new one and outside of Pennsylvania, you always wonder, like, how are you going to actually succeed with this much space? And then you look at it now and you wonder, they're probably out of space at this point. So it's like a constant battle, products coming in and coming out and leaving that facility, just like Kyle said, and it's pretty automated. It's pretty quiet in there too. It's pretty epic.
Wow. Huh. And in our business, the racing business, performance business, these are hands-on people who love technology, and they would love to go into a WD facility and see how you organize the parts, get the parts so rapidly, and have control over that gigantic amount of inventory. So I suggest that everybody's got a little racing business. If you haven't been into a WD in a long time, I mean, just do it now. It's mind-blowing. Yeah. And then Kyle, when you just kind of look out there, and maybe it's not always a Turn 14 thing, but do you see kind of little small shops or even race teams kind of making a mistake when it comes to working with the WD? Is there some sort of thing you'd like to correct that you have this opportunity to do that?
Sometimes, so what I'll see with some newer customers sometimes is that they won't give us a shot with certain brands that they've been direct with for a long time. Their mentality might be, I'm direct with this company. I've been direct with them for 10 years and, I kind of don't need you. And I understand that relationship between, a shop and a manufacturer, and I never want to get in between that. I think more people, connected is better. But I definitely urge customers to have a conversation with their sales specialist about this close relationship they have with a vendor, and trying to make it work somehow with Turn 14 as a part of the relationship. Maybe, you get in a jam and you need us to help you with a certain part that we have in stock that you could have the next day. Or, we're open on Saturday and Sunday and we can ship on those days, and maybe your manufacturer is closed on Saturday, Sunday. Give us a call, we'll help you. We can get real close on pricing. We try real hard on pricing. That's all. That's what I would say. Give us a shot. I would say dig in with the sales specialist, create a relationship with them. We want to have a relationship with our customers. Like I said, we have a small number of customers that we handle per specialist. So, we want to get to know people and how to help them.
Very good. And Darren, when it comes to suppliers working with the WD and some of your colleagues or people in the industry, have you seen kind of mistakes that other people may have made, or maybe you made early in your career in terms of working with the WD, and something that suppliers should know, like, don't do this thing? Mm-hmm. Come to mind?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that come to mind. I've been in the industry for a little over 20 years now. And I think over distribution can damage a brand. And to Kyle's point earlier is, when you're young, you're aggressive and you try to open everybody you can. But at the end of the day, maybe that isn't the best way of going about it. So that's something I've learned about a manufacturing and a distributor is really find your true distribution partner or partners. Keep them select, make sure that they hit all the touch points that you need as a manufacturer. And to Kyle's point, have a value add. And I think that kind of goes both ways with what we expect of a WD and what a WD expects of us. That's for sure. And then the next piece of the puzzle is really just engaging, go deeper and wider in your relationships. So Turn 14 has X amount of employees. We try to stay engaged with X number of those employees every week as a KPI for our team, not because we need to have a KPI, but because it really does, it focuses on, finding where the issues are, trying to resolve them, finding the opportunities, and then engaging in those as well. So all the touch points required to do business. It's not just a phone call. It's Zoom meetings, it's training, it's category management. It's a whole bunch of things. It's definitely, it's like having 100 customers in one.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, thank you both for being so good at what you do. You know, we just need distributors and manufacturers who are at the top of their game and better at it than people are in other industries. So we get people into racing and we keep them into racing. Kyle, when you think of this moment where we're bringing the worldwide racing industry together for Online Race Industry Week, and again, I want to tell everybody watching, I mean, tell your colleagues, tell people in the shop, social media, let everybody know what we're doing here. We got 4 more days of this. But Kyle, when you think of this opportunity, and maybe I've been asking questions, but are there things that you wanted to address here when you look forward to this webinar, Kyle?
You know, maybe just the approach that Turn 14 takes to its duty to the industry, which is to supply it with auto parts. We take it very seriously from top to bottom. You know, we have 350 people here, and we're all kind of pointed in the right direction, the same direction, which is we want to help our customers grow and do the best job that we can. It's been a rough little bit now with you know, with COVID. Things change quickly. I went from being in my office and kind of doing what I do to having to do what I do from my home, from a home office, being separated from all staff. But at that same time, we have this other half of our company working in the warehouse, doing the things that need to be done in order for Turn 14 to, you know, be successful. So I'm pretty appreciative for them kind of sticking through everything that we have gone through. So that's been tough. But yeah, just an overall message that Turn 14 is not going anywhere. We're very happy to be given the opportunity to be in this industry and work with customers and to do the very best job that we can. I love feedback. We all love feedback. I want to hear what we're doing wrong. I love what we hear and what we do right, but I would rather hear what we're doing wrong. So a lot of customers have been good about talking to me in areas that we can improve. So I definitely recommend that they continue to do that with myself or a different sales manager. That's how Turn 14 gets better, and that's how we grow. Just the overall positive message. That's kind of all I have to say there.
No, very good. You know, and I'd like to kind of add to something and say thank you to the guys in the warehouse. So, you know, there's people keeping things going under very dangerous circumstances. And sometimes people in the softer side of a business, not the easy side, but the marketing and sales, and they're not hands on the parts exactly, get to work from their home. And the guys in the warehouse, we are all in the industry, we need those guys in the warehouse. We need those guys in the shop to keep everything rolling. And I want to say thank you for doing that. And you know, I know you're keeping them safe, and we hope they stay as safe as possible. And then Darren, when it comes to AWE tuning, and you think of this opportunity to talk and before the whole racing industry right now, is there anything you thought you might want to add that maybe we haven't discussed yet? And go ahead and brag about AWE tuning, whatever you want.
Yeah, no shameless plugs here, but you know, it interests me. So we're a performance company. We make performance products for application-specific vehicles that are driven primarily on the road, but also for off-road. We have off-road specific parts that are made for the racetrack, and really having an opportunity to speak to the community in an effort to promote the brand and what we actually do. How to get it is just as important. But potentially, you know, how does AWE integrate with the race shop, right? So everybody drives to the race shop. They all have street vehicles. They all want something to sound as cool as their race car. That's probably something we can help them with. So not even just the race cars themselves, but their daily drivers, their family daily drivers. There's probably an application we've got covered for them that can, you know, spark their vehicle up. Modifications are necessary all over the place, and how we connect distribution to the race community on a performance segment is something that I'm very curious about, and I'm definitely going to continue to explore that.
Right. And then we should just ask or talk about the kind of year of the pandemic. We're very lucky. I think racing did a very good job in getting the cars rolling again. I'm really proud of the fact that racing hasn't been the source of a controversy when it comes to coronavirus. The sanctioning bodies, the promoters just did a hell of a job moving on a dime to get things done where things were done reasonably and safely. And you could tell from Roger Penske working through what he had to do to protect the Indianapolis 500. Very difficult, very challenging times, and things are just being invented like Online Race Industry Week. And it's amazing that people are moving on a dime and progressing. And we're having a year where they are going racing out there. Kyle, what's it been like in terms of the business in 2020 versus previous years? I was kind of happy that there were so many cars out there competing. What did you see out there? You don't have to give away any secrets, but
right. It was scary in the beginning. It kind of, well, everyone knows what the experience was with COVID, but with my experience, it was kind of like just some little thing in the news, and then it got serious where they told me, I was going to be working from home, which I very much am not a big fan of. I got 2 kids running around.
Me neither. Yeah.
So I'd rather be in my office where it's nice and quiet. But yeah, it takes you and kind of shakes your world by moving you physically to another spot. But I saw the demand for products is very strong. The demand stayed strong throughout, and it kind of gave us a peak and a spike where we didn't really expect one. So it was kind of a scramble for inventory. I'm lucky to work for 2 owners that are aggressive and smart, and they were kind of running towards things. When I was looking the other way, they were loading up an inventory and getting ready to be stocked and loaded when things kind of settled down, and they settled down much faster than we all thought. So Turn 14 was in a good position to be able to supply inventory, but it didn't last long enough. Unfortunately, inventory was a tough thing to get. But again, the whole point is the industry is strong. People love their cars, and I guess when they're stuck at home and they have nothing to do, they love their cars even more. As Darren said, modifications, I guess, are necessary when you have nothing else to do at home. So yeah, it's this working and having a good demand for products and people really digging into their cars was the silver lining of this whole pandemic. Being able to work with more customers and then being able to see all the cool different projects on social media that people kind of put out, and the videos that they made with all the different parts that they got was cool.
Yeah, I would add to that. You said it earlier, John. This industry is competing with other hobbies and other industries, and I think during this time, we have to ask ourselves: did our industry get new eyeballs versus customers just buying new parts for their vehicle? My guess is that we're capturing new eyeballs. We're competing because the industry is aggressive. We advertise a lot. We're heavy in social. We're all engaged in trying to get products wherever they need to go in a timely manner, and not everybody can do that. A lot of our industry, from an e-commerce perspective, their websites are, they're ahead of the curve as it relates to other industries. So it's we have to ask ourselves: are we competing with other industries, and are we winning? And I would say right now in this inning, I would say we're definitely ahead of the game.
Yeah, I have to say, in our industry, the end user is unique, and I think we have one of the best end users of any industry. And the fact that the pandemic hit and there's a lockdown, and in racing, they just kind of looked at the time as, well, I have more time now to do some of the stuff to the car that I was running out of time. And so back in the day of lockdown, I just thought, holy crap, what's going to go on now? But then we started hearing good reports. And I think a lot of the guys with their cars and women looked at it as a chance, if there's finally something I've been wanting to do for a long time, I'm going to do it this year because I have the time. We haven't quite opened up to go racing yet. So I was really pleased to hear through our webinar series and everything that the racing business was working through this. And then Kyle, Turn 14, as far as Is there something new that happened that everybody should be aware of? Is there anything new you want to tell that maybe got announced last week or two? Anything new going on?
Well, we always have new things going on. We did launch a couple of new brands last week. We got ATI products back, Truxedo. We also got Undercover. We're running some pretty aggressive promotions now. Today is a really popular day. It's Cyber Monday, which is kind of like the same as Black Friday, where people are kind of looking for deals. So we positioned our customers, hopefully, to be able to, capture that extra business that's out there right now. We're kind of just digging in right now, adding brands, making sure we have inventory ready, and waiting for the next big spike.
And then from your perspective, you see the numbers go up and down in terms of brands and products. Is there something selling really well this year in the last 6 months that maybe surprised you that, oh, this is really moving?
So stuff that people can buy and install in their driveway, quite honestly, kind of did very well. Lots of shops never really closed. So they did just fine too. And a lot of people they tell me they're booked out so far, which is just awesome to hear, because a shop booked out far keeps this business and my, livelihood going. So I support the shops 100%, but yeah, the bolt-ons, the easy little bolt-ons, they just kind of shot right up. Like we all talked about filling time when you're kind of stuck at home. People had to figure out something, and I'm glad they thought about auto parts. So.
And we're running out of time. We want to run this thing up to the 50-minute mark, and we're there. Darren, I'll ask you as well. Anything new in AW tuning that you want to share that people aren't maybe aware of right now?
Yeah, so again, we come from roots of European applications. We spread out into sport compact and then modern muscle and truck. So when I say that, we're looking at 2021 as a really aggressive new product development opportunity for the brand. So you'll see us jump into a heavily populated Jeep Wrangler program, as well as the Silverado Sierra program, even get into the Toyota Tundra to support the Toyota Tacoma and 4Runner crowd. So constant evolution on our program will be our focus for next year. So looking to turn 14 and our distribution partners to help us push that out to the marketplace.
Okay, well, we're going to wrap this up now. Kyle, thank you so much for being part of Online Race Industry Week with Turn 14 Distribution. Darren Jubin, thank you so much for being part of Online Race Industry Week. I want to say it again. Whenever I view a WD and the nature and the model of the business, I get a headache trying to figure out how to do it. So I don't know how you do it and make money at it, but it has to do with just efficiency and continuing to push the inventory technology, and you do that. Plus, the brands are rock solid. So congratulations for your success, and thank you for being part of this. We picked up a couple nuggets, and we'll benefit from that for 2021. So thank you, guys. We'll move on to the next event. And then
thank you, John. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Darren. And a special hello and thank you to our friend Daryl at Turn 14, because Daryl was one of the first one who believed in this platform in July of 2018 when we launched. And that was, because of the Daryl out there in the world, the people that believed in us really at the beginning, that we're able to be where we are today. So thank you, guys. So we're going to travel to England next, where we're going to be talking gearboxes and shifters. So John, please stay with us. And we're going to bring Joe Castello as our host for the next session. We're going to be, as I said, going to England to talk with David and Matt. And that's a very interesting company because Pfitzner is run out of the UK, but the factory is in Australia. So we'll talk with them. We'll talk transmission, gearboxes, shifter. And before that, we're going to have a little video that we're going to share with you. And John, stay with us, and then we'll come back in and we'll talk a little bit more. So
all right.
I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, to basically take over and do a little video that we prepared for you.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problem solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePart Trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
So thank you and welcome back. So next session is going to be again with Fitzner, and we're going to get David and Matt, who are going to be brought into the panel shortly by our production team, as well as our new host for this session, Joe Castello. So John, you might remember, but one of the guests here is Matt with ShiftTech, and you and I, usually in January take a trip together to England for the Autosport show, and ShiftTech is part of the same organization as 920. So we actually went to visit that factory a few years ago, if you remember, John. And so this is one of the great things of working together for so many years. We have traveled the world. We had the opportunity to visit some of the companies, and that's one of them that we visited in England. That was a great time for us.
Yeah, I was talking to Turn 14 about the quality of companies that Turn 14 works with. And Online Race Industry Week, I just really love the quality of companies that we have featured here on Online Race Industry Week. I mean, they're solid parts, real seriously engineering innovators, and ShiftTech is one of them, as well as Fitzner. I mean, I love visiting with ShiftTech because you see today what ShiftTech's doing, but you imagine tomorrow what ShiftTech will be doing. And that's the fun of the racing industry.
Thank you, John. Oh, I think we've got David and Matt over there, and we've got Joe Castello as well. So Joe, we're delighted to have you being, one of the four hosts. I mean, 5 with Paul. So you're going to be hosting, a few of the sessions this week. So thank you again. Joe is a drag racing expert. He's a racer as well too, and does a lot of podcasts for the industry, for our friends at Total Seal as well. So welcome aboard, Joe, and we're going to have you take over in the next few minutes. I think we have 2 minutes to go. We try to stay on the minute because we have people coming in and out during the entire week. So again, if you're watching us, if you're enjoying the show, we have 55 hours, back to back, and registration is open all week. It's free to sign up. So please tell your friends in the industry, this is a business to business event. This is not for race fan, but this is really a place where you can join, learn, engage through the chat button that's been pretty active this morning. We see a lot of questions. So again, if you're watching us, please ask your questions. We'll be happy to try to answer, most of them. And again, Pfitzner, David, thank you for being, one of the first also supporter of the ePortrait platform. David came on board really early on in 2018. We're very thankful for your trust, David. And so please go on ePortrait.com, search for Pfitzner, click connect, ask questions. Someone at Pfitzner will get back to you with an answer. If you see a product, they have a new transmission right now that's being featured. Click on it, request more information. That will put you in touch with them directly. So it is 9:59 in California. So if I'm correct, it's about 6 p.m. in England, right, David?
Yes, 17:59, 5:59.
Yeah, it's time for a beer usually that time, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys don't have a pint. Where are the pints?
Yeah, some wine, Francis.
Okay, that's true. One of the favorite moments for John when we go to England is every time we have to stop at every pub because he wants to. This is a great experience. So
that's the tradition.
Not every pub. Not every pub. A pub. I should not say that. But we enjoy the British culture. So thank you very much, Joe. On to you.
Well, thank you very much, Francis. Great job. I love the fact we're just a couple of hours into this and we're already talking about happy hour. You know it's going to be a lot of fun. My name is Joe Costello. Welcome to everyone around the world. Super excited about ePortrait to be a part of this. We all know that trade show season is so much fun. It's about expanding our knowledge, but it's also about connecting with friends and colleagues and making new ones. And we're all able to do that here today. So now we're going to get into gearboxes and shifters. This is an area that is absolutely vital, whether you're over the road or you're on the racetrack. And I'm super excited to speak with the guys from Pfitzner. David Gammon. David, you're the operations director. Matt Falks there, head of motorsports for ShiftTech. So we've got a very strong knowledge base to dive into. Of course, I encourage everyone to put your questions in the comments section, and we'll get into it as we delve into some new products that you guys have. First of all, welcome, and just a general statement, David, about what we got going on here today. Pretty cool.
Well, with the time we've got, we're just going to do an overview of gearboxes and focus on the integration of the gearbox into the modern day road car, sports car, motorsports car. And this is part of our collaboration with ShiftTech, and that's why we're working together and we're together today. Just to sort of like to focus on what we're doing as partners and put it out there.
Absolutely. And Matt, as head of motorsports at ShiftTech, this has got to be a very exciting project.
It is. It's a very exciting project indeed. I've been working with David for some months now on a very unique way of providing paddle shift for your gearbox products, and we're all really excited about what this will bring to the market, the performance it will offer, and the durability and unique offering that brings to many forms of motorsport.
So I think ears just went up. Let's start out with sequential gearboxes in general. Obviously, quicker and faster here in the States. Some of our major sanctions, motorsports, are finally starting to switch, but it's something that people who have their own cars or maybe club racers have known for a long time. It's quicker, it's faster, it's better. And then to add the paddle shift option to it, that is just a mind blower for a lot of people who maybe didn't think that it was something that they could attain. And now you guys are making it attainable. So speak on the project a little bit.
So firstly, for PPG, we take OEM gearboxes and turn them into sequential. That's the foundation of the company. And going forward, we are releasing a new range of complete sequential gearboxes, which is a new range. But going back to the core market that we do, we supply sequential gearboxes for some of the top aftermarket races, not necessarily the high-end motorsport like the Le Mans, stuff like that, but we supply the road guys who want to go do time attack or good life, And this year, for example, we have a fabulous guy. He's got a Corvette, beautiful Corvette C5, Ferris Kwartumi. He's been out, used a T56 sequential in his car this year. He was always kind of on pace, but this year he's set 7 lap records out of 8 events. So, and he's really found the benefits of a sequential. He's always been H pattern before, but now he's seen that, and obviously 2021, it's going to be paddle shift, and that's where he wants to go next. And that will be, that will be the encore really for him in terms of going out and pushing the boundaries of his platform. But that gearbox is attainable to any Mustang, Camaro, Viper, LS owner. We make a complete donor system for that fits in the original case. So, it's very accessible to the aftermarket and to the motorsport people. We supply people like Ernie Francis Jr. at Breathless, and key people like that with these sequential gearboxes. And a gearbox is something that goes a little bit unnoticed sometimes, but the people who are winning, a lot of the people behind it, especially in drag racing, are using PPG.
Oh, very interesting. And you mentioned Ernie Francis. We're located here in South Florida, at least this part of the broadcast is, and really respect his talent and ability. Young man coming up in
F1.
Yeah, well, exactly. So let's talk about some of the internal mechanisms and why it is better and what is important. So there are a lot of different elements in terms of sensors and positioning. Take us through that a little bit so we can understand what you guys have innovated and evolved.
Well, some years ago, we looked at the sequential actuation, and a lot of sequential gearboxes, they define a position based on a very simple analog sensor. And the problem with them is that they're not very reliable with heat. And also, when you look at the data can't be logged at a very high frequency, because what happens is you pick up a lot of noise. And we wanted to define when a gear was made and the transition between the gears, so we knew absolute position. And the only way that we could find to do that was to basically innovate and to incorporate a brilliant little sensor that we use. You can see that it's a tiny little sensor.
Nice. There you go.
And it's made by Gill Technologies, Gill Sensors in the UK, and it's 10 bits, so it's got like over 1,000 points per 360-degree rotation. And what that does, that allows us to data log at 1 kilohertz, so we can infinitely tell the position over any other gearbox sensor on other manufacturers. And that really gave us an advantage, because we knew that not only it was accurate, it was reliable and durable. And once you'd programmed it into the car, if you did a rebuild, you didn't need to reprogram the system again. It stayed reprogrammed. So that really has been our benchmark development in terms of the data acquisition from the gearbox, which is, like with an engine, you spend thousands of dollars on advanced ECUs. Then you go to the gearbox and you say, well, name all the sensors on the gearbox, and you struggle after like 3 sensors. So this sensor is core to our performance and our reliability. And teams are getting seasons and seasons of usage out of the gearboxes through that single development. And indeed, several other manufacturers have taken a similar stance to us by using a contactless induction-based sensor.
No, it sounds like not only have you improved on what you're trying to do, but you made it plug and play, so it's maybe less intimidating to some folks out there.
Yeah, and that is entirely it. It is simplistic. It is simplistic. We give good instructions. We're always on the end of the phone, with the main factory in the facility being in Adelaide and me being here in the UK. We virtually have a 24-hour coverage in terms of support for our customers and dealers globally. And they can, the modern way is Messenger, Facebook, WhatsApp, and that tends to be how companies today do a lot of their tech support. So people can always access us 24/7, and that's really important. So that's how we try and support our customer base.
And a good note to everybody out there watching around the world, social media feeds of everybody you see here this weekend, definitely get on there and you get more updated information. And if there's a question that we don't happen to get to on the show, they'll get back with you, and that is a great benefit. So let's talk about the gear shifts and why they are so light with PPG. You think about people, slamming gears, and that's not necessarily a good thing. So tell us a little bit about the pressure involved, and then we'll transition to Shift Tech with Matt.
The key foundation of PPG is rally and drag. And those two key motorsport platforms require shifting where the driver doesn't really need to think about what he's doing. If he's thinking about shifting the gear and he's not going fast enough, he's got other things to be thinking about. So we kind of have a holistic attitude here at PPG. So we look at the system rather than just the isolation of the gearbox. So we focus on friction, we focus on mass, and obviously with those two comes the speed. And everything in PPG is very, very focused on the shifting ability. So literally all the sequentials with the correct calibration and integration with obviously shift tech systems with the GCU 500 and 800, you can literally shift them with one finger, literally one finger shifting, which is amazing. But then the dog boxes, again, one finger shifting, because we've reduced all the frictions, we've used needle roller bearings where people usually use plain bushing, and obviously kept the mass and the frictional losses down to fundamentally reinforce that aspect for the driver. And it's all about the driver at the end of the day.
Yes, well, that's the entertainment of it all. That's why we're all here, for that experience, however long it gets to be. So paddle shifting, Matt, let's lead into this with you. Video games came around and
the kid pretty much grew up paddle shifting, right? And maybe some of the younger people out there don't even really understand the H pattern manual shifter anymore. We don't like them, but it might happen. But you're putting paddle shifting within the grasp of so many more people. Talk about the project, and I understand this is a closed loop system. Why is that significant and important?
Okay, well, I think many people know us from our work in Pro Motorsport. So I work at Le Mans and in various high-level series and various OEM programs. What they perhaps don't realize is that we've worked very hard recently to bring that Pro Motorsport technology in terms of cost and availability to a point where it can be utilized in semi-pro and club motorsport. And a lot of the work that we're doing with PPG is, again, bringing that technology into the PPG gearbox and various applications of PPG gearbox to enable paddle shift with true professional motorsport level paddle shift. To give you an idea, the design of actuators, the design of bulbs that we're using with PPG is exactly the same as that which was on the podium at Le Mans for 3 years in a row recently. So it is very much professional level kit and equipment. Paddle shift is a very, very useful tool, especially for endurance racing or for situations where you absolutely have to get that gear in drag racing, for example. It enables you to rely on the fact that no matter what, it is going to select that gear. It also allows you to provide some protection for the engine itself and the gearbox itself. For example, it removes the risk of over-revving the engine on a down change. And it also enables possibilities to do things like shift while the engine is on the rev limiter, or shift while the wheels are spinning. It's a very useful tool for adding performance onto what is already a high performance vehicle.
Very interesting. And the GCU, hard parts
being one thing, and obviously your time spent in racing, all of these things were developed. But it is my understanding that the GCU, the gear control unit, is the brain of the operation and why this product stands out.
That's correct. So where we started was with an idea to run closed loop gear control. And what that means is that you monitor very closely the position of the barrel within the gearbox, because the position of the barrel relates directly to where the shift forks are and which gear is engaged. And this is where PPG's use of the blade sensor becomes extremely useful to us, because we have a very high resolution measure of where the gear barrel is. Now, what that means from a control point of view is that we never arrive in a situation where the engine produces torque when we don't want it to, i.e. when a gear is not fully engaged. It also means that we have control of the engine speed on the down change to ensure that the down change is well synchronized and there's no locking of driven wheels or similar. Closed loop is the fundamental of all of our strategies for gear control, because it is the one thing that you have to get absolutely right before anything else to ensure that the gearbox is kept healthy, that the shift quality is good, and that the shift is reliable. On top of that, we've developed through our various motorsport programs multiple layers of control on that base closed loop strategy, which now allow direct control of the clutch, for example, direct control of engine throttle. So in an OEM application where you run an OEM ECU, a road car ECU with a drive-by-wire throttle, we can now essentially intercept that drive-by-wire throttle signal and process it however we want. What that means is that the factory ECU is completely unaware that anything has changed, but we can now produce a torque reduction or a throttle blip via that drive-by-wire throttle interface to allow the use of a sequential gearbox and paddle shift on a almost standard road car with standard electronics. And of course, the older way of doing that would have been to look at replacing the ECU completely, or to look at interrupting supply to the coils to generate a cut, but that's quite brutal. It's not a sympathetic or a method of achieving that with any finesse. And of course, with an OEM ECU, you would then start to see fault codes logged and misfire codes logged and things like that. So where we're sort of driving this now, certainly with PPG, is that we have a huge background in professional motorsports at the very highest levels, and we're now using that technology to enable easier integration of things like sequential gearboxes and paddle shift systems with existing road cars.
Very exciting that I'm rev matching without even doing a whole lot. I think you got a lot of people excited about that, and that's one thing these modern supercars are doing to make the driver better. Ultimately, you want the driver experience to be better, and you're making it better. So let's talk a little bit about targets once again. We've got people all around the world, and who are your customers? You mentioned some club racers, but I think that this could be something that works for the guy who just wants to have an awesome car that he drives out on the highway, out on the road occasionally for a fun experience.
Exactly, and this is one of the big things we've done with the production of our shift kit product, which is essentially everything you need to paddle shift a car in a box. There is a bespoke version of that for use with PPG gearboxes and with a bespoke actuator. And what that allows now is the use of sort of very high-end pro motorsport technology is now available with minimal lead times at very, very competitive prices. You really can build as close to an LMP car as you're going to be able to do in your garage because that technology is now available.
And isn't that the point of racing in general? As much as it's entertaining and we love to watch, to drive the technology forward, this is a perfect example of technology. You mentioned it a few years ago. It was at the front of the grid, and now it's something we can access.
Exactly. And it's that trickle down of pro-level technology to a point where it is accessible to all, which I think is really important. We all want to go faster. We all want to build better racing cars. Having that available to us, and the work that PPG and Dave are doing in terms of the ability to turn an OEM gearbox into a full sequential gearbox and then be used with this sort of technology is really exciting. It opens up huge possibilities to club and semi-pro racers.
Yeah, and the key thing here is that when we have the aftermarket sector and the roll race sector and the top speed, the Texas Mile guys, they don't always have the budget to go full on racing. So they don't have, they don't have $15,000 to go and put on a professional motorsport ECU. And there's no, we're not saying don't get that, but what we're saying is that you can enable a full paddle shift sequential or lever shift sequential on an OEM platform, on an OEM based gearbox, and have almost exactly the same benefits. I mean, the engineering ability of ShiftTech is profound. I mean, some of the equipment they make, some of the products they make, it blows your mind. I mean, we got I'll show you this. This is their GCU, right?
Yes.
This is smaller than an iPhone 10. It's an amazing piece of kit.
Amazing.
And that has got 4 GB of logging on board as well. And so that's why we're impressed, and that's why we're so proud to be involved. And when you have like a Mustang or Viper and you want to leverage a sequential gearbox, you've got some dampers, you've got some brakes, you enter Grid Live, you want to go and do some series, you don't have that last budget because that 15K that you're going to put on a motorsport ECU, that's your hotel and your fuel for the year, So this enables the sales from our perspective to a wider audience because it enables them to maintain the OEM factory gearbox, which saves them money. OEM clutch, OEM drive shafts and prop shafts, a lot of the wiring, and also obviously, you know, the control of it with the OEM ECU. So it's a big enabler, and we've had a lot of people adopt that platform because it does allow them to get to that higher echelon of motorsport for a budget, basically. But it doesn't mean that they don't have all the ability of the top flight teams or engineers or ECU systems.
Certainly, and we heard Mr. Penske first thing this morning saying everybody needs to get a little bit leaner and stretch the budget into other areas, and you got yourself to the race right there, and that's most important. One of the questions in the comments section about the Ford Duratec 3 Leader, do you have the drive-by-wire system for that? I'm hoping they are related to this, and maybe tick down some of the applications that you do have supplied already.
So conventional drive-by-wire using analog signals, for example, a standard OEM implementation would involve a pair of 0 to 5 volt analog outputs or something along those lines. We can support any pedal system which runs that. On top of that, CAN-based throttlers as well we can support. Our GCUs are very capable in terms of CAN bus. They not only function as a gear controller, but you can use them as a CAN-based input expander or anything along those lines. But what it does allow us to do is generate things like keep alive pulses or heartbeat pulses for drive-by-wire safety systems on CAN. So there is very little limitation to what is possible to do with a conventional implementation of drive-by-wire.
Very exciting. As we wind down here, is there anything that we have yet to cover before I get to my final questions? Anything you want everybody out there here on Industry Week to know about your company, about this product, and what you guys have accomplished here?
I think the major thing for us is as a company, we focus on the real simplistic aspects of engineering, the mass, the friction, the movement. And one of the things that we do at PPG is we try and use that to our advantage all the time, because it's free. It's a free lunch, basically. And a typical sequential gearbox will have an actuation stroke, a total stroke of like over 30 millimeters. And PPG, we use less than 10 millimeters. So we actually use 4.8 millimeter stroke for a gear shift. So speed, distance, time, we are profoundly faster in terms of our gear shift actuation than almost any other competitor out there on the market. And that's for a reason, because obviously we're using the assets that we've got and the things that are free. And that really sets our systems apart, not only in aftermarket, but also in professional motorsports. And, you know, we do supply some OEM stuff that we can't talk about, but we really are proud of that aspect. And obviously, when we came to Matt and showed him our shift stroke requirements, he went, "Pardon, what?" It wasn't until I showed him the actual drawings and the design, he's like, "No way." So it's like, you know, we try to do things smart. We try to be smart. It's all right putting loads of resource into stuff, but sometimes mechanisms and everything need to be simple. And that's the key, simple. And it's reliable, durable, repeatable. And obviously when we work with partners like this, then, you know, it's just the icing on the cake, because some of the goodies they've got, you know, it's, as a motorsport aficionado, you know, he's got all the toys. He's got all the toys.
Absolutely. And don't you know, David, that the relationships you can't talk about are the ones we want to know about?
Yeah, in time. In time. Maybe, you know, maybe at some of the shows 2021, we're just, you know, we're stuck here in the UK, you know, we're officially still on lockdown, and we can't even get to the USA right now. You know, we still can't. So, but when it's open, we'll be there talking to people. But you know, this is a partnership that is a collaboration more than anything, because we're, you know, some great minds. Matt has been through he's been through F1 for years, and obviously I've been in the industry for years. So we bash ideas about, and there's new exciting things. We've got a new range of billet sequential gearboxes, complete brand new gearboxes to market, from 300 horsepower to 3,000 horsepower. You know, so that's the new next stage for PPG 2021. And we you know, we've got the R32, R33, R34 GDR sequential that's been released in lever and paddle shift with Shift Tech. And obviously that car right now, I was sent a video the other day of a company in Florida, in Naples in Florida, and they got something like 30 R33, R32 GTR Nissans. So the market again that's one of our core cars that we sell to in Australia and Japan and obviously Europe. And now, because of the relaxation on the import regulation, they're coming to the USA. So again, you've got another level of car coming to the USA, a bit old school retro, but it's all exciting for us, and it's, it makes us work harder to get these systems complete and out there to the market.
Absolutely. I love what you're doing. It's very exciting. I encourage everybody out there watching, if you're interested, obviously go to epartrade.com, hit up the company websites, PPG and ShiftTech, racers making the thrill of racing accessible to more people. Simple as that. And I love what you're doing. Matt, real quick,
while we have a minute or so to go, a final thought about the project, what you're doing, obviously years in motorsports, now helping other people get that feeling.
Well, Dave touched on it earlier, really, and the mechanical ingenuity that PPG show in the construction of their gearboxes and the actuation or selection of them was really very, very interesting to me, because one of the unique things about what we do is we build the valves in a pneumatic system onto the actuator itself, so the response time is incredibly fast. One of the things that I was really excited about working with Dave on was how we can combine that technology, which Dave is showing here, onto something like one of Fichtner's very short stroke gearboxes, which of course means you have incredible shift times, really good system performance, very good air consumption, just a really lovely package of kit that brings performance to whatever vehicle it's on.
Excellent work, gentlemen. Matt and David, really appreciate your effort joining us here on Industry Week, epartrade.com. You guys have got something really great going on, and worldwide knowledge and perspective.
Headquartered in the UK, factory in Australia, and I'm sure a lot of customers here in the United States of America. So thank you for what you've done. Thank you for sharing your product and your business here with us today.
Thank you, Joe. It's been a pleasure.
Good times.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Hard.
We got Francisque and John are up here too. Gentlemen, dive in here.
4 days to go.
So David and Matt, thank you. We're going to move you back as attendees, so you're welcome to watch any other sessions. Please invite all your industry friends to watch. Registration is open the entire week. We have people watching us from 110 countries around the world. So I know it's time for the wine and beer for you guys, but for us, it's, still 10:30 in the morning in California. We have a full day to go. So thank you very much, and we'll catch up very, very soon. Okay?
Thank you, and thank you to your team.
Thank you.
Later, gentlemen.
Okay. So next, John, you're back on, and thank you very much. So Joe, you're welcome to stay on. We're going to turn your camera and sound off as Jeff Hammond is coming on board right now to be our next host. So thank you, Joe. Brilliant work. Terrific interview. John, can you tell us a little bit about the next session?
Yeah, it's another great one for Online Race Industry Week. Scott Hines, the Hines families had a wonderful race store in Concord, North Carolina. It's a multi-generational race family. And to have Scott Hines here and a member of the Hines family is really just a big deal. And then Scott opened up kind of a side kind of business about fire suppression. And he's just very connected to the driver racing experience. I mean, he grew up in it basically. So, and when it comes to fire suppression systems in the cockpit, everybody needs to know why, what to do, how to make it comfortable, how to make sure it's works in a crash and all of that. So we have the right guy here, and then backing him up is Steve Francis, Technical and Safety Director for the Lucas Oil Dirt Lake Model Series. And again, just the right person to have on hand for this kind of webinar. So I'm glad we have it. Again, safety for drivers is, to me, step number one in the racing industry, to welcome people to compete and to tell them and tell their family and their friends that this is a safe sport.
Absolutely. And then, what a great timing. I'm sure a lot of you watching us right now have seen Romain Grosjean's accident this weekend in Bahrain at the F1 race, and that gigantic explosion. It was absolutely terrifying. And I'm sure, we're going to talk about fire extinguisher And this is a really important topic. And I know that, Judy King, who is the co-founder of ePortRate, has worked very closely with Scott, and I've known Scott for many years. So we're delighted to have them on board with us. So I see that Scott is with us right now. We are going to get Jeff Hammond. And again, if you are watching us right now and you're interested in FSC's product, please go on ePortRate.com. In the search section, type FSC, you'll see their products. If you find a product you're interested in, there is a little orange button that says, I want more information. Click on the button and that will connect you directly with Scott's team. And if you have a question in particular, click on I have a question or ask a question, type your question, and someone at FSC will get back to you. So it is 10:29 here in California. Good morning, Jeff. How are you? We're delighted to have you as a host. It's a really, really big deal for us. So it's going to be fun. And you're going to do many sessions with us this week. So how are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing well, Francis. Thank you for welcoming me and being a part of this ePortRate venture, and the folks from Racer.com. I think it's wonderful. The industry is going to really benefit from it. So I'm really looking forward to kind of kicking my session off with the guys from FSC.
Okay, I think we got a message. Steve Francis is coming on. In just a minute, is having a little challenge. So I'm just getting a signal from our production team here. So we're going to get Steve on. It's 10:29. So, John, do you have any other things or any thoughts you wanted to share with our audience this morning?
No insights. I just, first of all, I want to say welcome Jeff Hammond. Jeff's one of the great all-time NASCAR crew chiefs, and to have Jeff be part of Online Race Industry Week is just awesome. Jeff, thanks so much for joining us.
I gotta go. It's kind of glare.
And Scott, also welcome. I've been in your store, and everybody stop by when they go to the races at Charlotte. Make sure they stop by the Heinz store. And so it's great to have you both here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
So Jeff, it is 10:30, so you're in charge, and we'll catch you in 25 minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to take the bull by the horns, and we're going to make it happen.
Let's do it.
All right. Hey, good day, and welcome to everybody. Hopefully it's tuning in, and I'm really excited about being a part of the online race industry week here. And man, what a great thing that these guys have come up with. And I'm Jeff Hammond. For those of you who don't remember me or don't know about me, I work for SiriusXM right now, hosting the late shift. And I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be your host here during this session. And I'm also excited about the fact that John Kilroy stole a little bit of my thunder, because I was going to say I'm going to be kicking it off from guys from my backyard where I grew up in Charlotte, North Carolina, over in Concord, Heinz Brothers. And really excited to have Scott Heinz on. And Scott, welcome to the show. You're the president owner of FSC and Heinz Products and Performance. So I hope you're doing well. And during this pandemic time, everybody's been a little bit concerned about that. But I look forward to talking to you about what you got going on. And also, is Steve going to be joining us here in a little bit?
I think so. He should be coming on here pretty shortly. I talked to him probably about maybe an hour ago. Gave him the login information. I know he was traveling back from being out of town for Thanksgiving over the weekend, so he should be connecting here pretty soon.
Yeah, and Steve Francis is the technical director for Lucas Oil Dirt Late Models. Former racer himself and champion. So I look to get some insight from him. But how's business right now? Tell us what's going on over there.
Business is good. This time of year it kind of starts to wind down with the end of the racing season. John was. It's good to hear from John. He's been in my store several times, but last week I closed the store for the week and I relocated to a new facility. I'm about 3 miles away, right off of Highway 29, just north of the Speedway. Road front, nice showroom. And so I spent most of the week last week moving in, getting Heinz set up, getting FSC set up. So it's been a lot of work, but it should be a good move, a good location, and I'm excited about it.
Well, John and Francis both kind of touched on it. The big crash they had over there in Maurice. Let's talk about FSC right on the get-go, because that's kind of like your newer product. I know a lot of people are looking and making the switch over to running your fire suppressant system. So
Right.
where are you at today? And after seeing something like that, I mean, let's go ahead and get into it.
Okay.
Fire is the one thing I think that scares every driver that gets behind the wheel. I mean, they don't worry about horrific crashes. They don't worry about cars disintegrating or trucks, either
Correct.
one, but they're worried about fire.
Correct. I've not talked to a driver, whether it be a customer, whether it be a friend, whether it be a relative, that fire wasn't the number one thing that they feared as a race car driver. That's the one thing that they don't feel like they can get away from in a quick amount of time. It spreads quickly. Where there's an ignition source and an air source, then that's what happens. And so they all are very, very scared, very conscious about fire, where a fire can break out, how a fire can spread. So again, I think, you can have the nicest, best equipment as far as seat, driver's safety gloves, driving suit, helmet, but that extra layer of protection in a fire suppression system is huge. And a lot of drivers, cost always comes involved. It's not an inexpensive product, but it's something I think that's evolved, and I think most racing organizations need to mandate some sort of onboard fire suppression. But fire is the number one thing that a driver fears most of all.
Well, you touched on a couple of areas I want to get off into. Number one, where do you see the future of your product going? I mean, are we going to see bigger, or are we going to see a different, type of chemical being used? I mean, what is the future of fire suppressant? Because I mean, it's gone through from dry powder to whatever. I mean, you
Correct.
guys have tried a little bit of everything. So,
Yeah.
where's the future right now as far as that is concerned?
Well, over the last 15 years, I know Halon was the big extinguishing agent that the military used, aviation companies used, racing company, people that built for motorsports. The EPA banned Halon, they quit manufacturing, so they went to some alternative chemicals. The one chemical right now that we use that's really good is called Novec 1230. It's made by 3M. It's a very benign, calm. It's almost like water. But it puts out a fire and contains a fire better than anything that I've seen. And I just think with racing organizations, a lot of times, unfortunately, a driver gets burned or a driver dies in a fire at a racetrack before a lot of racetracks, a lot of sanction bodies will take action. And I'll let Steve expand on that when it's his turn to chat. And like I said, he could probably tell you a little bit more about from a driver's standpoint. Anyway, hey, Steve.
Hey, just got my voice wouldn't work for me, so I had to work on the voice part of it.
I got you. But anyway, so I think what has evolved is the need, as people that run racetracks and run organizations, the need to mandate something like that. And a lot of times there's some pushback with regard to the cost, with regard to how much it's going to cost to put it in and maintain it. But I think it's hard to put a price on someone's safety. So I think that's definitely the direction that we're headed. As far as the size goes, there's different size for different types of vehicles. A lot of places mandate only a 5-pound system. Some mandate a 10-pound system. I know in certain drag racing classes, there's 20 pounds. So it's all about the speed of the car, how the car is designed, and just what it'll take to suppress that fire. And I like the word, I came up with that story about, on a napkin at a restaurant. I came up with the name FSE, Fire Suppression Engineering, because I'm reluctant to call them fire extinguishers. I know that's kind of the buzzword in the industry, but fire spreads so quickly, and it doesn't discriminate about where it goes or what it burns or where it gets to. And so these systems are designed to suppress the fire so the driver can get out of the vehicle and the safety people at the track can get there and extinguish the remainder of the fire. Do you want the do you want the suppression system to put the fire out completely? Absolutely. And a lot of times they do, but that's just another layer of fire safety that goes along with people that work at the track, the driver, the suit that you have, the helmet that you have, the gloves that you have. So I think it's just a all encompassing thing as far as the evolution of fire safety from a racing standpoint.
Okay. Well, Scott, while you were pontificating, Mr. Steve Francis has joined us. Steve, welcome. Yes. It's good to get a chance to talk to you. And we talked about the fact that you are the technical director at the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series, former racer yourself and champion. So we've been talking about, the biggest thing that most race car drivers fear the most. It's got to be fire.
I bet in your crew chief days, that was the number one thing you heard too. Just anything but a fire, anything but a fire.
Absolutely.
I think that's across the board 100%. We've worked with Scott on a lot of stuff on, some of the systems, and he's kind of took his system and perfected all the problems that were kind of inherent in other ones, as far as all the way down to line lengths where they're, we can install them in the racetrack in about 10 minutes. And, that just makes it a lot. He's been good enough to us. He lets us keep a couple on board with us that we can loan out to a racer that's running one of our events. Where you won't get on the racetrack at one of our events without one. They're required for everybody, the 10-pound system with 2 burn-off nozzles. So, every once in a while you'll run across a guy that just, man, I can't afford it. I don't have the money to buy that thing right now. So Scott's been good enough to work with the series and let us, allow that guy to still race. At the same time, we can sell him on the fact that it only takes one bad time to, that $800, $900, $1,000 that you're going to spend on this system, whatever the number, however big or fancy you want to go, is really cheap money being spent.
No, I think you guys, you both touch on something that sometimes we get caught up in, worrying how much something costs versus how much is your life worth. And that's the thing I think is so sad. Unfortunately, in my racing career, I've witnessed not only people get burned, but some people lose their lives because of it. And I think that, as we're having this conversation, it's like, where and how do we go about making people realize that if you can afford to race, you can afford to protect yourself. I mean, we've already, got a lot of people believing in now Hans devices and all the other things that go with it. And we've improved so much. And yet we see, by the events of this weekend, we haven't been able to come up with a foolproof way to crash one of these vehicles and guarantee it won't catch on fire. I mean, there's sometimes the force of impact, you can't control it.
No, I mean, and then, we had an accident in the dirt late model world. I think it's been about probably 4 to 5 years ago that a man lost his life. And as you go into researching, he had a fuel cell that wasn't an SFI rated fuel cell. 5 or 6 things contributed to it. No fire system in the car or anything like that. And that really brought on a change in the dirt late model world to now everybody's fuel cells are SFI rated. Everybody has 90% of the country already has the the fire suppression systems in the car, the 10-pound with 2 burn-off nozzles. That was kind of mandated across the board from most of the sanctioning bodies. There's a few that are still lagging a little behind on that get argued the same. Well, it costs so much. Well, man, it don't cost so much. You're racing a dirt late model, $100,000 piece of equipment, and you're going to argue about a $900,000 fire system. I mean, you're going to spend that to go race 2 weekends. Skip those 2 weekends, go put your fire system in. Make sure you got a good fuel cell. Make sure you got good gloves. Pay attention to what stuff the racetrack actually has. If we don't ever want to use it, but their fire system, driver evacuation systems, anything like that. Pay attention to what's going on around you a little bit. Pay attention to the racetrack. Has it got a blunt wall sticking straight at you? Just all those things play into safety in a dirt late model or any race car as far as that goes.
Excuse me, Steve, let me ask you this right here also, and going back to you, Scott. When we talk about, we're talking about your fire suppressant systems, but let's expand this a little bit further and look at what can you do as a parts distributor? What can you do as a technical advisor to touch on all of these problems? When people come into your store or, talk to you at the racetrack about it, how do you best serve them as far as the certification part of it. I'm talking about, the fuel cells and even the fire extinguishers. They've got to be certified every so often. Seats have got to be certified. Belts the same way. And, no matter what series, everybody's got a little bit of a variance, but let's just say it's got a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years. Is there anything in the manufacturing world of like, bring something back in that says it's expired? Can it be, rejuvenated? Can it be recertificated and utilized anymore? I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys could say, this could help me a whole lot if I could get another 2 years out of it. It's never been damaged. It's been taken well care of. Is there a possibility of any of that? Still having to make sure that you, Steve, look at it and say, hey, it's a thumbs up, or you, Scott, saying, yeah, we can do this because it hasn't been damaged. And yes, we're not feeling like we're going to get you in trouble or us in trouble if we say you can go 2 more years on it.
Right. Steve, you want to go or you want me to?
I'll go. I mean, we work with Scott a lot. I think Scott's probably going to attend our first event at Brunswick, Georgia at Golden Isle Speedway. I know he works with some of the chassis manufacturers. Hey guys, these bottles have a 2-year recertification on them. So we know a lot of that stuff is coming close to due right now. So Scott's he came a year ago and come to Golden Isles, and the guys were able to bring their bottles there. He was able to recertify their systems, put the new stickers on them, clean them up, reservice everything. All those things just to help the racer. He's really been a big part of that. As far as the fuel cells and stuff like that go, that's a little bit more of an elaborate thing. So, but as far as his fire bottles, he's been really good, or fire systems. He's been really good about making sure they're certified. And he can recertify other people's, all those things. So that's been really good.
Yeah. Right. From my standpoint, as far as the longevity or the life of the bottle, a lot of that, there's a lot of factors that come into play. Jeff, as a nice car guy, you can remember where the bottles were put in the passenger's floorboard, just to the right of the transmission tunnel. They stay inside. They get dirty or grimy at times, but relatively they're out of most of the time they're out of the elements. Well, in these dirt late model cars, they're literally outside the cockpit, and they're seeing a lot of elements from the track as they're going around. And I was trying to talk to somebody. Somebody sent one in to get it worked on, and I'm telling you, this thing looked like, I told them, I said, did you drag it behind your truck on your way here? Because it looks like it has completely been it was destroyed. Hoses were broken, agents gone, sensors are burst, labels are gone. And so when you get to thinking about it in a dirt late model, when that car is in the turn and the right side of the car is digging down towards the track, the bottle is literally probably 12 to 18 inches from the racing surface. And you're getting dirt, you're getting rocks, you're getting stuff like that that's coming to hit the bottle. So keeping those bottles inspected, keeping them clean, and taking a look at those things to make sure that there's nothing that has damaged them is very important. If there was one thing I would like to do, I would like to see about maybe encasing the cylinder somehow to kind of protect it from the elements of the racetrack. But that's a discussion for a whole nother time. But it just depends on what the condition of the bottle is. I've had some NASCAR bottles that came in, and SFI determines the life of the bottle. The 17.1 spec says that the bottle needs to be re-inspected at least every 2 years. And then at the end of 6 years, it's done. You can't reuse it. It is not recertifiable for SFI. If there's another racing organization that doesn't go by the SFI spec that says, hey, we can use a used out-of-date fire system that probably still works good, then they choose to do that. But SFI kind of determines that. But I've seen some that were 6 years old, and I'm like, this thing looks like it just got taken out of the box. Right. So a lot of that has to do with who makes the rules. From my standpoint, when a bottle comes into me, I need to make sure when it goes out that if it was my race car, then I would feel comfortable putting that bottle in there and knowing that it would be in the best possible shape to do its job. Now, also on the parts part you were talking about, Jeff, a guy comes in and wants to buy a fire system, or he's made to buy a fire system. Well, then you get to talking about, okay, well, what are you doing for fuel lines? Well, I just use a rubber line and a brass push-on hose. Okay, then we need to talk about how to better use a better fuel delivery line. What do you got for a fuel cell? Well, I just got this plastic so-and-so. Does it have a rollover valve? Well, I don't know. So then you kind of have to educate them. Oh, okay, the fire system will do its job if it's installed and managed properly, but you also got to take into consideration where that fuel is and where it's going in the event of a crash. If it gets out of that cell, if a line breaks, if a fitting gets knocked off, that all comes into play. And usually that's what happens is there's something that has broken or been damaged to cause that fire. So now it's up to the fire suppression system to do its job. But if you can kind of spend a few extra dollars, it's not a lot, but a little extra money and make good lines, good connections, good fuel cell, good rollover, flapper type design, that will cut down on a lot of the issues that a lot of people have.
And just real quick before we defer to Steve here, I was sitting there when you were talking about the bottles and everything. I was envisioning these dirt guys working with somebody and getting a carbon fiber, basically capsule to put those kind of bottles in, something that wouldn't be a lot of weight, but yet could take the blows, from the rocks and some of the stuff, and yet, make it to where it's, benefits the longevity of that. And that's my opinion, Steve. So I'm gonna let you comment about it.
That's honestly, it's something I hadn't thought that much about. It makes the bottle a little harder for us to inspect date on and stuff like that. We'd have to basically take it completely out of the car instead of just crawling under and looking. But it's definitely, it would protect the bottles. I see some right now that are just, like Scott said, look like they've been through World War III already. Yep. And you look at the date on them and they're half a season old. These dirt late models, they dig the frame rails and everything else into the ground, right on that cushion of the racetrack, and it kicks a lot of stuff up. There is a lot of the chassis builders now are kind of putting some filler panels in the right side of the body just to try to protect, the transmission, the starter, the things like that in that area, along with the fire system. Most of your battery cables and everything run right through that area. We, at the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, we run a tech line a lot, probably 60% of our races, and we'll also, at the same time, we'll do a safety check. Just going back on all this stuff that we've been talking about. And I have actually looked and found seat belts that are 9 years old in a dirt late model. I didn't even know they had a date that expired. When you tell the guy that, well, where can I get a new set at? Instantly. And a lot of it's just about informing people of how long this stuff is supposed to last. 9-year-old seat belts in a dirt late model that gets washed, gets dirty, gets wet all the time. It's not in protected elements. It's right. Nasty. And you see stuff like that way more often than you'd think. A guy buys a brand new fire suit. Man, this is the trickiest thing. It's this all shiny material and everything. You get to look at it, it doesn't even have an SF5 rating on it because it's a go-kart suit. He just wasn't informed. He just paid $1,000 for this suit that's not even SF5 rated.
Well, again, it's almost like, and Scott, in the same way with you, Steve, you guys have been around the sport of racing for a long time. And I think it's still today, it's one of the most scary things that I see that people are uneducated. We probably need seminars on giving them better information on how to be smart about what you're doing. We want to keep you safe. We want to keep you racing. And at the same time, don't let somebody sucker you into spending money on something that you should never be touching to begin with. I mean, you can go and I think about some of the pictures I see back in the day when guys were taking regular white coveralls and dipping them down in that solution to try to make them fire retardant. And that was probably going to give you a grand total of 10 seconds longer than what you'd had if you'd just been riding around in your BVDs. So it's like, it's really it's a scary part of the deal that always worries me when I see anybody with the, seats not put in properly, wearing helmets that are outdated. And we're thinking that they can get a pair of leather gloves, from the local Tractor Supply and go out and race and not worry about catching on fire. So I think, you running your side, you see it and you live it every day when people show up with something like, well, where did this guy come from? And what racing book did he ever pick up and read?
Yeah, I mean, as I drove for 35 years. So I can be honest, I didn't have a fire system in my car until probably 2015. Probably the first 30 of my years, 28 or 29, I raced without a fire system. that won't happen to me. That won't happen to me. You know, I started racing right after the Jim Dunn incident that all dirt late model racers will remember. That was the first one. And then after this last one here, this boy that had the problem in Ohio, it really changed my aspect on it. And you're right. I see seats that are mounted with a piece of 2x2 tubing with a hole drilled through the middle and a 5-inch long bolt. You know,
Hey,
we went to an
gentlemen, real quick, I
SFI
know
rated
we're getting to get short on time, and we had a question from one of the folks out there. Derek Dixon wanted to know if there's anything out there that either you, Scott, or you, either one, Steve, of how to do something like this. Is there any kind of YouTube deal of how to put a fire extinguisher in, what you need for your series? Where can we tell these viewers to go to maybe get some information, a little bit like we were just touching on right now? Because there's a lot of uneducated folks, and sometimes they got great intentions, but they don't have the knowledge to put something together properly.
Okay. I'll answer that. My Facebook page, Fire Suppression Engineering, has a video that Eric Reniger, who's a dirt late model guy from up north, installed a system in his race car about maybe 6 months ago. So you can go to my Facebook page. That video is posted there. YouTube has some good videos. Every system that we sell, every pull cable system that we sell comes with an installation sheet. And I still get calls. I mean, I get calls all the time from people with other systems, from people that I haven't heard from in years. Okay, I'm getting ready to take this system out. What line can I loosen? What set screw can I move so I won't set this thing off? So, you know, a phone call as well. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I think for the most part, as long as you've got it mounted solid, mounted either upright. I haven't touched on the angle or the location or the orientation as far as how the bottle is supposed to be mounted. But if you can mount it upright or laying down, not inverted at all, but flat to slightly upright, or standing vertical as well. Those are the best ways to do it, to make sure that all the agent is discharged in the event of any kind of fire. But as far as installation goes, you know, run your hoses, secure them with not with a zip tie. See if you can get like a nice clamp or a stainless clamp or something like that, and make sure that they're out of the way, that they don't dangle and move around where they can be damaged during during racing conditions.
All right, guys. Well, look, it's been a pleasure having you on our online race industry week and sharing your information as far as safety, your products, and your experiences in racing. Steve, Scott, look forward to seeing you guys maybe around the racetrack here in the future. Absolutely. And again, you were listening, folks. You pick up the phone, get online, get a chance to get in touch with these folks, and you can learn a little bit more from you. So thanks for being with us, guys.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Steve and Scott. And on to our next session, we are going to be joined in the next few minutes by Stefan Papadakis, Jeff Reiser, and then John Jordan from BorgWarner Turbo System, Fuel Race, and Stefan Papadakis Racing. So stay with us. We're going to share a short video with you, and then we'll go into our next session. So back to you, Reed, in the ePortrait studio. The stage is yours.
Cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge, and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, welcome back. And again, thank you for being with us today. We are getting ready for our next session. So Joe Castello will be our host. Joe, I will hand it to you. So thank you, Joe. And
thank you, Francis. Oh, sure. I got to follow Jeff Hammond. But we'll do it. We'll do our best, of course. Hello and welcome to everybody around the world. ePartsTrade.com Industry Week. We are running the gamut of motorsports and racing.
And if you are interested, by all means, share the link with your friends out there on the social media and be ready to learn, because we're learning a lot already here on the first day. Next up, this is very cool because it's a combination, the nexus, if you will, of racing and engineering and competition, etc. Joining us, we've got John Norton. John is a turbo guy, back to the Grand National, but is working on some very heavy stuff over his career. I can't wait to dig in with John a little bit because, it's about smart people. And the more smart people you hang out with, the smarter you get. John, that sounds like you looking at the Grand National in the background. That thing is pretty spectacular. But what I'm interested in is, like, you've done turbo evolution, you've worked with camless engines that fire due to electromagnets. Now you're back on turbochargers. We got a lot to learn from you. I'm excited.
Wow, that's quite a billing. I hope I can live up and share some of the smarts and experience that I've been fortunate to go through over the years. But thanks for having me.
No, we're super excited, and I love the Grand National in the background there. It's kind of interesting to see how ahead of its time. Was it or was it not? Here in the United States, many of our viewers are. Turbochargers have been really adopted and achieved maybe saturation, now. I don't know. That Grand National in 1986, T-Type 85, that was kind of early. There were other cars that had turbos prior to that, but that seemed to get it right and get everybody's attention.
Yeah, and a big part of that was the evolution of EFI. The Grand National had computer-controlled coils before the Corvette did, and it was kind of a leader in EFI technology, and that was a big part of it too. This particular Grand National is my late father-in-law's. He did a lot of development on aftermarket products, but it's real special to us.
Well, it is a beautiful car, and it's a muscle. You can tell by the look.
It's as muscular as they get.
Yeah.
Awesome. I believe Stefan is also on. I do not see Stefan Papadakis, obviously owner of Papadakis Racing, and Jeff Racer is also on, founder of Full Race Motorsports. And so as soon as we see them, we can bring them on as well. All right, I see Jeff and I see Stefan. And so this is the combination of all things performance in terms of BorgWarner, turbochargers, and Full Race. So let's go with Jeff, who is the founder and CEO of Full Race Motorsports. You guys partner with folks like John to build the best product so that Stefan and his team can go out and win races in rally and the world like that. So let's talk about Jeff and how you got started. I understand that you Jersey kid, got a great education, and turned your dreams into reality.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for having us, Joe. It means a lot to be on ePart Trade, and we're really excited to be here. And I've been into turbos since I was a little kid. My father had a Toyota Supra Turbo when I was like 12, 13 years old. So I went to engineering school because I love turbos. And when I graduated engineering school, there was only one thing I was going to do, which was work with turbos. And so one thing led to another, and here we are today. But yeah, I'm really fortunate to work with people like John on the engineering supply side. And then I work with race teams like Stefan and his guys on the race side. So I'm really happy to say that we have some fantastic partners.
Did you spend any time out at Englishtown, New Jersey? I know it's
a few weekends there.
It's sad that we don't have it anymore, but its legacy lives on in people like you who found their passion and took it on to new places. And let's get Stefan into the mix. Obviously, got the race car in the background. Turbos, turbochargers equal power. You can't have a second of lag, and that's why these guys are involved. It seems like it's working for you.
Yeah, we worked with BorgWarner for 8 or 9 years now, since the EFR line came out, and it's been a great relationship. We really love the product, and they're continually improving. And since we're always building new cars and continuing to improve on our end, there's a lot of synergies there.
Win the background of the day so far for my vote. EFR standing for Engineered for Racing. And let's delve a little bit, starting out with you, Stefan, since you're on and in front of us. Like, what do you need? What do you look for? What are the challenges that you present to the engineering side to be solved? You want to set these guys at work. What is it that you came to them or want them to attack that makes you and your guys faster?
So number one for us, it's going to be reliability. You know, with racing, you really have that one opportunity to go out there and make sure, you go out there and try to win. So reliability has always been paramount, and the BorgWarner guys have been, the product has been excellent as far as reliability. Beyond that, it's making the horsepower that we need, and also great response, transient response. Because with the drifting, the driver's doing a lot of improvising, chasing the cars and going around, the course. We do want maximum power, but transition response with the turbocharger is really important as well. And we really get that whole package with the EFR components.
And so that means eliminating, there's a couple of things that the layperson knows about a turbo, and turbo lag is one of the things that it's something that exists. But in racing and what you're doing, I would imagine that is the ultimate enemy, trying to build wheel speed to drift. And if you run into a lag situation, it can all go downhill. So eliminating or reducing lag, how have they been able to help you?
So one of the ways is with the EFR turbochargers use a very lightweight turbine wheel, the titanium aluminide. I think I'm saying that right. And having that low inertia wheel really helps, and then sizing the turbo right. So we work with not only the BorgWarner engineers, but Jeff over at Full Race we discuss the engine that we have. So we run a 3.2 liter inline six, and the RPM range, which we really want, we have a broad range of RPM from 3,500 all the way up to close to 9,000 RPM. And we want as broad of a power band as possible. And with drifting, you're on the throttle sometimes at 4,000, sometimes, all the way up to 8. And we're not trying to necessarily accelerate the car at peak accelerations. We just need a lot of power as broad as we can. And we tend to size the turbos a little bit smaller than you may put on maybe like a quarter mile or a half mile or 1 mile car. And we're less worried about efficiency and more worried about, just getting that spool up and as quick as possible. And technically that works by having, the smaller turbocharger that will make the power that we need. So we'll have a turbocharger that flows, 900 horsepower in maximum flow and pretty much extract the full 900 horsepower of potential. We'll be a little bit down on efficiency, and our air intake temps might be a little bit higher than they could be with a more efficient one, but we tend to have a little bit more of a responsive turbo on that end, and we'll tend to spin the turbos relatively fast near their maximum designed RPM, and we keep tabs on that with the turbo speed sensors, and we can data log the turbo speed into our electronic control system, our ECU, and we can make sure that we're always within the design parameters of the turbochargers we use.
Interesting. So Jeff, jump in here, and we just heard that the race team and the people are putting the power to the ground. You, as the engineer, you have to take all those needs and wants and put them into a part that is going to work and be reliable. We already know that specialty metals and come into play here to make things live in that environment. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about these turbochargers?
Sure, Joe. I have a quick presentation I'm going to run through and hopefully help some people understand this a little more. Can you see the slideshow screen?
I can, yes.
Okay, cool. So obviously this session is BorgWarner, Full Race, and Papadakis Racing. So I'm just going to run through a few things that I felt would be interesting to the viewers. And so right off the bat, I'm going to tell you that right now we see 3 important mistakes that a lot of shops are making all the time. And we're going to talk about what they are and how to avoid or to correct them. So obviously I'm Jeff, and most people may or may not have heard of Full Race, but I started Full Race 18 years ago. And in that time, I've seen almost every possible mistake applied to turbocharging, and I've made a lot of those mistakes myself. So I'm going to try and help everybody understand what they are and how to correct them. So really, there's only 3 things that we talk about at Full Race. We joke about this, but it's turbocharging, turbocharging, and turbocharging. And over the years, we formed an amazing set of partners. You can see the logos on the screen. These are serious players, and we have long-term relationships with these companies. So it means a lot to us, but it also helps us step our game up. Positive reviews from customers, this is really what keeps us going. And we're lucky enough to get these things every single day. So I know our customers are attending these webinars. Probably some of them are tuned in right now. So I just want to stop and say thank you. And we genuinely are super dedicated to making happy customers. We have customers in 90 countries. And in that 18-year time that we've been in business, we've seen the thinking about turbochargers change. And picking a turbo used to be a lot less exacting than it is today. I think people would just talk to someone and figure out what works and grab any random turbo and try it. But that's just not true anymore. And when I say that, I'll typically hear from somebody who says something like, nope, none of that's true, or new, but been using turbos forever. Nothing's changed about selecting a turbo and making horsepower. And those folks are probably getting the turbos from any of the big warehouse distributors. And those companies are great, but we're different. We are specialists. Full Race creates unique and custom combinations, and we supply hard to find turbo hardware, manifolds, and kits. So every day, we help professionals make decisions about their turbochargers. And most importantly, we crunch the numbers for our customers for free. In other words, we match. And even though we're a small company, we help someone somewhere with these calculations every single day. And our customers are racers. They're at the elite level, and they want to blast down the track as fast as physics will allow them to. And they want to push their hardware to the limit, but not destroy it. And so really that's why we do the math. And the fact is, not doing the math can cause a lot of tears. We help our customers to avoid this. Turbos are being pushed harder than ever, but nobody can beat physics. And with modern turbos spinning anywhere from 80,000 RPM to 200,000 RPM, the hard limit of 560 meters per second tip speed is the universally accepted maximum speed where a turbocharger will begin to fail after 560 meters per second tip speed. And so in that case, you would get what's called a wheel burst. And in the case of a turbine wheel hub burst, the turbine wheel gets torn apart by centrifugal force. And so basically the heaviest spinning portion of the turbo, which is at 1700 degrees Fahrenheit, it explodes into shrapnel. And everybody hates it when their expensive performance parts fail. Obviously losing races sucks, but hurting yourself or hurting other people, that's a lot worse. And as Steph was talking about, using a turbo sensor to monitor turbo speed, this is something that's actually relatively new in our world, and it's really proven itself value. So we'll get into that more in a minute. So this is an example of a customer I worked with in Dubai with a Tarmac Rally Subaru. It was a 2.5 liter engine that was revving to 8,000 RPM, and I had 36 pounds of boost. His tuner picked a turbo. It was supposed to reach 900 horsepower, or I say it was advertised as reaching 900 horsepower. And so when his first turbo failed at 700 horsepower, he thought it was a fluke. But then both turbos failed due to overspeed. After he replaced the bad turbo with the backup, that one shortly failed. And what you can see here is there's a red oval highlighting points 5 and 6. And so 0.5 is 7,000 RPM, 0.6 is 8,000 RPM. And as you can see, we are completely off the map. And this is the definition of overspeed. He's exceeded 560 meters per second by a large margin and absolutely should anticipate a turbine wheel hub burst. Now, if this guy had asked us to do the calculations originally, he could have picked a higher flowing compressor and safely operated on the map. So Full Race performed our analysis and we came up with a better match. And we'll talk about aero a little bit later, but really what we did here is increasing the inducer of the turbo, of the compressor inducer from 62.6 millimeters to 67.5 millimeters, and no change to the exducer. It allowed for proper safe operation on the map. And you can see the red oval points are completely on the map. This shows off the map, a smaller turbo, slightly bigger turbo, completely on the map. The end result was approximately 25% gain in airflow and a negligible increase in inertia. And so this was a big win for this customer. But, you know, we talk about overspeed, a turbine wheel hub burst, shrapnel. I really want to illustrate the amount of energy in a turbine wheel burst. And so we'll compare a racing turbo's velocity to other high velocity items. At sea level, an object goes supersonic above 767 miles per hour. A bullet from a 357 Magnum is about 917 miles per hour. And a modern performance turbo is 1,342 mile per hour tip speed. So that's Mach 1.7. And this really is dangerous if this comes apart. The fact of the matter is, if the turbo's rated speed is exceeded, it's not a question of if the turbo will fail, but when. And running a turbo into overspeed creates an unsafe environment for anyone who's driving, tuning, or even near the vehicle. So if you're on a dyno or around a dyno, it's a very good idea to use a turbo speed sensor. And I highly recommend that you don't ever stand near a dyno or a vehicle when making pulls, whether it's a turbo that could come apart or anything. You know, it's just people tend to underestimate the amount of energy that is in a high horsepower engine. The next mistake a lot of people make is they think a higher power level needs a larger wastegate. And there's a lot of configurations for wastegates. There's internal wastegates, external wastegates, recirculating, dumping to atmosphere. There's many ways to do it, but it's a myth that a bigger wastegate is better. Wastegating is exactly what it sounds like. It's actually wasting energy. And this keeps the turbo from spinning too fast and creating too much boost. It is possible that you can get so much exhaust volume that a fully open wastegate won't prevent runaway boost, and that's known as boost creep. But on the other hand, if the wastegate is oversized, the turbo speed will drop too fast when the gate cracks open, and boost can be very difficult to do. So it's just as important to match a wastegate solution as it is to match the turbo. you'd be surprised how little wastegating occurs on a high horsepower engine. And this is actually going back to that Subaru, Tarmac Rally Subaru in Dubai that we did. This shows at 700 horsepower, it needs approximately a 26 millimeter wastegate port. So it's a lot less than most people think. The final mistake a lot of people are making, and I used to think this too, is that you need a lot of high oil pressure with a ball bearing turbo. And everyone's heard the saying that oil is the lifeblood of your engine, but obviously that's been drilled into us since we were young and learning how to turn a wrench. And we've also heard that more oil is better. But when we went into the lab to test the ball bearing turbos, we were surprised. It was interesting to us, but the high oil pressure actually acts as a brake and it slows down the turbo. We believe that increased turbo performance from a safe reduction in oil pressure is a real possibility for racing applications. One of the main ball bearing advantages is that continuous high oil pressure is not necessary. You only need a thin oil film between the rolling elements and the inner and outer races of the bearing. And turbocharger ball bearings are very hard. Modern ball bearings are typically made out of ceramic materials. And as a result, they're tolerant of dirty oil and they tend to chew through contaminants that would otherwise damage a journal bearing turbo. So I'm always a little scared to tell most people about reducing oil pressure because you can go too far. Not having enough oil obviously damages engine parts. But if you're careful, it can be done properly. And some of our clients deliberately run ball bearing turbos with low oil pressures and have fantastic results. So one more quick note on this point before I move on is that a BorgWarner ceramic ball bearing turbo can actually handle at least 10 times more thrust load than a traditional journal bearing turbo. And I say at least 10 times because the thrust rig at BorgWarner is only capable of generating 10 times more thrust. And we haven't been able to damage a ball bearing turbo due to thrust in the lab. So that's a big statement. That was kind of a surprise. But when we were doing that, one extra surprise we saw in the lab was that for most turbos, water cooling does almost nothing while the engine is running. And a lot of people think you have to water cool a turbo, you got to keep the turbo cool. Well, the fact is water cooling is doing nothing while the engine's on. As long as the engine's on and the water pump is spinning, the difference in coolant temp in versus coolant temp out is only 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit. And so this image here shows water lines properly plumbed. Your inlet is coming in the bottom and it's leaving at the opposite side's top. And so BorgWarner's guidelines state that water cooling is recommended for iron turbos, but it's mandatory for aluminum bearing housing turbos. Water cooling's main benefit actually occurs after the engine has been shut down because the heat in the turbine housing and exhaust manifold will soak back into the turbo center section. And if the water isn't plumbed correctly, this intense heat from the hot shutdown can destroy the bearing system and the oil sealing piston rings behind the turbine wheel. And that's circled in red. And the reason for all this is a phenomenon called thermal siphoning. And this pulls water through the turbo's center housing, even after the engine is shut off and the water pump has stopped spinning. So obviously we know heat rises. Therefore, if the water is running through the turbocharger and can escape unrestricted after absorbing heat, it will rise through the cooling system and pull cooler water into the turbo along with it. The corollary to this is vehicles like John's Grand National in the background, and air-cooled Porsche. These are vehicles with relatively low exhaust gas temperatures and no real water cooling circuit. And so obviously there's no way to water cool that turbo, and water cooling is not an option. Therefore, the solution is to use a steel bearing housing with a 90-second turbo timer. And as long as you have a turbo timer to keep the car idling down after a heavy use period, it'll keep the heat out of the bearing housing. So you need to match the oil and coolant solution, you need to match the wastegate, and you need to match the turbo. So I'm quickly going to run through 2 examples of what matching accomplishes on the track. You can see this Supra in the back of Papadakis's background, but Toyota and Papadakis Racing are the most winning drift team in history. And so we've been working with them for years. We've won championship with them, and we were really excited when they came to us with this brand new Supra. They asked us to spec a turbo and a wastegate and manifold solution that could win a Formula Drift championship. We started by performing the same analysis we do for all of our customers, and we came up with 2 matches. The first match was an EFR 8474 for smaller tracks, and then the other turbo was an EFR 9280 for high horsepower tracks like Irwindale. The team scanned the engine and engine bay for us, and we got started engineering the turbo kit. This is the front view, the side view, and this is the bare manifold design. Then the manifold was printed, 3D printed in plastic for a physical test fit. And when all was said and done, the end result at 38 PSI boost was 1,098 horsepower and 950 foot-pounds of torque. This was 3 times the original engine output. For an all-new car with an all-new engine, we had high hopes, and we weren't really sure how it was going to work out, but everything was going smoothly. So during the first time in Formula Drift competition, driver Frederick Osbo put the Supra on top of the podium. First place in its competition debut was obviously what this thing was all about. And Ed Laux from Toyota Marketing really summed it up. He said, "I can't believe how seriously they worked the motor. They designed and engineered what is proving to be a very competitive, super powerful, and great sounding Formula Drift racer. As with their previous Toyota race cars, this team knows what it takes to succeed, and the hard work is paying off at the track." And we'll get into this a little later, but we also just won at Irwindale last weekend, so super exciting. Next up is Honda Performance Development's K20 engine for Robin Schute's Pikes Peak Racer. This was a Wolf GB08 chassis. They asked us to calculate what was needed and determine the right turbo, wastegate, and manifold to win a 12.5-mile race at elevation. We ran the numbers, and the best choice was the EFR 8474. We had a target of 35 PSI boost to achieve 685 horsepower at sea level, and that's what's plotted here. This is a nice, comfy match with plenty of room on the map, super conservative, and pretty typical for a sea level match. But things change a lot at 14,000 feet elevation. And so this is the turbo match at the top of the course. Same engine, same everything, just showing the difference between sea level and 14,000 feet. Previously on this one, we were at 35 PSI boost and we had room on the map. Now we're out of map and we're only at 25 pounds of boost. So this really shows what elevation does. So we could only sustain 25 PSI boost before entering overspeed and going off the map. And this is a high stakes race. We really wanted to win Pikes Peak, and turbo failure just was not an option. So 685 horsepower at the bottom of the peak and at 35 pounds of boost. And at the top of the peak, we went to 580 horsepower at 25 PSI. And you can see the final point is almost off the map, but not quite. And I really wanted to illustrate this difference in altitude, turbocharger performance, because it's hard to appreciate unless you do the math and actually plot the points. On race day, Schute's run of 9 minutes, 12.5 seconds was the fastest full run up the course, and he beat second place by 11 seconds. After the race, Robin said, "It all came together with the engine and the turbo to really get the most out of the car. All the modifications meant us ending up with a weight of just 568 kilograms, which at 685 horsepower gives us a similar power to weight ratio to that of an early 90s Formula One car." Some companies try to serve everybody, and Full Race, we serve the obsessed. We aren't just fans. And the fact is, when you need a properly matched turbo, we are the people to talk to. And this is how you talk to us. Anybody listening, please open another browser tab to fullrace.com/wholesale and fill out our wholesaler application. We'll set up an account, get you on the schedule. And so I want to bring it back to the guys on the call today with me, John Borg-Warner and Stefan of Papadakis Racing. All right, Joe, take it there.
Thank you very much. Well, my knowledge just went from little to a lot. And I think it is great. And anybody out there who has a question, feel free to put into the comments section. But let's dive in with John. John, from the Borg Warner perspective and Engineered for Race, I love the idea that we are dealing with like off the shelf stuff. Like this is the part that works well with the match that we have designed. That means that you guys have got a wide variety where they're able to select something that they know is going to work and it's going to be reliable. That takes an element out of it. Speak on that a little bit, John.
Yeah. Our product line, EFR, it is a wide range. It goes from a 62 millimeter compressor all the way up to 92 millimeters. So it's a horsepower range between around 450 horsepower up to 1200. And there are several different rotor groups in between. But the reliability is really impressive. If you think about all the testing that we do to make that happen, we have to validate towards commercial vehicle standards, which means the turbo on a commercial vehicle, like an over-the-road truck, is good for 1 million miles. So those same kinds of tests that are applied to commercial vehicle are applied to EFR and all our other performance race series, which is Airworks. And the durability has been fantastic. If you think about all the different race series that we're involved with and the successes that we've had, we've 24 hours of Daytona, 24-hour Le Mans, 12 hours of Sebring, Petit Le Mans, all of those have had EFR wins at one point or another. And to think about Formula Drift as well, you've got the on and off throttle and all the transient responses. You need a wheel that can survive those stress levels. So the engineers and the team at Borg Warner, they put pen to paper and put their best practices in place to create a product that's very durable. Just thinking about one little aspect being compressor wheel fatigue life. If that is not in check, then the wheel isn't going to be able to go through as many cycles as it does, and you'll have a wheel failure and then, of course, lose the race. But so that's one aspect. Another that comes to mind is 12 hours of Sebring. Some people refer to that. If you can survive it there, you can survive 24 hours at Le Mans, no problem. And the reason is the vibrations that are experienced at Sebring are extreme. They intentionally don't improve the track surface to make it a challenge. And the cars literally bounce off the track surface and they porpoise as they go along, and you're just really getting pounded. And thankfully, we've been able to hang in there, and we're proud to say that we've been able to support many motorsports teams that have been successful.
Excellent. And I see some questions for Jeff in the comments section. I'll throw a couple out and we'll talk to a couple of the parts and pieces that people are interested in. Feel free to put into the comment section one way or another. Follow these guys on social media and definitely check out epartrade.com because there's going to be a whole bunch of information there after the fact. This one from Derek. What is your opinion on heat treating the turbo housing? There are a lot of turbo repair companies out there. Any suggestions on how to choose one? This is a multifaceted question. And how does a company go about having their turbo spec'd by full race? That's for Jeff.
Cool. So I think when he said heat treating the turbine housing, I assume that he probably means ceramic coating. And I think coatings are a great idea on turbine housings for really two reasons. Number one is it stops corrosion. And corrosion is a big issue on older turbos, especially when the turbine housings are made out of iron. But a lot of the newer turbos are made out of stainless steel. And so the ceramic coating, corrosion isn't so much a benefit, whereas just reducing the heat emitted from the turbo is a huge benefit. So on top of the coatings, we also really like to use a turbine blanket, just additional insulation and anything you can use to reduce ambient temperatures in the engine bay is really a big benefit.
Very interesting.
Second point, you asked a lot of turbo repair companies out there. There's a ton of them. Any suggestions on how to choose one? That's a tough one. There's a lot of things that happen when a turbo fails. And oftentimes you may find that a replacement center section, just replacement core, as some people call it, is a equally cost effective and higher reliability, durability solution than remanning. So I don't really have a solution on how to find somebody who can reman, but I would more often than not suggest looking at a replacement center section than necessarily repairing one. And then to the last question, which was how does a company go about having a turbo spec by Full Race? Just email us wholesale@full-race.com. And we'll set up an account with you. We'll go over whatever your questions are. We can spec turbos, do some matches. Just anybody from this is obviously a wholesaler, business to business type client. So just shoot us an email there and we'll get you all set up.
Excellent. Excellent. Yes, you guys want new business. That is the whole point of this exercise. I think it is great for people that are logging on. All right, Michael has got a next question regarding, for the panel, engine oil quality and viscosity to prolong turbo life and smooth turbo operation. What are your recommendations? What do you think on that subject? Engine oil quality. What do you guys like to use? What works? What's best?
John, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll start it off. The engine quality is important. It's obviously important because of the speeds and the clearances that we're working on. We're in the micron level of clearances. But I'll go ahead and say that it's even more so important when you run a journal bearing turbo, because the journal bearings are bronze based and it's a very soft material. And if there is particulates, Jeff had mentioned the proper shutdown techniques so that and water cooling so you don't avoid coking, and the coking would create some hard particles in the oil. You definitely don't want that. If you do have particulates and coking in the oil, if it goes through a journal bearing turbo, it runs the risk of getting lodged into the soft journal bearing parent material, and of course that will cause scoring and scratching. For the ceramic dual row ball bearing and EFR, it's less susceptible to it because the hardened ceramic balls and also the hardened races, they tend to chew through any kind of particulate matter. You can take it to an extreme and definitely fail it, but it's less susceptible than a journal bearing. And if you think about the function of the oil in the bearing cartridge, whether it's the journal bearing or ball bearing, it serves as a hydrodynamic cushion, and it serves to dampen the vibrations. So as the rotor group is spinning, and you'll have forces that want to move it, maybe it's G forces from the engine or the vehicle, or the rotational forces, it's going to want to push it towards the limits. And the film of oil will hydrodynamically dampen or cushion those kinds of movements. So the presence of oil is definitely important. The quality of oil is also important. If you go too long, then you start losing those hydrodynamic properties. And then of course, the cleanliness is important as well.
Very, very interesting. Next question, just in terms of the billet wheels that everyone's using, the billet compressor wheel. This is something that we've seen a lot. It's showpiece. It's jewelry out on the tables at actual trade shows. You can't walk through a trade show without seeing them everywhere, and they're awesome and they're cool. Obviously, CNC machining and that technology has made it happen and possible. But what is your take on that? Like, we're seeing it everywhere. It seems like it's the next thing is important. Give us some discussion on that, billet compressor wheels.
Okay. Billet wheels are made from a billet or a forging, and they have the advantage of having stronger structural integrity than would otherwise be available through a bar stock or a casting. So the parent material on a billet, if done properly, is stronger. And so what that allows the engineers to do when they're developing the aerodynamics is to take advantage of those material properties and thin out areas that otherwise would have to be fairly thick for stress reasons. And then the thinner you have the blades, for example, on a compressor wheel, the more airflow that you'll have, because you've got less material and more air gap. And if you think about the revolutions per minute, these things spin at Jeff mentioned 200,000 RPM. That's for some of our smaller ones. So if you have just a little bit less material for each rotation multiplied by all those air gaps, you're going to flow more air. So a billet wheel affords the opportunity to thin out things and increase the flow. And then also another benefit that may not be obvious is on a cast wheel, you have to have the blade shape such that the blade can be pullable. And what I mean by that is there's a series of fingers that go around the casting, and during the casting process, they have to extract and move outboard to eject the blade from the casting. Well, with a billet wheel, you machine it with a 5-axis mill machine. So it's feasible that you can create blade shapes that you can only do in that process rather than cast, because you don't have to. You're not constrained by the pulling. You know, you don't have to pull the mold away from the wheel. So there's several advantages to billet, and it is quite popular. You'll see anodized billet and kind of blingy, but even a bare raw machined, fully machined wheel looks very nice. It's the bright shiny aluminum, and if you look closely, you can see the tool path for all of the passes that the 5-axis mill machine has created.
Where would we be without that? Who knows? A question coming in regarding, is there an EFR turbo for your Grand National back there? It's the question from Richard out there, wants to know something similar to one of your competitors that might be for the GTX. What about you guys for your Grand National?
Well, Joe, the EFR turbos are, as Stefan was mentioning earlier, the turbine wheel is made of a very lightweight material called gamma tie. And it's an incredible material, but you can only make a turbine wheel so big. And as Richard's asking, he's asking for a monster turbo. We actually cannot use this material for a turbo that's that large. And so there is no EFR turbo that is that size, but BorgWarner does have what's called Airworks turbos. And that's their traditional kind of drag racing, not response-based, not gamma tie. But this brings up an interesting point. And if Richard's looking at a turbo in this size, that's a monster turbo. And so it's either a dedicated drag car using 2 of these, or maybe it's a dedicated drag car using 1 of these. But in a lot of applications, we found that using 2 EFRs can often outperform using 1 larger single turbo. And that doesn't necessarily mean 2 EFRs, but more often than not, twin turbos really does work. And so if you're looking at a turbo like a GTX 55, you might find that 2 slightly smaller turbos could actually deliver larger, greater performance than the big single. And I used to be a big single turbo only guy, but I learned the hard way. Twins really do work.
Wow. What do you guys dream about when you're talking turbos at the shop? I know that there's what we have now, which is amazing and far beyond maybe what you dreamed 10 years ago. But where is your attention for the future, and what do you see happening with this technology as it continues to evolve? Start off with Jeff, and then John, dive in on this.
Sure.
Well, for me, my day-to-day is racing. And I'm an engineer, and I love turbos and engines in race cars. But it also drives me crazy is seeing how cool the stuff is on the OE side. We have, e-turbos and e-boosters and a variety of other electrification technology that are really difficult to get adopted in the aftermarket, and control systems. And there's just a lot that goes into making new turbo tech work in what we know as the racing world. So I'm super excited for the future, but I also realize that it is often a way bigger hurdle to adapt the latest electronic technology to a racing application.
Yeah, and from a BorgWarner perspective, electrification is high on the radar, big on the radar. As a corporation, BorgWarner has invested a ton of money into the electrification, not only for the turbo front, but for power drive systems. And they've got solutions for an electric motor in all sorts of locations, whether it be on the front end accessory drive, an alternator starter kind of setup, all the way to hub motors, to the wheels and all the different locations in between. But from a turbo standpoint, electrification can mean several things. two that come to mind are the e-booster and e-turbo that Jeff had talked about. E-booster is basically an electrically driven compressor stage, so it's almost like a standalone supercharger. And then e-turbo adds some motor generator set to conventional turbos, so you can either spool it up instantaneously to get rid of that lag, and then also instead of wastegating, you can generate and turn some of that energy back into the battery pack. But unfortunately, those kinds of developments take a lot of money. And what often happens is a partner will come in from an OE standpoint and we'll go forward and invest in a program. And that partner, of course, wants to own the rights to it, the control systems and their own way to control it. And oftentimes each manufacturer has their own way to control it. And so that leaves the aftermarket kind of out to lunch, if you will, because there's not a generic way to take one of these devices and then apply it to anything. So that's the unfortunate part, but like we've seen happen in racing over and over and over again, technologies sometimes start at the OE level and then work their way to the aftermarket and performance. And this might be one of those cases.
It's exciting, though. It's exciting to think about, to see where you guys have come. We're getting a little short on time, and then we'll hit a break. We'll continue with the show. Everybody, obviously, keep posting. And if you're interested in Jeff and what's going on here, you're going to go to epartrade.com and hit their site and sign up, and you'll get information. But Stefan and Jeff and John, I'm thinking about how far we've advanced with this technology. How far have we advanced in terms of adoption of this? Do you feel like we're still maybe scratching the surface of the potential of this power plant? Stefan's got a car makes 3 times what it made. Those numbers are insane just a couple of years ago. So how far along are we in the evolution? Let me start off with John, and then Jeff, and then Stefan as the team owner and driver.
Yeah, you think, turbos have been around since, I believe, 1962 was the first OE turbo, and you think we'd get it right the first time. But we always develop aerodynamics and continue to improve. The tools that we use, the CFD, computational fluid dynamics, those tools continue to evolve, and so does the experience level of the PhDs that operate it. So we continue to learn all the time and continue to push the envelope, and you see more and more power potential from a smaller and smaller package. So a turbo that would otherwise not fit in an application, you keep developing the aero and increasing the flow and the power capability, and you make it more power dense. So you can create a lot of power from a small package. And, I've been in the turbo business since the 90s, and it just always continues to evolve. And I'm not sure where the end is, but to look at the impressive results that Steph has done, over 1,000 horsepower in that new engine is just mind blowing. And if you would have talked about that, I don't know, 10 years ago, you would have thought that'd be never would be possible, but here we are.
Amazing. Jeff?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of trends come and go, and it's been a real pleasure getting to work with guys like John and the BorgWarner team, because I get to see what's happening at the OE level, and we've been influenced by some very smart and forward-thinking people. And so when I started, I was a young teenager going to Englishtown and watching Steph Papadakis drag race a rear-wheel drive Civic and break records, right? And back then, turbos were a lot simpler, and you couldn't buy very many cars that had turbos on them at the time. Now, fast forward 20 years, you cannot go to a dealership without buying a car that has a turbo. It's actually difficult to buy vehicles that don't have turbos on them anymore, right? There's a few, but there's not that many. And I think that says a lot, because 20 years ago when we started doing this thing, it was just a fringe thing for a bunch of guys who were racing and having fun. And now we see that this is actually a strategy used to reduce CO2 into the atmosphere without making really slow cars. And I've really enjoyed this whole path. I never imagined that this would actually lead us to Ford's doorstep or otherwise. I just wanted to make some cool parts for myself and my friends' race cars. But truthfully, working with Steph has been a real pleasure. And before I turn it over to you, Steph, I also want you to give me a 20-second overview of what happened at Irwindale, because we haven't even caught up since Irwindale, and I'm dying to hear what happened out there.
Sure. So Irwindale was our last drift event of the season, and it was two rounds. We did a Friday event, which was round 7, and then Sunday was round 8. And we won the round 7. Everything worked great. And then we actually had an engine problem after everything was finished. Frederick, the driver, was doing some donuts, and we had a main bearing for the, a main bolt failure in the bottom end. And we just reached the limit of the next component of the engine. And we were able to put the spare engine in, and we ran on Sunday again. Ended up 4th in the whole championship. So it was overall a great season. But that's kind of how we work is we have a goal, and this year has been getting the super competitive and getting a certain, over 1,000 horsepower. And then we find if there's a reliability challenge, and then we repair that and make it better. And the next year, keep moving forward. And it's been a really fun year developing the new car, and, looking forward as far as turbocharging technology, when you guys start talking about the e-turbos and having that ability for a little electric motor to spin up the compressor and reduce or actually eliminate the turbo lag is really exciting. So that's something I can't wait for in the future.
Very exciting. It is all very exciting. Stefan, good luck, obviously, in the future. We're going to be watching and love what you're doing with drifting, and just the idea that you're making over 1,000 horsepower. And thanks to John and Jeff and what they're doing. And you guys are English Town guys, drag racers starting out. It's just awesome how this community that is motorsports, earlier John Kilroy called it a tribe, how it's all connected one way or another. Everybody kind of on the quest for speed. And to have fun and do it the right way. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, to our viewers out there, you can find these guys on social media, of course, epartrade.com. John, love the Grand National. Jeff, love the knowledge. And we love what's going on. So thank you so much, Stefan. Appreciate all of you guys here today.
Great.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. There they go. And Francisque is back right on time.
John, and,
I learned
it was really, great to see Stefan again. One of the reasons we all here this week, it started back, during the summer, and actually May and June when we started the ePortrait Live Tech webinars. And Stefan was one of our first guests with the great JC from AEM. So he basically played a big part in helping the ePortrait Live Tech webinars do so well, and the sales become so good that the idea came, at the end of the summer, thinking, oh my God, this is really taking off. What else should we do? And the online race industry week started kind of like in our head during that time. And so, Stefan, one of the reasons we're all together today is because you did so well when we had that event with you together in, I think, July or August. So thank you, everyone, for being with us today. And we are going to move into our next session with Brian Herta. So John, would like to tell us a little bit more about what's going to happen?
Yes, we'll have Brian Herta. It's lunchtime here at ePartrade headquarters. And so it's noon. So we'll have Brian Herta, kind of lunch with Brian Herta, and just talk to him about how strategies for developing a successful race team. And I'll go into it more when Brian's here. But I really wanted the subject of developing a successful race team because the team owner, team manager, it's a role in the industry that cuts across all segments of racing. So if you're in drag racing, road racing, stock car racing, sprint car racing, the guy who owns the team, he's got a lot of challenges in very different directions. This is a tough job. And Brian, I've been following him for a long time, not just IndyCar, but the Hyundai program. And he was my #1 guy to go to try and answer those kind of questions. So it's great to have him on.
Thank you, John. And so stay with us. We are going to...
I have a question for you, Francisque.
Yes.
What does ePartrade stand for?
Oh, thank you. Well, actually, right. People ask us all the time. So ePartrade means electronic performance and racing trade. That's why we always use the letter in caps. So electronic performance and racing trade. It is the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. As simple as that. And as we said during the opening act this morning, what we did is we took advantage of the technologies that surround the world we live in. As an example, you know, I obviously grew up in a different country, France. When I came to America in the late 90s, the world was different. We used maps when we traveled. We used phone books. We had cell phones that could only make calls. And today we live in the world of Uber, Netflix, Waze, you name it. So what we started to think is, with all the technologies available in today's world, how can we take advantage of it to help our industry connect in a better way, in a faster way, in a more efficient way, in a more global way, in a more cost-effective way? And that's really how ePartrade was born. Again, electronic performance and racing trade. As simple as that. You know, it's taking the industry, as I said, into the 21st century. So please go on the platform. You know, Full Race is on. Search for Full Race by product, by, you know, search by name, search by supplier. If you're interested in their turbos, click on the orange button, I want more information, or click on the ask a question, submit your question, and someone there will get back to you. The platform is business to business, not open to the public. So it is free to use, but you have to be in the industry. Now, most of the people watching us today have already accounts on the platform. So if you are a buyer, like an engine builder, a race team, a tuner, a fabricator, a machine shop, all you need to do is, if you don't have an account yet, go on the platform, create an account. It takes 1 minute. The account is a login and a password. Think of a trade show. You cannot enter a trade show without a badge. And that's the same thing with ePartrade. You create your account, free to use, and get on the platform. And if you're a supplier, you have free access to the platform. If you want to use it to just search, then you're free to use it to just search. If you wish to showcase your product, we have upgrade options that are very affordable. You know, and we have a team here ready to assist you to get on the platform. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. So I think it is 11:56. John, do you want to tell us a little bit, you know, what happened this morning, and before we go into Brian, and then what's going to happen this afternoon?
Yeah, you know, this whole experience is like launching a rocket. You know, we just kind of follow it and find out kind of what happens throughout the day. So it's been really fun, and just had some great webinars already. And have Roger Penske this morning. I mean, I wrote down notes that were just inspiring to me. So one is, we're going to have to be dynamic. And what a message for 2020. What a message as we prepare for 2021. That's it in a nutshell. And in the racing business, we kind of are dynamic. We kind of wake up in the morning and just want to go do stuff. But if anybody's kind of moaning and groaning, which you don't hear that much in racing, but it's just, okay, yeah, 2020 happened. 2021, I think people are going to go nuts to do everything. I think the restaurants are going to be filled. The bars are going to be filled. The racetracks are going to be filled, because I just want to be in a crowd. I just want to stand in line somewhere. So I think we may have some big stuff happen in 2021. I think, as Paul Fanner says, it's a chance to look at rebooting the racing industry for the future, this future world, whatever it is. And we're going to have to be dynamic. I think that's the way to put it. And then also, I love the quote, racing has been a common thread in our businesses for 50 years. And I took it to mean that not only does racing bring something to the Penske brand, but I think Roger, maybe I call him Roger, Mr. Penske, was telling us that the discipline and the passion and the spirit of racing is what you want to bring to your business. And so I love that. That's one of the other things that I wrote down that he said. And it's been a great day. And then what he says about Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the quote is, let's make this a special place. And for me, it gives me chills to walk onto the property anytime, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If you're not there for a race, go to the museum. It's spectacular. And for Roger Penske to say something about this already special place, let's make this a special place. I mean, you know, I just want to see it 5 years from now. And it's great to see IMS in such good hands.
I absolutely agree. I mean, just what a way to start the day. Then, you know, the driver safety with 1021 and, you know, learning about, you know, warehouse distributors with Turn 14 distribution. That was also very important. We had to travel to England to talk with the great people from, you know, Pfitzner as well as Shiftech, and then FSC on fire extinguisher. And also a big thank you to our hosts. I mean, we have, you know, 3 terrific hosts, Joe Castello, Jeff Hammond, Brad Gilly, who is coming this afternoon. I mean, those guys are legendary hosts. And of course, we have Paul Fanner and John Kilroy. So I'm watching the clock here. It's 11:59. I'm going to check with the production team to make sure we got Brian Herta. I see Brian in the attendee list, and we are going to bring Brian into the panel, and I'm seeing Brian popping up right now. So it is, you know, 11:59 here in California. It is really late in other countries. As I mentioned this morning, we have 110 countries represented in this event. So this is absolutely fabulous. Good. Oh, Brian is right here. So it is 12 o'clock almost. I will hand it to you, John, and then we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, Brian. Welcome to Online Race Industry Week.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with everybody.
It's great to have you here. I'm going to give a bit of an introduction here. So just give me a few minutes. I wanted to have as a subject for the Online Race Industry Week, the idea of how to develop a successful race team. And I kind of mentioned it before, but basically the job of a team owner or team manager stretches across all segments of racing. So whether you have a sprint car, a stock car, racing at your local track, it's a hard job. So I wanted to tackle this subject, and I wanted to tackle the subject with Brian Herta. So he was the first person that I thought of. He was the guy I wanted. And actually, Brian was the first person we contacted to get as a potential speaker for Online Race Industry Week. And we said, the racing shows are closed this year. We feel like we should still get together this time of year and talk and share. And Brian said, you can count on me. So we're very fortunate to have Brian Herta here. And his history, 2 wins as a driver in the kart series. Brian Herta Autosport, founded in 2009, has grown from a single car Indy Lights team into a multiple 2-time Indy 500 winning team, as well as multiple sports car championships. Brian Herta Autosport has won races in every discipline they've entered, including Indy Lights, IndyCar, Global Rallycross, Pirelli World Challenge, and IMSA. So the Brian Herta Auto Racing Autosport rose to prominence after winning the 2011 Indianapolis 500 with driver Dan Weldon. And then 5 years later, the team partnered with Andretti Autosport and defied the odds again, winning their second Indianapolis 500 with the rookie driver Alexander Rossi. So again, to repeat that, we're talking to a team owner that won the Indy 500 with a rookie driver. And of course, I should mention that, by the way, he's the father of Colton Herta, one of the best young race car drivers in the United States. And I've kind of watched Brian operate from sort of an under the radar viewpoint. And it just seems to me that Brian has been on a steady march to the top of the pyramid as a team owner. He has a long runway in front of him and a lot more to accomplish. And as I say this, I want to also acknowledge all the pressures on a team owner in very different directions. So pressures on Brian, we had Roger Penske, he knows what these pressures are. So the same person has to be responsible for getting sponsorship sold. The same person has to get the best drivers, not the most famous, not the ones bringing the most money, not the ones who talk big, not the ones who wreck the equipment, the best. And that's a whole very tricky subject on its own. The team owner has to get the right engine man. The team owner has to get the right suspension guy, maybe an aero guy, has to get the right technical guy so you're race ready every single time, has to pick the team up off the floor because of a heartbreaking finish, and then has to get the team back to focusing on next week's race after a glorious win. And then after all that, he has to not go broke in the process. So to me, Bryan Herta is one of the smartest, savviest people in United States racing, probably worldwide. And I've kind of watched Bryan Herta's team through a really great young driver named Michael Lewis. So I've been watching Michael Lewis's career since he was in quarter midgets. And I love Michael as a driver. He just seems like approaches lap times and practice laps like a scientist or engineer. He just methodically carves away the seconds as he figures out the track. And he's dedicated to winning 24/7, 365 days out of the year. And then at the end of the race, Michael's always racing for the win. So he's not out there for a Sunday drive. At the end of the race, Michael Lewis will put the car someplace it's never been before if that's what it takes to win the race. So I've always loved Michael as the driver. And then he gets connected with Bryan Herta. And lo and behold, the 2018 Pirelli World Challenge, Bryan Herta's Autosport team earns the team's championship that year. Hyundai earned the manufacturer's championship. And Michael Lewis's teammate, Mark Wilkins, I think they came in P2 in the driver's championship. But then the next year, 2019, let me see, get this straight. Yeah, they won the driver's championship. So Michael and Mark Wilkins won the driver's championship, the team championship in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge TCR class. And this year, 2020, IMSA Michelin Pilot Champions TCR class, Gabby Chavez and Ryan Norman won the championship, but Bryan Herta Autosport finished 1, 2, 3 in that championship. And I'm just not sure everybody knows about the Honda program. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Also, it's really cool that Bryan Herta is connected with Kurt Agajanian, which has a storied history, those two guys in racing, especially out in the West Coast. Just great names. And Kerry, of course, is from the family that operated Ascot. Kerry's a real leader, mover and shaker in our sport. So Bryan's just connected all these different ways. I'm just always curious what's Bryan Herta going to do next. So before we get to the Indy stuff, and I'm just almost finished, I have this quote from your blog, Bryan, on the Bryan Herta Autosport website. And I'm really curious to hear what's all behind it, because I think there's insight here on what it takes to be a successful team owner. So here's the quote. A big priority of ours in 2020 was actively engaging the large community of Veloster owners we so often hear from on our social channels. Now that's really stepping away from parts that you need to win a race. It's the idea of building community, cementing community on the part of the car owner or the car mark. What's behind that thinking, Bryan? I just thought that was brilliant.
Well, really, it's understanding our needs of our partner at Hyundai. They're not a brand that's historically been known in the motorsport world. They've dallied a little bit. They've built a winning reputation in Europe with their WRC rally program, and they built these cars a few years ago to race in the TCR class in the World Touring Car Championship. And I approached them and said, look, we've got a team. We were competing in the Global Rallycross Championship at that time, but that seemed to be winding down. And we said, look, we're looking for a project. And they said, look, we're building these TCR cars. We'd like to campaign them in the US. We want to build a motorsport heritage. We want to build a performance heritage around the N performance line that doesn't exist in Hyundai. And we want to build a culture around that. So, you know, it's starting to reach out as we built a little bit of a winning history now with them, and reaching out to these different clubs, Veloster clubs, things in the areas, and starting to engage with them and bring them into what we do, and building a community around Hyundai and around N is a big part of what they want. So that's you know, the winning the races part has to happen first. But once you start doing that, right, how do you sell cars? And that's by engaging in Hyundai enthusiasts and building that culture. In the same way, you know, Corvette's got such a great history, and they're a great example for us in IMSA, and how they've built a real cult of followers around their IMSA program and winning. And Corvette already had such a great performance name. You know, we take a lot of inspiration from what they do, and trying to not just recreate it, but even expand on that steam or concept.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Sometimes I think team owners who aren't very good or they're just starting out, they walk into meetings like that and we just want your money, we just want this, we just want that. And really, it should be turned around. Here's what we can deliver. Here's what we can bring to you. And the idea of bringing something as complicated as we will help you build a culture around your brand is really pretty amazing. When you have that meeting with Hyundai and you want to bring them over to your side, what are you armed with? Like, do you go with a PowerPoint presentation or, I mean, how's that work?
Yes, you do all those things. You build the PowerPoints, you create a justification for the program. But ultimately, you know, for me, I like to sit at the table, look across, you know, look them in the eye and say, we're here to win races. You know, our team has won races in every series, every championship it's competed in. And that's why we're here. And that's what we can do for you. And if we can accomplish that, there's a lot of other things we can do on the back of it. Just to compete isn't enough, right? Just to compete, just to be out there, that doesn't inspire, right? You have to win. You have to show something beyond that to inspire and really give people a reason to want to become part of a tribe or a nation. You know, I love that nomenclature of a tribe that you mentioned earlier, because I think it's real. And you have to build a winning heritage around it. And you know, the opening speaker you had, Roger Penske, nobody's done it better than him. Roger is synonymous with winning, and that pervades everything he does in business. But it comes out of what he does on the racetrack. And so again, yeah, I take a lot of inspiration from people like that in motorsport and try and recreate it, but also maybe put a little bit of our own different spin on it or make it unique to ourselves.
And then how have you seen Hyundai take advantage of Bryan Herta Autosport in terms of their marketing program? Are the drivers going to events? Are you seeing your cars in Hyundai commercials, or how's that happen?
Largely all of the above. You know, Hyundai's been a great partner to us in that they don't have a lot of motorsports activities yet. Unlike a lot of these brands that have, you know, on any given weekend, they've got cars running in multiple championships all over the country. And with Hyundai, they're still newer in racing. And so while they're growing and building, and there's a lot more Hyundais racing today than there were 3 years ago when we started this, it's still growing. So we get a lot of the lion's share of their attention in terms of motorsports. So participating in auto shows, unveilings, car launches, all those things. You know, you mentioned Michael Lewis. We did an online walk around of a new model that's just been coming out, the new Elantra N line, and we did it. Everything's going online right now because of the COVID thing. So we spent a full day in a studio doing an online Facebook and then an Instagram walk around and just unveiling the car. And the fact that they included us as the race team in that, where N-Line is their performance, their mid-level performance line, it creates a justification on both sides. And it's great that they utilize us in so many meaningful ways in all of their marketing activities, and not just, you know, we don't just check a box in motorsport. We try and be a justifier for performance for Hyundai.
I'd have to think they must be happy with what's going on working with you. Do they tell you that, or what's going on?
Yeah, they've been very enthusiastic. I mean, we just come off of a really dynamite year where we won 7 of 10 races in the IMSA championship, you know, took the top 3 spots in the championship, won the manufacturers championship, the team title, the driver's title. So, you know, this was sort of a banner year for us. And in such a kind of odd year with COVID and all the ways we had to go racing. But, you know, the fact that we were able to maybe deliver them a little bit of sunshine in what was a pretty rough year for all of us, I think was very much appreciated, very well received. And we're very grateful for the partnership we have for them at a time when, you know, a lot of people stepped back from motorsports and Hyundai really leaned in.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Brian. And then that series, we're going to have John Doonan with IMSA. He'll be part of Online Race Industry Week. This series seems like really a fun place to go racing. What did you think about the series?
IMSA's got a great championship. And I feel very fortunate to be part of 2 of the 3 major sanctioning championships in the country between IndyCar and IMSA. NASCAR, obviously, that's a little outside my wheelhouse, although never say never. But to be able to compete in both of those series, and the IMSA championship has such a great heritage in sports car racing and endurance racing, and all that kind of encapsulates that, and be able to be part of great events like the 12 Hours of Sebring weekends, the 24 Hours of Daytona. And even though we're in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, we're able to leverage off of the backs of those great events and really take advantage of Hyundai being a meaningful part of the IMSA paddock.
Very good. And then for all the people watching, I think probably I'll ask the big question. So you've got quite a record in winning big races and championships, 2 Indy 500s, unbelievable. So you've been asked this before, I'm sure. When they ask you, what's the secret? What do you say?
It's the people. I always say it's the people. If I've done anything right or learned anything in my 30 plus years in motorsport, it's that you align yourself with great people. And in every instance you mentioned, that's been true. In 2011, when we won the Indy 500 with Dan Weldon, we did it in partnership. We aligned ourselves with Sam Schmidt's team, and Rob Edwards, who is the team manager now, was a big part of that success. He's now the team manager at Andretti Autosport, so I work very closely with Rob still. So, those type of relationships. Then when we partnered with Andretti in 2016, that yielded the win at the 500 with Alexander Rossi. I always say it takes 3 things in motorsports, and really only 3 things: time, money, and people. And if you have those 3 things, you can achieve success. And the people is the most important thing. If you have good people and you give them enough time and enough money, they find ways to win. And the time and money part's interesting, because those two are inversely related. The more time you have, you can do it with a little less money. The less time you have, you need more money. Neither one of those things can be zero. You can't do it with no time, and you can't do it with no money. But if you have those 2 elements and you provide those to great people, then great things happen. So, I appreciate the accolades, and I'm lucky to have been part of a lot of success in motorsport, and hungry to hopefully continue to be a part of a lot of success. But I also want to be careful not to take credit for those successes, and more just try and share the credit or defer the credit to the people that really work day in and day out to help achieve those things.
Yeah, I felt really blessed to have gotten into the racing industry because of the people, and I find them to be a special bunch. What's your take on people in racing? You've had a lifetime with these people. You're with them in the pits every weekend. You must like them.
I like most of them.
Not all of them.
Well, I like some more than others. How's that? But yeah, racers are a unique and different breed. And, I think to a large extent, they're built differently. This isn't a job you can do just for the money. The old adage is very true, is, if you want to make if you want to make a small fortune in racing, start with a large one. It's very easy to do that. So to try and really create and run a business in this world, something that has to be self-sustaining, I don't have the ability to, spend millions of dollars out of my own pocket every year to prop something like a racing program up. It has to be self-sustaining. That's a great challenge. And that's a challenge that's true for racers in every single discipline, whether it's, sprint car driver and team, all the way up to IndyCar, NASCAR, NHRA, anything in IMSA. Having to sort of fulfill your desire, your passion for this sport, but then create a business around it is a great challenge. And the folks who've been able to do that over a sustained period of time, I have a lot of time for, and I have a lot of respect for, because it's a very difficult thing.
Yeah, I agree. To me, it's hard to win a race. It's almost impossible to win a championship at the local track. Everywhere. And then to win multiple championships is, good luck. That's a tough one. And then I wanted to ask about the concept of culture at Bryan Herta Autosport. I don't know do you think in terms of culture for the team? Is there a culture there that you talk about and you can identify, or it just kind of happens?
It absolutely doesn't just happen. It's critical. I think every team has its own identity, and especially any team that achieves level of success. And I draw a lot from my experience as a driver in the past. I mean, keep in mind, some of your panelists, I never got to drive for Roger Penske, but Chip Ganassi, Bobby Rahal, guys like this, I was able to drive for and have great programs, and Michael Andretti. So I was able to kind of learn from the inside of how these great teams function. And every single program has strengths and weaknesses, but they all have one thing in common, is they have a central leadership figure who sets great expectations and then gives those people the tools to go and achieve those expectations. And so if there's a single sort of theme, is the culture is around winning, right? We're not just there to go out, put cars on the racetrack. We're there to go and try and compete and go and try and win. And it's a very different mentality, and it's easy to say, but then to create a culture where people feel empowered to do their job, to give them the tools, to give them the resource, and then to give them the freedom. It doesn't do me a lot of good to hire a really smart engineer, but then prevent him from doing the things that he thinks he can do to help us win races. So it's really, the culture is, okay, I'm empowering you to go win, but I'm also creating that expectation. And if you don't, you're going to have a good reason why, or I'm going to have a reason why I'm going to go find somebody else who can go do that. So, that's part of it. And then trying to create harmony amongst the group. Everybody has ways of working and trying to create harmony within the team, but it's the simple things. It's the silliest little things I found that are important in keeping morale and things. Feeding the team lunch on time at the track is a big deal. Getting to stay in hotels that are clean and safe and nice. Some of those little things that they don't seem like a big deal become major irritants very quickly. So just giving the people a good working environment. And I found these guys will work day and night without complaint if you're just looking after them in a meaningful way.
That's very well said. This isn't a business of clock watchers. Clock watchers don't do very well. And you really have to achieve and get there. And it's a way that happens in the racing business. It doesn't always happen in other industries. I've worked for many years, 26 years with Steve Lewis. And Steve did a little thing that was really important. He said, thank you. He said, thank you all the time. And when I started with Steve, it's like, well, that's nice. He said, thank you. And then the next week he said, thank you. And the next week, and I was working really hard. I was doing good things. And the idea of what you just said about the little things matter. Nobody ever said thank you to me before Steve Lewis. So I think you're onto something. And I picture you as being an accessible team owner with your team, with the guys. Is that true? Can they all come talk to Brian, or you're out there and available, or how's that work? The communication channel.
Right. Try to be accessible. Our situation is a little unique. I live in California. The team is based in Speedway, Indiana. I've normally spent a lot more time with them this year because of COVID and everything. Yeah. I haven't traveled as much. I haven't been with them in the shop as much as I normally would be. So it's created some challenges. And as we grow, we're at sort of an interesting inflection point as a team. Is the IMSA team, which started life as the Red Bull Global Rallycross team, was a small self-contained unit. It's separate from the IndyCar program. The IndyCar program fully lives and runs at Andretti Autosport. So the IMSA program with Hyundai is separate and started off as a very small dedicated group of people, but it continues to grow. And we're at that point where we're really transitioning from a small team to a bigger team. Mm-hmm. We have a larger staff, having to meet HR challenges, 401k programs, medical plans for employees, all the things that big teams and big businesses need to do. We're transitioning into those right now. And as my focus has to be more on some of the business side of those things, it does take me a little bit more out of the day-to-day side. which is something I'm still learning and trying to adapt to, and try to figure out how do we keep all the things that were great about us as a small team while we're growing into a big team. And we should have this in another 3 years or 4 years, and hopefully I'll be able to talk about that a little more. But those are the things that we're trying to learn, and I'm trying to adapt to. And those are our biggest challenges with our team now is we're really not a small team anymore. So we can't think like one. And there's great advantage with being small. You're very nimble, you're very adaptive. You have a very small group of people, communication's easy. As you get bigger, those things get harder, and you can bog yourself down in them. So navigating all those things is really interesting. But again, I've got great mentors, and I've got great examples with Rob Edwards and the folks at Andretti Autosport, the experiences I've had with these other great teams, Ray Hall, Ganassi. So I rely on a lot of those things as we try and chart a path towards being one of those teams.
Yeah, we're working on the 401k program and the medical program and all that. It's just tedious, frustrating stuff. It has nothing to do with horsepower or aerodynamics or anything. But I agree. If you can get that squared away, it means a lot to the people on the team.
I'm trying to hire good people again to do those things, because it's right. That's not where my passion lies. I want to spend every minute of every day trying to figure out how to make race cars go faster. That's the part I care about. And that's the part I love. But also recognizing that that's not the only important part if we're going to grow our business.
Yeah, I've loved working for smaller businesses. And then as soon as somebody hires a human resources manager, I get worried.
Yeah, same.
I'll go through some other questions. You seem to have a magic way with drivers and selecting drivers, and magic's probably not the right word, because you probably put a lot of work and effort into it. But what do you look for in drivers and selecting drivers?
Look for winners, closers, guys who can get it done. And really that's the main element. There's marketing concessions, there's, all those things are important, but really what we need are drivers who can go win races. And I've been fortunate to have worked with a lot of winners. We've talked a lot about when we won the 2011 500 with Dan Weldon, and we were a single car team. I think it had been the 60s, the last time a non-full season championship team won the Indy 500. So it had been like 50 years. And on paper, we really didn't have a realistic shot or a great reason to believe we could win that race. But it was really Dan that showed up every single day and told the guys and told us, we're going to win the race. Not like, hey, we hope we're going to win, or we're going to do our best. He told us we were going to win. And he believed it so strongly, and his belief in us and himself was so strong that it elevated the whole team. And that was a real eye-opener for me. And that was probably the number one thing I learned from Dan that I try and carry to this day, is he created this expectation within the team, and the team rose to it. And so he taught me that, and it's probably the single biggest lesson I've learned in racing, and the thing I try and carry forward, in everything we do in racing, is creating that expectation of we're going to win. I don't even know how, right? We're going to figure it out, but we're here to do one thing, and that's to win this race or win this championship. And it was such a powerful, fundamental thing that I didn't fully understand as a driver when I was competing. I wish I did. Because I think it would have made me a much better driver, but I've learned it now, and I think it's served me and our team very, very well. And that's why I always say Dan is sort of a cornerstone of our team, because we won some races in Indy Lights and some things before him, but that became a pivotal moment. We won something that mattered, something of note, and he taught us how to do it. And so if anything that I can carry forward, it's that, is he taught us how to win, and we always have to remember that lesson.
Yeah, that speech just gave me chills. And that's worth Online Race Industry Week, just to hear you articulate that, Brian. So thank you very much. And I've seen people like Dan and like yourself, and it just seems I've seized up here. People like Dan, they just seem to will it and make it happen.
Well, he does. He did, and you know, I get a little emotional talking about it still,
Yeah.
but you know, I don't think I'm here today without Dan and what he did for us. I don't think our team exists today without that. But I'm proud of where we've grown from there, right? And I'm proud of what we've been able to do, and the fact that, you know, you've asked me to be on a panel here or talk about this at all is incredibly a humbling experience for me to, you know, to see the other great panelists you have and to be able to support what you guys are doing and be part of it is a great it's a great honor for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And then when it comes to technical guys, how do you hold on to technical guys that you don't want them jumping to another race team?
You treat them well. You challenge them, because they all want to be challenged. Smart, good guys, they want to be challenged, and you give them the tools to do their job. I think if you do those things, by and large, you know, people want to stay. People don't. There's an inertia to staying where you are that leaving is difficult, and you know, you want to make it even harder to leave because you want to give them a great place to work and a great place to be, and a place that they feel they can get up in the morning and be challenged to do great things. And you know, we've been lucky. We've been able to, you know, hang on to and grow our staff. We did just lose a pivotal member this year. The great John Ward has decided to retire, and you know, that guy's done everything you can do in racing. Designed race cars at some of the Eagles for Dan Gurney, winning programs, championships in IndyCar, in IMSA, you name it. And John, we knew this day was coming, but John's retired. So I guess we can't stop Father Time, but other than that, you know, keep attracting great people and then retaining them that's the lifeblood of any successful race team.
I love that. And I love the idea of empowering them, giving them the tools to do their jobs. I think one of the secrets about racing is that some of the people who are just great at it would do it for free because they just love the sport. They just want to go driving no matter what. They just want to build a winning race engine no matter what, participate in a winning team, a winning race car. And yeah, and it's part of that people equation as well. And then let's talk about time. I think that's critical for a team owner. So how do you view the use of time in running a race team? Do you hear the clock ticking this all day long?
Always, always. You know, we're always working backwards with time, right? Right now, our time challenge is the Roar at Daytona. We have new cars that are going to be coming into the shop, and we've got to prep cars, get ready for, you know, our season just ended just a couple weeks ago at Sebring because of the COVID delays. Our season just ended. We got to be ready to be on track with new cars, and we're trying to navigate through the holidays, and we're trying to very carefully navigate through this COVID resurgence, which is a big challenge for us right now, is keeping, especially through the holidays when people want to connect with family and things, keeping all of our team members safe and keeping them COVID free, because if we start losing people that have to, you know, take time off to recover from this, we don't have a lot of time. We don't have much of a safety net to have cars ready to go in Daytona. So really, that's some of our biggest challenges right now is keeping our people safe, keeping them on task, reminding them that, you know, we all want to spend time around the holidays with family and things, but there's restrictions about what we should and can and, do right now with COVID to keep both family members safe, but to keep our team safe too. And those are presenting really, really big challenges. And there's no guidebook for how to do that. Everybody's trying to find their way through it. On the IndyCar side, we don't start our race season until March. And that looks a little different, right? You hope that vaccines and things like that might be available in that kind of time frame that will alleviate some of the risks that COVID could present. But for us, right, a outbreak of COVID within the team could mean having to miss a race, and that's not really an option, right? So those are scary. Those are still scary things, and it kind of goes hand in hand with time. We're trying to wait out this pandemic, but the race season is going to start again, and we can't wait. So trying to navigate our way through it while we wait for vaccines and things that will eventually see us hopefully to the end of this mask wearing era that we're in.
Yeah, it's a challenge for everybody. We all just want it over, and I feel sorry for everybody some days. When it comes to time and planning, how far do you look ahead? I mean, are you just looking ahead to the first race, or are you looking ahead to the first IndyCar race in March? Or if I mention the year 2025, you don't have to tell me anything, but is there kind of a game plan and something in 2025 that you're thinking of accomplishing?
Yes to all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a longer term plan, and those are some things that we're working on, a 3 or 5 year plan. Where do you want to be 5 years from now as a business? Where does Hyundai want to be 5 years from now in motorsport? Those are all questions that you need to have answers for, because these programs don't pop up, over a 60-day period, right? Like it takes a lot of planning, and especially if you move up into higher echelons of motorsport, it takes time and budget and planning to do all those things. So while we've got our eye on the clock for getting ready for the next race, we also have we have to think about strategically what do we want to be in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and create a pathway to achieve those things too. So, strategic thinking that ends up occupying a lot of my time as a team owner.
And I wonder, I mean, when you think long term, is it just Brian in a room by himself, or do you have some key people that you can talk to about the year 2025 and brainstorm with them?
Sometimes I wake up at 2 a.m. thinking about things sometimes, right? Strategic thinking. So some of it's just me, but I've got business partners partners like Hyundai that all need to talk through and be part of those decisions. So I'm certainly not alone in making those kind of decisions or putting those kind of plans in place. And it's a small group, right? You don't want to turn it into a 100-person committee, and not everybody can get an opinion on the big stuff. But you have a small group of people who are invested in your program that all need to be part of where you're going and buy in and help support that.
And then another question is, how do you maintain the kind of consistency of a winning race team where the team has to be race ready whenever the green flag drops? So, the thing about this business is that you can't say, I just need 30 more minutes. Let's hold the race off till 2 o'clock. I'm not ready at 1:30. And you have the passion and you have the commitment, but then you have an organization and they all have to agree, race ready when the green flag drops. Is that hard, or do you find you've got the right people and it just works?
It's a people question again, right? And we've got a great team manager in Phil Howard, who's managed IndyCar programs, managed IMSA programs in the past. We've got a great balance of experience and youth. We've got a number of people on our team that we've hired right out of mechanics that we've hired right out of technical school. We've got engineers that we brought on as interns while they were still in college, who are now full-time working for us, race engineering. But then we also have some very, very experienced guys, and blending those two things together and allowing them to do their job. I find that on a race weekend, I'll have meetings or talk to people, and they're always surprised. Oh, do you have time right now? I'm like, yeah, I do, because when it's running correctly, they don't need me in there telling them, hey, the session's in 30 minutes. Let's make sure that we've got the car off the setup pad. They should know, and they're doing those things. When I have to get involved, it's bad. It's because something's gone wrong or something's not going the way it should. So, it's, was it the 5 Ps or 7 Ps? Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Yeah.
That is it in a nutshell. And having great leadership, allows those things to be in place so that, it shouldn't be a panic. It shouldn't be a surprise.
Very good. I'm learning a lot, Brian. The logistics of moving a team around can be daunting and expensive, but like you said, it kind of happens. That lunch in the pits is really important. So any advice here to team owners, not just at the top level, but even the grassroots level, when it comes to logistics of travel and dining and all that?
Well, really it comes down to a couple of different things. You need to get good people and then take care of the people. That's the best investment you can make. And then really beyond that, trying to stay focused on the things that make the race cars go fast. It's an allocation of resource, and you need to stay at a nice enough hotel, right? There's loads of examples of, we've seen teams that run mid-pack, and they're staying, their guys are checking out of the Hyatt race morning, right? And then, you don't need to spend all your money on things like that. You need to make sure you have the money to spend on the resources to make your car go fast. But your people are your single greatest resource. So there's a minimum level of expectation that, we actually whiffed a couple times this year. So this comes from experience. You go and you book a hotel and you think, hey, this will be fine. And you get there and it's not great. And those are things that you have to be willing to, there's some races we learned this year, we're going to have to spend more on hotels because we need to make sure that our people are safe and in good places. So it's an ever evolving process. And I don't know that there's an answer other than you have to have a goal of what you're trying to achieve with all these things.
Yeah. I've always been happy at a Hampton Inn. They're clean, they're efficient, they have breakfast in the morning, and I'm good to go there, and it doesn't cost what the Hyatt does.
Well, the one thing I do is I always stay where the team stays, wherever it is. I stay with the team, and if I'm at a hotel, I'm at the team hotel. And the reason is because I want to very clearly send the message, right? I wouldn't ask you to do something I wouldn't do myself. And that's the same thing on a race weekend. I'll often, straighten the chairs up in our little lounge area or wipe a table down. And it's not that they're not doing it, but I want to demonstrate through example that, these things are important to me, right? And that I'm willing to do them too. So again, I'm not asking, there's no job that's beneath me. So there's no job that's beneath anybody on the team.
I like that part too. And then let's talk about getting sponsorship. What have you found to be the key elements in building a successful sponsorship program? I just picture it as a job that's never over.
Never over. Never over. You're right. But it's one of the 3 key pillars, right? People, time, money. And I can't manufacture time, right? So really the 2 that I can control are people and money. And if you have great people and you give them the financial resources. And so that's the hardest part. And, every successful program has those elements. And we're very fortunate with the IMSA program to have great partnerships from Hyundai. And we're very fortunate with Andretti Autosport and the IndyCar side to have great financial partners. And those things don't happen by accident. They're cultivated, they're built over time. And it's so much beyond the communication of how big is the decal going to be on the race car, right? If that's the conversation you're having, you're really not having the right conversation at all. It's about understanding the needs of the partners and trying to create ways to leverage motorsport to address those needs. And that's true in every single successful race program I've ever been involved in. And I think that's true in our race program as well, is, understanding the needs of the people who are financially contributing to help you go out and do these things, and making sure that you're doing a damn good job for them and always over delivering for them.
Yeah, I just think you approach the task like I would, is that you have to walk into those sponsorship meetings with something to offer them. It's not the reverse, like, you should give us money. You have to be careful how you do it.
I got some really good advice in these pitch meetings and things. And it was, if you're not listening more than you're talking, you're doing it wrong.
Okay. Again, that was worth the price of attending Online Race Industry Week. In the Indy 500, are you making the calls yourself when it comes to the pits and when to pit and get more fuel and those kind of decisions? Is that you, Brian, doing that on your team?
Well, in terms of the role of race strategist during the races, yes and no. I'm the one on the radio. I'm the one that's relaying those messages back to the driver. Again, it's a team. I've got a great team of people on our engineering stand that includes the race engineer, assistant engineer, and we've got 5 or 6 of us that are looking at data, watching the race, evaluating, and we talk. We have an interactive conversation about, would we pit right now? What if it's yellow? What if it's this? And so it's a always changing, evolving process, but ultimately somebody has to make the call. So ultimately that, right, on our timing stand, that does end up being me, because you can't always just build consensus. And there's sometimes where something happens very quickly, right? And there's a car goes off from the tires and you're, 15 seconds away from the pit entrance, and you got to make a decision. Could we beat this yellow if we pit right now? And you got to make a call. You don't have time to talk about it. So I've got great, smart people. I'd be foolish not to rely on those smart people to help me make those decisions. But ultimately, right, somebody's got to make the final decision, and that can't be a committee thing.
Well, you're particularly brilliant with Rossi's win. I mean, that was a real big decision about fuel saving, right?
It was, but it wasn't a hard decision, because we'd had 2 really bad pit stops early on that put us in the back. And it was pretty clear that we had a car capable of winning and a driver capable of winning, but we didn't have the track position. And so it was a very simple question, right? How can we get ourselves track position? And with a 500-mile race, you got enough time for things to play out. And so the question was, what if we made one last pit stop? And it really all stemmed from that. But we never would have asked that question if we hadn't had the 2 bad pit stops, right? And even though we did win on a fuel strategy, I always like to point out, we also had the fastest lap of the race with Alexander Rossi. So we had a very fast race car, and that shouldn't be lost in the fact that we won it on a fuel strategy. We also won it with arguably one of the best cars and a rookie driver who did an amazing job to execute a strategy that, the fuel number and the pace we were asking him to hit would have been difficult for any driver out there to do. So it was fun to be a part of it. It was especially fun because it worked. We could have done the exact same thing in one yellow at the wrong time, and nobody would have noticed, and it would have just been a failed attempt. But because it worked, and because I think it took a lot longer for the commentary crew, for people to realize what we were doing. We knew what we were doing for 100 and something laps of the race, right? It was all building over 100 and something laps, but it was really only the last 15 or 20 laps that it came to light that, oh my gosh, they might actually make it. They may not run out of fuel, that it became such a dramatic thing. So that was fun. It's one of the only races I've gone back and actually watched the race. I don't typically watch our races afterwards, but I watched that one, and it was fun for me. It's kind of like watching it, like I've got a secret through most of the race. Like I knew, but it was fun to see how it played out.
I wish they would have connected you to a heart monitor. We could just watch your heartbeat throughout all that.
Didn't change a lot. I don't, I tend to, I think that's a holdover from my time racing, is you tend to learn to manage emotion. And so there wasn't a lot of trepidation, right? It was either going to work or it wasn't, but the focus was on making it work. There wasn't a lot of anxiety. We had already, the ship had sailed. There was no backing out of what we were doing. There was no, right? So there wasn't a lot of anxiety, and it wasn't clear at the time it was going to work. It was just our best shot. It was the thing that gave us a chance to win. So I don't generally feel a lot of anxiety or nervousness during races. I get more nervous watching Colton race than I do calling the strategy or anything like that. I enjoy that part of it. And I also understand that there's things that are in your control and there's things that are out of your control, and things out of your control can change and they can make you right, which is kind of how it worked in this case, but they can also make you wrong. And trust me, I've been wrong plenty of days too, but luckily we were right on a day that it really mattered a lot.
Yep, that's awesome. And then let's talk about Colton. A lot of people watching, a lot of people in the racing industry, they have their position with the company in the racing industry, but then they're also have a son or a daughter that has kind of interest in going racing, and they help them and hope that they become successful as a race car driver. And that's a long path, a long journey. And so it's just, how do you raise a racer like Colton? What was the magic there?
I don't know. Some of it is, right, you either have it or you don't. Part of it you're born with. There's certainly an element to it that you can't teach somebody. And, again, putting him around the right people, even going back to when we were in karting, putting people around him that he could learn from and could teach him. I get a lot of credit for teaching him. I did a lot less teaching of him than people would think. And I see this to this day, even with Michael Andretti, with Marco, it is hard to teach your son or daughter. It's just the dynamic of parent-child it always enters into it. So I've tried to put him around great people. And frankly, when he was 13, he moved to Europe on his own. I wasn't there, and I put him at Carlin, which has a tremendous academy program and a great history. And they did more formative training on him than anybody else. And he came back from Europe after a couple of years with Carlin, and he was a monster. And he's done great things, and I get great enjoyment, tremendous enjoyment. And any parent would understand that, watching your child succeed, watching him race. But I deserve far less credit than some people have tried to give me for it.
Yeah, it's a tough sport. It's a cruel sport, and to have your child enter it, I can imagine the trepidation. Like, good luck. And Michael Lewis went to Europe too, and I saw that transformation that you can have going to Europe, and they really drill you differently, train you differently, and they can take you to the next level.
Well, and there's great training programs, and there's great programs here too. Frankly, I think Colton went to Europe to get away from me in a way.
That's classic.
He started racing here, and he was getting a lot of attention for being my son racing junior formula, and probably less attention for starting to learn and have success at it. And I think the last thing his mother and I wanted was for our early teenage child to move away. He didn't live here. He didn't know anybody. It was hard. It was a hardship on him. It was a hardship on us. I think, we both cried a lot on the plane ride home from England. We flew him to England, met the family he was going to live with. We stayed there 2 days and left him there. And I know my wife cried most of the flight home. And I if I'm honest, I probably did a little bit too.
Sure.
But it was the sacrifice and the discipline that it took to do that I think at a very formative time for him made a difference, right? If you're willing to do that, you're willing to do anything to try and win. And that's a great champions all have that. They all have that attribute. They're willing to sacrifice. They're willing to put this above many other things in their life. And it's a hard thing, right? Because there's a lot at a time when a lot of guys would rather be, chasing girls or hanging out with their buddies. You have to decide, I'm going to do this instead, and hope that it's worth it.
And that's the damn truth of things. And thank you for putting it so well and sharing something personal. We're kind of past the 50-minute mark, Brian, so we're just going to wrap this up. I sure have enjoyed this. I could talk to you for another hour or two. And I learned a few nuggets of information that I really wasn't quite aware of about the role of a team owner and how to handle that task. So thank you so much, Brian, for being part of this. It was great talking with you.
I appreciate it. And I just want to say too that since you guys were great enough to have me on, that I've been a fan of what you guys do. We utilize eparttrade.com with our team. We've found suppliers through you guys. We've been reached out to by suppliers through you guys. So I think it's a really valuable thing, not just for us, but for any motorsport team. And appreciate you guys for having the vision to do it and to push it through, because it's hard to be the first at anything, and you guys are definitely leading the way here.
Yeah, racers being the first is okay.
That's right.
Thanks so much, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, very good. So welcome back. And we are going to have in our next session, two gentlemen. They're going to be talking about engine efficiency in piston design from CP Carrillo. So we're going to get Rick Panetton and Matt Hassara. And before we get to this, a thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Performance Electronics. Also, a big thank you to Paul, our partner at Racer, and the entire Racer.com team to make this event possible. So I'm going to hand it to our producer here at the ePortrait studio to run a little video. So on to you, Reed. Thank you. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long. Accessible everywhere, from anywhere, 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Welcome back. And again, thank you for being with us. Again, thank you to our sponsors. And that's why we share that little video. So ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Performance Electronic. It is 1 o'clock here in California. So Brad Gilly, we're delighted to have you with us. Brad, you're going to be our host this afternoon, and we're going to let you take over. So we'll see you guys in about 50 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Francisque, and thank you, John, as well. And want to say welcome to everyone for joining us here for Industry Week with ePartrade. We are going to talk to CP Carrillo here this afternoon. We have a couple of guests, both Matt Herrera from Outcast and from CP Carrillo. Joining us as well is Rick Panaton, and I'll introduce, first of all, our two panelists, but also want to let you know that if you have a question for our panelists, you can use the chat feature down below, and through that chat feature, we'll be asking the questions to our panelists and getting the answers that you need. And also want to remind you that you can always go to ePartrade.com if you need to find out any more information, and click on the CP Carrillo product page, and you can contact with them directly and actually get more information that you want. So first of all, gentlemen, welcome, and thank you so much for being a part of this week. This is a pretty special one with ePartrade. Hopefully everyone's doing well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Well, Rick, yeah, no problem, Matt. Rick, let's just go ahead and start with you and let you talk about the company just a little bit. I know CP Carrillo has been around for 57 years now. You do pistons and connecting rods and really support the racing industry. So if you would, just give us an overview of what you guys do and what you have to offer.
Well, CP was actually started about 22 years ago in 1998, and then we acquired Carrillo in 2007, I believe. So we produce pistons. When I started there in 2001, we were doing mainly NASCAR Cup, Busch, truck motors, a lot of high-end drag race things, and had originally planned just to do that kind of business. And then later on, when the market took a dump in 2008, we just decided to go, let's get into everything. So that was a good decision, and we're happy we did it. We also came up with a sportsman based or sportsman priced line we call the Bullets, and we can talk about those a little bit. Neat thing about the Bullets is they're not made overseas in a, I don't know any better word than to make, but a cheap manner. They're still, the forgings are forged in America. They're machined on all the same equipment there at the facility in Irvine, California, and they're a real high-end part and a great value for the dollar.
Is there any type of racing series that you guys don't support? I mean, is it pretty much anyone who builds an engine, you're going to have something for them?
Yeah, for the most part, we've dabbled a little bit in two-stroke, and we got back off that for a while, and I don't know if the plans are to get back in that, but we do a lot of four-stroke motocross stuff, water sports, diesel, import for sure, domestic V8. We've done V8 supercar stuff in Australia for a number of years. So across the board, we've kind of got it covered. And we do anything now. I mean, you know, the 350 truck motor for a tow truck, we've got a piston for it, you know, but it's a nice quality piece.
Yeah, that's awesome. Matt Hasera, owner of Outcast. Tell us a little bit about you, about Outcast, and what you guys do to support the industry.
Well, Outcast Racing Engines, we do a lot of dirt sprint car and late model engines. Majority is 360, 410 sprint car engines and 305 stuff. But we do a lot of other things. I help a couple teams. I'm a engine guy with Elite Motorsports with the Pro Stock stuff. And so all that kind of plays into my engines. And Rick Pannington is responsible for keeping everything in the combustion chamber. So that's kind of why we're here. But Outcast, I started Outcast 5 years ago now, and we're slowly gaining traction. I got hurt a year ago in a car accident, and so we're just kind of coming back from that. But we've had a couple good engines out there and some big series cars running up front. So we're just kind of waiting for our time to get in the limelight, I guess. But
Trying to build engines for different series and then be on the road with drag racing and everything that you're doing. I mean, obviously a busy person and recovering from your accident, as you mentioned. How hard is that to balance and manage all of that?
It's pretty hard to balance it. The only way I can say to somebody if they want to do this is you definitely just can't have a day job. Because it feels like I don't go to work every day. It's like going to your playground, and that definitely helps. But there are some things in the 500-inch eras that are very challenging to overcome. Even in our sprint car engines, there's some things that we're struggling with right now that we're seeing in different materials and stuff that just kind of poke their head out in durability testing. And that's kind of what we're trying to keep our finger on.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, Rick, when it comes to everything that you guys are doing over at CP Carrillo, you mentioned manufacturing right there in Irvine, California. How important is it for you guys to be able to design something, manufacture it all, be in the same place, as opposed to shipping things out to overseas and waiting for things to get back and forth?
It's a big advantage, and that's one of the neat things about having Carrillo in-house. When we first purchased that company, they were still down in San Clemente. And we had an extra, I think it was 10 or 15,000 square feet in our building, you know, that was there for future growth. And we were able to move them inside of that building and have both CP and Carrillo under one roof. And it's a slick deal because if someone like Matt's going to order a set of connecting rods and the pistons, the design team for the connecting rod side is going to want to know the piston, wrist pin, ring, and pin lock weight, so that they can calculate and design the rod around the RPM of the intended assembly, and then also I call it, for lack of a better term, the crush or the press against the piston rod pin and assembly as it comes up on the compression stroke and the power stroke. So I'm able to model the piston in SolidWorks and give them the real gram weight of the finished piston within a gram, you know, plus or minus a gram. Rings, pins, all that, and then they can design the rod accordingly.
Yeah, as far as being able to design both of those together, you know, how much of an advantage is it to really be able to marry up those two pieces that are pretty integral to the internals?
It's a big deal because whether it's aluminum piston or aluminum rod or a steel rod, we make both. By design, we're able to also use a finite element analysis where we'll take the part and put it in a kind of a real world pressure test to see where the part is getting upset or where it's happy at. And many times we can change the design to improve the part while also taking material away and lightening the part. Where, before all the advent of this kind of equipment and ability, it was more of a guess and an educated guess for past experience. So, and then you get the real world thing. I remember a couple of years ago, we were trying to find ignition pressures from a typical Pro Stock engine, and the team that had won the 2009 championship, his engine builder, they told us, I want to say it was in the 1400 plus PSI range. And one of the rod engineers said, that's impossible. Those rods would never live at 1400 PSI. Well, they did, and they lived great. They ran them the whole year. So we're able to take our thermometer, so to speak, of, this is where it's going to die and this is where it's going to live happily, and raise that whole bar. So it's the computer modeling, but also real world report back from a guy like Matt that's out, in the field. He's at the dirt track races and sprint car races on a Saturday night, and he knows what these parts are actually going through. And one of the reasons I always try to align ourselves with really good engine builders is they're a very integral part of the team with us, and we get good feedback from the racetrack, versus what we're modeling in the computer, and then we can come to the best part from information from both sides.
When it comes to that and all the development, Rick, if I'm coming to you as a customer and, I do this type of racing, I have these specific needs for my engine, first of all, I'll assume that you probably already have some type of a solution for that to get me started. But if I have something that I need further, how would I deal with you guys in development and different things like that of what I might need?
Typically we would have been down that road, once, prior. And so we've got a good place to start from, just from years of experience. And the not just CP I mentioned is about 22 years old, but the combined experience of our team is probably near 75 to 80 years old, because Carrillo was started back in the 60s, and we've got guys that started at other piston companies back in the 60s, and some of them retired now, but we've got a really good team of guys that have had a lot of time in this industry. So we'd have a good place to start off from. And then if you wanted to run, if you were trying to run an ASCS 360 motor, the 11,000 instead of 9 or 10,000, well, then it's going to take some changes in the valve train, obviously, and then also in the piston and rod assembly. So at least we have a jump off place to start from.
And Matt, for you on that end, and we'll get to some questions here in a moment. And again, if you have a question, just use the chat feature and type it in, and we'll ask them. But Matt, for you, whether you be building sprint car engines or working on the Pro Stock, whatever it might be, how is it working, being able to work integrally with CP Carrillo and to get exactly what you need and the most performance out of it?
So they make my job about as easy as it can be with a piston. I know a lot of guys probably say that about their piston guys, but like Rick says, they have a lot of experience with anything that you can think of. They've built it all from 2 strokes to, Kubotas. They could build anything. They could build a piston for it probably better than anybody, in my opinion. But they never stop FEA and ALS testing. It's always trying to make it better. We're always working on ring grooves. We're always trying to make the piston lighter when we can, but still maintain some ductility. There's just never-ending cycle when we're chasing for more ring seal and more power in these engines. And I can tell you, I just finished my best 360 engine Friday. It was Black Friday, and we are 140 better than when I started with Rick at CP, and I can't believe how much of that I attribute to the piston and ring and the hone. There's a lot of it in pistons and honing. Like this piston behind me here, this is one of our older 410s, but it's a piston guided piston. This one came out of an engine about 11 races on it. The skirts, they look beautiful. And that was just kind of an example of when something's happy, as after you've worked on it long enough, you can make some pretty light parts live fairly well in a dirty environment.
That's a pretty good testimonial. We do have a question from the chat. It says, CP, I have a question for my customers in my shop. I deal with a lot of Stroker 383 Mopar and Chevy, as well as small block Chevy and Mopar blocks, everything from cars to mud bog trucks, as well as 602 and 604 crate for dirt track. What are the major differences in the domes and pistons built? I always push your products in-house.
Well, when it comes to dome design, I always call it a pretty dome, for lack of a better term, but this is an old 427 closed chamber super stock drag race piston. And you can see it's fairly straight up and down around the backside. It's got sharp edges on it. It's got a big lump of material right in front of the exhaust valve pocket here. And that would give you maximum compression in that class, but I don't think it would run all that good because this section of material in the front here gets in the way of the air and fuel coming off the back of the intake valve during the overlap stroke, or what many refer to as crossflow. So it's been my experience to get rid of this amount of dome. You pick up crossflow, you help the exhaust port drag on the intake better during overlap, and the intake port flows better because it's got a better signal from the exhaust going out the exhaust valve during overlap. So this is a little bit different head. This is an SR20, but you can see the radius corners. You can see I colored it in so it's easy to see, but there's a flare laid back area in the intake pocket to help facilitate crossflow. This piece of material in front of the exhaust valve pocket, we've knocked it out of the way. So I always call this quantity and that's quality. And the quality of the dome shape will always get you to the winner circle better than quantity. And many times, some of these max fit domes, by the time you hand fit them and make them fit, they can be as little as a cc better of compression ratio, but it's a very inefficient extra cc of compression ratio. So we're always working on the efficiency of the dome versus the combustion chamber, thinking about air and fuel coming off the back of the valve during overlap, thinking about the cross flow part of the piston and the quench pad, to help this thing get on the exhaust side when it needs to. And when we can, if the customer has a little extra time or he's got the budget, we can do a 3D digitizing of the combustion chamber and or mold, and then make a contoured 3D piston to fit the combustion chamber like a glove. Whereas these two, we call this a 2D dome. You have a primary cut around the outside and there's a secondary cut usually around the exhaust area. It's just it's a little bit more time consuming to make 3D parts, but it's definitely a better way to go. And if you don't have the budget for a 2D part, we can still radius all the corners and flare out the intake valve and help the piston have a better relationship with the combustion chamber and the air fuel charge and the exhaust getting out.
What's a typical turnaround on something like that?
Well, during the busy part of the season, we try to keep it at 3 weeks, but it can get it in the 4 to 5 week range just because of the holidays. And even with all this COVID stuff going on, we've had a really good year comparatively. Not, 2018 was probably the high mark and 2019 was very good also. But normally this time of the year is when we get a lot of sample work to do 3D work. We get a lot of molds, a lot of combustion chambers, and it is, a little bit tedious. And so the turnaround it's usually would be in the 5 to 6 range on something like that. And if the customer's got a job number from prior, it might only be 2 to 3 weeks to get turned around because it's, typically on that, like if Matt had a motor back in from last year, it'd be maybe a slight bore tweak and a compression height tweak, and off you go. There's not a lot of re-engineering going on. You can get them in the shop and start making chips right away.
Now, how do you there's always a compromise in racing, as I'm sure both of you guys know, whether you want some power, longevity, or somewhere you're trying to find the balance in exactly what you need. And Rick, I'll ask you first, someone might come to you and say, I need something that's going to be good for a couple of races. Someone might come to you and say, I want this engine to last the whole season. What kind of compromises, what are we dealing with? How do you maximize that for them?
Well, it's good that you asked that because everybody is always chasing that last gram, how can we make the piston lighter? And sometimes I joke that there's guys out there that think, the last 5 grams is 5 horsepower, and that's not the case. You need to build the piston to live in the environment it's going to be in, and it's going to weigh what it's going to weigh. Many guys would say, well, a 5 gram lighter piston will accelerate off the corner quicker. Well, I'm not so sure about that. If the motor makes better power because the part is more stable, then I don't see that as being true. And I had an interesting talk with a cup engine builder years ago, and they would always put very heavy assemblies in super speedway motors, so they wouldn't lose as much RPM going in the corner when the car gets loaded very hard from the centrifugal force. And they would put a very lightweight assembly in a short track motor because they wanted to accelerate off the corner quickly. Well, they got stuck, didn't order parts on time, and all they had was a super speedway assembly for Bristol, which is an old a little horseshoe, very tight circle track. And he said that thing hauled the mail. The only complaint the driver had was he had to use the brake a little bit more because the engine didn't have as good engine braking with the heavier assembly in it. But he said it dynoed fantastic and it raced really good. The driver just had to use the brake pedal a little bit more. So, and most customers are really good, and Matt's a good example. He'll say, hey, can we get it to this gram? Let's say 400 grams, and I'll come back and say it's 415, and that's it. If we go any lighter, this thing's going to start getting angry at me on the FEA test. So let's fly with it. He's good with it.
Matt, how about you? I mean, if you're building engines for David Gravel or Sammy Swindell, or maybe you're thinking about a bigger track or a smaller track or a driving style and all of that, how do you find that balance? How do you manage that compromise with what you can do with CP?
Well, that's where I rely on Rick. I mean, I have kind of what I think we need to get away with, and in the end, I let Rick make the final decision. But we pretty much work fairly easy because we're both on the same spectrum. Is we don't believe in shaving 5 grams to save some weight for longevity. We're pretty safe on weights and pins and rods and all that stuff, and they can come about as close as you can get on how light it can be before it will fail with how much cylinder pressure you're making. I do know firsthand experience their FEA analysis is within 1% of where the failure is going to happen for cylinder pressure. It's pretty accurate.
All right, we've got another one from the chat. And again, if you have a question, just hit the chat feature at the bottom and you can type it in. This one says, can Rick elaborate on the effectiveness of piston coatings?
I have some opinions there, and Matt can chime in too, because he's actually learned some stuff that's, re-educated me too. But typically on skirt coatings, I personally have never seen an ABA test where the motor made more power with skirt coatings, unless it was extremely too tight with piston wall clearance, which doesn't really happen too often. A good skirt coating, they have abradable coatings now that's like line to line makes, and I've had really good report from customers that really like that. Sometimes we can build a piston with 8 thousandths piston to wall clearance, and they'll put 4 thousandths of coating on it, so the motor goes together at 4 thousandths cold, and it'll basically scrub the coating away until the piston's in a happy spot, as simple as that sounds. So the biggest benefit I've seen to skirt coatings is if you've got a nice set of pistons, but the piston to wall is getting on the high side, you can enlarge the piston diameter with coating and let it find its new happy home with an abradable coating. If when the engine's on the dynos or in the car, after it's been put in the car and someone forgets to put oil back in the engine, or put water in it, or turn the water on in the dyno, or turn the water pump on in the car, and you fire it, within 30 seconds or so, what am I doing here? And they shut it off. Most times the skirt coating will save the parts, where a naked piston is more than likely going to die. On the thermal barriers, my own experience is that typically the exhaust temperature goes up and the power goes down. So it's supposed to be a thermal barrier or a reflector, and that's what it is. It deflects the heat right out of the exhaust pipe, and that's why the exhaust temperature goes up. And that heat energy is being wasted out the pipe, not being used to make power. Many guys will argue for coating as a protectant. So in case the tune-up gets too far out of where it ought to be, it doesn't burn the piston. Well, if you don't do the combustion chamber and you get the tune-up in a place that wants to burn a hole in the piston, it'll burn the chamber instead. If the piston's coated, and it's much more costly to repair the cylinder head. So in some instances, like power outer racing, many of my customers, they like having a small area in the piston. When the tune-up gets upset, it'll put a hole in the piston and tell them it's upset instead of trashing the cylinder head. We had a guy a couple years ago with an Engine Masters engine, and he coated it to put the thermal barrier on the tops. And he was pushing the compression ratio pretty hard on a pump gas motor, but he burned part of the coating off the piston, sunk the piston, and burned the combustion chamber out. So it just, I'll probably get some ugly phone calls from the coating people, but I just have not seen, big horsepower gains between the two. I'm totally cool with the skirt coating as a protectant, and the thermal barrier thing, still need to be convinced. That's just my own personal opinion. But I know Matt's got some experience with that too.
Yeah, Matt, you almost smiled there for a second when he was talking about maybe forgetting to put oil in it or forgetting to turn the water on. Any stories you want to share?
Be surprised at what customers are capable of.
And some engine.
But for you, Matt, I mean, to continue with that question, as far as coatings go or anything, is there any place where you see benefits or detriments?
The skirt coating, in my opinion, it's a good insurance policy. It definitely keeps the crosshatch and the bore longer and along, an endurance engine like a cup engine or something that's got a long time or run a long time with high oil temp. There is some anti-scuffing, but not a whole lot. There's just some protection left. The thermal barrier, I used to be a fan of it. I've gotten some mixed feedback on them. We've been doing a lot of Brunel checking crowns, the pistons in the last couple of years, and the thermal barrier seems to retain naturally a little more heat in the piston, I suppose, because it's a little warmer and they end up a little softer before you season them out. So that can hurt longevity. So we've kind of gotten rid of our thermal barriers on the crowns of them anymore, but we run coated skirts on everything yet.
Okay, so. Thank you. All right, another question. Are hard anodized top rings worth it? Rick, you want to take that?
Well, I'm not aware that anybody actually hard anodizes the ring, but the ring groove, yes, that's been going on for some time. And,
yeah, top ring lands. I'm sorry, I missed a word there.
And just not to be persnickety, but where the groove goes is the ring groove. The land is the material between the deck and each ring groove. And I've even heard guys call them the ring glands, and I'm pretty sure that pistons don't have internal organs. So anodizing the top ring groove really came into vogue back in the early mid-90s in cup racing, mainly because in order to try to control the ring in ring flutter, the vertical clearance of the ring groove got tighter and tighter, and to a point where it started wanting to transfer aluminum onto the ring, what we call ring welding. And it happens at each lateral gas port, because when you machine the gas port into the top of the piston, I don't know where you see that quite right, but you're basically machining a half a hole into a ledge. So it's a little bit precarious to do, because since you're only machining half a hole, it wants to steer the tool, so you got to go slow. And then the tool is turning clockwise, so it wants to hang a burr into the roof of the groove on the 3 o'clock side if you're looking at it. And the smaller the ring grooves get, and today there's rings that are as small as 20 thousandths vertical by 85 radial. And so it's very hard to get in there and deburr those burrs out of the gas port. So the anodizing of the ring groove was a good has been a good band-aid since the 90s. The one issue I have is the more anodized you put in a ring groove, anodized grows kind of like sea monkeys, like that old toy you had when you were a kid. You put the powder in the tank and it would rise up these little mountains and tetons. So unfortunately, it kills the surface finish of the ring groove, and it's a very hard surface, and steel rings are the mainstay today, and they're very hard. So it takes much longer for the ring and the ring groove floor and roof to lap it and have optimum seal, so that the ring pulls better on the intake stroke and seals better in the power stroke. So, if it's a extreme pro mod piston with 6 units on it, it probably won't miss, the 5 or 10 horsepower that's missing from ring seal. If it's a 9-to-1 limited induction circle track motor or an NHRA stock eliminator motor, it ain't worth it, because number one, that engine is going to run for such a short time, it'll never see any situation that's going to cause ring welding, and it won't pull on the intake stroke and seal as good on the exhaust stroke, until the motor's practically wore out, because it's going to take so much time to do that. So it's a long answer. I really wish somebody would come up with a ring coating that would replace anodized ring groove, because although it's a decent band-aid, it's not a perfect solution to keep rings from welding, but it's the one that's been used for some time, and it's fairly expensive and tedious to do, especially if you're doing just a ring groove. If you do the whole piston, which is fairly popular in power adder racing, it's not that big of a deal, because you don't have to mask the whole rest of the piston to keep the anodize from bleeding into the rest of the part.
Yeah, what is the difference in getting just the groove anodized versus not, when we're starting to talk about cost and things to the end user?
It's $50-$60 a piston easy, compared to maybe 20 to have the whole piston done.
Wow. Which sort of on that topic a little bit, or you mentioned the deburring. I have a question in the chat. How important is hand deburring or blending the piston tops to help prevent hot spots?
Well, funny enough, we've actually, in a lot of applications, we put a rough finish on. I don't know if you can really see that or not. It's instead of having the tool path, the tool will go across the deck of the piston or the dome every 5 thousandths. We usually call a 30,000 step. So it leaves kind of a rough textured finish on the decks, the dishes, and the domes. And we believe, and we've found that to help air fuel atomization, much to the disbelief of some guys that think these little ridges might cause hot spots. So it really is specific to the engine. Like low compression, blown marine engines with, typical 24-degree big block Chevys that have a 118 to 120 cc chamber, and they're kind of big and lazy. So some of those ridges actually help. As far as this piston's got it's got some pretty good scallops on it. And we just do a light deburr. If it was mine personally, yeah, I'd go into the sand roll and tune it up a little bit. But I don't think it's as big a thing as some guys might think. Power adder motors, maybe a little bit more so, but too often those you can end up with a lot of piston damage from really no more than way too rich of an air fuel mixture, other than a little sharp spot here and there.
Matt, how about you? You have anything to add to that, either from the anodizing or the deburring, based on your experience?
Well, I don't know if you guys can see this. I got the top of one here, and you can see, I don't know, the outer part of this is textured, and then the inside is kind of a involuted angle. But this area out here where it's textured, that definitely, I know Rick can back that up, where he's had some customers with low speed pre-ignition issues in marina or boats, that were idling real low going through a marina, that would have low speed pre-ignition issues because of, some wet, chambers that were just oiled up from low speed carbureted engines. That definitely livened them up, putting some texture in the dome or in the crown of the piston. Kind of kept things active at low speed, I guess you could say.
Interesting. All right, I have another question from the chat. And again, if you have a question, just use the chat feature and you can type one in, and we'll ask it of our panelists here. The next question is, how important is the clearance between the side clearance between rod and piston on the maul end and rod and crank on the bid end? I note the Carrillo rods have more clearance than stock rods at both ends. I run a Triumph TR4A.
It probably means a small end, I think, but it depends on how much offset is on the. In fact, let's let Matt talk about that, because he's done piston guided piston rod assemblies in the past too.
Yeah, the side clearance between the big ends of the rods, like the stuff that I've worked on, at least, it doesn't really seem to affect a whole lot. And some of our piston guided stuff, like let's see, this one here. This one had about 200 thousandths side clearance on the crank, just from being piston guided. And up on the small end, it's got about 4 thousandths. There's no clearance up there. It just, the rod is centered on the crank pin by the piston, the ellipse of the piston. And so that kind of combination, once you get everything ironed out in an engine and you can get to that combination, you can really start working on them and kind of lightening the piston and connecting rod package up. But the side clearance, most even import engines I've seen have all been around 20 thousandths on side clearance of connecting rods. Some of them have been tightened up, like the old Fords were at 9 to 10, but anymore, the side clearance seems to have increased with the factory stuff. I know the LS stuff is probably still around 22, but I've known a lot of guys that talked about increasing the side clearance of the rods and losing oil pressure, which doesn't seem to be the case with the piston guided stuff. I don't know if anyone would ever be worried about that.
As far as the rod goes, again, because of years of development, the small end width has gotten narrower and narrower because we've learned that we can get away with that. And that makes the rod lighter. So that's one of the places the rod designers will go after the weight is on the small end. And if it's a brand new build, even some of our old shelf rods were an inch 060 wide, and now they're like 990 to 100 because we've learned over time through FEA analysis and real world situations that we can get away with that. So, and as time goes on, we have a bigger and bigger inventory of 40s to choose from. We've got 40s with very narrow pin boss spans where we can go in there and machine the needed clearance, and then others that they're as forged and they're already, for lack of a better term, maybe wider than the customer really is going to need for his application. So we'll use one of our later model pistons and design them around the width of the small. And it's always a good thing to know. And on our order sheet, there's a spot that says, I got one. There's rod width, TAP, and beam. So that's one of our questions we have on custom rod orders. It's how wide is the rod so we can design the piston around. I think anymore on conventional NA stuff, 35 to 50 per side is plenty. Most of the comp eliminator pro stock, and even the circle track stuff we do, it's 80 total, so 40 per side and small, and if it's not piston guided.
Matt, you want to add to that?
That was just, no, that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, I was going to actually ask you guys about different materials and everything and where things apply. And we actually have a question from the chat, and it says, referring back to Rick's story about the weight of components, not necessarily affecting the acceleration of the engine on a NA max effort engine, what would be the benefit of aluminum rods?
Well, truthfully, to me personally, the benefit of aluminum rod is if and when it fails, it doesn't chew as much as the engine. If a steel rod fails, it's pretty much going to buzzsaw most of the engine. Fairly unlikely you're going to be able to save enough to rebuild the engine. I'm sure Matt has a better opinion on acceleration, especially in pro stock stuff. But funny enough, over the last 20 years, there's only been 2 different pro stock cars that I'm aware of that run aluminum rods. They've all gone to steel rods, probably back from the late 90s, mainly because they could run the piston to deck clearance tighter, run less dome because they didn't have to make up for the piston being 20 thousandths in the hole. And aluminum rods, to be able to survive in racing engines, what we call the strap thickness, this area here, and the whole rod has to be much bigger and beefier to live in the situation. So if you want to try to get the compression distance as short as possible, but the rod's 300 thousandths here, that rod's going to run into the underside of the piston sooner than a rod that's 180 to 200 thousandths. So that was another benefit. And to the best of the story I've been told is the first pro stock team, and I probably shouldn't say who it was, that went to steel rods. They went there so they could run a shorter deck, run a shorter compression height, or pin height, as we call it. Put the motor together. They went to their home track, and as soon as they left the clutch out, it ran right through the clutch belt, right through the clutch. In other words, that's the term. It slipped the clutch really bad in low gear. So everybody's scratching their head, looking back, and then suddenly, the car owner, who's also the driver and one of the main tuners, was like, "Aha, inertia, oh friend." So in Pro Stock, as the bores have gotten bigger, the strokes have gotten smaller so that they can keep them under 500 inches. And since the strokes are have gotten smaller over years, the peak torque has gotten higher and higher and higher. So the inertia help has been a plus. And an aluminum rod, typically in a Pro Stock engine, and Matt can correct me, I think 40 runs is about as long as they dare running. A Super Series, top dragster, maybe 70, 80 runs tops. Our Pro Stock rod, they literally run them all year long, send them back in for freshening and put them back in the engines again. So the steel rods are about twice the price of an aluminum rod, but they're also an investment in my own opinion. And then Matt's probably got something to say about that too.
In my opinion is aluminum rods have a lot of places, but a max effort NA engine is not one of them. There are definitely benefits in big nitrous engines or big mountain motor engines where they've just got so much natural rod mass. I know some guys run tie rods, but you can't get a tie rod light enough in some of those things, so they have to run the aluminum rods. Steel rod, there's definitely some benefits, and that's about the only thing that would live at the amount of G-forces that these parts see anymore for an extended period of time.
I will say on the aluminum rod, a lot of the power hour guys like them because the rod is a bit of a shock absorber. So it tends to make the crank stay in the block longer and keep the bearings a little bit more happy. In an engine like a fuel motor, when we first started making top fuel aluminum rods, the first set went to my nephew, Richard Hartman, who's been, at that time, he was tuning Terry McMillan's car, and he's been with, I'm blanking out all of a sudden. Anyways, when they ran the rods, he told me that our competitors, typically in the first hit, the rod would squash 6 to 7 thousandths in length. And our rods only squash 3 thousandths. So to him, it was that much better. And then they call it forking. So the fork part of the rod on a fuel motor, once it gets bowed out enough that they can't just spin the rod bolts in by hand, it's a junk rod. And he said that our rods live that way twice as long. So they could get 6 to 7 runs out of our aluminum rods versus, 3 runs out of a competitor's rod. And one of those big reasons is our connecting rods, the aluminum rods, are also forged. They're not billet, which same with our rods. Even the traditional Carrillo H-beam rods, I've heard them called billet rods for years. They're not billets. They're 100% machine forgings. And the reason we believe, or it's proven that a forging is better, is because billets are made out of extruded material. You've got the material matrix, they extrude it through, a tube, and they come up with a billet of material, and that's it. On forged pistons and forged rods, that material is now hit with a die under extreme pressure, and it moves all that material into shape and improves grain flow. So unless somebody wants to school me, a forged rod, whether it's aluminum or steel, and a forged piston is always better than a billet piston. The benefit of billet parts is you can go from idea to design to test much quicker than you can with forging, because you have to design the dies that make the parts, go make the forging, get them in, critique them, then make the part. Where a billet, literally, you could go from design to the racetrack within a couple of days. And then if it's proven, like with our Pro Stock piston, we ran billets all year, 2009 for the championship. And in 2010, we made the forging instead because it was much more cost effective for us to do.
Another question just came in from the chat along those same lines then. Is a forged piston more structurally stable than a billet?
Yes, every time. In fact, we Rockwell test our pistons in batches. If it's something really tricky like a comp motor, or if Matt says, hey, can you Rockwell test this set of dirt late model pistons, we can do all 8 of them. It's not totally necessary, but typically a forged piston will rock well in the B scale in the 77, 78, 79 range, high 70s, and a billet will typically rock well in the 73 to 75 range. And we've used billets in all forms of racing and had them, as Matt called it earlier, timeout, where the engine has run its expected usage time and take the pistons out, and they're fine. Say a 1400 horsepower, 632 fast bracket motor, and after a couple of years, they would probably rock well in the low to mid 50s. Back in the SP2 Chevrolet and C3 D3 Ford era NASCAR racing, the Fords would typically rock well in the low 30s after a 500-mile race, and the Chevrolets in the 20s. And the record, we had a truck motor come back from Daytona. It's Rockwell at 11. It basically was plastic because they make big power, but they're also trying to get fuel mileage, so they really lean on the AAF numbers. And you would expect to see a piston like that sunk and distorted, and it just looked like a good used piston, but they were definitely extremely soft after that.
All right, we got about 5 minutes left here with our panelists. I want to ask another one from the chat. It says, would you use a steel rod over aluminum in an LS engine package that's turning 8,800 using a Magnuson-style power adder? Curious based on the NAPS statements.
I'll let Matt take that because he's done some pretty neat work on some factory shootout LS motors, so he probably nobody knows better than he.
Yeah, I would use a steel rod over an aluminum rod in that application. Those NA or the Magnuson style supercharged engines, they're turning into the 10,000 range now with wet sumps, and they don't have a lick of issues with rod durability. They might have bearing issues from oil getting there, but nothing to do with the rods. The steel rod, I probably wouldn't go to aluminum rod until the rod length got above 7 inches or something like that, where it was starting to get a pretty large, near like a 200 rod journal and a bigger pen for like a nitrous application or something. I know there's those Mountain Motor Pro Stockers, they're pretty much all aluminum rods just from the mass. But yeah, in that application, a steel rod that'd be my decision.
Okay, I do want to ask another question for you guys, and I know this is probably one that we could spend the entire week talking about. But modern racing oils, everyone's got a lot of opinions about oils, but you guys are doing real world applications and true research.
Matt is definitely your guy on that. One of the reasons I asked him if he'd do this with me.
Well, where do you want to start on the race oil? As far as, I guess my biggest thing is I dyno for quite a few people up here, and I get a lot of guys that come into the dyno shop that built their own engines in their garages. And I'll just use an example. He had a set of CP, it was a 305 sprint car engine, and he bought CP rods and pistons or Corella rods and CP pistons, and he brings it up and it's got Rotella engine oil in it, Rotella 1540 diesel oil. And why do you have this engine that, it's a race engine? Why do you have streetcar engine or diesel engine oil in it? And that's kind of one of my big things is if you have a race engine, put a good quality race oil in, spend a little extra money. Don't put something in that's for diesel or high mileage street stuff. Put race oil in.
And how often would you recommend cycling that oil? We changing it every race? What do you recommend?
Like our stuff, like the Pro Stock cars, they'll change oil 6 to 8 runs, or if you go to the finals, you always change it. Like in our dirt sprint cars, we'll change them 2 to 3 nights. Dirt late models, they carry a little more volume, so they'll go 4 or 5 nights. That just kind of depends on how much contamination is getting in the oil, and the oil testing is something that you can really keep an eye on. That's became available to, any engine builder now can do his own oil analysis from his house and understand exactly what he needs to work on. It's very easy to do that now.
And then one final question from the chat here, because I know our time is a little bit short. Does viscosity of the oil have any effect on the desired piston to cylinder wall clearance?
I haven't seen it myself, but Matt, I'm sure because he's building the engines and he's at the racetracks and he sees much more of the stuff come apart than I do. He's probably got a better opinion.
It doesn't seem to. A thinner oil, I would say, in a short-lived application, lubricates better. But there's also, like the Pro Stock engines, they're above 20 inches of vacuum, so there isn't a whole lot of things in the atmosphere and they're moving around. But a thinner oil definitely seems to lubricate the top ring better. I don't know how much bearings, extreme pressure a thinner oil has, but a thicker oil will protect longer than a thinner oil, but thinner will get there quicker.
Which again comes to that whole compromise, right? Of trying to get power and longevity and everything else. Well, I do want to, what's that? I'm sorry.
Constantly juggling that.
Yeah. It's a balance.
Yeah.
Well, good. Well, I do want to remind folks, if you're watching right now, go to epartrade.com. If you want to learn more about CP Carrillo, you can go to their product page. You can request more information, give them their information, and I'm sure they're going to be very happy to help you with that. Rick, Matt, really can't thank you guys enough for participating here this week, and certainly learned a lot about what you guys have going on, especially having both of you complement each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you having us on. It was fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Rick. And please send our best to Cindy at CP. Cindy is a dear friend of us, and she has helped us since day one. She was one of the first supporter of ePartrade. She actually saw the platform before it was launched live. So, and when she saw it, she said, "This is revolutionary. I want to be part of it." So, Cindy, thank you for believing in us back in May 2018 when we launched, May or June, and we have had CP on the platforms ever since. So thank you, guys. Back to John Kilroy, who's going to tell us a little bit who's next on the schedule.
Okay, thank you, Francis. So next on the schedule is Hera Driveline Design and Engineering by Hera Enterprise. And just a great builder of NASCAR transmissions. And Jeff Hammond is going to be the moderator. So you couldn't ask for a better moderator for Hera Enterprises. And then Chris Rice, president of Colleague Racing, will join them as a guest speaker. After that, we'll have High Performance Brushless Fan Systems, a competitive advantage of modern autosport racing by Still Racing Products. And that's going to be cool. We post a lot of content on Racer. Racer covered online racing industry really well. And there's a lot of shares about brushless fan systems. So tune in for that. Find another technical nugget that you can use. 3:30 p.m., understanding your vehicle's aerodynamics through computational fluid dynamics. And I discovered fluid dynamic CFD a long time ago. And I was over in England, and that's how I discovered it. But it just became a bigger and bigger part of racing, and you can use it to figure out what's the best aerodynamic approach to your sprint car, to your drag car. I mean, it's useful even if you're not doing any wind tunnel testing. And then race car simulation with Chassis Sim Technologies and modern and practical approaches to race car engineering that get results. And then happy hour, everything you've always wanted to ask Linda Vaughn. So that's gonna be fun. Happy hour's gonna be fun. So. We got a great afternoon plan, so stick with us.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to ask Reed Nesney, our producer, to share a little video with us. So Reed, on to you, then we'll get right back and we'll get with Jeff Hammond.
Rallying is one of those sports that you can't get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
everyone. Hey, Zach.
Yeah. Hello.
That's Jeff Hammond. Hey.
You got me? Hello.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. We're changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, so welcome back. And again, thank you for being with us this afternoon. We are waiting for our guest right now. So we have Andrew from Hara, and we're waiting, if I understand correctly, for Chris Rice, correct?
He's signing on right now.
He's signing on right now. Perfect. That's the beauty of being live, guys. That is a live event, and we have people from everywhere in the world watching us. It is about almost 2 o'clock here in California, almost 5 o'clock for you guys in North Carolina, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for being with us. We have a lot more sessions going during the day. We have Jeff Hammond back with us. We had Jeff this morning. Good afternoon, Jeff. How are you doing? Good evening, I should say, pretty much now, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'd like to welcome Andrew as well as, excuse me, Mark to the event. And yeah, this morning was a lot of fun, and can't wait to get a chance to kind of pick you guys' brain, because being back on the box this year, I've learned a lot about what I didn't know, and I want to get caught up from y'all's perspective, because I think your dad and I go back to the very beginning, about a time we were all still middle of the race.
So Jeff, how old are you? How long have you been in the garage?
Let's put it this way. I've been in there long enough to where probably your son could be three of them, if that's put that way.
My first time in the garage was 91.
Well, I've been
Probably
there.
got me beat.
I've been there since 1972.
Yeah.
Back in the day when we were still running the old Borg Warners and Muncie transmissions, if that tells you anything.
The pre-text days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really looking forward to getting a chance to kind of talk old, but at the same time, tell me what's new for like in your company, and what we can expect coming up this year and in the future as far as transmissions and gears and all that good stuff. So
we have a lot of things. We got a lot of exciting things coming on board.
Well, good.
And Drew, there is while we're waiting for Chris to join, there is a little bit of background sound, like an echo on your side. So do you have a phone on or something, or two computers in case?
The phone, it's still echoing right now.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is better. It is better.
Okay.
So we have we're going to wait maybe one more minute, because we like to start on time, and there are people joining us. Again, when we started this morning, we had over 110 countries represented from around the world. So it's pretty amazing. Now, obviously, I think like in Europe and the people in the Middle East might be in bed right now, it's possible. But, in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, we have people watching us too. It's the early morning tomorrow. And so we're very thankful to have you being part of this. This is really a big deal. And I know Judy, who is watching us right now, is a big fan of you guys. And Judy is the co-founder of ePower Trade. And also, I'd like to thank Paul Brenner, because, Paul was the perfect partner, as we mentioned this morning, when we launched Online Race Industry Week, and the combination of ePower Trade and Racer made this possible. So we delighted. It is 2:00 here. So Jeff, we're going to hand it over to you to take over, and then we'll work here with the team to try to get Chris, to you very quickly. Thank you.
Chris should be joining us soon. I just talked to him on the phone. He's
I saw him popping up. So let me.
Okay, cool.
I just saw he's right there. I think, ladies and gentlemen. So Jeff, on to you.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Francis. And it's good to be back, being a part of this afternoon session. And holy smoke, is it Halloween already? Hey, Chris,
that's right.
Joined us. What are you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm real excited to have you on the show today, because a lot like Mark, we kind of go back to the good old days. But this online, racing industry week, I think it's gotten off to a pretty darn good deal, and I'm really interested to see how this technology will bring us all closer together, even when we're not supposed to be together. A little joke there on the pandemic, but to be able to still keep up with the technology and keep up with what's going on in the world of NASCAR today. And folks, like I say, I'm excited to be a part of this, because that's been my life for every day. Again, Mark and I were laughing about it, how long he's been around the garage area. And I go all the way back to like 1972. So I was laughing about it a moment ago. Back in the Borg Warner days, as well as the Muncie transmission days, is what we were using. And a lot of times those transmissions were coming out of junkyards, and where somebody wrecked it, we were able to score a piece. But Mark, let's talk about it. The fact that Hara Enterprise is now father and son duo of one of the most, I guess you might say, steady programs that's been around. I mean, you guys, you've been involved, since the late 90s, and yet you keep progressing each and every year and find a way to stay in. So what's going on with your company?
Well, so before we go forward, let's go backwards a little bit, the inception of the transmission, how it came about. So, because this is a time in NASCAR that one of the reasons why that we come into the sport with the transmission in 06. We had sold, I'd owned Jasper Motorsports along with my partner Doug Bobble from 96 through 2003, and we were a pretty successful little single car team. We had our own little agenda, but we finished in the top 20 in points last 2 years of the sport. So we were pretty happy with that. And we moved on. Roger came to us and said we were in partnership with Roger Penske in the engine business, and it's actually called the Penske Jasper engine. So we did engines for our team, for Penske, for Roger's teams. And then when we sold the business in 03, because I was a general manager and the working partner of our race team, I thought I was done with NASCAR. I thought, I've been in this for a while. My kids are getting older. Andrews needs either a police escort or me beside him as he was growing up. So about 05 came and I started hearing about the new COT car coming, how I was going to need a new transmission. So I thought, I want to jump back into this, but not in a racing style management, but from a parts standpoint, because I remember writing all those checks to part vendors. So I thought, I want to be on that end for a while. So we sat down and I had an opportunity to go in and buy Rankin Industries. So we came in as a partner with Jasper and bought Rankin Industries. And then from there, we developed a transmission that's sitting in most of our customers' car now. It has evolved, but it has and it hasn't. We've tuned on it quite a bit, but there's a lot of things in there. There are some transmissions that Joe Gibbs Racing is running now that are some of the original transmissions we sold to them in 2007. So we're pretty proud of that. We evolve it for certain reasons, but not because there was anything that was better. It was designed very well to begin with. And then when 2018 came around, and I had one of the largest Jasper distributorships in the nation at the time, and they wanted to bring everything in board because I was the only privately owned distributor left. So I sold it back to Jasper, and in return, I bought the rest of the transmission business. And so in 2018, Andrew was coming up. He had already been on board. He graduated University of Georgia and was pretty excited about getting into sport because he's around it all his life when I had the team. And so that's when Hera Enterprise started in 2018 as a whole entity with the transmission itself. And since then, Andrew, in the last 3 or 4 years before that, has been developing a rental program, which we're very proud about. And I was more concentrated on the design end, concentrating on our teams, like our Furniture Row was a team of ours that they won their championship with our transmission. Joe Gibbs Racing's won many championships with our transmission. Stewart Haas Racing came on board 3 or 4 years ago, so we service all their stuff. We're very a low-key company. We don't like to advertise a lot, but we're in the winner's circle quite a bit. I think this year, and I don't keep track of the stats, but we got to be very close to 200, because I know we were at 176 in the last year, and I believe we might have won that many to hit 200 this year. I'm not real sure, but 200 wins in 14 years is probably almost half of the wins in Cup alone. So we pretty much have more wins than the rest of our competition put together. And there's some formidable competitors out there, believe me.
We had 18 excavated. 5 of those came from Mr. Chris Rice's shop, which is awesome. And then we had 22 in my Cup Series this year in 2020.
Yeah. So Chris is one of my mentors, and he's probably younger than me, but Chris reminds me of one of my first crew chiefs, Buddy Parrott. I don't know if that's good or bad, Chris, but you're such a good leader. I mean, to listen to you on the radio on Saturday, since you're a spotter, and your leadership and the way you present yourself to the driver, especially when he's down or you guys got a problem, has got to have won several races this year. I just had to brag on you a little bit.
Well, I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you.
Well, the thing is now, since Mark is, kind of introduced you into this thing, big guy, you are Chris Rice. You are the first employee of Culloch Racing, and now you're the president of Culloch Racing. And you guys undoubtedly are very familiar with the Harrow products as far as, you know, transmissions and everything and what they've meant to your sport, because you guys have been pretty formidable with some pretty good road racers here in recent years. So you want to tell us a little about how you got hooked back into Harrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you, they live in Greensboro, North Carolina. They were from Greensboro, North Carolina, which I had no idea. And I live close to there, but we are very loyal at Colleague Racing, and these guys can contest to that. And we had a different company, and some things had changed over there. And I just I knew Andrew. I didn't know Andrew from actually the guy that I was so close to at another company had just kind of went over and was probably just helping Andrew and those guys out. And I didn't know Andrew or Mark, or anybody from Adam. And these guys stepped on board late. They were very competitive in all areas. And we have been going to the racetrack with those guys for 3 years now. And knock on wood, we had one minor issue. It was at Phoenix. I'll never forget it. It was at Phoenix, and we had a little bit of an oil drop after practice from a rear seal, like something just crazy, like nothing that really mattered. And those guys went to work, knock on wood, like I said, hadn't had any issues. And man, our coast down, and I know everybody who's probably on this understands coast down is always outstanding. If we have an issue, we normally find it at the shop. Andrew this year, and we thought we had an issue with the gear, and he was driving up here, and I'm like, whoa, stop. Like, we're FaceTiming and having, and just the service that those guys have from delivery to everything has been just great for Colleague Racing off the racetrack. But on the racetrack, I mean, you know, we run our gears and our transmission's pretty hot. Very seldom do I get a call back on Monday that we've done anything crazy. We probably burn up some gears, but I've never really got a call back. Transmission wise, you know, we have had the great AJ Allmendinger in there, and I really mean that because he has been great. And we've had some guys that are awful with gear, but we've knock on wood have finished the road races with great drivers, even through the rain. These guys have been phenomenal. They have other products that they've been pushing on me that like I said, I am very loyal to things that I do. Because it works, right, Jeff? You know, as a leader, as a guy that runs a business, if it works, why do you? I mean, until you start seeing something that just, man, wow! And that these guys, they put it in my face, and I'm like, okay, it is better. All right, I'll try it. Let's try it. So,
he was an easy sell. He was not an easy sell.
No, not an easy sell. So in racing,
hard-headed maybe.
Exactly. In racing, you have to go to the racetrack. You're racing against, in our situation, we had 2 full-time cars and a part-time car. So we're racing against everybody else. So we don't want those guys to have the best of the best, right? We want them to be behind us a little bit. But I got to say, I always push these guys. I had a couple of teams call me over the winter. And immediately I called Andrew. These guys have been just phenomenal. So
we appreciate that, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Everybody brings has been great to our organization, and it's showed in wins. You know, I don't know if you can see, this is a Charlotte Roval Trophy sitting behind me, and we've won 7 races to date, and every one of them came with their equipment in our car. So, and it's been phenomenal, and we're looking for many more with them.
I think you pretty much explained that, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Mark, I guess my question would be next. You know, we've had all of this salesman talk out of Chris here. What do you got coming up this year that you've been kind of touching on it? You got anything you want to share with us? Because I know there's a lot of people out there. We've got about 140 people, you know, paying attention to what's going on here. So you've got an opportunity here. Unless Chris is getting ready to sell it for you, you know, one of you need to get up here and kind of share with us.
No, I'm just going to tell him, don't give all our secrets away too early.
That's the problem. We get better, but nobody wants to tell anybody that happens.
That is a problem sometimes when you come out with a new product and you give it to a couple guys and they don't want to tell anybody else. They don't want to tell anyone else.
I mean, not to get away from transmissions, and I'll get right back to it, but a product that I released about 2 years ago was a torque vectoring differential for the quick change for the local short track guy. And one of the guys that operate in the Cup Series, Tim Brown, is a big Bowman grade champion. He's won 10 there, I think as many as anybody there. And so he had been prodding me for several years to build a product, and I did. So I built this torque vectoring differential. It's right behind us, and he started winning with it, but he would not tell anybody he had it in the race car. I said, Tim, someday you have to tell that you have this in so I can sell some of these. He said, I am not doing that. He said, we are not telling anybody we have this thing in the car. It's that good. And so you come into those issues. But as far as what's happening next year with the transmission, the big transition from 2021 to 2020 to 2021 is next year road courses, lots of them. I mean, we're going from, back in the day when you and I were at the track as a team, there were 2. There's Sonoma and Watkins Glen. Now, next year, there's going to be 7. And something that we've been developing over the last 12 months, and it's been in Chris's car a couple of times. It's not that it's simple, but on a road course, the faster you can shift it, the faster you're going to go. When tenths and microseconds count. So we've been working on the fork speed of the transmission, something that a driver's not going to say, wow, because he's not going to be able to feel it, but it's going to over a period of a lap, probably put on at least a tenth, just going from 40 milliseconds to 25 milliseconds on the shifter. And getting down to 25 milliseconds on the shifter is as fast as the electric shifters in the Indy cars are going right now. They're in the 28 to 29 range, and we're actually faster than that. And we do it with certain tricks in there in the valve body. We're the only ones in this sport with a transmission that we can vary the speed of the fork on the transmission just with leverage. So that's an area that we're working on. We feel like our transmission is very good on the road courses. It shows with the wins we have. We've several times in the last 10 years. Our very first win was with Juan Montoya back in the Ganassi days when he was running his very first road course. That's the first time that transmission was on the racetrack. I tried to they had to talk me into putting it in the car. I'm a pretty conservative guy. So I said, no, I just don't have enough time. And Juan had tested it. He said, well, I want it in the car. No matter what, I want it. So I can't even tell you it's going to finish the race. And he said, well, we feel good about it. I said, well, I don't feel good about it, and I designed it. I said, I need more time on that transmission. And he went out there and won the race with it. And he scared me to death. I was feeling pretty good last 20 laps or so. And then he come on, he said, I got a funny noise and a vibration. I think it's coming out of the transmission. And my heart jumped through the roof. I said, now the world is watching Juan Montoya in his first road course race, and my transmission will be the reason why he lost it. So it wasn't the last 20 laps was pretty hair raising. But just to give you a little story, but that's one of the things we're working with is the shifter and the fork speed. There's not a lot we can do within the rules of NASCAR, and we probably have caused a few of those rules in the past. But so we honor that. We always have. So we always work within the rule book. But so we've come out with reciprocating weight. Trying to get things where the sliders slow down. We try to machine the sliders to where, and for people that really don't know how a crash box works, I've got a gear and a slider. So this is a slider that actually shifts from one gear to the other. When it does, it goes in here and locks into these dogs. So we are playing around to geometry on these dogs to be able to lock and unlock this thing a lot easier for the driver. So sometimes when he will blip the throttle on a downshift, and that's usually the hardest time when you got to unlock. You literally have to unlock these dogs, and in between it going from here to here, the driver's got to pull it back. The whole time it's sitting there turning 8,000, 9,000 RPM. He's got to time it to do exactly that. Because if he doesn't do it, if he hangs it up and he tries to pull it when it's engaged, he will not be able to get it out, or it'll be real sticky to him. So we're fooling around with the geometry on that to be able to let the driver to have a bigger window of timing to pull it out of gear and to go, and consequently also go into the next gear, because it's the same thing. It's actually going to gear. It's a different RPM. So it's got to go in there and engage very quickly, but very effortlessly. So things as small as a little detail of the chamfer on the top of the slider. I mean, thousands count when it comes to that. So those are some of the details I think that separate our transmission from people who just want to build one and rent one out or sell one to a customer. We're always trying to improve on our transmission.
Now, you mentioned Mr. Brown, doing your rear end deal. I got a question for Andrew. Andrew, I know that you do some racing yourself in a modified. Do you do any R&D work for the company? And has that given you better feel in your own car because you're able to come back and relate to whatever changes that are being made, being basically an in-house driver?
Yeah. So yeah, actually, I'm a pretty rookie driver, I want to add. I have probably 10, 15, I have about 15 modified races on now. But at first probably 6 or 7 races, I did not have my dad's new wave track in it. And he put it in, we went up to Bowman Gray and tested it. And it was the first time I was able to give the crew chief a little bit of feedback. So I was like, Dad, and I came over the radio, I was like, Dad, I can't believe it, but I can actually feel myself be able to get back to the gas faster with the new product. Just because the way that this applies torque to both the wheels evenly, you can just mash the gas so much harder coming off the corner and so much sooner. And like that was a big thing for me. I was like, Dad, I can't believe it, but I actually think I definitely feel a difference in this race car now. And so that was exciting. I did a little R&D there for him.
So Chris, with your stable of drivers, and particularly AJ Allmendinger, what kind of feedback have you gotten from them? Because AJ, he's driven a lot of different for a lot of different teams, so he's had an opportunity to not only drive and feel what Harris has got for him, but he's felt the competition.
Yeah, he has. And I will tell you, they get to playing with that. And he'll tell them when it gets a little sticky or it's, when it doesn't shift from second to third that much. But the key is when they hit it, when they hit what he's talking about. Now, I've never been a transmission man. I don't plan on being a transmission man. But when they hit that perfect scenario, he never complains. We wheel hopped. Everybody wheel hopped a lot at the Daytona Roval. Mm-hmm. It was due to a bunch of different things. It was due to the tire. It was due to our setups. It was due to a lot of things. And we ended up breaking a input shaft. And I think that was the first time our drivers came back and said, hey, this is where we can help if we do this to the transmission. These guys went to work. We showed up at we showed up at the next Roval race, and they shifted just beautiful. We shifted every single lap at Phoenix in the 11 car. So even their oval transmissions are ready to shift. So they give them feedback that probably they understand and I don't, right? AJ's been great about that. Justin Haley's been amazing about that. I got to give him a ton of credit. He knows his transmissions very well. So it has been a help to have AJ give the feedback, but it's short and sweet, and they go to work on it every time.
So Mark, how many actual customers besides the Culloch Racing, operation do you have business with right now?
So we have 2 types of our business. We have the transmission that the car, the teams themselves own, and like Stewart Haas Racing, they own in their Cup side, they own 56 transmissions of our transmissions, and we service them all right here. But their Xfinity side rents transmissions from us. So Andrew pretty much handles the rental side. So I think he's got 7 or 8 customers, consistent customers. There'll be a lot of one-offs. People want to rent our transmissions for road courses or maybe for a super speedway like Daytona, because we have won Daytona quite a bit. I think we did with Chris on their transmission.
We won, just so you're doing stats, we've won 4 of the last 5 speedway races. together.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we've got quite a few wins with several customers, but our main customers in Cup and not Xfinity would be Joe Gibbs Racing. They have about 110 transmissions. Stewart Haas Racing, we rented transmissions to Levine this year. We had the Gaunt Brothers.
32 car,
Had Go Fast, yeah, with St. Clair.
Yeah, so on the Cup side, we have about a third of the field, 12, 13 cars. And then on the Xfinity side, we don't have as many, but we have the top of the line guys, which is Colleague Racing and Stewart Haas Racing. So all in all, like full-time teams, we got about 15 or 16. And a lot of those guys are right there at the top of the standings every year. So pretty proud of the group that we take care of right now.
Okay, what about outside of NASCAR? Do you have anything that we would find interesting as far as short track programs? You know, guys who are racing certain places that maybe they need something a little different, or they're getting ready to go to a road course for the first time, you know, that's out there that you're doing business for?
Well, we do. We have tried to branch out. This year, we've always been really concentrated on NASCAR. But we felt like this is a time to go out, since we brought the whole company under one roof, and we have a brand new shop. In 2018, we bought a brand new shop down here in Cornelius, so we moved closer to the sport down here.
I'm going to pan over here and show you all the shop while he's talking. Go ahead.
So in 2018, when we started this shop, and we have our own dyno room here for our differentials and our transmissions. We have our own CNC shop that is not within this shop here. And we're pretty proud of this year alone. We ended up building close to 700 transmissions out of this shop and almost 600 differentials. Because we do a lot. We don't do the differentials for many of the teams that own our transmission in the Cup side, because they're big enough to do their own. But we do a lot of rentals to about all the Xfinity teams we service. We do the differentials for also. When I was part of Jasper through 2018 up through 2015, we did all of Penske's differentials at Jasper. And a lot of people don't know that, but we service them. And so I learned a lot being involved in that program. So in 2014, I come out with my own oil pump, and it's something that could be put on anybody's vehicle. But this is a little bit different than your standard spur gear pump. This thing's pretty proud to announce that most of the wins this year in Cup and all of Chris's wins and a lot of the other Xfinity wins of the 18 had this pump on it. There's a few teams in Cup that don't run this that win, but I would say the majority of them do. And I don't know exactly who all that is. I've sold about 600 of these pumps, but they're on all of my customers. And I know that Hendrick Motorsports runs this pump. I had a tough sell with Gibbs because they had a very good pump that they made themselves. And when they tested this, they basically conceded that, well, it's better. It flowed better. It was better horsepower. And the difference between this and a regular pump is that pump you get from a traditional manufacturer like G-Force or Johnson is that they run a spur gear pump. And this is a gear rotor pump. So it actually has a gear internally like this. Mm-hmm. And so very efficient gear. The weight of the pump itself is almost a half a pound lighter than the next lightest competitor out there. But the biggest thing about these gear rotor pumps, they're not only good for horsepower, but you can lower the pressure down because that is horsepower. So you can lower the pressure down without any cavitation.
Hey, just real quick, I don't want to interrupt you, Mark, but we're getting a few comments off of our viewers. And Don O'Neill wanted to let you know that was a great looking shop you got over there, and you ought to be very proud of it. It's really well done, and it looks like it's brand new. And you said you guys have been in it there for a while, but as far as my experience with a lot of shops, you always look like, you know, they're a little dirtier, but that looks almost like, you know, cleanliness over there. So, great job. And
thanks.
You got to be excited.
We can't leave on Fridays if we can't see the reflection of the toolboxes on the floor.
Okay. All right. So
I'm laughing.
Run a tight ship, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we have a great bunch of guys here. Between our builders, our assemblers, we have a total of about 125 years experience in NASCAR alone, and every single one of them have built things for a championship team. So we're pretty proud about the guys we have work here, and their workstations reflect that. They're professionals. We have guys like Jordan Kaiser and Mike Waters and Chris Nix. We call him Hoppy. We brought a couple of new kids on board because I have a couple other products, and I don't even have one in front of me, but we bought, when Mid-Valley went out of business 3 years ago, we bought their hub business. I always, when Bevan introduced that Quicksilver hub to the sport, I'm always interested in something that is different but better than what's out there. And we felt that it was. So when Bevan said he was getting ready to retire, I said, well, what about your hub business? I said, I like to buy, and I did. So we've been real successful last 2 years with the Quicksilver hub. Although I didn't design it, we've improved it in little minor ways but it is, we're pretty proud about the hub. It's been on a lot in the winter circle quite a bit this year too. And so we've got it. We have the oil pump at one time, and I actually designed a differential. And it's in the rule book. If you look in the NASCAR rule book, you'll see that this differential is actually legal, but it's with the difference in that compared to a normal spring would be, this is the waveform spring. And Jeff, I'm sure, and Chris too, know that I call it the bed spring that sits on top in a traditional differential. A lot of people trouble it. So I went out to design a differential with a waveform spring that actually puts even pressure all the way around the dogs to lock it up. But more importantly, though, you can change the pressure from 40 pounds all the way up to almost 200 without getting coil bound. And you can't do that with the standard, what I call the bed spring that's in most diffs. Other than that, a lot of it's pretty much the same thing other than the revolution with the spring. But I never had time once my transmission took off, I never had time to develop this differential. It's made it on a track a couple of times, but right now I think I'm gonna get back into doing that.
Save the pieces. Save the pieces.
Don't put that in my gear.
Hey, Chris, when he's showing these products out there like he is right now, anything just kind of jumps out at you and says, we know the quality and where the research is coming from and the technology, and that how much trust do you have to go race something like this when you don't get a chance to go to the track like you used to and go out there and try to tear it up? I mean, I know they got dynos, transmission dynos, but I also wanted to touch on something that all of us understand. We would have never thought about getting hubs and getting speed out of hubs. I mean, we just think about, make sure you pack them with at that time, Sunoco or Mobil 1 red grease and, go race. And nowadays, that's a big deal as far as the teams. And, you talk about coast down. I mean, it all begins there with the rolling resistance for the tires and wheels and goes right up through the entire drivetrain.
Exactly. Yep. So the Quicksilver hub's pretty unique in the fact that the bearing race, not the bearing itself, but the bearing race is built into the hub. And what's unique about that, I mean, what it allows us to do is to put a bigger bearing in there, which is less friction, is stronger, and we can separate them further apart than your standard hub. So that is a real big deal, especially when you can get the tolerances down to a general end play in a hub is 3 to 4,000. So we can get our tolerances down to 1,000 on our hubs. And the front hubs, I mean, you understand how important geometry is on the front end, especially where the tire's pointing at. When you can get a front hub that's down to 1,000 end play in it and point it exactly where it needs to go without any other play, I mean, that's pretty big, and it counts. And that's the reason why a lot of guys are in the winter circle run that hub for that reason. We can spread the bearings out more so it's stiffer. It has a lot more compliance in the KNC rigs than anything else out in the market. And it's something that we haven't pushed that much outside of NASCAR, but it could be done. Right now, I'm outfitting a vintage Trans Am car with a set of these hubs. We've had to redo the spindles, the rear end in the car and all that to get it on, but he felt that important. We also sold him a brand new transmission and a brand new differential with this. But you talk about confidence in something you design, and I have to mention the people that really make this transmission work, and that's Gleason Corporation. When I first designed this transmission, I set out to get the best gear manufacturer that I could in the world to build the gears for this transmission. One of the reasons is because my partner was Jasper, the largest transmission rebuilder in the world, and they couldn't afford to have advertising on a transmission film that actually had their name on it. So we went out to get the best stuff that we could get to design this transmission. And one of the unfair advantages I had is that Jasper allowed me to do unlimited research and development. To them, this is a marketing tool to them. So I could sit down and get the best of everything with this transmission and make it, because that's what they wanted, the best, because they are the best in their own field. So when I went out and got Gleason, we did a lot of simulation work. And right now I'm currently in a huge simulation program with them on a non-racing adventure in the military. We're actually electrifying a tactical warfare vehicle, and we won the bid, and we're now currently in the middle of production with this, but we're taking a special forces vehicle and make it completely electric using the generator that's on, the engine's on board as generator right now. So we're going in there and designing this transmission and the differentials with simulation programs that Gleason, they actually are proprietary to Gleason because they own the company that does the simulation. And Gleason is the world's, they invented the ring and pinion. And I know it sounds like a cliche, but they literally invented it in 1876 and they own the patent to it. It sits on the CEO's desk. They actually have the patent on the bevel ring and pinion back in 1876 before a car was invented. They were in the process of having to do some really heavy duty milling on some gearing that they had. So they needed to turn their water mill in the river that was right beside their plant 90 degrees, and they didn't know how to do it. So they literally invented the ring and pinion to turn it down to have a mill table inside the plant for the water mill that runs outside of their plant. And it's still in existence today in Rochester, New York. But those guys are phenomenal with their gearing.
The thing is right now, Mark, I thought that Chris Rice came up with that. You were around back that time, weren't you?
No, just because I don't have no hair doesn't mean I was not around. You're talking about your first when you was in racing. A lot of people don't know this, but my first time to Daytona and doing the full Busch circuit was 1989. I was not legal to go in the garage area, but yeah. So I know a lot about those. And you were talking about how do we put trust in a company?
Right.
So we were in inspection in 2020, right at 47 times for Kaulig Racing. We got a lot of beat down in 2019 about being illegal twice and stuff like that. But we were in inspection 47 times. I believe 46 of those times we pulled the rear end gear out. And you probably, you have to have a lot of trust in your company that you're renting from or you're in bed with to know that they've done everything legal, because we don't take them and count them. Like, I don't think it's nobody they rent to does that. So they do follow the rule books. The dad of the situation loves to push the rules, and he likes to make different rules, but they do push the rules, and they, our transmission have to weigh a certain amount due to these guys. So, they weigh our transmissions sometimes. All of the road courses, they pull that stuff out, and you got to have a lot of trust in a company that you get in bed with. And that's one thing I never worry about. I do remember the first time we had to pull it out, I thought to myself, oh gosh, I hope this thing weighs enough, and I think we had just won the Dash for Cash with AJ Allmendinger at Homestead. They made us pull the transmission out and weigh it. And I'm like, I don't even know what it's supposed to weigh. I hope they do. So yeah, you got to have a lot of trust in them.
Now, along those lines, the process that we also do is, we have this rental program, and we have some guys that,
and some of the teams in NASCAR are starting part teams who can't afford to run the whole race or whatnot. And so sometimes if we have a new product that we're scared about, we try to get it in a test car first. And then from there, we go on to getting it into one of our starting park teams to see how it goes for, 20 or 30 laps. And then we just kind of escalate it slowly until we gain enough confidence to push it across the entire board. So that's one of the processes we do here. When we come up with an innovation, we do have kind of a economies of scale type of hierarchy to make it to a point where we'd be okay putting this in Chris Rice's championship car in Phoenix.
Andrew, let me ask you a question, because your dad talks about what you're, it's kind of like your responsibility. When did you know you wanted to be a part of this? I mean, I think that's, something, because it's great to see a father and son team working together, but a lot of times, and I'm speaking very candidly, I'm not assuming anything here, but you really seem like you're engaged, and you're excited about what's going on with your company. And Mark, where I'm coming from with this, you got a passion. And sometimes as much as you want to hand your passion over, it doesn't always work that way, but it looks like it is working. And it's got to be fun to come to work knowing that together, y'all are not only building a better product today, but you're prepared to build better products into the future. And I mean, it was exciting to hear your dad talk about working with the military and the electric deal and everything. It's just really, I think it's incredible. I mean, it's really energizing to see you guys together, but more importantly, to hear how you talk and how your dad relates.
Yeah, so I knew I wanted to be part of it from day one. I grew up going to the racetrack. I grew up seeing you. I was a little kid walking around the garage, in 1994 through 2003 or 4. And I'll never forget the day my dad came and sat me down and said he was selling the race team. I cried my eyes out. I don't think I talked to him for like 3 days. I just didn't understand it. I was like, what do you mean we're not going to be going to the racetrack all the time? And so that was devastating. And then a few years later, when I'm in high school, he decides to get back into it, and I was very excited. So every single summer, I was just at the shop cleaning oil off the floors, like we were talking about in here. I was cleaning oil off the floors and doing deliveries down to Joe Gibbs Racing and whatnot. And then I went out to college, and I came back, and I had a couple of job offers in Atlanta, and I was thinking about taking those. All my friends were moving down that way and everything, but I've always been in love with racing. So, been enamored by my dad and watching him innovate and start to win races and everything. So I was like, all right, Dad, well, what can I do? So that's when I came back, and I was still kind of just like a delivery guy. The first year or so, I was like, Dad, I don't want to just be like a delivery guy or a salesman. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I kind of wanted to, up my game here and kind of try to expand the company. And so he gave me the idea of just building a couple transmissions and trying to lease them out. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, I didn't know anything about, how that would work, or I didn't know how to build a transmission or anything like that. So he taught me how to build a transmission. I went down to Dave Blaney's shop, actually. Dave Blaney was one of the last drivers that he had over at Jasper Motorsports. And I just got a little corner back there, and I started building transmissions and going to the low end teams like the Carl Long Racing. Like Carl Long was my first customer. I walked into his, and he's the first guy that gave me a shot with a couple of his starting park Xfinity cars. And so it just slowly mushroomed from there, and I just started knocking on as many doors. I would sneak in the back of shops. People would kick me out. I would just try to get this decision maker no matter what. And we got to a point where we got a good little business here today, and we want to keep it going for a while.
Chris, you weren't one of those guys that kicked him out, were you?
Oh yeah, I probably did. I wouldn't. They both can tell you this. I mean, I had no idea. Like if it was this one guy that I trusted in that and now he's selling real estate. And I'm very proud of him for that. But my dad and this guy always helped my dad, and he built race cars. So I probably kicked Andrew out, and yeah, I probably did. Because Andrew can vouch for this. Nobody comes in here, do they, Andrew?
No.
Hey, Andrew's getting kicked out to this day. I mean, last week he got kicked out. I said, "Where were you at?" You know, I won't name the place. He goes, "But I snuck in the back door." And I said, "Well, you know, they probably weren't concerned about you being in racing wise, but you know, we are in the middle of a pandemic. You just don't walk in the race shop." Yeah, he said he's wearing a mask. That's supposed to count. So yeah, Andrew. He's the one that started the rental business, and proud to say it's probably at least half of our business now. I don't really look at the stats as far as comparing it to what we sell new and what we sell rental, but it's at least half the business, and it's very lucrative, and he does a great job at it. I feel that, you know, I originally started talking about what are we doing outside of NASCAR, you asked me, and so this year, one of the first times ever, we got into a Trans Am team. So we are leasing transmissions to a TA2 team out of High Point, real close to Chris and where I live up in Greensboro, Silver Hair Racing. And they set on several poles this year with it. They won a couple of races. They won COTA last week, 2 weekends ago in Texas. They were just, after the Road Atlanta race last week, they're vice champions. They were runner-up champions, and this is the first year they've had the transmission in the car, and it did a great job for them, and we learned a lot off of that. But that's a series we want to go into, and probably more aggressive during the winter this year because of the road courses in NASCAR. Those guys are great. They can test anytime they want to. Their the cars are very close to these cars. They have about 550 horsepower. They're a little bit lighter than ours, but everything else is very close. And usually most of their drivers are very professional. And so I can go up to VIR with that team anytime and test with them. And so I tested this new quicker shifter on that car all year. So I feel very confident as it goes into road courses next year, because one thing that I learned being a Cup owner was how much it costs when you have a failure. I mean, it just isn't, you're just not falling out of that race. You have 200 customers there from sponsorships. You've had dinners that whole weekend. You have business to business going on up in the suites in your name with their name on the side of your car. So I'm always conscious about making sure that we never have something that goes out this door that isn't 100%. And I don't care whose car it's in. It could be in a starting park. It doesn't matter. These guys know that when it goes out this door, if it's not ready to win a race, it doesn't go out the door. I don't care whether the guy's paying $400 for it or $2,000. It's just because that's where I came from. I understand. I sat there and watched our car at at Indianapolis, because Jasper's only an hour and a half from down there, and we had 500 people in the stands. We watched an engine blow up in our car. The reason why we decided to get in bed with Roger Penske to build our own engines, because we weren't doing it at the time. And the CEO, Jasper, turned around to us and said, you know, how bad was that we had an engine blow up and we're the world's largest engine manufacturer? And we have 500 customers in the stand. So I really know what it is. It's more than just a failure and that car didn't finish.
Yeah. Hey, you know, real quick, you know, you talk about outside the NASCAR world. Are y'all doing anything as far as drag racing is concerned? Again, we've got some folks that are on the line watching the show, and they're curious about, you know, do you have any connections there?
Well, so the only connection, not from a design or a part standpoint, but I introduced Gleason. They were coming down and making their rounds with me to our teams. And so I knew Vic Cognosi over in Lakeside Park at the time, probably 10 years ago, when he had a pro stock team. And so I said, well, let's just stop by, because I knew a guy that worked there, and they told me that they had differential problems and ring and pinion problems. We stopped by there and talked to Vic, and he said, well, I'll give you a shout. He said, you know, we don't get a race out of our gear, our rear gear. And that was when Jegs was sponsoring them. And in fact, Jegs, he was driving the car even. And so Gleason built a pro stock gear, and they never built one before in their life, and went out there and they won that weekend, and they didn't have to take the rear end out that whole weekend. So Gleason does build drag race gears, and they're even building the Top Fuel gears now. They're building the Pro Stocks, the Quick 8. So they're into racing quite a bit. So I don't know how they advertise that, but they are the premier gear manufacturer in drag racing with the top professional guys currently. They do a great job. You know, we don't offer the oil pump. We've actually had a couple of drag cars try our oil pump on their differentials, thinking they could lower the oil level because it's horsepower. And they bought them. I've never heard much about them, but the oil pump, although you have to put a hex in the back of the pinion because it runs off the back of the pinion, it's something that could be done in another sport. I've actually designed a pump for the quick change rear end, a gear rotor pump for the front of the quick change rear end for Tiger rear ends. Gerald Williams and Nick Williams over there are good friends of mine, and I do some design work for them, and they do some machine work for me both ways. So that's another area that we're in. And going back to some of the guys that are out there, we're getting more and more calls from the drifters. So, you know, it's so easy today to make horsepower. You know, where before you had to have a multi-million-dollar program, you know, back in the day to make 750 horsepower, you had to have a shop and you had to spend millions doing it. Well, now you can go make 1,000 horsepower almost in somebody's back garage. The problem is they can't get anything to hold up behind it. So we're getting calls for our transmission for some of the drifters, and because of the horsepower they got, we've sold a couple of them. We haven't talked to any of them about hubs or things like that. So it slowly is filtering out of NASCAR to other people. We actually had a guy wanted to break a world speed record out at Bonneville Salt Flats, and he had this old IndyCar engine, and it was on nitrous, and it made like 1,400 horsepower. And he said, every time I got up to speed, I blew a transmission out of it. So and he said, can I rent one for the weekend? I said, well, you know, I've never had a world record in speed, so I'll give you a transmission and hope it stays together and lets you break the record, and it did. So it was in, I don't know, I don't keep up with those world speed records, but he still has a record with our transmission. He sent it back and said thanks, it held up, and he sent me a picture of the trophy.
So Chris, you know, you've said all along, you know, you don't know a lot about transmission. You're not the kind of guy that's going to be able to build it. But you are conscientious enough, and I know you are aware of not running too low oil. How about the oil itself? I mean, have you worked with, you know, Mark and Andrew here to come up with the type of lubricant you want to run in your gears and transmissions to make sure that, you know, you can run lower and yet, you know, still be able to keep them safe?
Well, you know, it's like anything in NASCAR. You always get a deal, and you might have a sponsorship or a partner. And we give our oils to Andrew to make sure that's what they'll take. We have been very fortunate to have Mobil 1 as a partner of ours, and we've ran the Mobil 1 just exactly what you can buy off the shelf, and it's worked, you know, seamlessly. I'm pretty sure that them working with Stuart Haas and all those guys having Mobil 1 in their car. So yes, they do tell us what we can run, but they don't say, hey, use this oil, because they know we have product sponsors and stuff like that. So we've been fortunate to have Mobil 1 as a partner, and Lucas is also a partner of ours. So yeah, it's been a great relationship, and it's been fun. It's definitely, you know, it's about the people. To go win races is about the people, and they're part of our people that we always talk about.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to kind of cut you off right here. I've been really entertained, educated, and I'm looking a lot more at watch how you guys kind of, you know, go into 2021. It's been a pleasure having you on here. And guys, all I can say is good luck to you, Chris, and your team at Colored Racing. And the thing is, guys, Andrew and Mark, I'm great to see a father and son team working so well together to have such a bright future as we move forward. So thanks for being a part of our program today.
It's great talking to you, Jeff, again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chris. And
thanks for inviting us.
For a great session, very entertaining, and, you know, great stuff. If you're watching us right now and you're interested in our enterprises, go on ePartrade.com. They have product right there, and I think there is one on the homepage as we speak. So all you need to do, log in, click on it, click on I want more information that will connect you directly with our enterprises, or go to the company profile and ask questions, and they will get back to you right away. So thank you very much, guys, and stay with us. We have more coming out. And, so the next session is about to start, and we're going to be talking with our good friends at SRP, Steel Racing Product, Andrew and Pedro, and they are getting on. So before we get started, John, is there anything you want to share with us?
Well, I'm having fun. Just mention again, go to ePartrade. ePartrade again stands for Electronic Performance and Racing Trade. And then little things you may not know about what we do at ePartrade.com is that when a supplier, a pro account supplier, adds a new product into their showcase, it goes right to our homepage. So basically, the homepage is brand new products that basically rolled off the assembly line the day before, and every day it changes. So ePartrade is a good place to go for your cup of coffee in the morning, and just check out the new products. And then there's some other things that are fun. We have industry news there as well. And then also, I visit Racer every morning with my first cup of coffee. And I just love going to racer.com. They have the news, but they have some real insightful writing going on there. And the Racer team has a very, I'm going to use the word soulful approach to reporting on racing. So you get somebody like Robin Miller, and Robin's always begins with this real love and passion for the sport, and then builds from there as a reporter. And that's the kind of commentary and insightful reporting you get at Racer. So I visit Racer every morning. And then the other thing I just wanted to add that, the internet is a place without borders. So we have time zones, but we really don't have national borders. And ePartrade takes advantage of that. There's a time when Francisque and I first started in the racing industry where companies did not do much business internationally. A lot of the United States companies just thought, well, we've got the United States, that's a big place, and we're quite comfortable. And then some European companies had great technology, but they just maybe were more on the engineering side of things and aggressive marketers. And then the crash in 2008 just changed everything. The United States manufacturers said, we got to find more customers. And they looked across the ocean and looked at Europe and other places around the world. And then at the same time, European companies with great engineering decided they needed more customers. And they looked over to the United States and had to go through a period of trial and error to enter the US market. But that's all happened. So now in ePartrade, when Francisque said, John, take a look at it, and I was a little bit nervous, but it's a robust, sophisticated platform. And my first experience was within minutes, I felt I was shopping the world, within minutes, shopping the world for racing parts. And it was easy. And I'm not a computer guy, so I just started plunking around, exploring, and it works. So the world of racing is open to you on ePartrade. Francis?
Thank you, John. And our sponsors are the absolute example. ETS Racing Fuel is a European company, represented here in the United States by Beth Pareda, who's a wonderful woman. And we're going to hear from her tomorrow on the Women in Motorsports panel, as well on the webinar on Racing Fuel, I think on Thursday. Full Race BorgWarner this morning, you heard them, they have, dealers all over the world. Miller is a global company. Penske Racing Shocks is, products made here in the States, but sold all over the world. You see Penske Racing Shock in every racing cars all around the globe, and exactly the same with AEM Performance Electronics. So, you're absolutely right, John. This is a global industry with a global platform, and the beauty of being online makes it so easy and convenient for each and every one of us from around the world to connect, engage, and talk to each other. So, while we are getting ready for our next session, that's going to start in about 4 minutes, take advantage of that time. Go on epartrade.com, search for ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race, powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Shock, AEM Electronics, and of course, Steel Racing Products, who's going to be the next presenter. They have been on the platform. A great company, run by racers in the racer spirit. And what is very unique too, John, I think about this industry, it is dominated by small businesses. And when I mean small businesses is, it's really with respect. The big corporate world is not really what works the best in this industry, and all those small businesses are run so perfectly by racers, and that seems to be the secret and the component. So we really pay great attention to all the small businesses in this industry, and we're here to help in any possible way. So I am watching the clock, and I'm also looking at our next panelist. So I think we got Bradley on, who is going to be the moderator. So give me 1 second, and we're going to bring Brad on. And I think we get next on the panel from Steel Racing. I'm getting, Andy is there. So perfect, very good. So we have 1 or 2 minutes. Oh, Pedro, they're all together. Beautiful. So thank you guys. And so we'll wait another minute or two. After, John, you want to tell us, so this is going to be a 25 minutes with Steel Products. Then we have another 25 minutes with Total Sim, correct, John?
Yes. So then we'll go to aerodynamics and computational fluid dynamics. We'll get to race car simulation, and then the happy hour with Linda Vaughn. And I also want to thank Mr. Wagner. Andy's kind of an unofficial advisor to ePartrade. We have a lot of great unofficial advisors. So Andy, thank you for your insights and sharing with us and being frank with us. And we listen very closely to you.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Always here to help.
Very good. So it is about 2:59. So we'll wait just a minute more, because we do have people, watching us from a little bit of everywhere. It's getting middle of the afternoon here in California. It's getting the evening on the East Coast, middle of the night in Europe. I think we still have some people up there. And then it's time for a friend in Australia and New Zealand to wake up, because it's Tuesday morning over there. And actually we have a speaker from Australia at 4 o'clock here. So it's going to be in the morning over there. Okay, it's 3 p.m. Brad, you on.
Awesome. Thank you, Francisque. Really appreciate that. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name is Brad Gilley. I work with SiriusXM NASCAR Radio and the Performance Racing Network, basically talking about NASCAR and racing on the radio, which is a lot of fun. And I'm thrilled to be here with this. Joining us now, this is Steel Racing Products, and they're a technology company that specializes in designing and manufacturing innovative cooling products for performance vehicles. And I'll tell you about our 2 panelists real quick, and we'll get into the discussion. And if you have a question, you could use the chat feature at the bottom. Just type in your question, and we'll try and certainly get to as many of them as we can, if not all of them. And also, if you need more information or if you want to contact them directly, you can always go to epartrade.com if you've not signed up yet. It only takes a minute or so to do that. And you could actually go to the Steel Racing Products page and contact them directly from there. But our 2 panelists, Andy Wagner is the president, and his bio, he's influenced and inspired at a young age to fill the technical shoes of his father, Robert Steele Wagner, the namesake of Steel Racing Products, and its affiliates. After graduating from the University of Arizona's Eller College of Management, Andy formed Steel in 2013 with a central focus of brake, tire, and gearbox cooling systems for NASCAR. And today, Steel provides top race teams around the world with high-performance brushless radiator fans, brake blowers, and helmet pumpers, along with numerous custom solutions for industries outside of racing. And Pedro Perez, LP, is a product manager born in Puerto Rico. LP started in amateur racing and kart racing at a young age. Then from there, he transitioned to SCCA Puerto Rico Street Touring Racing while pursuing a master's in aircraft management systems from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And Pedro brings his passion for automotive racing and technical aero management experience and applies it every day at Steel. So gentlemen, welcome to Online Racing Industry Week. Really appreciate y'all's participation. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for having us.
All right, well, let's just dive into exactly what you guys do. And if you go to the Steel Racing webpage, obviously, just a plethora of things as far as cooling goes. And I know brushless is a big part of that. So if you wouldn't mind starting, what is the difference between brushless versus brushed fans?
Sure, sure. Brushed fans have been around a very long time. And it's really the industry standard in terms of commercial use in buses and oil and gas and really everything that our cars, normal cars that drive on the road use. Brushless systems are fairly new in a sense of being utilized as high performance systems. They require an additional layer of a controller. So it's not as simple as putting power and ground to it. There's some tech that goes on behind it where you have a hardware component that is giving it logic. And that system in itself has to synchronously run in parallel with the fans spinning, the motor efficiency, the blade curvature, everything. There's a lot more variables to take into account. But if you get that really nice sweet spot in a brushless system, you have not only performance gains, but you have reliability and longevity. For example, typically on average, a brushed motor radiator fan would last about 5,000 hours of duty cycle. A brushless system can go upwards of 50,000 hours of duty cycle. So you get much more longevity just by running a much better and efficient fan system. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yep, sorry about that. So we've applied that in all of our products. It really started with the brake cooling systems, and back in 2013, it was very, very simple. We would pre-program these fans before they'd leave the shop. We'd do them in a way that was easily accessible for race teams to just plug and play. Now, as ECUs are getting more sophisticated, and there's things like CAN bus and PWM interfaces that they want to tie these fans and control them in their cars. We've upped our level of having better interfaces where racers can really fine tune the fans to be performant and provide some critical gains in key areas of aerodynamics too.
So it's more than just flipping a switch and moving air. There's actually an efficiency to it and everything else that you have to do, right?
Exactly, and it's an ancillary component to all the other peripherals in your race car. So if you have an accelerometer that you're turning, a certain way, well, you can tell the fan to go and speed up a certain speed. There's really interesting logic that you can do, and I think, the world of racing, it's barely scratched the surface of what forced air can do for your race car.
When it comes to cooling and when it comes to, again, moving air and the efficiencies of it, I mean, if you peruse through your website at Steel Racing Products, you'll see any number of different, not only styles of fans, but fan housings as well and all of that. So could you speak to really how this benefits the racing industry, who is always looking to very efficiently make things happen that is going to improve their performance?
Sure. One of the biggest things in, stepping away from focusing solely on NASCAR is NASCAR is used to making custom things, custom housings. You make a part and, they'll make it work. They'll make it fit. When you start going into other industries like off-road and SCCA racers or IMSA racing, the GT cars out there, there's a little bit more of conformity required for how we build our fan system. So we've with our Gen 4 brake blower, we have basically an adapter setup that you can swap out a firewall mounted flange or an inline 3-inch adapter. So it can really go in all the generic areas of a race car. So you can not be limited by making a custom carbon whatever. And that's actually allowed a lot more traction for people to accept a new kind of system like that into their car.
You know, just focusing on, say, brake cooling, for example. You know, obviously no one wants their brakes to fail on them, and you can certainly help not only with the failure points, but also just simply the fact that it's going to work consistently throughout the course of a race. And we all see the nice glowing rotors and all of those things that look really cool, but I'm sure you guys are trying to stop that from happening as much. What does that mean to a racer? I mean, as far as performance goes, how do your cooling systems really help them see gains on the racetrack?
Yes, so that is a great question. And right there, you save not only time, but money as well. The brake calipers, for example, in the very beginning, we had our first system that we went and put our brake cooling fans on a Time Attack Subaru STI car. That was, you know, it was for its time back then, it was really a fast vehicle, and it would do one lap around the track up here in Firebird Raceway up in Phoenix. Rotors would already be glowing, you know, it's like, you know, they're already hot. So this was without any fan system. So we, okay, you know, let's put our fan system in there, do the same thing, let everything kind of normalize. The rotor temp prior was around, seeing about 1600 F. I mean, it was hard braking. It was just hot. We put our fan system in line and it dropped down in one lap down to 850 F. So just with forced air. So, you know, it's typical that you see race cars have NACA ducts that route air to your brakes or to your tires, but you're really losing all the gains when you're slowing down, you know, when you really need it. So it's kind of counterproductive. It's something, but it's nothing like forced air. You know, the other advantages as well is when you really have a templated race style, like, you know, stock car racing, or where a vehicle is in a known track where it's going to be on, these fan systems can be used for aerodynamic advantages. So we're talking like, you know, one fan can produce up to 40 pounds of downforce, you know, and to a race car and to a team, that's, you know, shaves either fractions of a second off their lap time, and, you know, it gets them a little bit farther ahead. And it also means too that they don't have to, they get longer stints on their tires and calipers as well. So it means a great deal. So they're performance critical. So we have to keep our standards very high in our technology that we build and the integration so that it doesn't fail halfway through.
Well, I also want to add that as on the aspect of a race car driver, you know, having that, knowing that I can push the car a little bit farther down, because when I hit those brakes are not going to fade, will allow me to get an advantage into another car. Let's say if I'm coming to a turn and I'm looking to make a pass at this point, and knowing that I can push the car past my normal braking point because I know my brakes are not going to fade is something really amazing and something really great for the whole industry. That's where most of the advantage you receive, as not just only as all the components and all it does, it just at the race, what you gain from having brake zone being cooled down.
Yeah, that makes sense. I remember a couple of years ago in NASCAR, all of a sudden we started seeing rules in the rule book about brake fans and different things like that because of the aerodynamic advantage they were finding. At what point did you guys start realizing that, and did it change your business a little bit? Now it's not just about moving air and keeping things cool. It is about moving air, but it's moving air in a way that has two purposes now.
Yes, I will say that, you know, I don't want to say that we were the reason for that rule change, but there is a very heavy influence of what we do that's very different than any other system out there, and it's such a niche type specialty skill that there really isn't anybody else that can provide that what we've done to adapt with the rule changes is you look at the rule book.
Well, and a different, also another thing that is something that had to be said before. Most of the I won't say most, but everybody in the industry makes fans working out of CFM, and all they worry about is CFM. Our fans are not based on the CFM. Our fans are based out of pressure. There's more of, having CFM, on a bench test, it will do a great test. But once you put it in real life, where you have drag coming from the ram air and getting into the car, passing through the radiator, creating impedance, also the radiator shroud creating negative pressure, all of those together will change dramatically how the fans operate. So our fans, we base them on pressure other than CFM. That's where most of the advantage that we get out of the fans are from.
Yeah, that's an innovative way of thinking as well. Andy Wagner is the president for Steel Racing. Pedro Perez, LP, is the product manager. If you want to ask a question, you can do so in the chat and type in your question. We do have one for you gentlemen as well. This comes from Nelson Watkins. Says, what type of horsepower is required to power a typical brake cooling system?
So these vary, and basically on our website we have 3 generic options of preset speeds. So a 7 amp, a 10 amp, and a 15 amp version, all run through a 12 to 14 volt system that you can just plug directly in. There is, for the custom race car builder, there is an option to just talk directly to our fan system that we can help walk a customer through that, whether it be on a dial or potentiometer. There's also that. So you have basically a 0 to 100% scale effect of where you want to tune it to be.
Yeah, the horsepower is not a limitation to where you're going to cool down. As Andy was saying earlier, we've been hearing a lot on the off-road industry. That's where I come into play most of the time. And on the off-road industry, we're dealing with not an alternator, we're dealing with stators, where the power is reduced. Another key factor from our company is that we have the soft starts, where our fans will not create a voltage spike at startup. So regardless how much power or energy the car is producing, would not be affected by the utilization of a fan.
As far as being user-friendly, you talk about obviously the efficiencies of moving the air, but also the different things that you can do to deliver an amount of air or a pressure that you want at certain times or not at certain times. For someone who might not have an advanced degree, for someone who might just be trying to find a better way to make their race car work, how simple is this to learn?
Well, it's super simple in the fact that we test every day. We test our fans. We put them through different aspects, we put them different real life scenarios. So whenever you're gonna go get a fan from us, we will ask you a few questions about what's your intent to use with the fan, what you want to do with the fan, and we take care of that logistics for you. Once you tell us what you want, we'll give you a product. Our product, as I said, as Andy was saying initially, our product is a smart product. So let's say that you initially wanted something to do, or the fan to do certain things, and now you decided, hey, I learned more, I got more advantage for it, I want something different. You can send that fan back, and that fan can be reprogrammed again to do whatever now you need. So there's no actual need to be like mathematically, hey, I need this type of pressure or not. You tell us what you need, and we'll provide you the product, like user-friendly, plug and play.
How race car specific are these products? I mean, I think of an off-road truck and obviously running out in the desert, in the dirt and all of that. And I know people have screens in front of things and all of that to try and protect from debris. And maybe that debris is going to be different than what you see on a road course, which could be different than what you see on a NASCAR oval or something like that. But when it comes to the consideration of those things and things that could potentially fail the product, what sets you guys apart?
Absolutely. So one big thing I want to mention too is on the mechanical side, we really set ourselves apart from everybody else by producing an all metal fan design, even the rotor blade itself. And these are fairly small systems. They're 3.5 inches in diameter. So building and designing a rotor blade and cutting that out of a 5-axis CNC is no small feat, and doing it efficiently, thousands of times over. So we understood from a business perspective that mechanics can be reverse engineered, they can be copied, but the industry really is after a more technical solution, and that's where our IP core is at. It's in the software. It's in that logic brain that you can't get into unless unless there's permissions through our company. It can be replicated, but there's a huge barrier to entry trying to step into that realm. So we've just integrated kind of a nice suite of mechanical and software together and offered it to the racing world. But now we're offering more general, not hardcore pro, Cup Series stuff all the time. Our radiator fans are a perfect example. They're exactly just the same form factor and sizing of a Spall fan or a Meradyne fan, or it's one of those that can be replaced directly with one of those systems, but it has our core IP in it.
In terms also of protection, our fans also come with IPA68. So that is the highest rating that you can get on this fan. This is certification IPA68. It's not just words saying it. One thing that I was laughing when Andy was commenting about the metal blades is I remember doing a demonstration to one of the race teams, and we was talking about one of the bird blowers, and I had the fan holding it on my hand and talking to them on a desk, and they just playing with the power on it, and all of a sudden they started sucking the paperwork from the desk, and it was shredding it. The fan was not affected at all, but the rest of the office was confetti all over the place. So these fans, is other than the IPA68 and the other testing that we have done for failing, the best test that this fan has done has been their endurance through NASCAR, where they've been sucking tire treads as they go in. They've been getting all sorts of debris at really high temperature, at really high speeds, and have not failed at all of them. We have one Baja team that been using one of their fans and has 5,000 race miles through Baja itself, other than the Best in the Desert and King of the Hammer, and have not a single problem yet, have not even a failure on the fan.
Wow,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say that's pretty fascinating. I do love the paper shredding story, by the way. That's
I have many stories. Some involve blood, but
yeah,
we won't go into that one.
That sounds fair. We talk about your brake cooling systems, and you mentioned the radiator fans as well. And look, I know racers don't really take many things for granted when it comes to the performance of their race car. But if someone looks at it and says, well, we just need to stick a radiator fan on there, why do they need to stick a Steel Racing Products radiator fan on their car?
Well, one thing that I want to explain, and I brought a radiator type here demonstration, so let me pull it up really quick here. So this is a custom built Steel Performance. One is all billet, but there's a lot of factors that influence when you have a car. I talked about it earlier. So as you driving your car, you're getting ram air pushing to the radiator, getting a cooling effect. But at the same time, you have a radiator on the back. Most of the CFM-based fans will just create airflow. That airflow is not enough to counteract the pressure being built by the ram air. So the fan will actually become a blockage. So instead of getting air pushing out of the fan blade itself is producing an impedance. It's just like you have put a block of paper in front of the fan. Only when that ram air gets reduced, then that fan starts operating again. Also, the shrouds of the fan itself create negative pressure. The radiator creates impedance. So having a radiator, a fan produce on pressure will eliminate that negative pressure, that impedance out, when you will have more cooling effect out of the radiator. That's one of the biggest advantage of it. That's why we don't base our fans out of CFM, because that's the error that everybody got. As you mentioned before, we come from aeronautical backgrounds where we have other effects of drag that are brought into the picture, making it, hey, this is the problems that you get with a rotating mass that is not removing the same resistance that is actually creating. That's one of the advantages. The other advantage is the amount of amp draw that our fans produce. On a similar fan, a startup, we have seen up to 80 amp spikes at startup. And then once their fans kicked on, their fans just go 0, 100. And you have that big air spike, electrical spike going in, and then you have 20, 25 amp draw while the car is operating. Realize that, and I'm talking just a 10-inch fan. I'm not talking huge fan, just in a 10-inch fan. For every 24 amps is 1 horsepower loss on your car. Sometimes that horsepower, when you're in a category that everybody has to have the same amount of horsepower, can make a huge difference. Also, once you start running the Orfans at bench stats produce 0.2 amps startup. Once they start up on a core, they can go up to 1 amp rather than 80 amps. And then it will ramp up gradually. We'll have 2 speeds they will be ramping up until they're a full blast. Also, as Andy was saying before, our fans are intelligent fans, so we can control when that is gonna kick in. We have some setups where we have 2 fans going on, one running full blast and the other one just alternating as it needed, just to conserve the electricity on the car to produce extra horsepower.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. All the things that you guys have thought about that will actually make a big difference for a lot of people, for sure. We have just a minute or so left, gentlemen. Is there anything about Steel Racing products that you want to let folks know about? I know it's more about brake cooling and radiator fans and all of that. There are other products you offer as well.
Yes, yeah. I want to say that oftentimes it starts there, and then the conversation goes, way elsewhere of doing a custom solution, whether it's a software specific program or it's a custom mechanical build that implements or integrates some of these systems all together. We do it all. So this is all in-house. We have the talent, we have the experience, and we've been doing this for the past 8 years now. Just, we're used to wanting things yesterday, but not saying that we like that, but we always deliver. So we're certainly, proud to be a part of this industry, and we're thankful for people like yourself that help talk about it and promote the industry, because it is a much needed thing that, in a tradition and a legacy that people have, we want to keep preserving. I also do want to mention, I want to thank my friends here at Crown Concepts here in Tucson, where I'm just going to pick up my phone and show you some things that we're getting involved in over here with, and I'm sure some of the participants have deal with those radical race cars. There, it's more of a European type series, but can you see that? Let's see. Let me flip my phone. Sorry about that. Nope, I don't know how to do that. So I'm just going to point it. So these are these cars here are basically kind of the the road racing type equivalent of the GT, the IMSA LMP2 type vehicles, but they're being more introduced here in the United States. Crown Concepts does, they do race prep for them, and they're right here. They're right by us at our shop. So we have a great partnership with them, a great collaboration, and it's much quieter than my shop right now. So that's it's
Well, Andy and LP, we can't thank you enough for being part of Online Race Industry Week and everything that you guys do with Steel Racing Products. Thank you so much for your time, and want to remind people you can go to epartrade.com, sign up if you haven't yet. It just takes a couple of minutes, but go to the Steel Racing Products page where you can contact them directly through there. I appreciate you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to say also, if you dream about it, we get to us, we can probably make it happen. We're race enthusiasts too and looking for ways to improve. We know that we have just barely scratched the beginning of it and there's more to learn. So if you have something on your dreams that you want to make happen, contact us. We can actually make it work and we'll both of us learn at the same time. So thank you very much for hosting us, and it's been a pleasure. You can follow us on the social medias also to learn more about. We just dropped some of the difference that we do, and also at ePart Trade we put our different knowledge, not just only the products, why our products are different than others.
Awesome. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you, Andy, and thank you, Pedro. And if I may say this, Andy, here at ePart Trade, we are big fans of S.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like that little plug-in.
Thank you very much, and
thank you.
And please stay with us. We are going to in the next session talk about computational fluid dynamics. I hope I pronounced that correctly. So Brad is going to stay on. Brad is going to be our host for the next session. And so CFD is a very, very important element for the professional race team, especially in aerodynamics. I have known Ray for many, many years. I am delighted to welcome Ray on the panel today. Ray also has been a strong believer of the ePart Trade platform since we launched. So thank you, Ray, for being with us. And we have about 2 minutes to go. So I am going to make sure that with our production team here at the ePart Trade studio, we have Ray that should be promoted as a panelist right now. So I can see Ray coming on. So Ray is going to do a full presentation. How are you? You're on the East Coast, if I am correct. So it's getting a little bit late for you. And maybe time for a beer. I don't know if it's too late or too early, but you're welcome thank you again, Ray, for being with us. This is going to be a fascinating session. And if you are an engineer, if you are a professional race team, if you want to learn about aerodynamics, I don't think there is anybody more qualified than Ray to tell you about it, and also to do it in a very educational way. I had the chance to meet with Ray many, many times over the years, and he has a very natural and easy way to explain the most difficult things because he's a lot smarter than I am. He's a great engineer and a great brain. So Ray, I think it's 3:30 in California. So Brad, I will hand it to you and you guys go.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. We appreciate that. And again, if you're just joining us, I want to welcome you once again to Online Race Industry Week. My name is Brad Gilley with SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Performance Racing Network. Very happy to be hosting this session with Ray Leto. And just read a quick bio on you, Ray, and talk a little bit about what Total Sim is and kind of let you take it away. And if folks have questions, they can do so in the chat as well. But Ray is a 25-plus year veteran of open wheel racing. He has a BS in aerospace engineering from Penn State, which he got in 1985. Began his career by working his way up through the motorsports ranks as a mechanic and an engineer. As a key member of Team Rahal, Leto spent 15 in many roles, including race engineer, aerodynamicist, chief range engineer, technical director, kart team manager, and general manager. And there's so much more about you as well, but an impressive resume for sure. But Total Sim is a computational fluid dynamics consulting and solutions provider, supplying expert insight to global clients in the automotive, motorsports, aerospace, process engineering, energy, and marine sectors. And basically, Ray, you guys, it says here on your product page on ePart Trade, you take ideas from initial concepts to high performance reality by combining our real world engineering experience with advanced CFD technology, and you make it easy to accelerate design and development through automated CFD workflows and analysis and self-service applications. And I am hugely fascinated with what you guys do, and certainly look forward to hearing about it. So I know that's kind of the broad strokes, but tell us a little bit more about TotalSim.
Sure. Yeah, I've got I really appreciate first off, the introduction and being included in this. And Francis is way too kind with his compliments. It's part of his job, but it's really flattering. And thanks, Brad, for the great introduction. I think I'm going to try and share my screen, run through a quick presentation. One great thing about CFD is all the colorful pictures we can do. So I'll try and see if we can do that. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So yeah, like you said, I'll give you a little bit of a background on ourselves and our company. We're motorsports people. TotalSim basically can trace its roots back to the late 90s when Adrian Reynard and Dr. Rob Lewis started Advantage CFD as part of Reynard, became part of BAR F1, which became Honda F1. And then in 2007, Rob took what was the outside consulting portion of that CFD core group, left some key guys with the F1 team, and took all the outside consulting and created TotalSim. Part of the outside consulting involved working with Honda here in Ohio at their R&D center. So Rob and I had talked about kind of branching out into the US and starting a company here as well. Since then, TotalSim now has an office in Japan. TotalSim in the UK has built several other businesses, Auto Research Partners that's developing a straight line testing facility, Silverstone Sports Engineering Hub that contains a cycling and Olympic sliding sport wind tunnel, very specific wind tunnel, a lot of CFD and work around that, and Vortec, which develops skin suits for mostly Olympic athletes. Here in the US, like you said in the introduction, I spent most of my career in IndyCar and Champ Car, mostly at Rahal, doing everything from race engineering. I was happy to see one of my race drivers on earlier. Brian Herter was a driver I worked with for 4 years at Rahal. So lots of wind tunnel testing, things like that. My business partner, Nathan Eagles, came out of the CFD side of things. He did some time in aerospace and then worked at Advantage CFD and BAR. Then he started the CFD department at Williams F1 and was there for a decade running that before we got together over here. So we have a diverse background in physical testing, wind tunnel testing, CFD. And so mostly what we do is aero development. Like you said, we get involved in all kinds of things. We've diversified from automotive and aerospace into all kinds of things, marine, Olympic sports, industry, anything that has gas, fluids, water, we can model it with computational fluid dynamics. We're doing a lot of general aviation and drone work as well. And that's fairly interesting, concentrated in our small office we have out in California. So we still get involved in some physical testing and a few other things as well, but our core business is trying to apply this motorsports mentality of quick product development to different industries and move people forward with that kind of mindset, which we find interestingly, for those of us who've been in motorsports our whole life, when we get out of it into other industries, things move pretty slow. So we try and change that. So what we wanted to talk about today quickly was basically what can we do with aerodata and how do we get it? So there's, right now, most of us know that you can get data, on track or in a wind tunnel, either full scale or scale, or now with computational fluid dynamics or CFD. So each of these things have different, pros and cons. They have different cost levels. Obviously, on track is the real car. You're out there, but you have to have good data acquisition. It's hard to get repeatable data. Maybe you go to a specific straight line testing facility to really hone in on getting data. During a race weekend, it's quite difficult. Full scale wind tunnel testing, again, it's the real car, but it costs, what a real car costs. We got to build prototype parts. Full scale wind tunnel testing can range anywhere from, $500 an hour for a small tunnel to, $3,500 an hour or something like that. So very expensive endeavor. Scale model wind tunnel testing is great if you have a model and you have access to it. If there's a model you can rent that simulates your car, that's great too. But if you have to start from scratch, quite expensive. CFD is somewhere in between. We've got, there's barriers to entry there too. So you need experts, you need 3D geometry. We need to get that car from the physical world into the virtual world. But these are what people are doing today, top level motorsports, and we see this moving down into the lower series right now. So what can we do with AeroData? Why do we do it? Well, my big thing is getting people to understand what they have and optimize it. So it's not so much always going out and trying to invent something new or design a new part or design your way out of a problem. Sometimes just optimizing what you have can move you to the front of the grid or move you up the grid substantially. So you have to understand that first. And that's just like, let's say your dampers or your engine, your transmission. You're going to go to a shock dyno, you're going to understand that. We're going to go, on an engine dyno or chassis dyno and understand where we are with our mapping and things like that. Same thing for aero. We want to go and just characterize the car, understand where it is. Then we can go, like the next presentation, Danny Newland will tell you for sure, is that once you have these maps for these things, then you want to go and find out what your trade-offs are. How can we optimize it? So we're going to find out that these maps that we get maybe tell us to run one thing at one track, something else at another one. So we're definitely going to have different trade-offs for L over D between, a street course at St. Petersburg or a speedway at Daytona. These are, even if you're running the same car, your trade-offs and your optimization. I threw up a couple of color plots here that I thought were really cool. One of the kids at Ohio State University that's running the aero department or the aero side of their Formula SAE thing, Matt Kronheimer, did some nice plots, which illustrates what I think is, a race engineering here, and trying to look at trade-off plots of what would happen. This is L over D curves versus lap time for them. And as you make your way up through these contour plots, you can prove that you're making the car better. And you can do this virtually before you even go to the racetrack. So, that's what we want. That's what we want to do with AeroData. Whether we go to the wind tunnel or we go to CFD, we want to map it. So we're going to, with a typical car, let's say like this F3 car we've got here, you would be mapping a range of ride heights, yaw, different attitudes, and then building that base map that we could then feed into something like Danny's chassis sim or something and look at these trade-off studies and do some optimization and say, where are we running our front ride height? Could we do better by changing the pitch of the car and optimize through the middle of the corner that downforce, or down the straight, minimize the drag, things like that. So what is CFD? Basically, what are we talking about here? So really, CFD is actually just a virtual wind tunnel, essentially. So we're taking a 3D model of the car, moving it into a virtual world, and then we're using physics and math to solve the fluid flow around it, solve the forces on the vehicle, and then better understand it. So it involves going through a process of taking 3D geometry, what we call meshing, cleaning it up, building that volume of fluid around it, and then solving a bunch of math on a supercomputer. So the barriers to entry here are getting that 3D geometry into the virtual world. Do we have CAD? Do we need to do a scan? You do need some expertise in this. This is not picking up some app on your phone and learning how to use it in a few days. There is a lot of expertise that goes into it. And then of course you need the software and you need hardware. I mean, typically for these top end programs, we tend to solve our cases on somewhere between 200 and 400 cores per case. So this is a true supercomputer. And we're fortunate in the fact that we have a couple thousand cores in-house. We have a fiber connection to a supercomputer center here in Central Ohio that's one of the best in the country. So we have access to thousands and thousands of cores. And each of those cores typically costs about 5 cents per hour to rent or operate. So not a cheap exercise, but again, keep it in perspective with running the real race car. So what extra can CFD do versus going to the wind tunnel or the racetrack? One thing is the flow visualization. We can see what's going on. We can cut through the fluid. We can color it. We can look at the flow on the surface. We can do optimization. So we can try many things in the virtual world that cost us a lot less than building prototypes and going to the racetrack. Then we can do things that we can't do on the racetrack or even in the wind tunnel, especially in the wind tunnel. High yaw angles, like this dirt late model that we've got a picture of here that we work with a guy named Matt Furman on this model. He's a CAD guy, works for Siemens, so he drew a great model, and we did some interesting stuff. 15-degree yaw angle is not something you can do in any full-scale wind tunnel these days, and that's what these things run at all the time. So why would you be testing something at an attitude or a situation that you're not actually going to see in real life? Some other things are doing traffic. So this middle plot, we've got a picture of what happens around, for instance, a cup type car here, where when there's interaction between cars. So we can't do that in a wind tunnel, have more than one car. Curve flow is it's an interesting thing in the fact that when a car is going through a corner, it's not the same as testing at a slight yaw angle. The flow is actually curved. The car is taking a curved trajectory. So that's something that you can do in computational world that you can't do in a wind tunnel. So those are some interesting things. So obviously one of the best things is visualization. We typically run hundreds and hundreds of movies and pictures on every case we run so that we can compare them. So you can really explore what's going on. This obviously from the real world, having a smoke wand or kind of, that would be analogous to that, or putting tufts on the car. But we can do this over and over again in the computer. Another thing is optimization. So we can morph and bend shapes like it's clay or you know, a pliable material, and then set up basically a study that's called a design and experiments type study, where you parameterize the geometry in a way that you think you can control it. And then we take basically a shotgun approach to it. And it's almost like a Monte Carlo or whatever, where we're just going to roll the dice and try every single permutation and combination, come up with a huge scatter plot, and find out that front of L over D that increases our performance. So I wanted to just give a couple examples of types of engagements that we see in the industry these days or over the last few decades, and how that's changing. And we've had, you know, large scale engagements with like factory type racing programs and original equipment manufacturers for their factory type work. Those are large scale things that are over hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. We do see some medium scale things, which could be from a top level professional racing team or other organization that's interested in this type of stuff. And then smaller scale stuff. And we're seeing a lot more of this at a lower scale or lower tier racing, where people have you know, interest in finding this information. And most of those projects are 10,000 or under. Then we've also been supporting DIY type things where people have some experience in this, or they've done projects with us, then they want to start doing it themselves. So, you know, a large scale project would be something like our engagement with Honda. We've worked on and off with Honda Racing since this company started, and you know, we've done things like, you know, aero kit stuff for IndyCar and whatnot. These are big, large projects that, you know, akin to Formula One or something, where we're designing an entire program from scratch. So, and these are obviously kind of sky the limit type things. Same thing in Cup. We were fortunate to be involved with one of the OEs back in 2013 when the new Gen 6 came around. Really cool application of CFD in a design process where you can start giving design cues. There were stylists involved, so because there's supposed to be brand cues on these type of cars. So you want to give feedback to those designers so that they're, you know, not hurting the performance of the car, but still keeping that character that they wanted in it. And that was all done in kind of a virtual world before real prototypes were built and clay models were done. A medium scale project. We've been at Total Sim, we've been working with iRacing for most of our existence here, 8 or 10 years. And if you think about it, it's a perfect application for you know, a virtual racing, putting a car in a virtual wind tunnel is perfect, right? So we've taken, when they came out with their dirt over a year ago, we did a lot of work with them to develop aero maps of these cars. And this goes back to the first slide I was talking about, the uses of aero data. We have to characterize the car to be able to simulate it. And in particular, this type of engagement is perfect because there's no known data for some of these cars. So, but they have 3D geometry and they have a need to understand the physics and how the car reacts. And we got really good feedback on that. Recently, we've just worked on their new USF 2000 and Pro 2000 cars, full mapping on that stuff. Smaller scale projects. We've done a lot of land speed cars where, you know, somebody's got a particular small problem or they want to check stability on the salt flats. You know, what's the car like if it gets out of shape? Some of these have come with CAD data. Alan Johnson, those guys have supplied CAD. Other people, you know, it's a scanning project where we have to go out and scan the real car and then throw it in the virtual world. So that, yeah, and that kind of brings us to the how do you get that 3D data? And if you don't have it anymore, there's people out there that can reverse engineer or scan the car. We're one of them. There's lots of vendors out there doing it, and they do it really well, where you can take exactly what you've got in short order, and for, you know, several $1,000s, you can basically create a full CAD model of your car, and then we can push that right into the virtual world. And then the DIY side. So we develop our own software, which is an open source software. It's a variant of an open source project that's out there that's been specified for or specifically altered to work better, or how we feel it should work in the motorsports and automotive world. And we have worked with people. We have this installed at major original equipment manufacturers, large auto companies that use it for their drag prediction. So once we've worked with somebody, we can kind of help them set up their own CFD department, train them how to do things. One good example of that is NASCAR itself. NASCAR R&D uses our setup, and Eric Jacuzzi there in his aero department has used our software. We don't see any of the results. They do all their own work. They do multi-car work. They do design work. So the genesis for this new, a lot of the aerodynamic design on the new car that's coming up in, well, I say 21, it's 22 now, thanks to 2020. But yeah, so that's a good example of how we've worked with someone and then kind of set them off on their own to expand. We've got a new option too, where we've got kind of like a TurboTax kind of way of doing things, that if you kind of click your way through a web interface, and if you are a team or a manufacturer that is in control of their 3D CAD, we have a way now where you can upload all that. It has all of our best practice in the background in a black box that we've exposed a little bit of, but basically you can focus on being a designer, not have to worry about being a CFD expert, and get all this post-processing and data back, and treat it like a real virtual wind tunnel. Upload your geometry, get the data back, just like you would go into the wind tunnel. And then we display all the results in what we've called a results tool. So it makes it easier to analyze and look at things. Anyway, that was my short presentation, Brad, and hopefully I educated some people on what's going on out there in the CFD and aero world, and maybe we've come up with some questions or something that someone has.
Yeah, a couple of things from the chat. Let's see. Steve Shelley just says, hang on, I lost, there we go. Great to see Ray. First met him in 1987 when he was prepping Carroll Smith's son Super V. He was a genius then too.
Man, this is what I came for, is all the compliments from Francisque in the audience. I didn't see the audience, I swear.
That's funny. A couple real questions. It says, Ray, remind me, do you use Sculptor? And that was from Paul Glessner.
Yeah, well, we used to use Sculptor. And we still do on occasion. Sculptor, thanks for the question, Paul, is a specific software that you use to manipulate CAD. So you can say, take your initial design and then treat it like it was clay and morph it and push it and pull it. And then you can do that in a structured way where you can set up like I was showing with the optimization, where we can push and pull that. And there's more than one type of software that do that. Sculptor is one of the originals, and they're still very good at it. There's others like ANSA from Beta CAE, and even some native CAD software has that ability now to push and pull, just like you would in the wind tunnel, banging on a piece of metal or scraping on a piece of clay.
Okay. Derek Dixon wants to know if the PowerPoint would be available if someone were to request it.
Yeah, I think we can do that. There's a few things in there that I might have to blur out, but yeah, and we've got some info like that on our website, and you've maybe spurred me to actually just post it up there.
Okay. And then Tarek, I can't see the full name here, said, how important is validation of your computations and how is that generally done?
Well, it's a big deal because just like anything else, you have to kind of have some anchor in reality, right? So you can't just go off and make a model and then assume it's correct. You have to have some anchor. So, for us having a couple decades in doing this, we've developed our process based on trying to get it to correlate. And we feel pretty confident that our best practice can go straight to the racetrack. But nonetheless, we're always constantly looking at that. So if we have the opportunity to work with a top level team or an OE and go to a full scale wind tunnel like Wind Shear, where we're running the real car on a rolling road, we do a lot of correlation with that. Aside from that, going out and just trying to correlate to the to straight line data or on track data is possible as well. And I think Danny in the next segment might even talk about some of that. That's a lot of how he builds his simulations too, is like that correlation exercise or reverse engineering that information from the data that's available to you. But it's really important. And I think the other point to make there too is that if you go test a straight line, you go to Wind Shear, maybe you do a scale model test and you do a CFD, each one of those things gives you completely different answers sometimes. And usually for good reasons. The physics is not always the same in all these places. And there's compromises that are made, and when you're in a scale tunnel or versus a full scale, these things are for very good reasons going to give you slightly different numbers. So sometimes more data is more confusion. So you always have to have that kind of bridge to understand that, and get comfortable with. Yeah, I kind of understand the offset between CFD and my on track data or my Wind Shear data or whatever it is, and then just make sure that you understand it so you can continually progress your designs forward with confidence. But yeah, it's a constant battle.
Well, Ray, I have to say one thing I think you've definitely shown with your presentation is, number one, you can describe this in a way that just about anybody can understand. But number two, the efficiencies in time, in cost, it's quickly learning if something is not right, versus actually building something to figure out it's right, just seem incredible and would be a huge asset to any race team out there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Brad. We see going forward that more and more this virtual prototyping is the way big industry is going to take more whacks at it before you build that first prototype and hit the ground with what your best guess is right to start with.
Yeah, well, I do want to remind folks they can go to epartrade.com, sign up if you haven't. It just takes a couple of minutes. You can go to the product page for Total Sim as well and just literally request information from them directly from there, and would encourage you to do that. But what an amazing presentation. Really appreciate that.
Thanks, Ray, and thank you, Brad.
Thanks,
and Ray, within the chat, someone asked for the PDF of the presentation. So just, tweak it however you want, send it over, and we'll upload it on the platform. There is a section that's called, technical paper. And if you're watching us right now, all you need to do is when we have it from Ray, we'll upload it there, and you'll be able to download the presentation within the Total Seal profile. So thank you very much. Next, we are going to fly to Sydney, Australia. to join another great engineer, Danny Nolan. So Danny is going to talk about chassis simulation. And just before we get Danny on, I'm going to ask our producer here, Rick Neski at the ePortrait Studio, who's going to be sharing a short video with us. So thank you, stay with us. And in 2 minutes, we'll be talking about chassis simulation.
ePartTrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing. What we've done is created smart sourcing. So when it comes to sourcing products, it's easy, efficient, your time is very productive, and you really go find your full range of options in sourcing a new product or new supplier in auto racing. On ePartTrade, what you find every day is a complete set of options, complete set of suppliers. You can press helmets, you can press pistons, you can press coil-over shocks, and you'll get a complete set of options. And that's the best way to instantly start your shopping for new racing products, new suppliers, new technology. With ePartTrade, when I say now is when you introduce new products, I mean right this minute. As soon as it rolls off the manufacturing line, it could be announced on ePartTrade that very same day, and you can discover the latest new technology this morning. When it comes to smart sourcing on ePartTrade, ePartTrade is a digital revolution within the racing industry. It's been a long time coming, and it's finally here. So new technology has changed the world, and in some ways disrupted the old technology, but in many ways it's made life a lot easier. I find my ways down the road a lot easier, a lot faster by using Google Maps. I stay in touch with friends since high school days by using Facebook. And what the racing industry will find that sourcing products has gotten several steps easier, several steps as far as a more productive process to ePartTrade. And you just have to get on there and plug in your questions and press all the different categories from engine parts to suspension parts to safety parts to machining equipment and more. And you'll find a full set of options. You'll find it 365 days out of the year. You'll find it 24 hours a day. You'll find it no matter where you live in this great world of racing that we love so much.
Okay, so welcome back to Joey. Joe is with us and is going to be moderating the next session. So as we opened this morning at 6:45 in California, we said that we had people absolutely from all over the world. We traveled to Europe, we came back to the US, and now we're on to Australia with the great Danny Nolan. I have known personally Danny for probably 15 years. We used to see each other at probably all the shows around the world. That Danny, like Ray just earlier, is a terrific engineer who has that talent, like Ray, to explain very complicated things in a very simple way. So I am delighted to have Danny do a full session on chassis simulation. And so we have 1 more minute. And so what time is it for you, Danny? It's a Tuesday morning.
It's it's bang on 11 a.m. Sydney time.
Oh, so, but you guys drink early in Australia, so it's all.
Yeah, well, it's 11 a.m., but we're forward a day. So you cross the time machine, otherwise known as the international date line.
Okay, so it is 4 o'clock here, Danny. So you on for the next 50 minutes with Joe Castillo, our host today. So thank you for being with us. Everyone, enjoy the show.
No worries. Thanks, Francisco.
Always mentions drinking in every segue. I just want to everyone.
Everyone. He's 5 for 5 so far, which I love that. And to everybody out there watching on epartstrade.com and who have signed up for this, what a great day one. There's going to be so much more to come. Tuesday morning, Ron Capps, Antron Brown will be starting bright and early. It is going to be great. But I am thrilled to talk chassis sim, Danny, because it's the perfect piggyback to Ray and the previous seminar with the CFD. You're taking, he's creating data, but you take data and have created a simulator. Let's start off at the beginning though. Your career, mid-90s, you've been involved in many different forms of motorsport. You did a master's degree that ultimately became Chassis Sim, which is now a tool that helps race engineers. So there's a lot to go. Obviously, we're all learning along the way, but let's go to the beginning. How did you get started in this field that you love so much?
Well, thank you, Joe, for that praiseworthy and eloquent introduction. Here's how I got started. I was always going to be one of these kids that was either going to play around with fighter aircraft or F1 cars, and so I did aerospace engineering at Sydney Uni, and sort of if I wasn't breathing fighter aircraft, I was breathing race cars. Anyway, the Cold War ended. Ayrton Senna hit the wall at Imola, and so I figured that my career as a fighter aircraft designer was going to be very, very short-lived. So I sold my soul to the devil, ran away and joined the circus, and I've been doing motor racing ever since. So got my start doing Formula Ford, swinging spanners, to midnight for the equivalent of a meat pie and a beer in Australia, albeit I don't drink, so in my case, it was a meat pie and a lemonade. Or should I say a soda for our North American viewers. Then went to Europe, worked in F3, then Formula 3000, which would become the forerunner of GP2 and Formula 2. I came home in 2002 and quickly realized that motor racing was just like the mafia. Once you join, you never leave. Then worked in V8 supercars. Then Chassis Sim commercially relaunched in 2006, and since then it's basically been used in every major racing category except for Formula One. Albeit I do have a F1 based OEM customer, so I sort of now regard F1 through the back door. So and really it's pretty much evolved from there. So that pretty much is a very, very quick introduction to Chassis Sim in about 30 seconds.
No, I love it. I love the baseline to understand how we got to this point. Now, it is my understanding that you're going to kind of walk us through how it works and why it's important. Of course,
exactly.
We want everybody to know that there will be a question and answer portion. Yep. Here you conclude and put that in the chat section. But by all means, let us begin, Danny, because I'm very excited. I see you got a book up on Amazon, The Dynamics of the Race Car, that's got a lot of positive feedback, and I'm excited to learn from what you've got here today.
Amen to that. And also, too, for a shameless self-promotion plug, for those of you who are listening, you can actually get the print version from directly from the Chassis Sim website. Now, let me share my screen, guys. Share computer sound and share. Okie dokie. Is everyone seeing my screen?
I am.
Okay, cool. Right. Before I get started with this, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to touch on what you've just seen with Ray Leto. Now, very, very quick shameless plug for Ray Leto. Ray is one of the best CFD guys in this business. So particularly with a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about, the sort of stuff that Ray was talking about really dovetails really nicely into what we're going to be talking about today. Now, one thing that I want to make really, really clear today, what I'm about to discuss, I could literally spend 2 to 3 hours on at least. So my apologies in advance if a lot of what we're going to discuss today is going to be hitting and missing. But really, what I want to ram home to everyone tuning in today is the importance of the following: race car simulation, modern approaches to race car engineering that gets results. And really, for me, this is probably, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most important lectures I probably delivered this year, because make no mistake, these graphics here of the Jota LMP2 car and the Maranello Motorsport Ferrari 458 car, they're just not there for decoration. These are Chassis Sim customers out there getting the job done and very much applying what we're going to discuss today. So everything we're going to talk about is not going to be esoteric theory. What we're going to talk about today is hard-won lessons at the racetrack. So let's get started. Now, one of the great misconceptions in this business is that race car simulation and engineering are thought to be two totally disconnected disciplines. And the other thing that you also run into is that most race engineering is still done by trial and error. And what tends to happen is that you think, okay, race car simulation, you do that, then you go off and you do race engineering, and then you play it like a slot machine at Vegas, where you just plug in the money, pull the lever down, and occasionally you get lucky. I can tell you right now, that completely misses the point of simulation. The big point, and if there's only two things that you guys take away from today, I want you to understand the following 2 points. The big point that is missed about race car simulation is it forces you to understand your car numerically. And I cannot stress that point enough, because once you understand your car numerically, it drives your race engineering. This is the point, guys, when you go from the kids table to the adults table. And that's a really, really, really important aspect. So let's get started. Now, first things first, for those of you who aren't familiar with Chassis Sim, let me sort of break it down for you. Okay, so you've got a large number of simulation toolboxes, such as the lap time simulation, shaker rig, track replay, and driver in the loop simulation. As both Joe and Francisco alluded to, it's pretty much in use in every major category except for Formula One. We're talking LMP1, P2, DPI, IndyCar, GP2, NASCAR, V8 Supercars and DTM, and World Rally, and tip of the iceberg. Now, to touch on what Ray spoke about, is one of the powers of Chassis Sim is it can reverse engineer tire and aero models from race data. Because make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to discuss shortly, the two gray areas of vehicle dynamics are always going to be tires and aero. Once you understand that, everything else you can measure with a set of scales or a ruler. Once you understand that, and also to a KNC rig if you've got access to shameless plug there, total shameless plug there for Bob Moore, for Bob Simons over at Morse Measurements. But the thing about Chassis Sim, at its core is a full fire-breathing 21-state multi-body vehicle dynamic model. At its core, Chassis Sim is actually a lot closer to things like MSC Adams car, Altair's motion solvers, as opposed to what it's usually classed with some of its other contemporaries. Now, because of that full fire-breathing 21-state vehicle dynamic model, what that means is that everything in Chassis Sim is handled transiently. In particular, the lap time simulation. It's the only package on the market that does transient lap time simulation. So it can deal with situations like this. So here we've got a simulated trace of speed, steered angle, throttle, front tire loads, rear tire loads. Take a look at what those tire loads are doing. See how they're varying? It's going over bumps. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your ace in the hole in Chassis Sim. Now, this is what you should expect when you've done your job with Chassis Sim right. What we've got here is actual versus simulation. Colored as actual, simulated as black. So what we've got here is we've got speed, throttle, front dampers, rear dampers, steered angle, lateral G, longitudinal G, front roll, and rear roll. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the results of the lap time simulation. And when you have done your job right, this is what you should expect. So now the community services announcement is on the way. Let me sort of really frame our discussion today. And here's the thing that I really want to talk about. The two main currencies of a race engineer, because this is really going to frame our discussion today. All car performance boils down to grip and stability. That is your stock and trade in race engineering. And the following is a perfect case in point. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Imola 1994, the last time Ayrton Senna ever crossed the start-finish line. Now, here was Ayrton Senna in the Williams FW16. Rolling into the 1994 season, everyone was expecting Ayrton Senna was going to go to a 4th World Championship on a magic carpet ride. That car, the blue car there, the dark blue car there, had the most aero, it had the most downforce, it had the most engine power. But there was one small problem. That car was designed for active suspension system. The FIA in an act of absolutely breathtakingly technical panic decided to ban active suspension at the end of 1993. So you had an active car that had a passive system tacked onto it. Consequently, that car there exhibited absolute Jekyll and Hyde handling properties, which brought this car here, the Benetton B194, driven by Michael Schumacher, right into the mix. He was down, I think it was like something down like 80 horsepower, or about would have been about 10 mile per hour down the straights. Yet the thing about it is, this car had been designed for a passive suspension system from day zero, which meant that that car here handled a lot better than that car here. And unfortunately, we all know what happened 40 seconds later. But that really boils down to that really illustrates, ladies and gentlemen, the two main currencies of a race engineer that you have to be dealing with. The other primer, and we're going to get back to this, is how do we define race car stability? Because this is actually something that we in motor racing have done a very, very average job of. So if we take a look at, say, your neutral line versus your steer line, it's a pretty good measure of race car stability, provided you've actually got you've got a race car driver who can get the job done. However, to be really specific about this, you need something extra, and that is we adopt the same we adopt a concept from aircraft longitudinal dynamics. That is the concept of the static margin or the stability index. And what we've got here and what that is measuring is the moment arm between the center of the lateral forces and the center of gravity. And provided that remains behind, provided that the center of your lateral forces remain behind the center of gravity, the car is stable. But the closer you get to that, the more the less stable it's going to be. And if you get too close to that and you go over that, that's when your drivers start referring to you as the race engineer with rather colorful four-letter expletives. So that really frames our discussion for today. So, race car simulation. Now, when we talk about race car simulation, part of the real trap that we fall into when we start talking about race car simulation is that we start to look at it like we do actual data, and you've got to come at it from a different lens. Let me illustrate with you with this example. Here is an Indy car on a super speedway. So we've got colored as actual, black as simulated. So we've got speed, steer's not too bad. Front pitch was the average of the front and the rear damper. So that's okay. Could do with a little bit of work, but that's fine. However, take a look at the rear pitch, or the average of the rear dampers. We've got a very big discrepancy between actual and simulated. Now, most people at this point look at this and throw their toys out of the pram and say, this simulation's all rubbish, it doesn't work, etc., etc. And that's pretty much, that's sort of that underbelly just burbling under the surface. But here's where you've got to look at things differently. This just illustrated a hole in the aero map, and this really rams home the point, ladies and gentlemen, that your simulator, whether it be CFD, whether it be vehicle dynamics, it's a calculator. It is not a magic wand. If you are after a magic wand, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want your business, because quite frankly, you're going to be too much hard work. But really, once you understand that this is a calculator and it's going to force you to quantify your car, that is when your race engineering moves onto the whole level. And that really, as I said, I don't expect you guys to remember a lot of what I'm going to say today, but I do expect you to take away, but if there's one thing you can take away from that, is what I've just discussed there. Okay, so to frame our discussion, and this really sort of dovetails in quite nicely with what Ray was talking about. First things first, we need to understand the metrics of aerodynamics. That is downforce CLA, drag CDA, and aero balance as your percentage of the your total the percentage of your front downforce over your total downforce. Now, this is now I realize that particularly in motor racing, we like to talk about a certain amount of pounds or newtons at a certain speed. It's a really little bit of a misnomer, and some of the European guys will use CLs as opposed to CLAs. We in Chassis Sim use CLA for two very, very key reasons. Number one, CL and CDs for aerospace purposes is perfectly fine, because you've got one primary aero lifting surface, which is the plane form area of the aircraft, and within reason a monkey can calculate it. The way that things evolved in automotive is we went to frontal area. Perfectly fine for a road car, not particularly repeatable for a race car. So consequently, we start talking about CLA as total downforce on a half rho V squared, where rho is air density, V is in meters, V is in meters per second. Drag is drag on a half rho V squared. Okay. Aero balance is your front downforce divided by your total downforce. And particularly for our North American viewers here, this bit always gives me a great deal of pleasure because I'm on a one-man campaign to convert the United States to metric from imperial. And that is keep this in strict SI units. Forces are in newtons, speed in meters per second, air density in kilograms per meter cubed. Guys, if you try to do this in imperial, you will get yourself lost so fast. It's not even funny. And besides, anyone who uses the slug as a measure of any measurement system that uses the slug as its measure of density, as far as I'm concerned, is intellectually flawed. But why did I give you that introduction? Here's the thing that you've got to look at when you start connecting the dots between race data and simulation and everything that Ray was talking about. Your dampers are load cells. What does that give you the ability to do? Calculate your aero from race data, and it's a huge. And once you understand that, it's a really big leap. And basically, what we've got here is because the dampers are load cells, the load on each corner is given to you by your force of your spring, your initial your tire spring rate, your damping rate, multiplied motion ratio, damper and wheel, and that, ladies and gents, is how you go about calculating your aero. So this. And one of the great things about simulation is it now forces you to really delve into the data to truly understand what it's telling you. Now, a really good rough rule of thumb here is that you take this from the end of the longest straight of the circuit. Now, the following is an example that I walk through in the Chassis Sim Bootcamp that shows you how you can calculate this from race data. So here I've got a very, very simple Formula 3 example. And look, what we'll do is I'll make this available as a PDF so you guys can work through this for your leisure. However, the real nail here is some very, very simple high school mathematics allows you to calculate out the aero. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a game changer, because here's the thing. You no longer to go, oh, I feel that the downforce is doing this. I feel that the downforce is doing that. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you want to feel that the downforce is doing this, the downforce is going to do that, go to a hipster vegan cafe, drink a soy cappuccino, and while you're enjoying a tofu burger, you can spare a thought for those guys who are actually out there getting the job done and eating the real meat. Now, I realize that will probably annoy a few vegans who have tuned in here, but at least it'll get your attention. But the point about it is, though, is this allows you, it's very, very simple high school mathematics, but it blows me away the amount of race engineers and performance engineers who can't do this to save themselves, yet it is so simple. And ladies and gentlemen, once you learn how to do this, it transforms the way that you look at data. You will never, ever be a slave to you will never be a slave to what a race car manufacturer tells you, or that thing, oh, we don't have an aero map, therefore we can't simulate. Ladies and gentlemen, if I had $5 for every time I had that, I tell you what, I would not be here today. I would be a retired gentleman of leisure, living a life of paradise in the in a beautiful subtropical beach. But I'm here with you, good folk. But that shows you just how important that is, and particularly to the younger engineers who are tuning into this. If you are an undergrad or a recent postgrad, if you're working for me and you can't do that, I will fire your ass. So don't leave home without it. Okay, some rough rules of thumb to get your heads around this. CLAs for a touring car, we're talking TCR. We're talking TCR. V8 supercars are probably to the higher end of this, but we're talking about 0.5 to 1.4, CDAs 0.9 to 1.3. Now, in the grander scheme of things, that's basically a full stop. Now, FAA GT3, GT2 is about 1.7. That actually goes to about 3, and NASCAR sort of lives at those higher CLA numbers. CDA is about 0.9 to 1.3, depending on your category of car. F3 or equivalent, you're looking at about 1.5 to 2.7, but the FIA spec and US spec F3 goes to about 3.5. CDA is about 0.7 to 1.1. The old 3000 cars are about 2.4 to 2.7. 1.2 to 1.3. Indy cars about a CLA of 3 to 4.5. with a CDA of 1.4 to 1.7. For those of you tuning in from Europe, F2's about those same sort of numbers, except the CDAs drop a bit. And LMP2/Daytona prototype, you're looking at about 3.7, a CLA of 3.7 to 5, CDA is about 0.9 to 1.2. So why have you bothered listening to this little tirade about how to calculate aero? Here's why. Here's the payoff, ladies and gentlemen. It allows you to generate and read an aero map. Consider this downforce map for an LMP2 car, which we rolled out for the chassis sim competition that we ran earlier in the year. If we take a look, this tells you the ride height envelope you need to be in the high speed corners. You get the ride heights there in turn into mid corner, it's money for jam. So particularly if you're at places like Road America, if you're at places like Daytona, Sebring, well, particularly if you're on the endurance course as opposed to the smaller course the Indy cars are on. You know, the places like Motorsport, Le Mans, this is money for jam. This allows you to truly understand what to do with the car. And by using our simulation tools and by using our data, we're sort of bringing this all together. So again, don't leave home without it. Okay, tire modeling, why you don't leave home without it. Now, when we talk about tire modeling, this is usually the sort of stuff enough to send grown men screaming into the hills for sheer terror. And I got to admit, the first time I saw a Pajeco formulation, I got 84% pure maths free in my undergrad. And the first time, when the first time I saw a Pajeco formulation, my first reaction was, well, F me. And of course, that's the that's of course the PG-13 version. Now, the thing about tire modeling, ladies and gentlemen, is here's the following. The key to get right is the traction circle radius versus load characteristic of the tire. You get that right, everything falls into place. For those of you who've seen the original Karate Kid, to quote Mr. Miyagi, balance good, karate good. Balance bad, you better pack up and go home. This is the tire modeling analogy. And the soul of your tire is given by this. The traction circle radius is your initial coefficient of friction, 1 minus KB times the vertical load, all multiplied by the vertical load of the tire. Ka is the initial coefficient of friction. KB is how that coefficient of friction drops off with tire load. Fz is the load on the tire. So why do we bother trying to put all this together? Here's why. Because every tire can be expressed as its initial coefficient of friction and the load at which it generates its max grip. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, once you understand how to use race data to fill in that gap, it will transform the way you set up your race car. Here's why. If the loads you see on track are about here, so they're about, say, 20% away from the peak load of your generator that you see on track, here's the thing. It tells you soft springs, soft damping ratios, high roll centers, high pitch centers. The tire needs a lover with a slow hand. However, if you're now looking at, say, your peak load is about 50% less than the peak load where the tire generates its grips, that's telling you low roll centers, stiff bars, stiff springs, high damping ratios. Why? The tire needs to be worked, and it needs to be worked hard. And once you and what I'm about to show you is a really powerful technique about how you can generate this from race data. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, if I had $10 for the amount of time I've heard the thing, oh, we can't do simulation, we don't have tire data. Let's put it this way: I'd have more money than Jeff Bezos and Warren Buffett combined. But also make no mistake, one of the worst kept secrets in this business is how most lateral and longitudinal forces versus slip ratio versus slip angle and slip ratio are pretty much there purely for decoration. What I'm about to show you will get you a usable tire model really quickly. So, okay, the first thing we need to understand is where are the peak tire loads we're seeing on track. Now, to do that, we can do two things. Number one, we can fit strain gauges to the car. The problem with load cells and strain gauges to the car, they're a little bit like fish and chips in romantic movies. They're either really, really good or they're really, really bad. And there is no in between. There's no in between. And fellas, if your missus has ever forced you to sit through a really, really bad romantic movie, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So what we're, so the but the other way we can do this is through a rough simulation model, because here's the thing. Whether it be chassis sim, whether it be any other of my contemporaries, tire loads will pop out in the wash. So what you can do is that you can go through, see where your peak tire loads is with a very, very rough correlation model, and then you'll typically add about, for an initial guess, 30% of the peak load. Now, once you've got that, we now need to estimate the initial coefficient of friction of the tire. To do that, we do a very, very simple force balance, and that is your rear and lateral forces are your weight distribution of the front, MT times IRVX squared, and your rear forces is your weight distribution of the rear times MT times IRVX squared. Now, this I go to in a little bit more depth in the Chassis Sim YouTube channel, and I also discuss this at length in the Chassis Sim boot camps. Now, so the great thing about all this is that you can combine all this into an Excel sheet. Now, the great thing about combining this into an Excel sheet, this Excel sheet is a little bit like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. It doesn't look like much, but it's got it where it counts. Vis-a-vis, it allows you to predict your cornering speeds, and it allows you to get a base tire model. But once you've got that base tire model, you can then plug it into Chassis Sim and then use the Chassis Sim tire force modeling to fill in the gaps. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, once we started that technique, would have been about 4 or 5 years ago in the Chassis Sim community, we went from doing tire modeling in about a week to 2 weeks to days. This is a really, really powerful first cut technique to get yourself into the ballpark. But the question is, now I know some of you at this point might have tuned out here, is why bother doing all this? Here's why. Once you have a tire model, it allows you to really explain the magic behind the so-called magic number, which is the lateral load transfer distribution at the front, because that gives you your first cut of grip and stability. So here we've got lateral load transfer distribution versus total force. So here we've got a variation of about 1,000 newtons over a total force of about 22,000 newtons. So that's about 5 or 6%. But the big thing that varies is the stability index, which is that thing we talked about before, the non-dimensionalized static margin. Take a look at how that varies. This is static margin. This is static margin divided by 100. Take a look at how that is varying, and if you're starting to look at a variance of about 10% of static margin, that's a huge difference to she's understeering like a pig to, oh my God, the car's got me. So the dance that we dance as race engineers is pretty much maximizing where that grip is to the stability the driver can put up with. And everything that we've just walked through about how to do aero modeling, about how to do tire modeling, allows you to do this numerically. Your days of going through, putting your finger in the air, going, oh yeah, I feel that it's going to do this. Those days are now over. With that sort of approach, you've now got the ability to nail this down with numbers. And make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, once you start engineering that way, it's going to quote Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars when he was instructing Luke Skywalker in his first episodes into the Force, it's taking your first steps into a much larger world. So, that all being said, how do we now actually employ the simulation? And what do we? How do we employ the simulation? And what do we focus on? Okay, first things first, quantifying setup changes. If we take a look at a 2D tire model, great for correlation. But if you take a look at the nature of the model, when we start looking at the set of setup variables that we use as race engineers, the actual changes from setup to setup are very, very small. Let me give you an example of this. Here's a very, very rough example of a V8 supercar. So here we've got initial coefficient of friction of 2.2 and a peak load of about 850 kilos. So when we go through and start evaluating what that means, and let me give you an example of that. With the old live axle cars, a huge go-to change was moving the rear roll center up and down by 10 mil by varying the Watts length. Now, these were the things the drivers would swear black and blue was the biggest change in the world. But if we take a look at the forces, those forces are really small. If we take a look at this example between a rear roll center of 240 mil and 250 mil, you're barely looking at differences of about 3 kilograms force. Now, There are obviously some other bits and pieces that are going to interact with this, like for example, how the stability index is going to change. But here's the thing: it's actually going to err more to the conservative side than it is to oh my God, this is the biggest change you'll ever deal with. So this really rams home how you need to look at simulated data. The changes that you will do on your simulator are always going to be smaller than actual data. Reason one, for the reason we just discussed. Reason two, a simulator has no concept of its own mortality. Chassis sim is the Terminator. It does not know mercy. It does not know pity. And it absolutely will, it knows exactly where the grip is, and it absolutely will not stop until maximum grip has been achieved. And so consequently, when you start looking at simulated data, the changes in steer angle, throttle are going to be very, very small. But where it will really make its presence felt is mid-corner speeds. That's the way that you look at what a simulator is telling you. And once you understand that, that allows you to open up your mind properly. And that's a really, really important, and that is the key differential between looking at simulated to actual data. Okay, so here are some rough rules of thumb about what your simulator means. So 0.1 to 0.2 k an hour, that's going to be a mild change. 0.2 to 0.6 k an hour, that's moderate. Anything over about 0.6 k an hour, that's hallelujah, be praised Jesus sort of territory. This is the sort of stuff that you absolutely sit down and you absolutely say and you give thanks to your religious honcho of choice to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, the other thing that you're also looking for is small and consistent changes. Here's some work I did for a amateur driver in the V2V category. This is basically, for lack of a better term, LMP4. So what we've got here is that we've got consistent changes in the seat time, very small changes in the speed time. That's an example of a good simulated change. Now, correlation. What do you focus on? Okay, so here are some rough rules of thumb. 80 to 120 k an hour. That's going to be, you want that to be within about 1 to 2 k. 120 to 160 k an hour, you want that to be about 2 to 3 k an hour. 160 k an hour, 3 to 4 k an hour is good enough. The exception that proves the rules for this is ovals. And the reason that ovals are the exception that proves the rules, the number one thing you've got to get right on an oval is matching the tire loads. However, the following is an example of this is correlation that is good enough. What we've got here, actual is colored, simulated is black. So what we've got here is, the dampers aren't too bad, but some of the speeds are off. That's okay. That's an amateur driver. That correlation formed the basis for that particular small race team to be able to make really good ground on things like suspension geometry and dampers. The other thing that I also want to say about correlation is, make no mistake, really good correlation sells simulators. I mean, that correlation I showed you at the top of the hour, that's what I call my simulator pawn shot. What it does is it sells simulators. It gets team managers and drivers all hot and bothered. But the thing about it is, correlation is a byproduct. If you go chasing correlation in and of itself, you will be forever doomed to disappointment. Correlation comes as a byproduct. As you match the aero model, as you match the tire models, as you measure up the car properly, the correlation, and as you work on the tire model, these things come to you. But if you go chasing it, using all sorts of fudge factors, et cetera, you will be forever doomed. You will be forever doomed to disappointment. Okay, some rules of thumb and how to use simulation. Okay, so here's an example of a simulation that I ran for a customer of mine in the Pro class in Time Attack. And that's for those of you who aren't familiar with the Time Attack category, it's very, very analogous to the open category in Pikes Peak. So what we've got here is that we've got speed, we've got the front and the rear average dampers, we've got ride heights, and we've got bump rubber displacement. Now here, I was using the simulator like a calculator. I couldn't have given two hoots about the lap time. What I was looking for was, okay, I knew approximately, I'd hand calc out the downforce, and I needed to know where I needed to be in my bump rubber package. And I used that as my basis to make sure that my ride heights are okay, but more importantly, to design a really solid bump rubber package. And that actually worked out really, really, really well. But that, ladies and gentlemen, shows you how you use simulation as a calculator. This is where, you know, the importance of understanding our aero map, understanding our tires, this is where all this comes together. Some other rough rules of thumb on how to use simulation. Okay, so spring rates, plus or minus 20% of the base setup. Keep damping ratios to known values of the base setup. Suspension geometry, plus or minus 20% of your standard roll center migration. That being said, if you're using something like the Shaker Rig Toolbox, you can actually lean a bit on, you can go a little bit more adventurous on your damper curves. You can lean on the camber changes, bars within plus or minus 30% of the base setup. But the other thing too, particularly to the younger engineers who are tuning into this, because once upon a time, I used to be you. I used to be like you. I was thinner. I had more hair, and also too, I used to be able to. I would charge up and try to be perfect. Trust me, you are going to get more headway if you start from a well-known model and modify it to suit. And I cannot stress that point enough. So let's talk about how this all came together. And this is, I think, a really, really powerful case study about when your race car simulation really drives your race engineering. And that is simulation in action, the 24 hours of Le Mans. So it was the setup days of Le Mans 2019. I was doing my rounds, seeing my customers, and I had a good friend of mine who was working for a team that had just graduated from LMP3 into LMP2 and were doing it at Le Mans. And he took one look at me and he just said, buddy, my reproductive organs are on the chopping block here. And I just said, what does that mean? He just said, we're in a bad situation, et cetera, et cetera. So pretty much everything we've just discussed about constructing an aero map, constructing a tire model, bring it all together. What I did for this particular team, and because he was a good mate and I'm a soft touch, I basically had to dive in and do some stuff and do a lot of stuff very, very quickly. And everything that I'm about to talk to you guys about, I did in 2 to 4 hour sessions. So really for me, this really shatters the myth that race car simulation is something that you have to spend months and months developing. And then, you use it very, very sparingly. But again, this is sort of the culmination of what happens when you understand a car numerically. So the first thing to do was to calibrate the aero. And because there was so little time, biggest return on investment, focusing on end of straight correlation. So what we've got here is green was the initial data, black was the first simulation run, red was where we got to. Now, I was a little bit in a good situation here in the fact that I had a good base model put together by one of my students. However, because the map was purely from CFD, there was a lot of work that needed to be done. Now, so focusing on the end of straight correlation, so the CLA max had to be dropped down by 9%. CDA max could stay, was fortunate enough to stay as is, and the aero balance had to move plus 4%. That being said, though, guys, this is about what you'd expect from CFD results. I mean, don't get me wrong, the stuff that Ray does is really, really good. But whether you're talking about stuff from CFD, whether you talk about a wind tunnel, just remember, these tools are dynos. This is not facsimile from God Almighty himself. So you're always going to have to do a little bit of calibration to actual data. So once that was done, I then went through and did a rough calibration on the cornering speeds. Now, because chassis sim is transient, I focused on getting the altitude road camber right, getting the bump scale factor right, and then tuning in with the grip scale factors. And the following was the end result. Now, this wasn't perfect correlation, but it was good enough to get started. Remember, this was done in 1 4-hour session, ladies and gentlemen. There wasn't, I had to move quickly. So once that was done, it was time for the second 4-hour session, it was time to move on to tuning the aero map. And we had to get the car in the aero sweet spot. So what I did, and particularly if you take a look at a place like Le Mans, when you take a look at like the Porsche Curbs, Indianapolis, Tête Rouge, we're talking cornering speeds, 160, 220, 240, 240k an hour for an LMP2 car. It's higher for a P1 car. So making sure that you got the car, the ride height envelope in the aero sweet spot for the turn-in and mid-corner sections of the turn-in, it's money for jam, ladies and gentlemen. And it's like, it's like taking candy from a baby. So what we did was we focused on tuning in the third springs, and where we really got the greatest return on investment was the problem is the rear third spring was set way too stiff. And what was happening is that the car was basically at an attitude like like this, so it was well out of the aero sweet spot. So what we did was we softened up the third spring and got it down to here. And as we can see in the data, the front pitch wasn't too bad. As you can, the baseline was colored. Black was where we got to. If we take a look at the rear pitch, that was when that was getting that rear to sit down, and it basically allowed the rear platform to sit down a little bit better, and it basically picked up 2 to 3k an hour in 2 to 3k an hour in those high speed turns. That's when I knew, okay, that's when I turned around to Roberto and I said, okay, put this on the car. This isn't a debate. The next thing I did was I cranked out the shaker rig toolbox and went through some of the damping options. And here was using the shaker rig toolbox, which is basically conducting a whole bunch of frequency swept sine tests to see where we could go with the dampers. Now, here I didn't make a lot of ground with the contact patch load variation, which measures the tire load variation as it goes over the bumps. But what I did do was, the amplitudes were about the same, but the cross pitch mode changed quite significantly. And this is a little tip that I picked up from a paper, an SEE paper released by Henry Kolchewak, who runs the ARC rig in Indianapolis. Now, it's not that often that a proper grown-up will write about what they did on a shaker rig, but that was a really, really good rule of thumb for me to adopt, and has served me very, very well. But that really allowed a direction for these guys to go with damping. But because of the time constraints, they really didn't get time to put it on the car, but I threw it to Roberto as an option. So what was the end result of all this? Okay, the initial goal was to make sure they didn't run last. Job done. Yay, Roberto kept his reproductive organs. However, what happened was because they now had such a good basis, they could now tune the other stuff to get the setup to come to get the car to the circuit. And the end result was in the P2 category. They were 4th in the morning warm up, so they had a quick car. That, ladies and gentlemen, just shows you really the power that you've got with race car simulation. Now, so to wrap things up before we start the QA. Okay, here's the thing about race car simulation. It forces you to quantify your car. That is so, so important, ladies and gentlemen. We saw that dampers, you can view them as load cells, and with a basic tire model can yield so much about the car. But here's the nail, ladies and gentlemen. It forces you to race engineer the car numerically. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I know the squiggly lines are very sexy, but the real nail is that is the full stop at the end of the process. What you learn is everything to generate those squiggly lines in the first place. So let me now at that point conclude the formal part of the presentation, and now let me turn it over to Q&A.
Wow, Danny, that was tremendous. First of all, we have advanced the ball tremendously. I have a question. I do invite all of our people out there to put their questions up in the chat section, and we'll go through them. There is a lot of information there, but anytime you can throw in Money for Jam, a Karate Kid reference, Star Wars, and all of that into understanding of chassis simulation, I'm loving what I am hearing. So thank you for that. Maybe continue on, but for folks out there who have a question, please put it into your chat section. In the meantime, Danny, how did race engineers do all of this before this tool?
Trial and error. And actually, to be quite honest, I mean, let me give you a direct quote from one of my motorsport mentors, who, I mean, look, I mean, he used to race a guy by the name of Brian Ireland. He used to race Formula 3 with the likes of Riccardo Patrese and Nigel Mansell. And he said to me, everything we did before this, it was just trial and error. We would literally throw something at it, and it was almost literally hit. It was almost literally hit and hope. When I started to work, so when he started the first use simulation, some of my contemporaries said, this is not too bad. But then when I started to work with him, he just figured, he looked at me and he said, I don't know how I survived before I actually used this. And primarily because of the fact that with everything, and that was actually a really good example of how I work with him, because we worked together on the first A1GP, the first generation A1GP car. And the thing about that A1GP car is what should have been a really straightforward process, because it was basically the old Lola 3000 cars. The guy who used to run, the figurehead of A1GP was Sheikh Maktoum El Makmak Maktum, Sheikh Mac for short. And he insisted that the car looked like a shark and had tires the size of the Batmobile. So consequently, what should have, so all the setups that did work for those 3000 cars went flying out the window. And using that approach that we talked about how to quantify your aero, quantifying your tires from race data, pretty much transformed the way that he would go about engineering a car.
These are all come across as high-level engineering, but there's so much racing that goes on in the world. Where is the break for someone who would want to use this? I know there are a lot of club racers, smaller racers that
right.
Racing is part of it. They want to challenge themselves, and this looks like something that they would like.
Okay, so to any club racers who are tuning into this, okay, let me sort of let me break down one of the sacred cows / huge myths of this business, that you need to have $40,000 worth of data acquisition to use simulation. That's a total nonsense. Here is pretty much what you can get to about 90-95 to about a good 85-90%. Damper pots, steer sensors, damper pots, steer sensors, throttle, steer angle, and a good tri-axis G meter. You have all those things, you can pretty much do everything that we've just discussed.
Wow, amazing stuff. Now, we're running a little short on time, getting close to the end. This has been an amazing day one. Danny, is there anything you want to drive home the point for the folks out there who are watching now or in the future about Chassis Sim, how it will work for them, and most importantly, how to go about getting it or getting involved?
Okay, so number one, you can get involved on the you can get involved on the Chassis Sim website. Probably your entry point is the online simulation on chassim.com. Now, I just had a question fly up in the chat about the LMP2 competition that we ran earlier this year. Yes, the results, what you can learn from that is all on the Chassis Sim YouTube channel and the website.
Tremendous. One of the other gentlemen down there have been using Chassis Sim since 2010. Strongly recommend for any engineering group. And that seems to be the common review, that once you get it, this is a mandatory item.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Very exciting. I've learned a lot. I know a lot of our audience have as well. I like the idea of taking first steps into a much larger world and having that as an arrow in your quill when you're going to fight on the racetrack out there. And instead of guessing, right? Isn't that what everything is about?
That is just right. And make no mistake. Like also too, just noticed a few things coming up in the chat as well. There's like. Sure. There are eight seems to be like 8 chats there. But look, I cannot stress enough what you get out of simulation. Just remember the squiggly lines, the driver in the loop stuff. Yeah, it looks sexy. It gets team management and drivers all excited. But I can tell you right now, the big thing is it forces you to understand the car numerically and quantify it numerically. Once you understand that, your whole world opens up.
That is amazing. And once your world opens up, as you say, and I can imagine, as much as you joked about basic high school math, they didn't teach that in my high school, Danny, but certainly we have you directly. That gives you more options, right? That gives you options.
Absolutely. Well, let me quote my US dealer, John Hayes. Now, John, the thing I love about John is that he's actually not a degree qualified engineer. He's basically a race mechanic who grew into race engineering. He said to me, "Here's the thing about truly being able to quantify your car. You can get up onto the pit wall, and you are not guessing. You are totally prepared. There's no ifs, ands, or buts."
Excellent. Excellent. Danny, thank you very much. This was tremendous. Chassis Sim, go to epartstrade.com. I see Francisque here. And now I think he can actually begin drinking. Like, I think now.
I think you're right. I think we need.
But you know what? Yeah, but you know what? I'm about to shatter. I'm about to shatter. Yeah, I'm about to shatter one of your sacred cows, Francisco. I'm a teetotaler. I drink non-alcoholic beer.
I know you do, Danny. I know you
Yes,
do.
I know.
You attacked the vegans, Danny. You attacked.
Yeah, well, look. Yeah. What can I say? I've known a few vegans during my time, and well, to quote, all I can say is those of us tuning in, JPC is ultra spiritual channel. If meat eaters acted like vegans, it just says it all.
Danny is wonderful. He makes things, so simple. I mean, he has that talent to make the most incredibly complicated things fascinating. And Danny, I'm delighted to have you part of Online Race Industry Week. You were terrific. I have seen many of your presentations, and please send my best to Adele and all our friends in Australia. And so thank you very, very much. And now into the last session of the day. It's going to be with Linda Vaughn, the happy. And before we go into the happy hour with Linda Vaughn, everything you always wanted to ask Linda, we're going to have a little video from our sponsors, because again, without them, there won't be Online Race Industry Week. So Reed, who is our producer right here, is going to take over for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Then we'll get back together for the happy hour with Linda Vaughn. So Reed, into you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
I'll see you
Danny.
later, guys. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge, and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere, 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, welcome back. And I think we have Paul, we have John, and I think somebody with a mask who look very...
I'm being safe. Hi, guys.
I think Paul is on mute and John is on mute. And so the moment...
No, we're no longer on mute.
Yeah, you good, you good.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Linda.
My apologies, we had an issue with the sound with our sponsor's video. So that's what happens sometimes when you are live, and we have been live since 6:45 a.m. this morning. We started the day with the wonderful Roger Penske, then we went in the US, in Europe, we came back to the US, and then we ended the day in Australia, and now we're back in California with the wonderful... Absolutely, with the one and only one, the wonderful Linda Vaughn. So it is almost 5 o'clock. It's a happy hour. So I think John and Paul, you guys take on.
Well,
Go ahead, Paul, you start.
All right, thank you, John. First off, hello, Linda, welcome.
Thank you, Paul. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Cheers.
Yes, I wish I had one too. You're ahead of me.
Cheers.
Yes, cheers. I'll just hold up my cell phone. But Linda, it's such a pleasure to be with you here to close out this first, inspiring day. And you are iconic and really the first lady of motorsports. And thank you for all the kindness you showed me as a young person when I shyly introduced myself to you. I couldn't believe I was actually talking to you.
Well, I've always tried to be nice and kind to everyone because my mother says, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you.
Well, it shows in your actions throughout the time you've been involved in motorsports, but more importantly, you're just a wonderful ambassador for our sport.
Thank you.
And I think you consistently share your love and passion for the sport and the people in it. And I think that's why it's great to spend this evening with you, kind of closing out a day. And I also think it's fantastic. I tell people that I live near Linda Vaughn. That is the ultimate.
Everybody thinks I still live in the South. I do. Yeah.
But I think that John has some great stories to start us off with. John, I'm dying to hear what they are. You've been teasing me today. And I just want to get started with you. And John, do you want to just set this up?
Okay, I just have two stories, one after another. I know we want to talk to Linda, not John. So Linda, just let me tell these stories.
Make it quick.
When I first started in the industry, I had watched racing on television, read Hot Rod magazine, but I didn't know as much about the racing culture and racing as much as I should have. In my first year, I really dedicated myself to learning about the racing industry. And I didn't know as much about Linda Vaughn as people do inside racing. And so I went to Daytona Speed Week, and the first race I went to was a twin 125s. The cars were all parked. The drivers were standing by their cars and nothing was happening. And I'm wondering, why are we paused here? The grandstands are full. Why don't we get going here? And then the announcer said, ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady of Motorsports, Linda Vaughn, is making her way out of the grandstands, and she'll come across the track. Excuse me, and wish all the drivers good luck. So we all stopped. They opened a door from the grandstands and the fence. They put steps over so you could walk down the steps. You cross the track, spent a few minutes with every driver on the grid. And when that was done, they said, okay, now we're going to go racing. And the car started rolling. And I thought, who is Linda Vaughn? And that's like the Queen of England stepping out here. And so that was the first impression that I had of Linda Vaughn personally. And it was a big one. I never forgot it. Now,
I was really checking out all the Hurst shifters and making sure they're going to be safe. And major sponsor too. So
now the second story number 2. So the next time I went to Pomona for the drag races, so that was probably the finals. And, you know, I saw Linda Vaughn. I knew the Linda Vaughn story by then. And people, always a crowd around Linda, and people just want to talk to her and meet her and just say hello. And I went over to the grandstands that are closest to the street, and you have to have a media pass or a sponsor. You're kind of in the business, and it's quieter over there. So I just went over there to rest and maybe try and take some photos of the cars. And then you ended up behind the grandstands over there where it was very quiet. You were talking to 2 people and just kind of all by yourself and these 2 people. And then I saw a mom come up with a son, and the son was maybe 12 years old, and he was in a wheelchair. And the 2 people finished talking with you. They walked away, and the mother, with trepidation, she moved slowly towards the famous Linda Vaughn with her son in a wheelchair, and just walked up there like not knowing what's going to happen. And can I just approach Linda Vaughn? And Linda, I looked over, you didn't see me at all. I was way up in the grandstands. You were down below in the shadows. Nobody's there. Nobody's watching you. This is Linda Vaughn all by herself. You treated the son like he was the Prince of England. You lavished attention on him. You just made him feel like he was the most important person at the racetrack that day. It was unbelievable. So that's one of my Linda Vaughn stories. I told my wife that story the other day, who Linda Vaughn is, and she choked up with tears.
I got tears now. Thank you.
Well, we thank you because you brought glamour here to racing, and none of us think we're glamorous, but when you walk around, it's like, oh, maybe I'm glamorous too. But you have a generosity of spirit for all these years that was unfailing. And every time I've met you and run into you, it's just the generosity of spirit is always there. And I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for being Linda Vaughn. And, you know, there's no one like you. And so for all of us watching, just a big thank you. And then this generosity of spirit and this way you have of treating people. You mentioned your mother. I've heard you mention your mother before. And the South is full of people who are just such wonderful people. Could you talk about that? Like before there was Linda Vaughn, there was Linda Vaughn in Georgia with her mother and sister. How did everything happen?
Well, I grew up in Dalton, Georgia. You know, Dalton, Georgia is a pretty famous little country town, home of Deborah Norvell and Marla Maples and Linda Vaughn. The JC's put the name on the sign. But my mom and Dad left us when we were very young, and she raised me. And I told her, I said, you take care of me while I'm little, and when I get bigger, I'll take care of you. So we grew up pretty poor, and we appreciated things. And I'd want to do little beauty contests, and Mother would make me my outfits or my costumes, and I'd sing and dance, and I'd made me some homemade tap shoes because I couldn't afford those black patent leather tap shoes. So I went down with this black friend of mine down at the shoe shop who took care of all of my daddy's shoes and my brother's shoes and everybody's shoes, made me some tap shoes, and I entered that contest and I won. So there it was the start of a career, which I started quite a young age, dancing and singing and tapping. And I just loved being with my mother. She taught me so well. She always taught me wonderful things. We were very religious. And as I grew older, I became a you know, into the scene, and I entered some contests, and I thought, Mother, I'm going to enter Miss Atlanta Raceway. And she says, well, I'll go with you. She says, because you're not really quite old enough. And so she went with me, and I won Miss Atlanta Raceway. That got me started. And I met the Pure Oil people with Pure Firebird Racing Gasoline. I entered their contest and won it, and I got to go to Charlotte, North Carolina, and Daytona and ride in the parade. So she says, we got to make you some costumes. You just can't go sit on the car and not have a pretty costume. So we'd get down all the magazines and come up with some costumes, and she made me a wonderful Miss Firebird costume. I went to the Daytona 500, red feathers and all, Miss Firebird, Pure Firebird Gasoline, and she was always with me. Made friends with the wives and the drivers, and I met George Hurst. And when I met George Hurst, he told us about his contest, and the Pure Gasoline was getting ready to start. So I entered the contest in Miss Hurst Golden Shifter, and by then I was working for a dentist in Dalton, Georgia, Dr. Felker's, the famous Amos Felker and his son. And I worked my way through school. I got my degree, and I was real proud of that. And then George's ad in Hot Rod Magazine said, we are looking for a new Miss Hurst Golden Shifter. She must have a good personality, like racing, and have sound teeth. And I go, are you looking for a race queen or a race horse? Yes. Took my mother with me, you guys. 200 girls, four different places where we went. And I won Charlotte, and I won Atlanta. Then we went to Pennsylvania. I won in Pennsylvania, and then we went to Hollywood. And then the big finale was in Hollywood, and I won Miss Hurst Golden Shifter and a Pontiac convertible GTO. I thought I was hot stuff. Boy, when I came home, I had a fast car with a Hurst shifter in it, and Mother made me all my costumes for many years for George Hurst. So we started working so hard that I was traveling, and I got too busy, so I had to quit my dental job. But he said he'd hire me back anytime I wanted to come back. But I really enjoyed making people smile, and it became a part of my life. But I also took a degree in marketing and learned how to sell Hurst shifters. So race on Sunday, sell on Monday. So that was my life, and has been for 50 years. Of course, I started with this too. Does that wrap it up for you?
Well, I have to step in here because one of the things I've been impressed with when I've been around you is you know your stuff, Linda. You really do.
Thank you.
You know, I think that obviously you're a beautiful person inside and out, but I was just impressed by who you know and what you know about this business. Thanks to a mutual friend of ours, I have your book.
Wonderful.
I'm
sure Judy got you that book.
You sure did, and I was like, I was overjoyed.
I'm so proud of Judy and Francis and Gilroy and all you guys that have made this happen. This is perfect timing for y'all right now, and I'm proud to be here.
I agree, and I think that one of the things that you did is you created almost the art form of personality marketing, and you represented the entire sport, and you effectively you took it over. I don't think it was a hostile takeover. I thought it was the most friendly takeover I'd ever seen.
Thank you. Yeah, I did it all because I covered motorsports from. Started in February with the with the NHRA, and of course down to Daytona, and then back to another drag race, and then an off-road race, and then a car show, and it just snowballed and snowballed, and of course all the trade shows. And I took all the trade shows, going to the warehouse distributor shows, very, very deeply and important in our industry, is to know your product, race it, test it, be a part of the overall marketing of it. So that was my dream come true. And I still do it from time to time.
Yes. And I think the thing that you do though, is you remember what the business is about. You remember what the people are about. And when I have a couple of questions I wanted to ask you that I've always wanted to ask you. When you started this and this journey, when was the moment you realized that there was another gear in what you were doing? Like you're beautiful and people, want to be seen with you and you represent the glamour of the sport, but all of a sudden this became a business where you were helping people make their businesses work and you had to understand that dynamic. When did that dawn on you? Or was it early?
After the first year of 134 events, about killing myself getting out there. I mean, the bad weather, the good weather, the high heel shoes, the blisters, the dirty arms wrapped around you. But if they won, I'd go ahead and kiss them because it's a part of the sport and the industry. Really and truly, it dawned on me at the end of that first year, they need to renew my contract. Because I want to look at a business plan for 3 years. It takes really about 3 years to get it going and get it your marketing and line up all your companies and your attack into the public world. And then you fulfill it that third year. So at the end of the third year, he made me a corporate employee and I got a turkey every Christmas. He said, "You want a ham or a turkey?" I said, "I want a turkey."
Oh my God.
Really and truly, I just turned it into a business. And I got so busy, I hired the girls and named them my her stats because I couldn't do all the shows. So I would send them out to different warehouse shows, and then we'd all meet up at the Daytona 500, the Indy 500, the NHRA Nationals. So we snowballed it into a real popular. All my little young ladies that work for me are all beautiful, and then we turned it into a happening. It was a part.
Yeah,
it was like the national anthem.
You were the mod squad in my book. I think all of that.
Yeah, we were
way about you. You were confident. You were professional and pleasant, but at the same time, when you you ladies showed up, you owned wherever you walked into. It was pretty impressive.
Thank you.
It still is, I think.
Thank you very much. When I had young ladies like Miss Nikki Phillips. She is a doctorate now. She got her PhD. She's brilliant. And on the way to a race, she'd have to stop and collect these plants because she'd study them. But then she'd go, and I said, "Put your plants away. We're going to work now." She'd walk in and smile. "Hey, how y'all doing? What kind of car you got?" So it's a snowball. And then little June Cochran, she was the Playmate of the Year, the top 10 of the decade. But she was also well educated because I made sure she talked about the parts. Marsha Bennett. I had some beautiful girls. And Shelley, we used to call her Legs because she was the big tall one with legs up to here. and she would do some of the East Coast shows for me. And we just started just covering the whole territory and marketing. Only question that George Hurst had one time, he goes, "Why is your hosiery bill so expensive?" And I said, "Because that girls wear pretty suntan stockings when we wear those cute little short outfits, and nobody's going to have a run in those stockings. So please sign off, and this is what I need for the year." And he goes, "That's the most expensive hosiery bill I've ever seen." That's the only thing he ever complained about.
And I have to ask you one specific question about your wardrobe. Whenever I see a pair of, I think, white boots, I think of you. I cannot look at a pair of white boots without thinking of you. How many pairs of white boots have you owned?
Oh, my Lord. I still don't. But I buy them for all the girls. And Shelley had the biggest foot. Have you ever tried to find a pair of size 12s for a lady? Wow. We like to never found her shoes, but we found them. And thanks God for Hollywood, because you come out here and you can find about anything and everything. Especially at Fredericks of Hollywood. I bought them all push-up bras. Everybody loved that because the costumes look better. But we got invested with the company, and he ordered, I got all the boots. I got them 3 pair of white boots each because they would break a heel or they would tear a boot. So I'd always have really nice boots for them. And then I had a repair guy that would make sure that the girls would bring their repair boots in down in Laguna to get them fixed. It was hilarious. Then waiting for us to come in to bring our boots.
You probably needed like a tire service thing where everybody's.
Goodyear, we put a little Goodyear stickers on the back of the heels, and we had good publicity.
I bet you did. And I think the one thing I've wondered, you've seen the sport change. You were a very young person when you came in, and the world has changed. I wanted to ask you, what's the most dramatic change you've seen in your time around racing? It can be anything. It's just, what has been the biggest change?
And stock car racing, Indy car racing,
Any type of racing, because
well, they've accepted the women. It used to be very tough for NASCAR, especially to accept the women. I was one of the first women to ever have a pit pass, and because I was been Miss Firebird, I had to go in and have my costume change in the pit there at the Purell building, and I would always go back out after I'd make my appearance. I'd go back out and I'd sit down in the timing and scoring with Linda Petty and all the ladies, and I was a lady myself. So now you can bring your families, and I think the change has been wonderful. In NASCAR, they can bring their wives, their girlfriends, and their children with them, and I think that's really opened up the whole family to enjoy the sport more. That change was wonderful because I was one of the first women to ever have a pit pass at the Indy 500 too. Yeah. And I earned it through marketing and business and had the pace car programs there. So I helped other ladies. And then when I would appear in an Indy, Bill Simpson, God rest his soul, would make my costumes be in fireproof uniforms, which I put on all the ladies. And then the timing and scoring and the wives started getting their uniforms made. So we brought safety along with it and good looking appearances for nice looking uniforms. So it snowballed from there. More women started partaking, fabricators, and of course, race drivers. Can't leave out Janet Guthrie and Lynn St. James and Shirley Muldowney and Danica. I mean, it just snowballed. The whole sport is, when you put your helmet on, you're a racer, not a man or a woman, you're a racer. And I'm proud to be a part of that.
Amen. I believe that to my core. My first ever race, I got my ass handed to me by a woman.
Well, I'm not going to ask you what she did.
She just beat me. There was no way I was going to beat her. And,
was it in a sports car race?
It was a Formula Ford race. And
well, I was in the Formula Ford race, started last and I won.
That's what I was going to ask you about. I believe you had a racing license here and you went to
SCCA. Yeah. Well, I wanted to learn how to heel and toe because I had got a nice little sports car at home myself. And I used to kind of keep it hid from my friends because they'd make fun of you if you had a sports car. In NASCAR, they'd kick your butt if you had a sports car. But I wanted to learn more. And then I took the Jim Russell School, and then I went to the Hill School of Driving. And I wanted to learn more. So when I announced pro stock at the drag races, I knew more about what I was talking about. And I'd be on the talk shows with Bob and Tom at Indy 500. Hanging out with my drivers. I mean, Lil Al Unser used to tell me all kinds of things that I'd learned from him and his father and AJ, and of course, Tony Stewart. Getting Tony Stewart to tell you things sometimes I couldn't say what he was saying, but he taught me a lot, and I carried it with me to the track and to the radio and TV shows. So learning how to drive them just made a better driver out of me.
And I've got a question. Where did you take the Jim Russell School at?
I took the Jim Russell. Well, I was at Riverside. I mean, I go way back.
Same here. That's where I took Jim Russell as well.
Laguna Seca. And when the guys that night after the race, they were very, very complimentary to me since I was the only woman in the race. And they said it was very nice racing with me. And I said, thank y'all for letting me be one of the boys. And they went, well, wait a minute. No, you're not one of the boys. You just didn't run off the track. But I started last at Laguna Seca and finished second in one of the races. I took my mother and she was out on the turn with Mario because Mario told me how to cut that apex and come out to the
he would know that.
Corkscrew. So when I was in the corkscrew, she got really scared. And after that race, we were at dinner and she goes, I'm going to ask you something that I've never asked you before, but one time I asked you not to do Playboy and you listened to me. Now I'm asking you not to drive the race car anymore. So I quit. I never raced again. I kept my
I think that, she's probably right.
Yeah, because she said I was taking it out of my ex-husband every turn. But I wasn't. I was just trying to learn, I was a little fast. I liked the corkscrew. It scared the hell out of me, but I liked it.
I bet you did. I don't think you'd go halfway in anything you care about or you're passionate about.
No, if you're going to do it, go for it,
Right, that's the racer.
Of course, I went to the Bonneville Salt Flats with the late Watson, and we did the Oldsmobile test, and we were doing the test at Oldsmobile, and I set a record for 207 miles an hour, and I thought that was tremendous going through the measured mile. So all these things, I didn't want to compete. I wanted to talk about it. I wanted to cover racing. I always wanted my own television show. Had a few, but never got the big show that we wanted. I was told I was too sexy. I was this, I was that. But what it was, I think there was a few jealous people because I knew too much between us boys. But to make a long story short, I did have a few shows, and I didn't get that dream to come true, but I fulfilled a lot of my dreams, and I'm still doing it and still want to compete.
And that's an interesting comment. Just to, this, you're fulfilling your dreams, and I see joy in you so many times when you're at events and when you're interacting with us. This is your family, the racing world.
Oh yeah, I've been married to racing for 50 years. I'm married to racing, honey, because I'm not married. I have no children. I got a dog, first dog we ever had. And with this COVID, thank God I have him, because he's been a pleasure. He's really, now I know why you guys and ladies love your dogs, because I am certainly in love with the four-legged dog for the first time.
Four-legged dog.
Is that okay? Can I be myself?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep. And I think the other thing here is that you have this deep-seated passion for motorsports and the people in it. And I asked you the question about what's changed. And you've talked, I think, about some pretty interesting things. What hasn't changed? What's the same basic thing that inspires you when you're around racing?
What hasn't changed?
Yeah.
The love for the sport hasn't changed. Of course, a lot of things have changed this past year. There's been, I'm praying that we get through and we can redo our lives again the way we should be able to do it, and staying low key. And I've been catching up on fan mail and writing things and thinking about another book. I've got my first book. You got a copy of.
Yeah, I love it.
Rest before the end of the show, but I wanted to do a pictorial and a few stories. But I've been getting letters from people that want to know more about Tony Stewart or AJ Foyt or this driver or that driver or the girls. And I think I want to do book number 2, but I want to do it a little better than I did the first book because I didn't make any money. That's the one thing. I got a lot to learn about how to handle book sales.
I could just tell you, publishing holds that basic secret. You work.
Boy, don't they though? Got that right. I'll never forget Elvis Presley one night, because Felton Jarvis and Elvis and I knew each other, and I had the same Fred from Records did my first. I used to sing in Nashville back when I was 13 and 14. And make a long story short, a lot of people didn't know I was a singer, but I was for a while there. And
really,
Elvis told me one night, "Don't get the royalties," and I didn't quite understand. And Felton Jarvis told me that Elvis made peanuts because publishers were making millions. And now I know what they mean by the royalties. You really do have to have a little guidance there for a little more than I had. So I've learned a lot, and I do want to do another book.
You do, and I just want to tell you that you're the very first person I've ever met or talked to that told me that Elvis said this.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, you win. That's impressive.
He was wonderful. He ate banana sandwiches like I did, and we'd go over to Monument Records, and he was my friend. I wasn't interested in going out with him or anything. I just liked him for himself, and I liked the musicians I'd worked with, and the people like Gene Pitney and some really good, and Willie Nelson. That's why I got Willie to play for us at the SEMA show. Of course, I've known Willie since I was 13 years old.
Well, that's awesome. I love Willie Nelson.
To get Willie Nelson to play at the SEMA show, I got it. And they couldn't believe it, but he loved racing. He came out with an AJ Foyt hat on. Everybody about had a heart attack because I gave it to him. But those things, a lot of entertainers would come to the races, and I'd work with them, like Huey Lewis. I brought him to Indy, and Neil Diamond to Indy, Chris Isaac. These are guys that love cars. They all got beautiful cars, and I got Bob Seger, a Hurst shifter for his 57 Chevrolet. I mean, these are the things that are the gravy, involved with it. It's sugar, what is it, chocolate on my candy? I just love doing promotions and building the cars, being involved building special cars. I've built several and appeared at quite a few shows with them. But it's a love. In fact, that hot rod I built, I had a lot of women to work on it. The hot rod Lincoln that we debuted. And he goes, "Oh, damn it, Linda, what are you building?" And I said, "I'm building a hot rod Lincoln." Of course, it could be any car made in America, put an engine in it, use our aftermarket parts. And that's what I did. So I built a hot rod Lincoln. Sure cost a lot of money.
Why not?
Boyd walks up to me and goes, "That's beautiful." And the next thing you know, he had copied it. And here, Tom Gale, he said, "I spent $475 million to build the Prowler." And I said, "I ain't gonna tell y'all what we spent to build it." But it was a small budget because I got the engine from Edsel Ford. Shelby had some help in it. I got different people like Guy Caldwell and some people to work with me on it. And we've just taken it out of the mothballs and we're redoing it, hopefully have it ready to bring it back out by next year. But that was, I gave birth to a car. It took 9 months to get that chassis and everything built. So now I know why you hot rodders out there build your cars. It's a true love and passion. And the pace cars that we built, those were all passion. The Hurst Oldsmobiles, the Hurst pace cars, the Hurst Pontiacs, all those have been just tremendous fun and a lot of work, a lot of sleepless nights sometimes, and having the different drivers work with us to make safer parts. Like Warren Johnson is one brilliant man. I call him Professor. And he helped build some great parts. Grumpy Jenkins, we would run these and test them. And then, you test them and make safer cars. And then people who buy the passenger cars, ladies, men, everybody all over the world would have safer parts. So I really worked with a lot of safety equipment.
That shared passion you're describing, that still drives you, doesn't it? That's actually.
It does. I'm not through yet. I might be a little older, got a few little wrinkles here and there, little freckles here and there, but that's okay. I still got the same heart, the same brain, and I want to use it. I'm not through yet.
I see the excitement come up. I really like talking with women that talk about cars the way you do. That's awesome.
I have a passion. I have such a passion. I mean, I got a sports car, a hot rod, and I got 75 Hurst Olds, and I got my CTSV Cadillac, and I got my SS Chevy. I mean, am I ever going to grow up? No.
Wow. And I remember I was driving through Aliso Viejo. We live near each other, and I see a Ferrari Dino. And I looked right past the Ferrari Dino. Oh my God, it's Linda. That's about as good as it gets.
Tell too many people I have that, but I still have my Dino.
Oh, you look.
I told my mother I was going to have a baby that was red with 4 wheels, and she slapped me.
I just want to jump in here. I mean, I've seen Linda going down Pacific Coast Highway in Dino. And the legend icon of Southern California is a beautiful blonde and a Ferrari going down Pacific Coast Highway. Well, that was Linda Vaughn.
And
I go right over to PRI when they had their office over there, and I'd pull in and I'd meet everybody.
Well, I do want you to know, Linda, I didn't really know how to use my cell phone. It was when I first got this particular phone, and it literally was the first cell phone photograph I ever took was of you in your Dino. I got a picture of you, and I was so pleased because I had like a half a second really to figure it out, and under the pressure, I had to get the picture of you in your Dino. And
Thank you so much. I haven't been able to drive it too much. I've been a little under the weather with my heart issues, and I was supposed to have an operation months ago, but with COVID, we can't go into my heart now. So they got me on some medication, and I can't walk and run and play as much as I want to with my dog, but I can pretty well keep up with things. It's just, and I haven't taken the car out, but about once a week I'll take her out and keep it moist. I got to make sure it's good. And Rod Drew ran through it. And everything's working real good in it, and I love it. But I just hope I get to keep all my cars. Things are getting so bad, I might have to start selling some of them.
Yeah, this is a strange time, and
Yeah, I sold my mother's car to a real collector, Bruce Smith. And you know, Mr. Roger Penske has the pace car that I gave him in 1972 when Mark Donahue won.
yes,
455 in it. It's over at Phoenix, and it's 100 points. Roger had lost it for a while, and when he got it, I was at the banquet, and he comes over. He goes, "It's 100 points now, Linda." He goes, "I got it back," and he was so thrilled. I was real thrilled for him. I love Roger. I worked with Roger on the Formula One tours. You know, I went over there and worked for them, and I made these beautiful costumes with American flags on them, and I really enjoyed doing the Formula One. Of course, Mario has been one of my favorites in the whole wide world, and still is. So I'm glad I got the opportunity to get to know the world. And but there's no place like America. There's no place like what we have here. And I'm just praying everybody gets through this COVID. We don't lose any more of our friends, and we get back to racing. I miss everybody. It's been a long year.
it sure has. And, you know, we've lost a few
Yeah, I have.
friends and racers to this year, and it's been heartbreaking. I mean, so
Yeah, I lost quite a few of my friends to it so far, and I'm being real careful. It's a little lonely, but I've been going through boxes and boxes and boxes of mail. I even opened up a box out of my. We used to have the Hearst Armed Forces newsletter. Now during the Vietnam War, I was answering, finding people that are still alive, and been sending them little notes. And of course, a couple of guys ordered books from me. So it's been wonderful to catch up with some of my fans. I would like to call them fans, but they're my friends. But my fans, they've been wonderful. I love it. I'll give y'all an address. Y'all can write to me, and I like doing that. I really do.
Well, I bet. I mean, again, when you talk about these things, it comes from the heart. It always impresses me. And I also got to say that one thing that you stand out in my memory for, you're incredibly patient when you're in these situations. How do you manage that? Because it's not all of us have that skill.
I just think that my mother taught me life is too short, and you got to make the best of everything. It's not what you don't have, it's what you do have. And take it to heaven with you, you know, be good to people and be nice to folks. And I've had a few run-ins here and there, but not just can't really handle. It's a little scary now. I think there's so many mean people out there that I don't go out at night and stuff anymore because it's too damn dangerous. But I try to surround myself with loving people when I do. And I'm very much a loner when I'm at home. I love being quiet and try to just stay in touch with people. Lots of calls and letters. And I want my own show. Sometimes I just wish I had a camera and crew and we could do this more often. I'd love to do this. I'm so proud of what y'all are doing with ePart Trade. I'm so proud that this is materialized. I ran into Francis and Judy at the bank when they first opened their first account. And I said, boy, what y'all need to do is this e-trade business, ePart Trade business. Little did I know that that's what they were doing. I'm so proud to be a part of it. I congratulate them and all the companies that are involved with them. And I'm especially proud of this particular time in our lives that we're being successful by being on the Zoom and talking with folks. I think it's God sent. I really do.
I think it speaks to what you talked about earlier, is you make the best of the moment and you go kind of with what you've got to work with. And Francisque and John and Judy have done that. It's been very impressive to me, and I've known them for quite a long time now, more than 20 years in most instances. But their ability to adapt and look into this moment and see opportunity has been really inspiring to me and our team.
It's their passion too, because you can see it. When I ran into them at the bank, I think I startled them, but I was very coy and very sweet and very kind, but I also could feel what's coming down. I think it's wonderful to do it this way, the way I've done it. And I think you set an example all over the world. So especially with what's happened now with COVID, we need each other. And now we have each other. And I think it's lovely. I really do. I just wish I knew how to work my computer better. I need somebody to come help me.
Well, I think this Online Race Industry Week has been a boon for people learning how to use Zoom and computers, from what I see.
Oh, I know.
It's moved the technical bar up in the racing industry.
Yeah, I do need some help. I have to admit, I can't figure things out quite like I used to. It's like mind-boggling, but I appreciate anybody that does help me with it, and bear with me when I get back to y'all if I'm a little slow sometimes. It's a whole new experience for me, and I'm anxious to learn more about it, because the first love just about everyone has is their car. I don't know about most of you ladies out there, but my first love was a 57 Chevrolet. First time I saw one, I went crazy. My brother said, "Well, you don't like my Ford Galaxy?" I said, "It's okay, but I love that Chevrolet." And I went out with the boy, and he took me out on a date, and he said, "Can you drive?" And I go, "No." He goes, "Well, I'm going to teach you." He taught me how to drive that 57 Chevrolet. And I bought a Hurst shifter for him at Christmas from Honest Charlie Speed Shop.
Yeah.
And $5.
There we go.
So Honest Charlie gave me my first account. And a Coker tire, did you hear that? I really was impressed. And then, of course, you had to have an Edelbrock manifold. And then after that, it was a love affair all over again, honey. Just buying parts, and I could outdrive. And I was lighter and quicker. And he wanted to drink beer, and I wanted to drive. So I drank, and I got to drive, and he got his beer. So
I think that's how racing should work.
Yeah, absolutely. I was lighter and quicker off the line, and we'd go drag racing, and I did pretty well. Yeah.
That explains why my sister always beat me at go-karts. That doesn't explain why she beat me at slot cars, but I've got to say another thing, Linda, that I think you touched on something here about us being together, this feeling of us being together. And I felt that all day long as I've been watching all the seminars. But, it's not a real racing deal unless Linda Vaughn is here,
Oh, thank you.
And you are like the Popette coming in and blessing all of us and allowing us to go about our business. I have to ask you a question that has occurred to me. You know so many people in this sport, and you know them, on a personal level. They become friends over the years.
Well, they're my family.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And it feels that way when I see you interact with the people. It is very much that feeling. And when you look at what we have as a strength as a community as we come out of the COVID, what do we have, racers? What do we have that's our competitive advantage against the rest of the world? What will get us backed up to speed quicker than everybody else in your mind?
Competition.
Agreed.
Competition. There's nothing better than feeling competition. Competition is like when they'd have the tire wars. I said, we just need a couple of more companies to have these tire wars, and we come out with better tires, and everybody is going to win, Yeah. So who's your mama, who's your daddy, who's your tire? But I always run Goodyears because that's the kind of cars I had. But when they had the tire wars, the competition got them back. We need more American cars in NASCAR racing. We need Ford back in there racing. We need at the Speedway. I mean, I think it's time to open the doors to America, come back racing. Race American cars, buy American cars, and drive American cars. That's how I feel about my sport.
Well, I'm with you. And I think that, you
I wave the American flag, honey. I always have.
Yeah, and you wave it well, I have to add.
Thank you. Thank you.
You make me proud to be an American. And I remember the first time I snuck into a race with a forged credential, I got to the victory circle at Ontario Speedway, and Mario Andretti was about to pull in, and you were there.
Of course I was there.
With Phil Hill. And I remember, you actually have film of this. And I remember thinking to myself, I have arrived. There is Linda Vaughn.
Thank you. God bless you for saying that. That's the way I felt about Mario and Phil Hill. And Phil winning the first Grand Prix as an American driver. I thought that was fabulous. But Mario winning the World Championship, and I got to be a part of it and go to the world races with him and his whole family. It was just, it's a book in itself, which I need to write. I hope I live long enough to write a lot of books. That's what I want to do. I really do.
Well, I look at Mario winning the world championship as one of the highlights of of my time in racing. It was I was a Mario Andretti fan from the first time I laid eyes on him.
Me too.
and I saw him race first, in person, I think at Ascot, and he looked about my size when I was a kid. And I thought to myself, how the hell does he do that? Number one. And he just charged. There was one speed from Mario Andretti.
Wide open, honey.
I like that. I think that's a racer. And
the first time I met Mario, do I have a minute to tell this story?
Yes, I'd love to hear it.
I was in Daytona, and AJ and Parnelli said to me and my brother, do you want to go out to the dirt races? We're going to go see that WAP run a race. And I go, why don't you call him, AJ? He goes, the WAP. I said, I'm going to bet you $1 that WAP wins. And we get out there, and I made him give me that $1 and sign it. I still have that $1. Mario, the WAP won that race, that dirt race. And I told AJ, I said, someday you're going to have to race that little boy. And I loved it when he came to the Speedway. And AJ got real mad at me there for a while, but he got over it.
I think we share, I'm a guy, but I look at Mario Andretti. I have a crush on Mario Andretti. I think
absolutely. You can have a girl crush and a boy crush. Ain't nothing
I
wrong
look
with
at
it.
Mario and I just think I can't do that. He's got it all. And
And he still has it.
he sure is.
He's
really
such
does.
a brilliant man. We stay in touch with each other. That's one thing. I stay in touch with Tony Stewart, and I stay in touch with each other, and AJ a little bit, but Mario a lot, and Alan's your senior and junior. This beautiful top that I have on that I wore, if y'all can't see it, except the checker and everything. This is from Alan's your senior's wife, Susan. It was, and I saved this to wear tonight, but you can't see it.
I can see you. I can see your arms. Of course, it's
I've been trying to show you my checkers.
Very cool.
Just that we're all family, it's like a big old family. It really is. And
Your family's pretty interesting.
I had the most miserable May of my life this year. I have never missed the Indy 500 since I started, except one time when I had my heart operation, and I was devastated. Oh Lord, it was tough.
I bet. I mean, to you, that's got to be like Christmas Day, and that and the Daytona 500.
It was Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving all rolled into one. Yeah, it was really difficult. I did go to the September race with Nancy George. She and I are real close friends with the family, and we set up, which is turn 4 coming out, but when you're there for the September race, it's turn 1. And I will never do that again. If I can't be a part of it and be down there in the pits and be where I should be, I'm never just going to go on the outside looking in. That drove me crazy. I left. I got on the plane, flew home, and watched the rest of it on television. I was heartbroken. I was devastated because that's my life, and I couldn't be a part of it. But I understand. But it's time now for us all to work hard together and help Roger and help everybody get it all back together and make it happen again. Because we are.
That's a really great message to our community here, is that racers solve problems faster and better than anybody else. You basically, racing is learning. And
absolutely.
And
testing. Without drag racing, we wouldn't have the parts that we have to keep people from getting burned. And the brakes, the drag racers are the test drivers. And then, of course, we got all the NASCAR guys. They learned from the drag racers, and then the NASCAR guys make something, and the Formula One guys and the aerodynamics. It all goes hand in hand. It's a big family of motorsports and racing. And you don't get an education until you're part of it, boy. And I'm telling you, that's the best education I've ever had. I learn something every time. Every trade show, every race, I learn something. I keep learning. I want to learn more. I
think you're not only learning, but you're teaching us too. Your grace and your just fundamental kindness is always so impressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think the world could learn from you at this moment.
Thank you. And I want to thank Chevrolet for being so good with me and working with me over these years. When Hearst got sold, I went through so many buyouts at Hearst, but I still love the word Hearst. I still love the Hearst shifters. I'll always stand up for a product that I've put my life on. And I want to thank Chevrolet too, because I've done a lot of course, my first kiss was in a Chevy, so But I want to thank Edsel and Ford for
that's the ultimate endorsement.
The hot rod, and I want to thank Mopar for having the slapstick shifter. So I got to work with the big four, And that's a love affair. I've had love affairs. I still do. I have love affairs with cars. Isn't this crazy?
It's not crazy. I relate, and I think that any car you have a love affair with is it's the Linda Vaughn love affair gold seal of approval, as far as I'm
Thank
concerned.
you. when I sold the Hearst Oldsmobile at Barrett Jackson, I thought they were going to have to drag me off the stage because I'm trying to talk and my mascara is smeared and I'm crying. Tears are
Oh my God.
best. But I had to, I had to pay those doctor bills, and then they gave me a roast, and a lot of the drivers came, and Tony Stewart and John Forrest, they were hilarious. We had a wonderful time. We really did, and made money to help support a few causes. And I liked the Racing Angels project. I do the Racing Angels, and I give back to racing every chance I get.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that? I think
Well, the Racing Angel is about 17 years old now. I'm 18 years old. But we would have a panel. Is that a message for you? I'm dinging in here, don't know what it is. Anyway, the Racing Angels Foundation is, I wanted to recognize, whether it be a driver or a crew member or a person that's done a good job in racing. And we started, and Prolong was one of my first sponsors, and we did the Racing Angel Award. And the first ones we presented was at Talladega, and it was a part of the activity. And we gave, I never forget giving Smokey Unick one, because Smokey did a lot. He saved a lot of lives with the things that he built. And he goes, hell, I ain't never been called an angel before. I said, you're a devil in disguise. We know that, but we love you and the things that you have helped make safer cars, and you're my racing angel. And he was really proud of that. And
he's one smart cat too.
Oh, and the couple that saved Jack Roush's life when Jack crashed the plane over at Talladega into the water and was drowned in, and these two deaf and dumb people that could not speak and hear jumped in and saved his life. And we recognize them as the Racing Angels. And then the Petty family, Neil Bonnie's family, have been a lot of wonderful people that we've made a part of our Racing Angel Foundation. And,
well, I think you're
part of the things I like to give. I give everybody for the start of the Indy 500 a pocket angel. And,
do you?
Yeah, and drag races too, and NASCAR races too. I give them a little pocket angel. And I love the stories I get from the guys. I got caught speeding coming back from Daytona, so I pulled out my pocket angel and told him I was going so fast, and he let me go. I go, now that really is a good story.
But that's a power you didn't know the pocket angel had, is it?
But and a lot of drivers, like Dario Franchitti, he sent Ashley over because he couldn't find his pocket angel. And I'd already given it to him at the driver's meeting. She came over, she goes, I need another angel. And so did Will Power's wife. So I took good care of the ladies, made sure they got the pocket angels to their men. And when Dan Wilburn won Indy, he got out of the car and he says, I want to thank Linda Vaughn who gave me my pocket angel. I love it. So they all got pocket angels. Dario has angels in his rings together. So, and Chip has a bunch of them, and Chip Canacci is another angel. He's been wonderful for our sport and our industry. So we've got.
He has been, and I think again, you've seen some of these people as they transition from being drivers to being team owners.
Chip was a little driver, and I used to help get him sponsors. And then when things got bad with me, Chip came through for me. I mean, that's what kind of a man he is, and a friend, a brother. I love him dearly.
I do as well, and I've known him for better part of my life, and
I think he's one of the finest in the industry, in the sport.
And his team is
phenomenal. Yeah,
it really truly is. And
they all called me after they won the championship. They all missed me, and I was crying when they called me. There's Dario Franchitti and Dixon, and all of them calling me that night. Of course, and I was having a bottle of my favorite, because I do like good champagne and good wine, and Prosecco, and I was having a bottle of Prosecco, so we all said hi to each other, and I'm crying and laughing, and I said, did you get your pocket angel? Oh yeah, we got it, because I sent it by someone to him.
Well, I have to ask you, what's your favorite Prosecco?
I like Cupcake.
Okay, it's good to know. It's very good.
I like Cupcake because it's light. I'm not much of a drinker. I never have been, but I do. Learning to to drink wines and champagnes with the Andretti's when you go on a 13-course dinner every night after the race. I learned everything about champagne and wines and ports. Of course, being a redneck from Dalton, Georgia, moonshine, I mean, I could smell it and burn the hair out of your nose. But I learned the finest champagnes and wines. And thank you, Maria.
No, that's great. Well, the nice thing about moonshine is it's a great parts cleaner as well.
Oh God, you can, if a bee stings you, you can pull the stinger out and put a little bite lightning on it. If a snake bites you, can put it on there.
Oh yeah, I had Junior Johnson pour me a cup. I was at, I think
I still have some of his.
And I nearly fell to the ground retching after taking just the tiniest.
Yeah, Junior and my daddy knew each other. Daddy would make the peach brandy, and Junior makes the corn, and
well,
back and forth to them.
Not many people get to say the things you say.
Well, I went up to Junior Johnson's liquor store one night. He was having a party, and we left Hickory and went up to. I had Booper, my best friend, with me. We was driving a Holman & Moody 289, 65 and a half red Mustang convertible. So I get up to the top of the mountain and Junior goes, "Who did you just drive up here? How'd y'all get up here?" And I said, "I can dirt track. I got us up here." I said, "I know I'm shifting up shift and shift gears." I mean, I put that little car sideways and got it up that hill. He was impressed. So he sent my daddy a fifth of his whiskey. I had to bring it home. I was scared to death to bring it all the way back to Georgia. But I did.
You got away with it.
Shake it, look at the bead, and he'd tell me, "Fuel for a top fuel dragster."
Oh my
Sorry,
God!
I'm talking too much.
No, it's at. Oh yeah, I got to tell you, this is fun. We got to do this more often, Linda.
Okay.
I have a question from the audience. So one of the questions is, Linda, it's a tough question. Who was the greatest drag racer you ever knew, Linda?
The greatest?
Yeah.
Big Daddy Don Gartlis. Don McEwen. I got a lot of them. I can't say number one. But my first and greatest friend I met used to come to Dalton, Georgia to work on his engines, and Grady Pickle lived down next to the railroad track, was Big Daddy Don Gartlis. And I'd ride down there on my bicycle and I'd talk to him and I'd watch him. And Grandma said, "Y'all run that engine when the train comes." So, because she had whiskey down at the house because she was a bootlegger. Sheriff. So they'd crank that engine up when the trains would run by. So every year he'd come to Pickle's house and I'd go down there, and this one year I rode up and he dropped his wrench because I had busted out all over. I had grown up. Mine's known me since I was 12. So he was the greatest, the first that I fell madly in love with watching a drag race. Walk around himself as Big Daddy Don Gartlis. And then I come to California. I fall in love with Don the Snake Prudhomme and Tom McEwen. Those two, unbelievable. And then of course come the Forces. And I mean, everybody is so wonderful. Drag racing is habit forming.
It is. And I got to say,
like a nitromethane cocktail, just stand on the starting line. Bring tears to your eyes.
We got a note from our friend Dean Case, and it's just another Linda story. Linda has the most amazing memory. The second time I met her, I reintroduced myself as I was sure she had no idea who I was. I was wrong. She remembered me and noted something we had discussed in a previous year. And I've seen you do that, Linda, over and over again. Do you have a memory trick? Do you have the world's greatest memory? I mean, you're phenomenal at it.
Thank you. I just think that God gave me a gift. Thank you, Lord Jesus, because I treasure that. But as you're getting older, you start forgetting things. And I get mad because I'll see somebody come and think, "Okay, I know him. What kind of courtesy do I have? Okay, I put it together." And then every once in a while, if I can't recognize you immediately, I go, "Okay, tell me your name and I'll tell you what kind of car you drive," because you're getting older. But it's just been God-given to me. I've always done that. And Dolly Parton memorizes everything in her movies when she does movies. I remember names. Yeah. we met each other. We know each other, and she was great. She knows John Forrest too. And she's just precious. I just love Dolly for what she's done for her community and her friends and how she gives back. She and I are kind of a lot alike. We had the same manager at 13. She went on and I went racing. So if I had it to do over again, you guys, I'd do it again. Same way.
And we have another question. Tell us about the late, great Jimmy Clark when he came to Indy. And this person recalls that you were good friends with him.
Quite close, yes.
Jimmy Clark?
Yes, very much so. Jim, I fell madly in love with him. He was so charming and so sweet and so nice and naive. And we just became just really close. And AJ said something really nasty about him one time. And I stood up for Jimmy. And AJ got very mad at me. Mario didn't. Mario understood exactly where I was coming from. And Mario agreed that boy could drive. I said, his first year he finished second. I said, next year he's going to kick your ass, AJ. And he did. But AJ said something, I won't repeat what he said because AJ knows what he said, but it was very untrue. And I really stood up for Jimmy Clark. I really did. And we stayed friends. And he and I were going to meet and celebrate my birthday, and then he got killed the week before at Hockenheim. He was a wonderful young man. He even came and drove at Rockingham and won the NASCAR race. Even the NASCAR boys didn't call him a fruity after that. So I just loved him. He was tremendous. I got one of his original paintings in my house. It's in my hallway that was done by a little artist that was a cripple artist, and he did it. And Guy Caldwell got it for me, and it's magnificent, and he's still in my heart. What a treasure to have known him and been spent time with him and dated him, and he was a gentleman, a lovely, lovely person. Just he said, I come to Indy to race the great AJ Foyt. Why doesn't he like me? I said, because he's going to have to race you. That's why he didn't like you. I said, you're going to have to kick his ass, and then maybe he'll like you. AJ got mad at me. Imagine that, AJ getting mad at me. You know, AJ and Tony Stewart are just alike. I swear, I think that's his daddy. Those two are just alike at times. I shake my head at them. But Jim was a very fine gentleman, and I'm very, very proud to have known him. I stay in touch with his sister. His sister's name's Betty Petty. She's a sweetheart. I met her at Talladega when they come for the Hall of Fame. They got a Racing Angel Award, and we stay in touch with each other. But Jim Clark would always be in my heart. Yeah, for sure.
Well, thank you, Linda. We're getting close to the 6 o'clock mark, and so we're going to have to wrap it up. And again, like Paul said, it's almost like getting a blessing of what we're doing here to have you here. And it's also part of what you do. So we're doing something for the first time ever for the racing industry. We're responding to a big challenge. It's not by coincidence that Linda Vaughn is here. I mean, you're there when people need you. You understand that there's something bold and new going on, and it needs to be pushed forward. And so it's a big deal to have you here, Linda.
Thank you. Very well said. I wish I could find those words. Sometimes I can't put into words what my thoughts are, but I'm so honored to be here with y'all tonight because these three people have worked so hard and their whole staff. But from the embryo stages, I kept telling Judy, I said, I can really see it. I saw it before they ever even told me. I saw it. I visualized it. And I even told her so and him standing in the
right.
But I'm so proud of y'all and thank you for making me a part of it because this helps us all. There's no in between with SEMA, PRI, and this and that. We're all in this together. It's time to help each other, love each other, and spread the love. And let's get busy, America. We got to rebuild a lot of things now. And this is a great stepping stone. It keeps people informed. And I love everything. I'm so glad to be a part of it. Thank y'all.
Well, thank you very much. That's the theme exactly, all together now. And then I'll turn it over to Paul to kind of wrap up today, and you and Francis can invite everybody to join us again tomorrow. Bye, Linda.
Thank you so much. pleasure.
Thank
tonight.
you.
Say, oui.
Merci, merci.
Merci, mon ami. Thank y'all very much. Y'all come back and see us now. You hear? I'll come back anytime y'all out there. Y'all have questions. You write to my electronic performance and racing parts. Y'all let me know. You got questions. Get in touch with everybody, and I'll get back in touch with y'all. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
I don't know how to say that in French. So
Merci.
y'all come back now. You hear? Thank you.
Okay, so is Judy with you? We're going to
Happy birthday to Lyle too down there in Texas. Hey Judy, come here, Miss Judy.
Yes, here's Judy.
Yes.
Yay.
How you like us now?
Yes, stay there together.
Double trouble.
It is double trouble. That's what Tony Stewart says to us.
Yeah.
Here comes double trouble.
Well, actually, there is a good friend, Doug Stokes, who is asking for a
Loved it.
hug. He said, "Where's my virtual hug?" So please give Doug a
We love you, Doug. Thank you.
Hi, Doug.
Thank you. What a day, Paul. What a day, man.
Wow. Look what you got me into.
It's your fault.
It's pretty awesome, I think.
This is the
you
first
start the
time.
day with Roger Penske.
Everybody
and then
remembers
the day
their
with
first
Linda
kiss.
Vaughn. It doesn't get any better than that.
This is our first time together, so everybody will remember this. Thank y'all.
What a day.
First day.
Yeah.
Perfect. Wow.
Thanks for inviting me. Mhm.
Of course. So, but this is only day one, so we have 4 more days.
You better drink a lot of vitamin C.
And I've got to say, it's exciting what we've got coming too. I think that there's a lot more interesting content that you're going to produce, and that interesting panels we have. And Linda said it best: is that this fills a void. This brings us all together.
It does.
It does, and I'm really honored to have been included in this. All of you are friends to begin with, but I feel closer now after we've done this. This has been a real journey, and it shows the power of positivity and believing.
It's a blessing. This
Yeah.
is a blessing.
It truly is. It truly is, and I just. It's going to be hard to go back to the real world. I feel like that's
Paul wishes he was sitting right here.
Yeah, I do. I have a bottle of cupcake with me, Linda.
Thank you. I like cupcake. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I know, you don't blame me. But what a night and what a day. We'll be at it again tomorrow. Yeah. And I think that thank you to everybody that was with us today. Remember, we do this all for you. Share this with your friends. Please make sure they know what we're up to here. And please check out epartrade.com and all the good things it does for the industry. And I want you to log on to racer.com and stay there 24/7, just reading.
And thank you for the questions. I thought somebody might ask me out on a date. Totally. Oh, wait.
Once or twice.
He's blushing.
Single.
But I take it back to you, Francisque. Any final thought from you after your baby has come to life today?
Well, we started almost, actually, I launched it at 6 a.m., 5:45. So we have been live for 12 hours. We launched it an hour before the actual session starts. So this is going to be the same tomorrow. We'll launch early again, and we have a full day pack. We're going to be, I heard Linda talking about, drag racing. So we're starting the day with, great champions. Then we have some incredible crew chiefs in the afternoon, I'm so thankful for Jimo, who put that panel together and has been one of the first supporter of ePartrade. And then in between, we have so many great companies from, out top of my head, I think IBAC is on tomorrow, Racing Radios. We have this incredible panel at lunch on road racing, Paul, and with IMSA. FCA, SVRA, and SRO. I mean, can do better than that.
No, and I think the nice part about that is that panel is packed with all of my personal friends. I'm really looking forward to that. And I think too, the thing I also have to say is I learned a lot today by watching the various seminars and technical things. I had it on all day long while I was pretending to work, and it was terrific. Kudos to everyone that presented today. It really is a terrific format, and it's really engaging and entertaining, and I can't wait to see more tomorrow. Absolutely great job, everybody. And I've got to go by and pick up some cupcake right now. So
Cupcake. And I'm a good cook, so you bring the wine and I'll make the dinner.
Excellent. Got it. I'm down with
And
that.
I think Linda and Judy, you have to get ready because you're getting interviewed on XM Radio next week.
Oh yeah, that's next.
That's the life of Linda Vaughn.
Channel 90.
There's
That's it.
always another interview, but
That's it. So thank you everyone, and please we'll see you in the morning. So 6:45 California time.
I've been up all day for y'all too.
Thank you all for joining.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye now.
Everyone.